the all-new Acer Aspire Light. With up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Light with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work off play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo, you feel me. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On stage, vibes up, you feel me. Swift neo.
Varun, assignment?
Of course, sir. All done.
Hi Varun.
Sir, आप
Flipkart पे high performance Intel laptops at lowest prices. तेरा secret? Secret नहीं है noob.
Get the best deals on Intel laptops only on Flipkart. यहाँ कुछ भी हो सकता है.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo,
You feel me?
lightweight game, heavy all night. Work out play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, let it swiftly, let it grow.
Turn it with every tap and glow.
Swift nail, that's how we roll.
Don't see it, vibes up, you feel me. Swift Neo.
Varun, assignment?
Of course, sir. All done.
Hi Varun.
सर आप
Flipkart पे high performance Intel laptops at lowest prices. तेरा secret? Secret नहीं है noob.
Get the best deals on Intel laptops only on Flipkart. यहाँ कुछ भी हो सकता है.
The all-new Acer Aspire Light. With up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display. With a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Light, with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo, you feel me. Lightweight game, heavy on night. Work out play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn heads with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On the edge, vibes up, you feel me. Swift Neo.
Varun, assignment?
Of course, sir. All done.
Hi वरुण,
सर आप
फ्लिपकार्ट पे हाई परफॉर्मेंस इंटेल लैपटॉप्स एट लोएस्ट प्राइसेस. तेरा सीक्रेट नहीं है नूब.
Get the best deals on Intel laptops only on Flipkart. यहाँ कुछ भी हो सकता है.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite. With up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display. With a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite, with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. That's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo,
You feel me?
lightweight game, heavy on might. Work out play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it bleed, let it grow.
Welcome to the arena, a realm where the greatest warriors of skill and spirit have battled through fate to stand here now. From every corner of the world they have come, not just to compete, but to prove their power, wisdom, and vision.
Tonight, a force will be awakened. And across 4 days of fire and glory, champions will ascend. Clashes will echo through time, and the mightiest will be immortalized as the legend of the era.
Good morning, New Delhi. Another day, another Predator League APAC 2026 tournament. I'm Tash Bunny alongside Mamba, your host today, and super exciting stuff because we are going to be looking at Dota 2.
And not just that, it's going to be a wonderful day today, a pretty unique way of doing things because today we don't have two semifinals, but instead we have an upper bracket final and a lower bracket final, which means one of the two teams that walk up over here, one of those two teams will have a second chance to make sure that they can still live up to the dream of holding this shield.
And from what I've heard this year for Dota 2, It's one of the most competitive years for this team, for this game especially. You know, you usually see or hear stories about Myth Avenue Gaming just completely dominating the charts. And this year, another team has risen up to the occasion to challenge them for their championship title.
And what a way to do it, right? Because the entire lineup is stacked. The sort of names that you see in your dreams, we have FBZ. These players are legends and their lineup is stacked, absolutely stacked. And I've heard that it's one of the most stacked lineups in ACA.
That's right, they have the highest MMR stack here in Southeast Asia. And I think what's really interesting as well is the fact that, you know, you have two all-time legend players to top it off. It's not going to be easy when all of these players are not only just skilled as a team, but also individually as well. Now, on the other flip side, looking at, you know, Myth Avenue Gaming, right? The defending champions of Predator League. One thing for sure about this particular team is that they are undefeated in this tournament. They're still going on that insane streak.
If you look at the players, both these teams are actually undefeated. And I think it's going to be a lot of pressure for both the teams because there's one which wants to win and the other one has to defend their title. And I don't think that's going to be easy.
It's not, but at the very least today, compared to yesterday's, I would say, brackets, it's much more less cutthroat because there is that second chance. You have Interactive Philippines waiting in the wings already. So without further ado, let's call the first team out onto the stage for our first matchup of the day. Everyone, give it up for Team Reckonings of Indonesia.
Delhi, make some noise. Welcome on stage, Team Recomix.
And Tash going up against them all the way from Malaysia, the reigning APAC Predator League champions. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Myth Avenue Gaming!
Delhi, make some noise. Welcome on stage, Team Myth Avenue Gaming.
There we go, the favorites of the champion, or the tournament, excuse me, versus the defending champions. Things are about to get super heated, and this is where things get super interesting as well, because a lot is on the line.
There is a lot on the line, but the question is, can the defending champions repeat history on Indian soil, Tash, or is Indonesia's force going to dethrone them?
Yeah, for sure. And I think what's really interesting as well from both these teams here, while they are going to be getting that ticket straight to that grand finals, there's also a chance to go to lower brackets. Now, the question remains, and I think I ask this in every single tournament, does there exist that advantage where you are going to be playing that lower brackets? You're going to stay hot, you're going to keep going all the way till the end. And that is the question I want to ask the casters. So, to you guys there on the desk, our storytellers, to you.
Thank you so much, guys. And it is going to be an explosive day itself here for some good old action Dota 2. My name is ICBaby12. I'm going to be your host for today. And joining with me is going to be two handsome gentlemen, experts in Dota 2 for you here. We have Floki and Weewick. This is going to be a very, very interesting day as well because we are going to be having the upper bracket finals of the APAC Predator League 2026 right now. Now, boys, I have some questions here. A lot of people are expecting the defending champions to defend their title again, and it seems like, you know, even our hosts as well, they're signing on towards Reckonix. Boys, tell us a little bit more.
Oh man, where to start, right? Like, especially a team like Reckonix, a stacked Indonesian roster, some big names returning. In your dream man took a hiatus, but he's back now, and he's kicking butt better than ever. But at the same time, Myth Avenue Gaming, no slouches either because they have some very experienced players on their team. In fact, we have a TI attendee here in Ghost.
Yeah, I mean, definitely everybody is looking towards Ghost for that little bit extra X factor. But I just want to build up a little bit of history between both these teams. So there've been a couple of shuffles in Myth Avenue Gaming. They've been looking a little rough in the EPL. They had a couple of losses. They lost versus Interactive Philippines, who's waiting in the lower bracket as well. So I want to say that the rest of this tournament is not as straightforward as it seems. Obviously, we would expect Myth Avenue Gaming to be favored champions or Reckonix, but I still think anything is possible, and I think this tournament can still go either way.
Agreed. You know, and speaking of which as well, especially coming in from the Valorant division yesterday itself, there were a lot of expectations onto its boom. But of course, you know, Fancy United Esports from Vietnam was the ones to reign champion for the Valorant division. So we are looking for a different type champion this time, and that is going to be between these three teams, which is Myth Avenue Gaming, Reckonix, and also, like you said, Interacting Philippines, currently sitting in the lower bracket finals. Now, I've got a couple of questions, which is, when it came towards the group stages itself, we've seen how Reckonix play. We've seen how Interactive Philippines play. But what happened with Myth Avenue Gaming? Because it seems like there were some issues that has kind of happened here, which resulted in them playing off screen. So I've heard that you guys got some insider information. Tell me more.
Yeah, so I can take you through the bracket, and I think that paints a pretty good picture for our viewers who are just tuning in. So Myth Avenue Gaming, in the road to the upper bracket finals, they had to beat VRJ, Asterix, which is the Indian squad, and ZZ, which is also a mixed team with, I think, 4 players from Southeast Asia and 1 Indian.
Mongolians. It was the Mongolians.
Yeah. And then Reckonix, they had to beat Team Randoms. They had to beat Atlantis 2.0, and they beat IAP. So far, both these teams have come in with a strong showing. The problem is, in a past tournament, IAP, they have managed to beat Myth Avenue Gaming at the EPL. So I still feel like anything is possible. And I want to remind all our viewers that whoever wins this is guaranteeing themselves $20,000 in second place. They're guaranteeing themselves that 20,000 bounty, and there's also the MVP bounty. Now, whoever comes third, they're going to have to make do with $7,500, which is not a lot, but looks good with our digital partner Flipkart, where you can buy a lot of stuff for that amount of money.
Lovely. I do believe he's going to be getting a raise for that one. But I do want to take this time to touch upon the meta and say, you know, how the tournament has evolved. So early on, we had a bunch of matches going on. They were all best of ones. It was double elimination, so a lot of teams did get a second chance. Now, the other matches are BO3, so you have a lot more wiggle room. And we're going to be seeing some more experimental types of drafts come through. We're going to see some interesting choices being made in some awkward positions that we sometimes may not typically see those heroes in. A couple of heroes particularly that come to mind for me is the Pugna. Now, Pugna as a hero is typically played in position 5, but we have been seeing some experiments where teams have been running him as a 1. You know, I think there might even be room for a mid Pugna. We're seeing some old school builds coming out as well. We've seen a couple of grief Storm Spirit here and there in a lot of qualifying matches that have been going on simultaneously at the moment in other tournaments. But coming back to this one, I do feel like, given the fact that the meta has been evolving and these teams have had time to take in that experience, we're going to be seeing some similar stuff coming out here. I do hope that we get to see a really solid, really fast-paced pushing strat with Chen, Shaman, and, a Bugner.
Now, it's interesting that you actually brought us up with these heroes as well, because those heroes, especially we're talking about Chen, Keeper of the Light as well, I think these are heroes that is very, very niche and subjective. I've seen a couple of these heroes being played during the group stages, and I want to give you guys a little bit of common stats here. The most popular favorite picks here, priority picks, has been Slada, and also Shadow Demon, as well as, I think, Jakiro as well from time to time between the lower brackets. But I was able to get a sneak on towards how Myth Avenue was playing the earlier phases off stream. They brought in a Trend Protector. I have been talking about the Trend Protector, but throughout the entire group stages, we haven't seen a single Trend Protector at all on stream. So, do you think we will see it today?
Possibly. Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to be there. But you know what? Let's have a look at the prize pool and see what these teams are going to be fighting for. Vivek did allude to that earlier. So let's just have the prize pool and see exactly what it is that the teams are going to be duking it out for. And yeah, lots of cash on hand. Champions, they're going to be taking away $65,000. You got the second place at 20,000, third place with 7.5k, and of course fourth place as well with 7.5k. And a lot of money for the MVPs and the All-Stars. But coming back to your, coming back to the stats that you were mentioning about the Keeper of the Light and the Trained. Now, to elaborate a bit more, I do feel like the Trained has been a bit underpicked. I feel like that hero has a lot of potential, and I also think that a lot of the teams have not figured out what do they want to ban in the first phase and what is worth banning. Now, typically there is some type of ideal draft order in which you want to ban certain heroes and you want to pick certain heroes if they're available to you in the first phase, so you can pigeonhole the team or the enemy team into playing a certain way. But if the teams have been having different priorities compared to the meta we've been seeing elsewhere, which is, you mentioned the Slada. I think Vivek also, really talked about this earlier in the group stage matches where he said that Slada Clinks was something teams should be looking out for.
Yes, we were in the bus and we were traveling with Myth Avenue Gaming, and I mean, I don't understand.
We were there, yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand Cantonese or Mandarin, but I did pick up a couple of words. I picked up Phoenix and I picked up Minus Armor. Chucky and Ghost for making evil plans in the bus. Floki, since you've got the biggest forehead amongst all of us, or maybe it's just a receding hairline, why is Greaves good on Storm Spirit?
Well, I don't know, but my theory is the fact that Storm typically as a hero does tend to be countered by a lot of roots, a lot of cheap disable. Greaves is very good as a dispel. It's also a lot of burst mana, something that Storm thrives on.
Well, I'm going to hold you guys on that first here, but for these guys watching at home as well, before we give you guys a little bit more leak itself here, for those guys who are wondering what the tournament format is, especially for Dota 2, it is a double elimination format here. We started with 11 teams in the group stages, and then every single team has to play their way up in towards the playoffs itself, and that's now where we are currently right now in Bharat Mandapam Hall for the LAN finals itself, where 3 teams has made it here, and that is going to be the winner bracket finals as well as the loser bracket finals. Myth Avenue Gaming and Reckonings has been undefeated thus far, and now pretty much guaranteed third place regardless of what their performance is. It's just whether or not who is going to be, by the end of today, be lifting the shield, Predator shield. In this case, will be cemented in the histories of Predator as being the champions itself. So this is going to be a very important on the wall. $60,000 on the line. There is a lot of money involved. And now, when we talk about meta, unpredictability is the key. And I like that you guys brought up a couple of interesting heroes. Clinks. Banned or pick, but not exactly for every single team that has played leading towards this stage. But I think for those guys watching as well, this is the schedule. Do you think we will see this being a priority for Reckonings or Myth Avenue?
Clinks?
Yep.
So it's interesting. Yesterday we had a long day of qualifiers, and while you were busy here working, I was watching qualifiers back in the hotel. And I got to see Europe, Southeast Asia, all sorts of countries and what they're prioritizing in this patch. I feel like a lot of teams have just ignored Clinks altogether. So he's not been banned or picked. So I feel like 7.40 isn't so set in stone There are ways to answer Klings with a lot of magic damage. There's also a certain item progression and a timing he hits, which is a little delayed because he needs the Deadless, the Desolator, and the Axe. It depends on how greedy you want to be, and a faster lineup can completely outpace you. Having said that, though, I see you did bring up 2 heroes earlier today, and I think they're going to be very contested. That's the Keeper of the Light and the Treant Protector. I think we're going to see a lot of those heroes come into play in this tournament and even in today's very first matchup. I feel like Treant, Kotl, got to watch out for those guys. It's a supporting duo.
I'm surprised you didn't bring up Shadow Demon or Jakiro here, but at the same time, of course, the first matchup today in the upper bracket finals, whoever wins will make it into the grand finals, which will happen as the last series today, which is on the 3rd row itself. But whoever loses this series will be facing off against Interactive Philippines in the lower bracket finals. And of course, in the Dota community, when we talk about Philippines, we are always remembering the historic callouts of the Filipino Husker. And thus far, we've seen bans here and there, but not necessarily a pick yet throughout the entire group stages. Do you think that is going to be a possibility as well?
Most certainly. I think we will see some Husker, we will see some Brood. And I just want to remind our viewers that In Your Dream, who's playing on Reckonix, he's got a huge hero pool.
Yeah.
There's a lot of possibility for him to cheese. I just want to jog up your memory. This guy used to play Arc Warden. This guy used to play anything and everything in the mid lane. Mechanically, very skilled. He's got a huge pool. It's hard for teams to ban against him. And right now, they haven't revealed much. I mean, FBC is playing Axe pretty much all the games he's played so far in the tournament. So they have a lot of hidden tricks that they can work with. And I feel that this series, I see, is going to go all the way until game number 3.
Wow.
I feel it's going to be a back and forth. I don't think it's going to be so straightforward. I think Ghost is also, coming with a lot of new knowledge, having played in Nigma and played with Sumail under the leadership and the guidance of Kuroki. So I'm hyped for this. This is East versus East, but at the same time, it's East versus West because Ghost is coming with so much knowledge from the EU scene.
I like that you actually brought up leadership coming from Ghost as well, because on the way here, when we were chilling them as well, you can see Ghost making sure that, hey guys, this is what you do you need hit sets? Do you need this? He's like literally the daddy of the team, making sure that everything runs smoothly. So I agree with you. I'm looking forward to see whether or not his leadership has gotten him to this stage, but can he push the mount itself? So now, when it comes to specific heroes, I kind of agree-ish that you said that In Your Dream has a big hero pool.
He's a hero C.
Yeah, hero C. But now I've got questions here. I've seen so much of a variety of heroes that he's been playing here. We've seen Tiny as well from time to time, or maybe even the occasional Ember Spirit. So do you think we will see a Tiny being prioritized as a mid lane, which is kind of common during the group stages? Personally, not a fan of, but maybe flex into support. Do you think what is going to be the better suited role here for a Tiny?
Yeah, I mean, what I have to say about Tiny is that somebody has to reveal their last pick. Like, somebody's going to have to play with first pick and not have last pick. So in those kind of drafts, having Tiny as a flex is great because, up until pick 14, you can build a lot of mystery by just opening with Tiny or having Tiny in there. I mean, all of us will not be able to instantly call out which lane this Tiny is going to be going to. And that's a great flex to have. We did see In Your Dream play it, like you rightly mentioned. So, yeah, Tiny's a good flex pick. I don't think he's a ban priority, though.
Yeah, I think I agree mostly with what you say. The thing or the value that Tiny brings to the table is in the flex, because you don't know where he's going to be going. He can be played in 4, he can be played in 2, and in pubs or public matches at least, I've also seen that hero being played in position 1, same build, you go for the same items, but you just play it from the one role. So, yeah, I do think that the Tiny is going to see some play, but I do feel like there are counters developing for the hero, especially if you're not going to ban out some of the worst matchups for him, which can be the Ember, which can be the the Invoker, not early on so much in the lane, but later on. Tiny is not really a hero that likes to buy BKB. He kind of wants to go in and out, so he wants to have Dispel. You typically see them build Yules. And that's where a lot of these teams can, maybe look to pick up a Timbersaw, maybe look to pick up some more hardcore Tiny counters that help them deal with that hero. Personally, I do feel like Timbersaw is one of those heroes that we're going to see very little of today because it's going to be banned quite often. I don't think these teams are going to let it through, particularly because of its value against Viper and Tiny. and a lot of the meta strength heroes. You mentioned Treant Protector earlier. I think you definitely have to ban out Timber if you're going to pick that. But with that said, yeah, I do feel like the Tiny is very, very strong.
Well, without further ado, we are going to be jumping straight in towards the drafts of Game 1 in the upper brackets right here, right now, for the Dota 2 Championship itself here. And on screen, we do have Reckonings on the Radiant side, and we have Myth Avenue Gaming on the Dire side here. Now, speaking of the draft itself, what is going to be a priority? We talked about flex potentially here.
Yes.
And the thing about Dota 2 draft, it is one of the most complex draft systems out there in the sense where every single set of picks does layer themselves in like an advanced nerdy chess. I don't know how to put it that way. Like
it's like five-dimensional chess.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
it doesn't
like
exist yet. There's
right?
no equivalent to this out there.
So you start things off with like 5 bands, and then you go for first pick, and then that first pick kind of dictates how the drafts kind of look, and then eventually you go in for a couple of bands to try to deny that. So what do you think is the best 3 openings, at least in right now, based on this composition?
I think you want to open up with a go pick, and also for some of your bans here, I think you have to be looking at banning out particular hero pairings. This is where even the draft order can play a huge role, where if you have first pick, you actually might want to leave some heroes open so you get some of those for yourself, but then the enemy team can also throw a curveball and decide to leave a couple more heroes open. For example, you might want to pick up the Tiny or the Slardar early on, so you will not ban certain heroes that are weak against it. But then the enemy team might also pick something that's that forces you to reconsider that Slardar's position and perhaps put him in a less obvious role where he's not going to be directly countered. Now, talking about the bans, I do want to see some Timbersaw bans. I want to see some Slardar bans. I want to see some Jakiro bans. These heroes are way too strong to be just ignored in the first phase.
I'm going to agree with part of what you said, but disagree also with another part of it.
Discrimination against big foreheads?
What?
Yeah.
What? What's going on?
But I was saying that Timbersaw is definitely ban material, but I don't think we're going to see Jakiro bans because, like IC mentioned earlier, Shadow Demon is just too valuable. I think having or prioritizing Shadow Demon or Tusk as picks or bans is a lot more value than Jakiro. I think we saw a lot of Jakiro bans in this tournament just because it seemed like Eris was winning every game he was playing it on our stream. But I don't think as in the upper bracket and in the lower bracket playoffs,
you don't
right
think
now,
it's a ban?
I don't think Jakiro is ban worthy.
I'm going to give you guys one of the top 3 heroes that is banned in first phase. That includes Dragon Knight as well. What's going on? Why is everybody banning Dragon Knight? Tell me more.
I personally don't think it's entirely justified. It just feels like a good all-season pick. Dragon Knight is strong, for sure. There's nothing in 7.40 that sets him apart. In fact, with all the phylacteries and Kandas, you'd really think that his stock is fallen because you can just break him and kill him. And we've seen teams do that. But having come back to why he's been contested, is just that he's a great flex, right? You can just pick him and switch your brain off and you know that there's one Dragon Knight that's doing okay in his lane wherever he goes. That's pretty much it.
It comes down to the type of supports being picked up as well, right? Like, given the fact that a lot of teams want heroes like Shadow Demon, a lot of teams want those aggressive position foes, those ranged foes as well who can secure lane, your Muertas, your Shadow Demons, your whatnots. Dragon Knight is one of those heroes that is very resilient in lane. Like, courtesy of his innate, he gets some natural HP regen, he gets some natural armor, so he doesn't really have to invest too much in buying early game items. He can pick up that Mask of Madness super early, he can pick up the armlet without really paying a hefty price and without really being a hero that you can gank unless you've got very specific heroes. Now, I do want to take the time to mention certain items. I feel like, one of the ways that people deal with an a Dragon Knight quite often is to pick some type of spirit hero mid that can build a spirit vessel. So that reduces regen, it deals percentage-based damage, and teams often rush it. Sometimes it might not even be uncommon to see somebody die in the mid lane or somebody die or make a very obvious play that doesn't really make a lot of sense just to get a vessel charge so they can then gank the safe lane.
No, I like that you actually brought up the spirit meta when it comes to mid lane as well, because normally there is a total of 4 spirits in general, which is Earth Spirit, Storm Spirit, Void Spirit,
Ember Spirit.
and Ember Spirit, right? So
and there's Vengeful Spirit and the Spirit
Well,
Breaker.
I'm talking about the major rock ones, not the, so I feel like
the spirits in our hearts.
I feel like there was a questionable pickup during the group stages where they actually brought up the Earth Spirit. I'm not a big fan of it. Do you think that is going to be coming into play? Like, I know for a fact it's not happening here, or is it just like
The Earth Spirit?
Yeah, somebody actually brought it in, and obviously they lost. But
So it did get buffed in this patch. So you do more attack damage based on your remnants and how many remnants you have. So there's been a buff. Topson's been playing it a lot in pubs, and everything that Topson plays in pubs either ruins pubs or makes pro games better. So
that's kind of happened with his Veno, right?
Exactly. It's like mid one completely hopped onto the Veno bandwagon, and I think he won a tournament with it. But yeah, so Ember is just an all-season Spirit hero, but Earth Spirit is back. Abid has been playing him a lot. We've seen BZM, who really looked good with the Earth Spirit. A couple of patches ago, coming back to the Earth Spirit. So the hero's been buffed. He is in a good place, a decent place. I personally feel that in this particular matchup, I don't think In Your Dream is an Earth Spirit kind of guy. But I'm going to throw another hero into the mix here, and I think there's a hero that we might see in the upper bracket final or the lower bracket final, and that's Naga Siren.
Okay, so we did see a couple or one Naga play coming from Jigroy as well. So that was
in the one position, right?
Yeah, position
Jigroy.
one. So it's interesting as well because he has mixed it up a little bit as well. He's also brought in Klings, which is in towards the pool, and I feel like Jigroy, especially whenever they were playing on stream as well during the group stages. Every single, well, not really group stages, the prior tournament rounds itself here, Jigroy has been stomping and being very reliable on his core roles. And truth be told, Reckonings is the all-rounder team because every single round that they have played so far, they have pretty much won in every single lanes, regardless it's off lane, mid lane, or even safe lane. So it's hard to gauge where they are currently sitting in this tournament, but we know for a fact they are the team to beat, based on their performances coming from the round stages.
Yeah, in their group stage games, we managed to catch one of the games. They seem to be on a completely different level when compared to somebody like Interactive Philippines. But that was 1 day ago.
Whoa. Shots fired, but
that was a day ago. In a day, anything can change.
But I won't deny you because it was Reckonings. Reckonings was the one that actually kicked Interactive Philippines down to grind all the way back up towards the lower bracket finals. But tell me a little bit more. But before we get into it, let's jump straight into the draft once again to set things in motion here for the upper bracket finals because we are kicking things off. You can see the players are ready and you can see the bands are coming in. And at the same time, they're smiling because it seems like there are a little bit of a respect band coming in. Kaz and also Disruptor coming in from Myth Avenue Gaming.
Lovely. I mean, I like the fact that they're giving Reckonix their flowers. They're like, okay, we respect where he is, we respect what he can do, we respect Jikroy as well. And Jikroy, you mentioned his gyrocopter, you mentioned that he's been a stellar carry so far, and partly it's because he's been making a lot of early rotations. He's the man who sees, okay, you know what, Mars ultimate down, X ultimate down, time for me to TP, time for me to make a play, time for me to help my team get a lead. And given the fact that it's been his playstyle, it makes a perfect sense that Myth Avenue Gaming are looking to ban out some of the more active heroes early on. Kez especially can activate super early with a Falcon Blade and a Desolator, so it's just respect bans here for... It's just respect bans here for Jikroy, but Reckonix also throwing out some respect bans, notably the Klings and the Huskar.
Well,
I think that's a respect to the patch. But
respect to the patch, but also respect to Ghost, because I do believe Ghost plays a pretty mean Huskar. He's played it safely in a couple of times in other teams as well. But the Beastmaster being banned out here is a little surprising. I do feel like, especially with certain heroes still being in the pool, like the Slada, the Timbersaw, it might not be entirely
So let me throw in a little bit insider news as well, because when Myth Avenue Gaming was playing off stream as well, they actually brought in the Beastmaster and also the Trend Protector as a combo. They played the Vision game really well, and it's something that Myth Avenue Gaming is good at, and I feel like Reckoning Esports has definitely done their homework here. So I'm liking what I see. But first picks here, Jakiro, nothing out of the ordinary, pretty standard safe pick here coming from them. But what's going to be the reply is going to be the question here.
Ideally, you want to pick some type of position 4 who is resilient or who represents you know, what you want to do in lane. You could also ignore and just pick something else for the mid lane or the safe lane at the moment. Lots of options. They go for the Axe here. One of the better heroes to pick against Jakiro because of his innate. But
I also think more than hero-to-hero matchup, it's just a comfort pick for FBZ. FBZ's been playing Axe, and they're okay showing that part of the draft this early. They have no problems. They know that FBZ is always going to do okay, build auras, just give him his comfort hero. I want to talk a little bit about the Beastmaster ban, like IC Baby was saying. Myth Avenue Gaming, their offlaner. Fun fact, he's from Kazakhstan. He's been playing a lot of Beastmaster.
Oh, okay.
And he actually loves the upgraded Helm of the Dominator, which is the Helm of the Overlord. He really, really loves it. We've been seeing a lot of it in Western Europe as well. So all these bans, more than being meta-specific, are actually team-specific bans. They are partly meta-specific because Kling's, Viper, yada, yada, but they're targeting each other a lot.
I like that. I feel like this is the correct approach to take. You know, a bit of a throwback here. Long ago, I do believe in one of the true sites, Kuroki spoke to this. He's like, in their match against Oji, they were like, guys, you know, we're not really playing real Dota. We're afraid of heroes that don't exist. Instead, let's ban heroes they play. And, you know, let's make sure that we play the real Dota, which is playing against your opponents and not really playing the meta, quote unquote.
A game of emotions, huh? A game of emotions. I get it. But at the same time as well, yeah, I think I see your point as well, especially when you're emphasizing on these drafts, because Dragon Knight has been very, very popular. Now completely ignored from both sides here. Unless Reckonix decides to go hit here, do you think it's going to pair up? Is Dragon Knight good in this composition between either or these two teams?
It is possible, but what if you look at Myth Avenue Gaming and their bans, they're basically banning anything that gives this Axe a strong lane, right? So Skywrath Axe, very strong lane. You have the Arcane Bolt, you have the Concussive Shot. Along with the Battle Hunger, you can kick anyone out of lane. So they're just trying to make FPZ's lane hard. That's what those two bans tell me. And then if you look at the next ban coming out from Reckonix, it's very targeted. It is literally what Ghost played and carried Nigma through and through, and that's the Abaddon. Now, you have to reveal a support if you're Reckonix. The real question is what? Oh, geez, I was completely wrong. It seems like it's going to be...
Yeah, they pick up the Gyrocopter here. One of the reasons they do that is it's pretty much good against most of the heroes you can pick these days. There are certain heroes that are still in the pool that could be very good. Notably, the Ursa has not been banned, so that's something you can pick up. Slada is also one of the better answers for Gyrocopter. We might even see some Phantom Assassin coming out from Myth Avenue Gaming. Excuse me, I need to cough.
Yeah, okay. So I think the Gyrocopter is something that Jibroy did play a lot as well.
Absolutely.
It was very convincing as well. And when we're talking about flash farm potential here, I want to talk a little bit more on what the goals are coming in from Reckonix and Myth Avenue. Do they prioritize on early aggression? Are we expecting a little bit of a mid-game aggression,
a little bit of
gameplay
everything,
or mixture here? Because based on this draft from X and Gyrocopter, it seems like they are kind of 50-50 on what they want to commit to this. So what do you think?
Well, I mean, this is one of the more classic ways of dealing with both the Gyro and the Axe. Axe, notably a hero that gets armor, yes, but he gets armor off of snowballing. And if he's not going to have a good lane, which is what they're showing with the Jakiro, then having a Slada is, you know, going to be a double whammy. Not only is it good against Gyro, it's also good against the Axe. And they're going to pick up the Ringmaster as well. You've got some save potential now inside the call for whatever combo you might want to pick up if you're Reckonix. And now Reckonix need to answer these two heroes along with the Slada that they decided to ignore and pick up their comfort instead. Now that can work for all intents and purposes. You can throw in a couple of curveballs. Vivek, countless times you've mentioned the Oracle. I feel like that could be one of the heroes we see. But I feel like you need to be a little defensive here for Reckonix. You need to pick some type of support that can really help this Axe and Gyrocopter early on. And that is an interesting choice. One of the few heroes that's actually decent against Ringmaster.
You know, I'm not a big fan of the AA entirely, just because of the fact that, you know, I know Sir Cloud is going to be disagree with me. He's going to like, oh, this is a great hero to deal with healing compositions, you know, the AA, Ice Blast, yada yada. But I'm just not a fan of how he's played early game here because he feels like it's a little bit lackluster. It feels like he needs to be set up here. But since that you mentioned that it's a counter to Ringmaster here, how does this work?
So the fact that you just have a shatter threshold on the Ice Blast means that every time you put it, that Escape Act, yes, it's going to give you some magic resistance, but it's 13 seconds. I think it's like a 8 to 10 second debuff on you, maybe even longer than that with certain talents where if you fall under a certain threshold, you are going to die. So the apparition just represents, kill threat on whoever you go on with the axe, and that is very important for the way Reckonix want to play. Now, they're going to pick up a Lion here. I'm not a huge fan of this hero for two reasons.
I'm really not a fan of what Reckonix have picked up because
yeah.
a Tiny just breaks these supports. You could still pick Tiny in this draft if you're Myth Avenue Gaming or even the Tide.
Yeah, I mean, the Lion is really weak to the Jakiro, and for that reason, I feel like he was not the right pick here.
Oh yeah, Ursa completely skipped the entire drafts as well, makes it in towards the hands of Myth Avenue Gaming here. Very, very quick objective-taking hero. Obviously, Roshan is going to be the play here. And do you think they are going to go for early rotation Roshans, or are they going to be prioritizing the 20-minute Tormentor coming from Myth Avenue instead?
You want to get Roshan by 17 to 18 minutes, so you can actually be ready for the Tormentor with the Aegis. It just makes the fight impossible. But you are right in the sense that there's a chance that if they win the early game, they might be forced to choose between one or the other. And in that case, it might just be that Reckonix don't allow them to approach the pit, because they actually have very good team fight early on. You've got Ice Blast, you've got Call Down, you've got Finger and Earth Spike. Depending on how the lanes go, yes, Myth Avenue Gaming can run you over, but if you're able to get out of the lane relatively even, and you're able to make sure that you don't bleed too many kills, the team fight of Reckonix at the moment is looking scary. The lanes, not so much. They're going to get whacked for all intents and purposes.
What are the chances that despite us predicting that Reckonix may not have an early game and then they just kind of surprise us by just because of their mechanical skills and how they've been playing pups all the way through, they've dominated all their lane. How do you deal with that?
Yeah, I mean, if that has to happen, it really has to come from in your dream, right? Because I was talking with FPC earlier, the offlane, they want to build that auras. That's what FPC prioritizes. That's what everyone is prioritizing. And FPC is in a really hard lane, right? He's going up against possibly an Ursa and a Jakiro. It's going to be really rough for him in the laning phase. The Lion can't do all that much. So personally, I'm a bit concerned for Reckonix. So far, I'm not sold on that draft, and a lot of holes have to be fixed by In Your Dream.
I kind of agree as well, but I feel like In Your Dream is in a situation where he needs to set it up for FTZ instead, just because of the fact that during the group stages here, normally you would, even for most acts, you kind of want to rush those lane daggers. But the downside of an axe is that, yes, if you don't start getting chops here and you're not building enough armor, you are going to be very, very squishy. In this case, there is a Slardar in play as well. But during the group stages, the switch up was, instead of getting the axe having blink, they actually had a Tiny for In Your Dream. And then when he initiates, he tosses him over to his axe. And while axe is in this able to get this call, he doesn't need those blinks. He just goes for Crimson Guard, he goes for Pipe or whatever, and just gets very beefy in towards the mid-stage of the game. So I don't know if this is coming, but I have a feeling it's going to be a final pick Tiny for In Your Dream.
Yeah,
makes sense. I could see the appeal. I feel like Tiny is definitely something that, just makes the mid-game easier, because Lion needs a little bit of time to come online. Like, he wants that Blink Dagger. I mean, he's got the Finger of Death, but like, these heroes need a little bit of time, and maybe Tiny can buy them that time, Floki.
Yeah, I also want to mention that Reckonix, the right...
they denied it.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things that you have to think about if you're Reckonix as well, right? Like, more likely than not, you might end up losing lanes. I feel like, Reckonix, because they're going to be losing lanes, if they pick a tempo mid for In Your Dream, they're now going to be in this weird spot where In Your Dream's not scaling, the supports are not doing too well, and he's not going to have anyone to play the early to mid game with. No one to contest runes and wisdom shrines with, no one to try and set up ganks with. So I feel like at this point, Reckonix might as well just go late. Pick up a hero that's okay against the Viper in late. Play for like a 30-minute timing. Like, screw the early game. Just keep farming, buy a Midas, and enjoy life. But they're not going to do that. They're going to pick the Storm. He can do a bit of both. He can gank early if the game goes okay. He can also scale thanks to Static Remnant and just farming. And also one of the better heroes to pick here against the Ringmaster and the Jakiro.
Final thoughts, Vivek? What do you think?
Feels like Reckonix have gone for comfort picks, but I'm not entirely convinced. I think Mag have the better draft. And if Reckonix need to win this, they need to just extend the game past the 20-minute mark. They need to survive a little bit longer after the first ages. That's how they win this.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting one as well here, but it seems to me the players are getting ready, the drafts has been set, and things are going to get very, very spicy as they are going to be prepared to go into the game to battle it out for the first semi-finals. Well, the first upper bracket finals, my apologies here, and whoever wins this series will be our first grand finalist by the end of today itself. So boys, take it away.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Asia Pacific Predator League 2026. We're about to jump in-game. The first match of the day, the winners bracket finals between Reckonix and Myth Avenue Gaming is over here. It's Mr. Big Forehead versus Mr. Small Forehead. We'll see who prevails here. But so far, Vivek, in order to establish this matchup, I do want to get a prediction out of you. Who do you think is going to win and why?
I feel like this first match is really going to dictate how the series goes, because Reckonix, they've got all their comfort picks, and if, you know, despite what seems to be a slight draft disadvantage, if they can still win this game one, then Myth Avenue Gaming, they're going to be doubting everything as to how they're approaching this series.
I agree. I feel like Myth Avenue Gaming have this very set idea of playing for tempo. I do like the fact that they, deny pick the Jakiro. I do like the fact that they pick up the Ringmaster, the Ursa, the Slardar, and whatnot. It's going to make the game very straightforward to play for the side of Mag, and that's what you want. I mean, Ghost, he's picked up an Ursa. He's a big boy. He's like, guys, you know what? Just get me a tempo hero. We're gonna pace all over these guys, and they won't have room to breathe. This is where I feel like Jikroy and both the supports really need to step up from the side of Reckonix, because this game could just go entirely south if Mag get off to the start that they are looking for.
Yeah, that 17-minute Roshan is so crucial, Floki. If they can get their hands on the Aegis, if they can take away the Aegis from the Ursa, it would be great. They've got the tools, they've got the Ice Blast, they've got cheap vision in the pit with the AA, so there is a good chance with all that heavy magic damage that they're bringing that they can actually contest Roshan and deny it from the side of Myth Avenue Gaming.
Yeah, and I think the big thing to look out for the Myth Avenue Gaming supports is going to be to make sure that the runes are always contested, because that's the only way I see the side of Reckonix being able to win this game. It's if they get those runes for the Storm Spirit. You find an amp damage, you find a haste, you find a kill, you just completely mess up the tempo Myth Avenue Gaming want to be playing at.
Yeah, but let's take a quick look at the lanes, Floki. What do you think? I think Storm versus Tiny, that's pretty straightforward. Both farm, maybe Storm X together, some sort of a win. But the side lanes is what I really want to ask you. What do you think about these side lanes?
I honestly like the Jakiro side lane. I think that's a no-brainer. You're playing Jakiro Ursa into an Axe Lion. That's probably going to be a very Jakiro Ursa favored lane. On the other hand, you've got yourself the Apparition Gyro going up against the Slardar and the Ringmaster, which I also think is a lane that can go the Slardar's way, but I feel like it's closer. It's probably like 60-40 in favor of the Slardar Ringmaster. However, with that said, Gyro, I mean, you've got Ice Vortex just to beef up, just to amp up all the magic damage coming out with the Rocket Barrage early on. So there is a chance that they take the Gyro lane on the side of Reckonix, and they win it quite handily.
Yep. I think one thing that I've noticed as far as lanes are concerned is that FBZ, he's not too hellbent on staying in the lane. He likes to be there for a little bit, and then probably sometime after the 7-minute Wisdom Shrine, he's okay just retreating into the jungle, stacks or no stacks.
Yeah, I mean, this is nice because the Ringmaster was a little bit late to the lane. The Slardar is been denied a couple of creeps. And the Apparition also going for the Chilling Touch early on, ensuring that the Slardar is not feeling too comfortable in this lane. Up top though, Ursa taking quite a beating here. Ghost looks like he was a bit out of position where he was trying to perhaps block the enemy creeps, and maybe he was caught off guard by a Lion Stun, but that's a really good thing for Reckonix. I mean, FBZ can take the small advantage and really snowball it into a good early game.
Yep, I think what happened is that there was level 1 Battle Hunger, and Ghost showed on the creep wave immediately, didn't get a chance to kill a creep, and ended up losing half his HP. This can still be remedied though, and Ghost could find a way back into this lane, and then, you'll start seeing things get really rough for FBC, but they want to pressure. They've got the Blood Grenade and the Battle Hunger. Ghost, this could be a first blood on land in India, but no, he's got the stick. He's going to be okay.
Yep. He's got the stick. Eternal Envy. Don't listen to that guy. He was wrong the entire time. Keep that stick on you. But, oh, that Earth Spike, it connects.
It does indeed, but they're focused on Chucky. They let Ghost go. Chucky's got a fairy fire going into the trees. Can't escape the Lul. The last hit is there. And that is your first blood going towards Rakinix. Floki, this is a lane that the Acer Jakiru should be doing a lot better in.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what's going on here. I feel like there is some lack of communication or some positioning errors being made here from the side of Myth Avenue Gaming. Chucky, he tries to step up to the line, but he has to remember the line's not alone. There's always going to be a battle hunter ahead of his lane. I feel like if anything, he should be playing along the same lines that the Ursa is, so that they're never able to go on one without the other. Now, down bottom, the Slava is really getting hammered, and this is the one lane we spoke that for Rakinix could end up going really, really well, and so far it has. So expect this Gyrocopter to be making some early rotations and making the Ursa's life even more difficult once he's got himself level 4, level 5, multiple points in the Rocket Barrage, basically.
Yeah, eventually, as this lane keeps progressing, I think it just gets harder and harder for the Slada. I mean, he can always look to just stack the spaces and start moving around the map. One thing I'd like to point out, and guys, you can and you should fact check me on this, because yesterday Ace actually built a phylactery on the Slada. Stuff like that does happen. It's happening in Europe, but those guys are a bit experimental, to say the least. Mid lane though, In Your Dream versus Tiny. Storm versus Tiny could still go either way. FPC as well as Dalul have been applying a lot of pressure up top, and Ghost has had enough. They're trying to kick FPC in the line, out of the lane, doing a fair amount of work right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is just really good news for the Axe early on. He's going to get his hands on that. He's got his hands on the Ring of Health, as a matter of fact, and really in some
Radiant structures
really poor position here. If you're the Ursa, you did manage to get the Lotus, but you're running low on Regen, and the name of the game is Regen nowadays, especially with Tangos now only providing half value when they are shared. It makes a lot more sense for you to buy your own Regen, as up top, the Axe dropping low, and so is the Ursa. In fact, I do believe this might just be the Axe falling. Yes, it is finally this lane going the way it was supposed to. Chucky ends up finding a kill on the Jakiru.
Yeah, I mean, all said and done, it's not too bad for Myth Avenue Gaming, right? Sure, they give up first blood, they lose the Jakiru, but they punch back with a kill on a FPC. Mid lane, reinforcements have arrived as everybody's looking at the water.
Yeah, I do want to touch upon the mid lane a bit more. Coast is low up top, but I feel like this particular matchup, the Storm versus Tiny, is one of those things that people just forget about. Storm, really good against melee heroes, absolutely dumpsters, 9 out of 10 melee heroes who don't end with the name King. As down bottom, we do see Jigroy ends up falling, but they do get the Ringmaster here, although I don't think that's worth it. Not worth it at all for Rakinix.
Yeah, I don't think this is worth it. I don't even think this is really necessary if you look at where on the map he ended up falling. But yeah, the mid matchup, Floki, you were saying.
Yeah, the Storm's really, really good against the Tiny and against generally all melee heroes. So it's no surprise that In Your Dream has been doing really, really well. Although up top, it does seem like the Jakiru is in a bit of a pickle here.
He's there with the Earth Spike. They could get the skill. The call is there. A point in call, and boy, is that a value point. That's a literal definition of a value point as they catch Chucky off guard. FVZ, man, he's come to play today, Floki.
Oh yeah, I feel like Dalul has read the intelligent investor. He understands the word value, picks up that Hex, and really ends up, then finding the Jakiru. I mean,
call again, Ghost! He's been caught sleeping, the Hex is there, Battle Hunger, Blood Grenade, he's most certainly dead. FPC and Dalul wrecking absolute havoc in the top lane, and fun fact, Chucky and Ghost, they may be twins, but they might be questioning how they're related right now.
Yeah. FVZ up top has finished up a Vanguard, so he's extremely tanky in lane. This lane has just gotten extremely hard for the side of Myth Avenue Gaming. We were mentioning how the Jakiru should be able to just dumpster this lane, but it doesn't seem like it's the case. Not at all. Mid lane though, 6-man power is about to come up. The Tiny doing really well. Well, not really well. He's just going to get a 6 now, but In Your Dream is here for the runes. The actual storm shows up, but it's going to spawn up top.
Yeah, but they've got it secured. Dalul is there as well. So they're going to ensure that In Your Dream gets a 6-minute rune. Great stuff coming out from the supports, and you're starting to see that network difference, Floki. It's coming from 2 lanes. It's coming from In Your Dream's lane, and it's coming from FVZ.
Yeah, and in fact, the bottom lane as well, despite Jigroy dying, look at that difference. 2.7k net worth at this moment versus 1.5k on the Slada. Although down bottom, Jigroy some trouble here. Black Cannon. He's trying to survive, but he's not got enough HP, no regen remaining, as finally In Your Dream's gonna TP, collects himself a free galvanized charge, some fish and chips to start off the day, And the Ringmaster, well, he's going to try and live here, but at the end of the day, he's a clown, a very sad and lonely Joker. And well, we've all seen Joaquin Phoenix's performance here as they completely butcher that reference.
Yeah. But all said and done, Cloaky, it was pretty okay for Mag. Sure, they killed Jigroid, and they need to do this, right? Because Ghost is feeling the heat up top. Both safe laners really struggling a bit. A lot of pressure coming out from both teams and the respective off-laners.
Yeah.
So that's off to them. Eventually, though, Ghost and Jigroid will retreat to the jungle and try and catch up. Ghost only now completes spreads.
Yep.
And yeah, he should start catching up soon enough.
I do feel like the big problem for the side of Mag has been the fact that they haven't been able to control those power rooms. And the top lane, of course, where a call is going to come out. The Ursa, well, he's not alone. He's got the Tiny to help him out, but those two supports might just be a bit too much as the down comes through. That's a dead bear. That's a belt for the axe. As the Tiny, he tries to stick around, but he does not have anyone helping him out at the moment. Chucky, as well as the Ringmaster, have protected up top as, looks like the axe, he will end up falling, so they do get the trade in the end as In Your Dream finds a way to turn things around. He's got a wand, Yatoss is going to be up very soon. It's going to be another kill on the Lion, as we're going to lose 2 on the side of Reckonix. And no answer anywhere else on the map, but they do get the power room.
That's exactly what you want as a mid-Tiny, right? You make that early rotation before the blink, you set up for a couple of kills, soak in some of that good EXP, and you know, all of this without the room. That's really good stuff for Mid Avenue.
Oh, mid lane though, Storm Spirit going in, and you're an Ice Blast.
He's okay. Might just chase though. He's got a regen, if I'm not mistaken. He'll turn towards the Tiny, try and bring him down. I don't think this Tiny's going anywhere. Zalul cuts across from the east with the Earth Spike. TPs are coming in. Chucky's here. In Your Dream is low on mana, but between both these supports, I don't think they can kill a Storm.
Yeah, this Storm's got a regen rune running, and even though he didn't get a lot of value out of it, he does manage to get the kill. Well, might have spoken too soon, because the Kiro is in trouble. Another Earth Spike coming out here. Hex not available, but not needed, as it will be another galvanized stack here for the Storm Spirit. Team
It's
Reckonix.
looking rough, Loki.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to recognize the fact that this Slaughter has to play catch-up, right? Until he gets his blink, he's not really a factor in this game. Ghost wants to go farm as well. So, for now, it's just the Tiny, the Ringmaster, and Chucky that can take place across the map. So there's the Ringmaster, drops the Wheel of Wonder. The Gyro, hypnotized, will die as he looks at the big shiny wheel just before he goes back to base. Good stuff coming out from the Ringmaster.
Once again, good plays being made here from the side of Mid Avenue Gaming, but I just don't see them finding the value. I mean, the Slaughter is still so poor. 2.6k net worth against the Gyro, who's sitting at 3.9. And once again, the big problem is going to be that this hero doesn't farm Vivek. He needs a good start. He needs to have that tempo. So unless he starts picking up some kills, I feel like he's going to be in a very awkward spot where you might be ahead in terms of kills, but the net worth is not going to reflect the same. Now up top, we do see the Axes starting to pick up the wave a little as mid lane power runes are about to spawn.
The line denied an illusion.
Ah, okay, gotcha. Fair enough. But yeah, like I was talking about the top lane, I mean, now you're just supposed to put up a hero here against this Axe, because he's going to be skipping green waves and pressuring that tier 1. They're going to try and kill him, but this line's going to catch them off guard. Holy!
That was
disappears.
Coming out from the line, and FBC, they were ready for that. You said that they had to keep a hero with the Axe, but FBC and the Loot were completely ready back in mid. They're going to zip in. Ice Blast committed. The Ice Blast though does live one. It's vanished, but I think he's okay. The Tiny not in range to toss anyone. Reckonix will disengage.
Yeah, the Ice Blast just makes it so hard to fight back into the lineup of Reckonix, so this Tiny is going to have to be very careful. Now, Anya, the good thing is that, you know, he does have some good synergy with the Slardar and the Ursa, but up top, Ghost is teeping back in. This could be troublesome. The line is still sitting around. He no longer has the finger, but reinforcements can arrive from the side of Reckonix.
Yeah, you've got both Chucky as well as the Tiny moving towards the top lane. They've had enough of FBC. They want to shut him down. Earth Spike though, FBC. He's going to go on Ghost. Taunted, Hex, this is, got to be careful. Gyro's here, but he's going to jump out of the call down and stay alive for now. Toss, Chucky toss forward into battle, will turn to a Jigroid. The Wheel of Wonder is there. The Gyro is hypnotized. Have they got the damage? Yes, they have. Jigroid dead. Now they turn towards Dalul as the crush is there. They bring down the Lion. The call well, it's not going to do all that much. Ghost has dealt with FPC, and finally, Myth Avenue Gaming get together and find big crucial kills up top. But In Your Dream wants to go back in. The Ice Blast is there. Ghost might get punished for all of this. He wants to try and turn, but he's not going to be able to lay a finger on In Your Dream, as when the dust settles, Floki, it's Reckonix losing 3 and finding 1.
Really good stuff coming out by In Your Dream here, keeping his team in the game and keeping the tempo alive. It was very important to find that Acer kill, because he was starting to get a bit closer towards his Battle Fury. Now he's set back a little, no longer has Broadsword, and In Your Dream's not done yet. The Ringmaster in some trouble, Whoopee cushion forward, but Ayad, he's going to be okay, because the Storm, he's run out of juice, running a bit low on mana at the moment, so he will be able to limp back to base, no problems whatsoever. 12-minute power rune was the haste. It was picked up by the Apparition, soaking up XP. But in the meantime, down bottom, it does seem like the Gyrocopter is going to be able to find a kill. Dalul making really good use of the finger. As soon as it's off cooldown, he's trying to make a play preemptively almost.
Yeah, I mean, if you just drop down the KDA, Dalul's been involved in nearly every kill for the side of Reckonix. This line, he's been everywhere making play after play. So good stuff coming out from Reckonix. This is exactly the sort of start they would have hoped for. The question is, once Slada gets his blink and his shard, does this draft have the answers for the Slada and the Acer?
I mean, that's a good question, right? Because that shard's going to be very, very problematic for the side of Reckonix. But here's the thing, up until that point, Reckonix are going to have the tempo, so potentially if this Gyro hits a good timing with the Axe, you can try and take the erosion early, you can try and take the tempo away from Myth Avenue Gaming, which then paves the way for a much easier game on the side of Reckonix.
Top lane, Ghost, his tower's going to be taken away. Jigro has still got his tower to work with, and they might actually try and make a play on the back of that. They're looking towards the Slaughter, the box is there, keeps him alive, but not for long. Wheel of Wonder committed, and that's going to push back Jitcroy, but not hold off In Your Dream as he zips forward. Doesn't quite connect on Slada, but I think the Ice Blast will eventually bring him down. No, Slada's still alive. Chucky falls. Somehow, it looks as if they found Jitcroy. Jitcroy, of all people, ends up dying. And Ayaz in the wrong place, in the middle of nowhere, in the enemy jungle. He's going to get dunked. In Your Dream is back in the fight. The Battle Hunger will slow down the Slada, but that boy, that fish in a puddle is strong. You can't really touch him all that easily.
Yep. And once again, Myth Avenue Gaming, a big 2-bit for their britches.
Man, FEC is such a nuisance. He's just moving across the river, running down the tiny Chucky. He's got a TP into this, but he's TP'd into an Earth Spike, and In Your Dream is there. That's more galvanized stacks. If it ain't galvanized stacks, it's armor going the way of Axe, as Reckonix, they are completely dictating this mid game.
Yeah, Reckonix once again just completely outpacing the side of Myth Avenue Gaming. Some really stellar play. I do believe IC mentioned earlier, what if they just get outskilled? Well, here's your answer. Myth Avenue Gaming not really looking like they're in a spot to fight the side of Reckonix anytime soon. They need to wait for a couple of timings here. They need to wait until the Slada gets a Blink Dagger, until they've got a couple more levels on this Tiny, and he's doing a bit more damage with that toss. They need to wait until he's got a Yule Scepter so he can actually survive being Ice Blasted and you know, Earth Spiked and called and whatnot. So Myth Avenue Gaming, they need some time. I'm very surprised to see Chucky's build. He's opted to go for 0 points in the macro pie. So if you could just look over to the Jakiro at the moment, you'd see that without that ultimate, it's a little bit hard to fight. I mean, that's a lot of damage you're missing out on, especially with the Liquid Frost and the Breathe Fire. But maybe there's a reason for it.
I agree with you, and it also looks good with the Wheel of Wonder, right? Like, there has been setup coming out from the Ringmaster in some form or the other, but Chucky, he's made adjustments for the lane. He felt that he had an option or a way of dealing with the Axe early on. It hasn't worked out. For now, though, he's making a move with the Tiny. Ayad has got his Blink online. Who do they find? They don't really want the Lion. They'd love the Gyrocopter. Chucky's found him. The Ice Path's there. They're turning towards Jikroy, but nah.
Yeah,
he's not going to overcommit at the tier 1.
Yeah, Jikroy is completely fine. You know what the crazy part is? Jikroy has had 5 deaths this game. Does this look like a Gyrocopter to you that has had 5 deaths?
Yeah, I mean, he's still sitting at a better place in the network charts compared to Ghost, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
He's doing pretty well for himself. And he's got his Crystallis, Falcon Blade complete, making good progress towards Zack. Elsewhere, In Your Dream, he's zipped in. He's found the Ringmaster, killed the Clown, owned the Circus. The Clown is there, and now they'll turn towards Chucky. He's next on the menu. A Fried Bird and a Clown. A perfect start for the day for In Your Dream.
Oh, yeah. Once again, Myth Avenue Gaming just getting a bit caught off guard, and They don't have the answers.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Ego
In your
teaming.
dream, he's on the low ground, but the Slaughter knows that he has to run for his life, quick enough to blink away and TP out.
Aura
Man,
farming.
Absolutely. In your dream hasn't died a single time, has he?
Nope. Not at all. He's got the Sergeant Kaya done already. It's 17 minutes into the game. I do wonder what his next item pickup is going to be. A BKB would not be too bad, but I can also see him just going for the Witchblade. I don't think there's any legitimate threat to the Storms just yet.
Absolutely. There's no threat to the Storm, and we're hitting a crucial mark for every Ursa lineup, which is the Aegis. But in your dream, he's not going to let them group up. As he sees a hero in the lane, he deletes a hero in the lane. He sees 3 heroes in the lane, he runs straight into them. The box has been forced out from the Ringmaster, but in your dream doesn't care. Zipping and zapping, he'll bring down Anya, and that's 3 dead for the side of Mag Gaming. This is the time you want to go Roshan with the Ursa lineup, but you just can't because in your dream will not let you.
Yeah, in your dream, just putting up a really stellar performance. I feel like Mag have got completely off guard by that last pick Storm Spirit, and this is what we talked about. I mean, Reckonix, they have this potential with the last pick, so you don't want to underestimate them. And the fact that, Reckonix were aware that if they don't play aggressive in lane, that if they're not able to, capitalize every opening with which they're presented, they are going to fall by the wayside. I mean, kudos to them, man. This is really not an early game that I felt they were supposed to win. But the way this game has played out, I am actually really concerned for Myth Avenue Gaming. What happens once there's a shard? What happens once there's an Aegis on the Storm? Your tier 2 towers are going to be falling, and you're not going to have the map space for all of these greedy heroes to really find any room to get to the next set of items here.
Yeah,
That said, though,
the one reason I'm going to hold on to that because they've gone in this time. The Tiny trying to set up for a kill onto the Storm. They'll get the Lul on the line. In your dream, zips away with the Ice Blast and FEZ. They're found to. The dunk is there. They'll turn to a Shucky. The Slaughter taken out of the fight. They'll get Chucky as well. FEZ finds a double kill while In Your Dream cleans up the leftovers. Reckonix, well, they've been dictating fights by getting the jump. This time around, it was Tiny getting the jump on them, but they were still prepared and ready to turn it around, Floki.
You're just too far ahead at this point if you're Reckonix.
Mid lane, they'll toss back FBC. Ghost is ready. Taunted. FBC has to run. That Solar Crush is not going to be enough as Ghost has the damage, Floki. Yep. Signs of life for Myth Avenue Gaming.
Much needed kill. I mean, it's a lifeline at the moment, but it's not the end of the world just yet because they still have the finger, and Jalul, he does not care if he dies. He got the big kill. He found the Ursa. He's going to fall, but he shows the Ursa who's the king of the jungle. It's not the bear, it's the measly lion.
I have never seen such an inspired lion performance in a really, really long time. This man is feeling himself. Comes to the lane, punishes Ghost and Chucky. One thing you could see from the side of Reckonix is that they had a very clear idea as to how they wanted to play their lanes. For now, they want to kill the Slaughter up top. The Ice Blast is there in your dream. Simpson, he's got more than enough mana to chase this Slaughter through land, through the seas, through anywhere, anytime. As In Your Dream has got a monster kill streak. Man, they're being run over, Floki, but it is an Ursa lineup. The Slaughter does scale with time.
Comebacks are possible.
Comebacks are completely possible. I don't want to rule them out of the game just yet, but maybe they need one more item.
Yeah, I do feel like once they take down the Storm Meta, they're going to get themselves the Aegis, and they can decide what they want to do. They can push the envelope if they really want, but that's where the game can be lost.
They've smoked up. They're trying to catch the side of Reckonix
too late.
as they retreat from the Tormentor. They're coming in from the south, but Reckonix are out of there. Reckonix, they popped the smoke of their own.
I mean, this is ambitious. If they go through the gate, they are really playing it super risky. They don't have really good vision around their part of the map, but they're going to do it. This is a risk that is potentially going to pay off here, but who are they going to find? No one's in the Radiant jungle. Everyone's towards the dire part of the map.
I don't think they're going to find anyone if they keep going further south. But if they move towards their tier 2 towers, they've re-smoked. They've won this fight. They want a jump. They want the advantage in terms of positioning. They find the Gyrocopter. It's a perfect target. No one from the side of Reckonix can stop this. And Reckonix, well, they'll get the Slaughter elsewhere. So it's a 1-for-1 Gyrocopter for the Slaughter. And Reckonix, do they want to go back in?
Yeah. The Gyrocopter being the resident punching bag here for the side of Myth Avenue Gaming, but this is looking a bit dicey. The Ursa has to be careful here.
Call FEZ, he's got the shot and with the finger they burst Ghost. Ghost had no idea where that came from. Hex top, they'll turn towards the Tiny. The Ringmaster there with the save, buying a little bit of time, but the Earth Spike's there. The Lul always has control, and In Your Dream, he's got damage for the aces. They bring down Ayat. The Tiny frozen up, he's next. They'll bring down the Tiny and FBZ. He's waiting for more. Another one, another one, another one. FBZ doesn't stop bringing them down as Reckoning, sure they lose the gyrocopter Floki, but they're completely okay with that exchange.
I mean, this is just a bit too much coming in my opinion, from Reckoning. The fact that Myth Avenue Gaming stuck around there without vision of where the enemy team was. You have to respect the burst potential coming out from the Storm Spirit. I don't feel like Myth Avenue Gaming are really talking about how they want to be, taking these sorts of fights. The 15k net worth lead, of course, they don't know that, but they do see that Storm has got a Sergeant Kaya, he's got a Witchblade, he's halfway towards his BKB already, and Myth Avenue Gaming, they got to start putting some respect on the name of Reckonix.
Yeah, I just want to set context. This is a Storm without a BKB. It feels like they never have enough catch or damage to bring him down even once. And Ghost, got to be careful. FPC with the call. The Hex is there from the Lul. No chance to pop the Enrage. Ghost dies in a matter of seconds.
But hey, you know what's the silver lining? The dunk, it's now on cooldown. So nobody else can die like that for the next 60 seconds. And there's also a finger. Can't do much about that.
Yeah, but
hey, there's no Calling Blade.
You know what the real problem is, Floki? It just feels like Myth Avenue Gaming, they lose heroes, then they send a hero to a lane to farm, and that hero dies. And that's all that's been happening. They've been trying to just play catch-up. Of course, Chucky as well as Aha, they did have a couple of moments where they were trying to make plays happen. But it feels like they're too far behind. FPC, nearly guessed where the Tiny went, but the battle hunger is there. The slows are a problem, and In Your Dream will zip in with the Witchblade. A quick heal to dispel the battle hunger. The Tiny, like, he can't go back in, can he?
No, not really. I mean, you had to be quick there because In Your Dream is only going to give you one chance. Now they're going to go back, and Myth Avenue Gaming, they've got some decisions to make. They did double smoke for that fight, and even at the end of that, they ended up losing four of their heroes, excuse me. So I'm not too sure if they've got any firepower left in the tank. They're going to try in the mid lane. That's a very good crush coming out by this Lord that catches out too, but the Ice Spark, even better, the Axe actually got mid-call. The Ringmaster's ultimate is there. The Hero Pointer does his job, but it's really In Your Dream coming in and cleaning up this fight. Myth Avenue Gaming will lose 4. The Calling Blade is back off cooldown, and now they're going to head straight into the Rosh pit and get themselves the Aegis.
You know, I mean, this is just the cherry on the top. Like, they were winning their fights, now they have the Aegis as well. I mean, how do you kill Jinkroy twice? It's possible, but could you kill the Storm Spirit twice? I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, killing him once is enough of a task given the limited number of disables you have on the side of Myth Avenue Gaming. But one can hope, one can try. There is an area on the map where a lot of games are lost, notably the high ground. Now, with that said, I don't think Reckonix are going to be, really messing it up. I feel like as a team of their stature and with their experience, probably know where this game is going to go wrong. As down
bottom, they've got the Slaughter, the Earth Spike setting up for the Ice Blast, and In Your Dreams there as well. This is
ridiculous.
Disaster after disaster for the side of Myth Avenue Gaming, Floki.
I think this is the most amount of finger kills I've seen a Lion get in like 25 minutes. I think every finger of death he's used has resulted in a kill. Dalul is having an absolute blast on the Lion.
Yeah, 6 finger stacks on a support line. You got a Blink, you got a Ghost Scepter. Your main concern being the Ursa, obviously the magic damage from the Tiny and Jakiro is also respectable, but yeah, both these supports on the side of Reckonix are having a good game. In Your Dream has no fear, zips forward, sees Shocky and picks him off. This is, you dream of such Storm games, and dreams like these only become a reality ever so rarely in your pubs, in your 4K pubs, but to play a near-flawless Storm game, it's ridiculous.
I mean, Storm has been one of my favorite heroes for a very long time, so it feels refreshing to see this hero come in and have such a performance right in game number 1. It's been a bit, he's been a little bit under the radar, but there are games where he's really, really strong. And this game's a perfect example. They just don't have the right kind of catch. Yes, they've got Crush. Yes, they've got Tiny with the toss and the Avalanche. But in this state of the game, I mean, no amount of disables are going to be enough. They're going to lose a set of frags here. And this is where Myth Avenue Gaming really have to be feeling the pressure. Oh, the axe goes in. The Storm's there. Escape back buying some time. Ice Blast Land. Ghost Blade's in. He doesn't have a target though. He is running around like a headless chicken. And his BKB is about to wear off. Indian Dream still going to work. Still taking the side of Mag Church. He is under their tier 4s. He is inside their minds. He is everywhere. FPC's with him with the Calling Blade. The voice lines are being dropped. And Chucky, the only place safe for him is his own fountain.
They've got 2 buybacks, Loki, but they don't feel like expending it. They're just going to forfeit another lane of barracks and maybe, I don't know, just fight together?
Yeah.
Okay, they've got a tier 2 main, so they've got themselves a little bit of time. My bad.
Wait, that was a tie for the tier 2 in the mid lane.
Yeah.
That's absolutely insane. Okay. Okay, Reckonix. They're really feeling themselves here today.
Yeah, they are looking as if they are on another level altogether. I feel like with Avenue Gaming, they've really got to change things up in game number 2.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like the side of Reckonix as well are going to know that this is not the kind of... we're probably not going to be seeing a repeat of this in game number 2, so might as well just close out this game and start thinking about what you want to do next. Now,
what do you want to do in game number 2? Do you ban out Storm? Do you ban out Axe?
I think you can change up the way you prioritize the heroes. I mean, I didn't really agree with the way they responded to that open. I believe they picked a Slardar in response to... what was it? They picked the Axe?
I mean, they opened with FBC's Axe, and then they picked Gyrocopter.
Oh, sorry, right. They opened with Jakiro, they picked the Axe, and then they just proceeded...
No, it was Axe Gyro.
Yeah.
It was Axe, and then you saw Slardar. You saw Jakiro Slardar.
Yeah.
So, anyways, I mean, I really have not much to say about this replay other than the fact that In Your Dream is just completely owning the map. And while that replay was going on, Jikroy finds a free kill onto the Ringmaster. Feels like it's only a matter of time before Reckonix closes this game out. Have New Gaming got one good, solid team fight in them still?
Well, you might as well try. Nothing good ever came. People who didn't, so...
Okay, quick use. They want to try and set up onto the Storm, but the damage barely tickles it.
I mean, this is just a bit too much. This is probably the game here. I feel like Myth Avenue Gaming, they're going to give it one last shot, maybe. As they're going to start on the
Tiny
Storm.
toss back, Ice Spot. The damage might just be there. In Your Dream, got up and where dead. He's got like streak taken away. But Jikroy stepping up to the plate will clean up the Ringmaster, who's bought back for this. Ayaz buys back, and In Your Dreams bought back as well. He clean up on the Tiny off our screens, because all murders are not meant to be caught on camera. As Reckonix, well, they did lose their Storm Spirit, but they forced a lot of buyback from Mac. Another toss back. This time it's Jikroy, but fortunately he's got the Aegis. In Your Dream, well, he's got free reign of this is FPC in him. Big quick work of the Ringmaster, dead. That's a dieback on the Ringmaster. Flutter, he's got a crush, but that's about it. The fish is there, is In Your Dream, zips in a base, looks towards Anya, the Earth Spike is there. They're bombing them in their fountain. Jeez! This had to have a PG-18 rating, but it doesn't. It's on YouTube, and you all can watch as Mag get fountain farmed, and there's nothing they can do about it.
Yep. I feel like we are going to need a disclaimer once the stream goes down, because this game, it is not safe for work. Slardar, he tries to go in, but GG is called. They're done. They tap out. Back. They want to head to game number 2 and go back to the drawing board. Reckonix, what a performance. I mean, starting with the Gyrocopter, Jikroy, despite dying as many times as he did, still putting his team on his back. FBZ in the top lane, a lane that he was not supposed to win, being won thanks to his awareness, thanks to Dalul, knowing exactly when Chucky is overstepping his boundaries and dropping that Earth Spike and catching that Jakiro off guard. Really good stuff coming out from the side of Reckonix. Laning masterclass.
Absolutely, great stuff coming out from Reckonix, and I mean, is it something we even need to debate that the Intel MVP goes to In Your Dream? I mean, like, I don't know.
Might as well. I mean, look, there are still a couple more games to be played. There's still a chance that Mac could just, drop the side of Reckonix in the lower bracket. But from what we've seen so far, it wouldn't surprise me at all if the side of, if In Your Dream just gets the MVP. It's without a question, he's one of the best performers here at the event.
Well, boys, seems like we have ourselves a very, very one-sided game here. We all expected Reckonix to do well, and they did not disappoint. But something that was really, really kind of sad here is that
Yeah.
we predicted Myth to have the better draft, but for some reason, Reckonings was able to just completely snowball them all the way through with the tri-lane up top. That was just...
I mean, credit to
it
you,
was
man.
brutal to watch.
Yeah, you said earlier, what if they just get skill diffed? Well, there you go. There you have it. They got skill diffed.
So what went wrong? Like was it skill? Was it draft? Was it what is exactly has happened here?
Well, a couple of things did happen. Like, it began in the offlane. FVZ and Dalul, they had a clear approach to the offlane. They had a plan. They came with a plan on how they wanted to apply pressure onto Ghost and Chucky, and it felt like Ghost and Chucky really didn't have answers. I mean, it's a lane that's kind of 60-40. Like, over time, Ghost should be able to kick FVZ out of lane, but FVZ and Dalul were completely prepared for this. I think in the safe lane, sure, Jikra struggled a bit, but the Slada didn't get his blink until 16 minutes, which is really, really rough.
I mean, I feel like it's just a couple of, small mistakes that really ended up snowballing into bigger ones. And starting off with the support not showing up, I do believe Slada support was it the Ringmaster? Yeah,
the Ringmaster.
Yeah, the Ringmaster didn't show up to lane nearly in time. So, the Slada just ends up taking a beating. He gets the first wave denied. Now the wave is in a good position for Jikroy. Things are going well. And that's really a lane that you were slightly supposed to do better in. Had they not decided to go for those bounty runes early on, they could have blocked the enemy wave. They could have blocked their own wave. They could have done so many things to ensure that Jikroy does not have an easy time. But they didn't. The support showed up late. And those are the kind of mistakes that cost you finals matches and possibly the championship.
Yeah, fair enough. But at the same time, so what we do know is that in your dream, bringing in the Storm Spirit really, really surprised us. And that was something that I think going into the final pick, I was expecting maybe, the tiny counter pick here. Oh, the X is going to be fumbling here. But guess what? The Storm Spirit was literally the best hero to just deal with every single one coming from Myth Avenue. You think about it here. They don't really have like hard lockdowns. You don't have like a Shaman, and they pretty much took the Lion as well. So if you're looking for instant hexes to actually stop the Storm Spirit, it took them a while to actually kind of build the initiation needed for Myth Avenue to actually counterplay here. And I think the only one time they actually killed in your dream was that one catch from Anya with the stun toss, but that was already too late into the game. So again, in this scoreboard, as you can see in your dream, 14-1-18, only time it died was because Anya had his Blink Dagger, and like you guys said, too late into the game.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, in your dream, it all started with a good lane of his, and that's why they kept last pick. That's why they wanted last pick for this guy, because if he gets the right matchup in the mid lane, he can completely take over the game. Extremely disciplined play too. Never once did you see the Storm making any type of solo play. Never once did you see him trying to go in and do more than the hero is capable of. He only really did that when they took a successful fight up top, and he went back in to kill off the Ursa, which was, in all honesty, completely justified play coming in from In Your Dream.
Yep, hats off to In Your Dream, Floki, but just look at the scoreboard. It's a bit sad when you look at your position 2 Tiny sitting behind the Lion in terms of net worth. Like, this is, like, you can lose a game, but your mid laner needs to still be doing well up to a certain level. Both the position 3 and the position 2 on the side of Myth Avenue Gaming, they are sitting far, far behind. I mean, like, even Varish is nearly catching up with them or ahead of them.
Yeah.
This is a sign of concern for Myth Avenue Gaming.
Yeah, it also comes down to the initiation phase, right? Like, I think Reckoning just understood that their timings was a little bit better. Yes, you guys said, oh no, Lion AA is not really great supports, but when you try lane against an Ursa who likes, hey, you know what? I don't have Enrage, I don't have levels, I don't have Blinks, I don't have Battle Furies, which again, oftentimes is the go-to item here for Ursa. I'm not afraid of you. Instant lockdowns, take him down, punish him so much to a point that he just does not have any flash farm potential, which eventually was the game plan coming from Reckoning. So I really like that they understood their lanes well, punished them when to punish and when to back off was the key here. That Reckonings understood the composition a little bit better, in my opinion, based on how they executed it here. In theory, I like the armor reduction strategy, but like you guys said, Slada not having a Blink Dagger 8 minutes game, kind of, scary.
I feel like if you show this draft to a top-tier coach and you ask them which team do you think won the game, just looking at the lanes, they'd probably see that, the Jakiro Ursa lane might have been a bit too much for the Lion and the Axe to handle, but not in this case. I feel like
it feels like a natural counter as well, right? Considering that Ursa breaks through Axe just because, you call you have armor, I don't care. My Fury Swipe is just going to chop your way through, but that didn't exactly happen as well. And I think Vivek actually brought it up. added a value call right at the second, knowing that, he was in death threshold. I'm going to add it, take the call, kill him, and that's even more XP and gold away from Fifth Avenue.
Yeah, nice adjustment coming out from FBC. It looks like, one thing that's very clear if you look at the lanes is that Reckonix came to win and they were playing to win, and Myth Avenue Gaming were just playing to hit timings and play safe. You could see a lot more purpose on the map from Reckonix, while it felt like that was missing on the side of Myth Avenue Gaming. So it's stuff that can be remedied, but the real question is like, what do you ban now? Are you going to, because this is going to affect you. Like this sort of a Storm Spirit performance is obviously going to get into your head. Then you're like, do we just ban out Storm? But then, like I said in the pre-game show, In Your Dream has a big hero pool, so very big, very, very big, as Donald Trump likes to say. So you've got to be careful for In Your Dream, man.
I haven't seen an Invoker or a Meepo from him at all, ever yet.
Yeah,
it's been a while, like long, almost 4 or 5, maybe 6 years ago. So he is definitely a veteran for a reason. So he's pretty much at the stage where he can play any hero. So I wouldn't say targeted ban is going to be the key here to deal with Reckoning. So now I'm going to ask you both experts here. If I want to beat Reckonings now, what should I do?
I think you focus FBZ. I don't think you focus on banning out In Your Dreams heroes because it's not possible. Just make sure you have an idea of what you want to pick up in the mid lane, ban out the heroes that are perhaps really good against it, and that's about the best you can hope for. But if you target FBZ, you're going to ensure that Ghost has a good game. Put him on something like a Lone Druid, put him on something like a Weaver, ban out the Axe, ban out certain heroes that are good, and let Ghost be the one who takes you through that early to mid game, gets you that Roshan, gets you that Tormentor, and offer that tempo. You can play the game, because if In Your Dream doesn't have the support coming in from FBZ and Dalol, and if he doesn't have Jikrai rotating in, he's going to be feeling alone, sad, and lonely on the map. So really, target FBZ, make sure you're banning his heroes, make sure you're banning other supports, and everything else will fall into place. That's what I would say.
I like how you mentioned lonely, sad. It feels oddly specific here.
No, I assure you, it's not specific at all. It's just a reflection of my personal life.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
that's what I was going for.
Hey, one does not get this good at Dota if they have a very good social life.
Okay, fair. No, I disagree. Yeah, absolutely not. You know, we're good. If whoever is good in Dota also has a pretty decent, good social life.
Also, a receding hairline, as Vivek rightfully pointed out. You know, that's the price we pay for passion and the things we love. But, you know, coming back to the game, I do want to touch upon a bit more of what went wrong for Myth Avenue Gaming. I think it wasn't just the laning phase, it was also the runes. I mentioned earlier, the only way the Storm's going to activate is if he gets access to the runes. Yep. Guess what? I mean, Myth Avenue Gaming, they're getting baited, trying to go to this bottom lane, trying to help the Slather out, make sure that he's doing okay. But in the meantime, your Apparition's going mid, he's denying runes, your Storm's picking up runes. Runes are just completely out of the question for Myth Avenue Gaming in that game. Had we seen a Tiny with a haste, had we seen a Tiny with an amp damage or an invis or any type of rune, say, you know, before the 10-minute mark, this would have been a very different game. However, that was not the case.
So we did see the Tiny make a good rotation towards the top lane despite not having a rune. I mean, runes is one aspect of their game, like, luck, unluck, I'm not going to go into that.
Yeah.
But what I want to talk about is that offlane. I feel like they can pick simpler heroes. Pick a Tide, make it easy, pick Centaur.
Okay, hopefully things will be a little bit easier here between the teams themselves. But before we join and continue on the journey here to find out who is going to be our first grand finalist here, we're going to be taking a little bit of a short break right after this.
Don't see it, vibes up, you feel me. Swift Neo.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026 Grand Finals on its way. But nope, it's not the Grand Finals yet. It is the upper brackets. It's a prank. My name's ICBaby12. Joined with me is going to be Vivek as well as Floki as we take you through the commentaries for today. We've seen game one on how things happen for upper bracket finals itself. It was a very, very one-sided performance coming from Recordix, but now game two is where things are going to get a little bit interesting here. Or in this case, now after that short break, adaptations needs to be made here if the defending champions wants to stand a chance to defend their title. However, they do still have a second shot. It is still a second chance in life. Even if they fall, they will be going down to the lower bracket finals. But again, do you want to be in the lower bracket finals or do you want to be in the upper bracket finals? Questions. Anyways, before we jump into that, adaptations, I'm going to start with Vivek first. What do you think needs to be done?
I mean, you can think, there are two ways to adapt now. You can think about your opponents and you can be like, hey, what can we do about them? And you can think about your own team and be like, what can we do within our draft? I want to talk about that because I want to talk about adaptations because there's one problem that they have to look at, and that is the MVP of this game. This man is a real issue. Yeah, the easiest guess you...
Oh, wait, it's not. Oh, okay. I was expecting In Your Dreams, but seems like the MVP was actually FVZ. Thoughts on this?
He did have a pretty good game. Like, it was really important for the side of Reckonix to win their offlane. If FVC and Dalul didn't do what they did early on, you know, the entire team doesn't get that kind of momentum and that kind of just general positive vibes, right? If FVC is not getting off to a good start. By shutting down Ghost, who's their star player, you're like, guys, I mean, I've dealt with Ursa, Max versus Ursa, I've dealt with the Ursa and the Jukiro. I think anything is easy now. And, you know, I feel a bit split on this because it could even go towards In Your Dream. Like, largely, if you look at, like, just the scoreboard, In Your Dream had a immaculate performance. But hats off to FVC as well because they're first picking Axe and they have no fear about giving it away as a first pick.
Fair enough, considering that he used the Ursa to deal with it as well here. Now, Floki, this is where things get tricky as well because I thought it was going to be In Your Dream. Production says it's going to be the Axe. And then if you pay attention to the net worth, everybody from the side of Recordings feels like they are the MVP because they are out-farming their opponents as well. So tell me a little bit here, was it the sports or was it the Storm pick? What was it?
I think it was a combination of those two things that you mentioned. It was the Storm last pick coming in against the Tiny. Very specifically, that matchup is really good for Storm because Tiny doesn't have a lot of armor. Storm's also got a lot of good magic damage with the static slide fast that he can actually make sure that the Remnants do end up landing on that Tiny. So the Tiny just had a very rough game. He was dealt a rough hand. He dealt with it, whatever. But the top lane is where it was the most disastrous. I mean, you have Lion Axe going up against an Ursa and a Jakiro, and you can't have the line being able to set up so many kills. I think that's really where they dropped the ball on the side of Myth Avenue Gaming. Had that lane gone a little bit better for the Ursa, and the game would have been, you know, completely different. Had the Tiny had access to some runes, would have been a completely different game. So I do feel like the position 5s is where you want to look to make some type of switch up. Perhaps get Chucky on something that he's a bit more comfortable on and try and adjust, because at this point, your best bet is to really make sure that you're not thinking about playing the hero, you're thinking about playing the game and what's happening in the game.
I mean, I think the support pairing was fine, Floki. Like, I just feel that certain times they didn't account for how much the Storm could do. Like, you have to really respect a Storm that's ahead. You cannot show a support alone in the lane. And if even, you cannot even show Slada, who's just got Treads and Wand and Soldering at like 12, 13 minutes. Like, those heroes have no right showing on a lane all by themselves unless you're bringing in TPs. There were a couple of really, really bad fights in that mid game, and I hope that they can rectify this with their draft in game number 2. We should have the draft shortly up on our screen.
Well, without further ado, let's take a look at how game 2 is going to be happening as well, because we see intense discussions are on its way, and we are going to be jumping into game here for the upper bracket finals, game 2 itself. And this is going to be Myth Avenue Gaming this time on the Radiant side, Reckonix on the Dire side. And based on the bans itself, seems like we do see a little bit of mix-up here. Gyrocopter, Disruptor, and also the Wind Ranger and Kez again coming in from Myth Avenue Gaming.
Hey, respect bans, man. You got to respect your opponents. I do want to quickly mention, though, Myth Avenue Gaming this time around have the last pick, so they will be able to give Anya the matchup he wants if they so desire. And Shadow Demon, folks, you mentioned it. He's here.
Yeah, and this time they pick up something that's more comfort for them in the offlane as well, right? They get themselves a Beastmaster. It's something they play throughout this tournament. Basically, if you look at Myth Avenue Gaming's bans, they've just targeted Jikroy other than that Disruptor. So Kez is one of Jikroy's go-to heroes in pubs. That's been banned. The Gyrocopter is what he's been playing in this tournament. And the Wind Ranger is the carry of all season for idiots because Slacks plays it. So, yeah.
He hates it.
Pardon?
Yeah, he hates it. He hates
Wow, okay, did not expect it, but at the same time, you know, shots fired to everybody else who, for the past, I don't know, 11 teams, who's
more like shotgun fight, because, you know, it was very indiscriminate. Everyone just kind of got peppered up nicely.
Yeah, I mean, Wind Rangers, like, it's a lot easier to execute on position 1. So basically, they've made the game hard for Jikroy. Now, Reckonix will spend some time thinking as to, hey, like, some of his comfort go-to heroes have been taken out of the equation. What do we want to pick versus the Beastmaster that can win us the lane? There's still a couple of heroes.
Yeah.
Guess what? We do have a Trend Protector ban coming from Reckonix here. This is a little bit of a heartbreaking moment for me. I really want to see it happen as well, because off-stream, I was able to watch Myth Avenue do it as well. They brought the Beastmaster, they brought the Trend. There was just so much vision control. It got a little bit out of hand as well. So a little bit sad that won't be able to see it, but Reckonix seems like they are just taking out the equations of all Myth Avenue's comfort picks instead.
Yeah. I like the Treant ban. He's a very strong position fighter to have. Just makes it harder for you to push for objectives because of the living armor. It just kind of changes the lanes, and then once he gets the eyes in the forest, like vision on the map completely turns. They ban out the Storm Spirit, respect towards In Your Dream being shown, and they're going to pick up the Tusk. So they'll secure their offlane. Looks strong so far. What direction is Reckonix heading in?
I feel like they want to try and match the pace that Myth Avenue Gaming is going to be bringing. You're probably looking at FBZ0 right about now. The Timbersaw is in the pool, surprisingly. So I feel like you could pick up the Timbersaw. The timings are going to be a bit of an issue. It also means that In Your Dream perhaps has to play something that's a bit more tempo-oriented, but there's the Timbersaw we spoke about. And it's really a no-brainer. You're playing into Beastmaster, who at one point was a universal hero. Now I think he's a strength hero, but I wouldn't know, because in the lofty heights of 6.5 KMMR, you don't play Beastmaster. You don't pick that hero. So
yeah,
I feel like this is a really good pick coming out from Reckonix. The Timbersaw makes perfect sense.
I'm surprised they have not opted to go for the DK here to play the Ice Facet here, just to deal with regeneration. So, but oftentimes we do see the Poison Facet instead, which is a little bit better in terms of structural damage, etc. But it feels a little bit awkward. But again, DK was very popular in the group stages between every single team, and now they're just like Reckonix and Myth Avenue. They just don't really care about this. But I still respect the fact that they've done specific targeted bans between both these teams. Trent, Ursa, you know, put Myth Avenue in positions that is a little bit uncomfortable. But they still have this aura strategy that is somewhat going around here, coming from Myth Avenue Gaming. You've got the tag team from Thurs. You've got the attack speed buffs coming in from Rexa. And I think earlier, just now in game number 1, Vivek, you did mention about potentially aura strategies coming from Myth Avenue Gaming. Do you think this is going to be the case now? On top of this, what's good with this composition right now?
You could still pick up the Tiny in the mid lane. I don't see anything wrong with it. This for the side of Myth Avenue Gaming.
I think ban the Storm though. So I think maybe it's a possibility.
I mean, the thing is...
There's another reason why you don't pick up the Tiny here. Because you need somebody that goes on Shadow Demon, that goes on the back lines. They're going to pick up their Muerta. This is mostly a support Muerta, but Ghost has played the carry Muerta in the past as well. So this is something that both us and Reckonix will be trying to figure out. But yeah, usually versus Shadow Demon, you want a Spirit Hero so that you can go the back lines, really stop him from getting those saves up. So yeah, I think that's what we should expect in terms of the mid lane from Myth Avenue Gaming.
That's a little bit of an interesting theory here, but I agree with the fact that maybe you say that, hey, it is going to be a potential carry Muerta. Oftentimes support Muerta isn't too bad as well, but I've got questions on how do they want to deal with this Timbersaw, because I don't think the current composition has a real way to do with it here. The Primal Roar is one thing, but aside from that, somebody's got to stop with the reactive armor. Somebody's got to get a break, and as of yet, the only current, I would say, popular hero that I think of is going to be the Viper, coming in from Myth Avenue.
Actually,
or maybe
good point.
DK.
The Viper has been entirely ignored so far. I do feel like from Myth Avenue Gaming that might be good, but it could also be a bait. You're playing into Timbersaw. Timbersaw does not care about magic resistance, so it's a bit iffy.
But
the
you're
break's useful,
hoping for the break, you know, to kind of, it's kind of like instead of forcing yourself to get a Silver Edge buff to kind of deal with it, I think having that isn't too shabby.
I do want to mention, I want to talk a bit more about this Muerta pick though, because I feel like the Tusk can still be played in position 5. There are still heroes that you could potentially pick up for Chikroy. I'm not too sure if he's familiar with the TA, but the TA could be a very good hero against the Timbersaw, at least in the first couple of minutes. Later on, once the Timbersaw gets found, yes, you get pushed out of lanes, but you don't really mind because you've got Psyblades. You can go to farming Ancients, you can pick up the early Desolator, and the timings that the TA hits are not really something that the Timbersaw can keep up with. This hero doesn't build armor super early. Yes, you could potentially go for a Blade Mail, but I feel like against a TA who's going to get that Deso,
You're saying TA in the safe lane for Mag?
Yeah, I think it could work, especially with the Tusk, because you've got a lot of physical damage coming out with the tag team, or you could go for the Drinking Buddies and play more potentially for the save. But hey, the Viper, like you mentioned, is picked up over here, so curious to see what Reckonix's response is going to be to this. This is probably a mid-Viper, by the way, because they have revealed the Beastmaster, the Tusk, and the Muerta. Now, unless you're putting Muerta 1...
Okay, hold on to this, by the way. Safe lane Viper is the thing. We've been seeing it a little bit in the Dream League qualifiers. So, Safe lane Viper also is really, really strong versus the Timbersaw. So, it could be either way. Now that I think about it, I'm okay with the Muerta, but I'd much rather see Hoodwink instead of the Muerta. Just in hindsight, because you have another break. You're not only relying on the Viper, you have another form of catch. I mean, Muerta is strong in lane. They're again going for a very lane-heavy focus with this support pick. But if it doesn't work, then what does it really do later on? Like,
you know, I'm surprised I haven't seen anybody, both of these teams actually go for luxury builds, etc. just for the fun of it. It was such a spamming thing here, especially coming from Atlantis 2.0. But yeah, you did mention the Weaver just now. Seems like Reckonix is going to be bringing it. I'm guessing this is a support.
Safe lane.
Yeah.
No. Safe lane Weaver, but do you think we'll see a support Weaver in, like how in the group stages? Because that did not make sense to me at all.
So support Weaver is a bit of a stretch.
I'm not a big fan of it, but it happened during the group stages.
It's a bit of a stretch. You've seen it every now and then, especially when his Ags were strong and he could time-lapse somebody, an ally. But I don't know, there were a couple of Eastern EU teams that did it a lot, but I don't think we'll be seeing it anytime soon. Last couple of bans coming out from Myth Avenue Gaming, they banned the Sniper, which is...
I like it because it's one of the few heroes that is actually good against Viper in lane. So Myth Avenue Gaming are covering their bases. Now I do also want to
also ban the Muffling Floki, which gives me the idea that Reckonix are thinking that this is going to be a mid Viper. Let's try and ban out more Ghost heroes. Now Ghost does play the Lone Druid, but the Lone Druid, well, he's gone through a couple of changes which many broadly consider to be nerfs. So I don't think we're going to be worried too much about a Lone Druid.
You know what would be crazy here?
Do you think they'll play a PA by any chance?
Maybe for the side of Reckonix. Like, I see what you're saying with the break
against
for
Reckonix? Myth Avenue.
For Myth Avenue, no, I don't think so. I think the Timbersaw is just a bit too much of an issue.
Okay, fair enough. Sorry, you were saying about something crazy. What is it?
Yeah, it's the Shadow Demon. I feel like the Shadow Demon is being a bit overlooked at the moment by Myth Avenue Gaming because Muerta, she likes to build a BKB, but the Demonic Purge pierces it. And the big problem for Muerta is going to be pre-BKB. If she gets hit by the Purge, that's a timing where Timbersaw can just, stand around, throw the Chakram out, keep her slowed in that little weird saw, and there's not much you can do about it.
Do you think they would just double down and force a Skyruff as well, considering that it's a SD combo? Well, not necessarily in terms of lockdown, but it has worked in the group stages here. For some reason, it hurts so much.
You could pick up the Pugna here, actually, if you're Myth Avenue Gaming. You know what's crazy about it? I feel like with the Pugna here, you would be making your lineup a lot quicker. You'd have to play him in position 1, yes. And I don't know if Coase has played that hero, but if you could fit a Pugna into this draft, it could really upset the tempo that Reckonix are trying to set here. It cause a lot of problems for the Timbersaw, the SD, and the Jakiro.
I wasn't expecting the Queen of Pain at all.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting because they've got the initiation and the tools to deal with this Queen of Pain. It is one of those heroes that you can pick against Viper, although I am not a huge fan of it. But this game, they have a lot of heroes who they want to be playing with early on. So you've got Timbersaw, Jakiro, Shadow Demon, all who want to be fighting in the early game. Queen of Pain is the perfect hero to help supplement that and add more firepower in there. Make sure that you get those fights that you're looking for and you're not losing out because you lack damage.
Final pick here.
Oh!
Shadowfiend, it's been a while.
Yeah.
Wasn't expecting this year. Vivek, what do you think?
We did see it yesterday in the Dream League qualifiers. So we did see some position 1 Shadow Fiend. It's back to the good old right-click heavy build. So it is strong in lane.
I like
it's pretty good versus the Timbersaw. The Razors do pretty well versus the Timbersaw. So you have an answer for the Timbersaw. You have further control for the Queen of Pain and the Weaver. Personally, Myth Avenue Gaming, they're putting together something that could actually work in their favor. They've got the ability to take buildings and objectives with both the Beastmaster and the Shadow Fiend. They've got a break for the Timbersaw. They've got enough control for the Queen of Pain between the Muerta and the Tusk. I like this draft.
I hope that the Weaver has been sufficiently answered because outside of the Beastmaster lane owning along with the Muerta, I don't see how you're going to be able to stop this Weaver. Of course, you're going to have Roar, you have Punch and Snowball, but those tools come online at a later stage. Now, unless Myth Avenue Gaming are going to go for the Helm build with Ego Demon, I feel like this might just end up being a game where the Weaver proves to be too much of a nuisance for them. Personally, if I had to pick, I would say that Reckonix have a better chance, but I do like Myth Avenue's draft a lot more.
I like Myth Avenue's draft, but what I'm concerned about Floki is that safe lane. Like, after Timbersaw hits 6, what happens to the SF?
You know what? I'm gonna try Caster's Curse here, and I say I would like Reckonix draft here, just because when we said we liked Mac draft, they completely dropped the ball in game 1.
Okay.
Yeah, well, but you said it now, I see. So, you should, do some mental...
Counter jinx kind of thing?
Yeah, just do some mental gymnastics here so you can really curse them.
Okay.
I believe they might want to have a word with you after the game, though, on an unrelated note. And I do know your room number, so...
Terms and conditions apply somewhere down the fine print of protecting my privacy and security, yeah. Somewhere down the line.
Potentially. But, yeah, I mean, thoughts, guys. Like, who do you think has got the better chance to win this game?
I don't know. I want more Dota. So... I'm up for this.
That's why
this to go all the way to a game 3. So that's where I kind of understand where IC is coming from with the reverse curse gymnastics. So yeah, I'm
voodoo magic.
Yeah, I'm going to side with the voodoo magic.
All right. Well, I personally prefer Reckonix's odds here. Even though...
Did we just switch?
Yeah, I mean, like, I like it. You know, Reconix, they might not have the better draft, in my opinion, but they do have the much better, you know, play style and just approach in general on how to deal with Mag. Well, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, we're here with game number 2 between Mid Avenue Gaming as well as Reconix. And boy, oh boy, we've got some really cool Dota to be played here. Right off the bat, some smokes coming out from both sides.
Yep, a level 1 smoke coming up from both sides. I'm just quickly focusing my eyes on the mini-map. So this is offensive dire ward in the triangle. So it feels as if they want to contest the triangle, which makes sense versus the Beastmaster. They want to keep eyes on the stacks. And right now, it looks like the bottom rune is going to be a bloodbath. The Lul, he doesn't want to walk into that actually, and that's a smart thing to do. But FEZ, pushed to level up Timber Chain at level 1, is running for his life as Chucky's pursuing. Now FEZ feels like he can turn. The Lul has come, and eventually as the dust settles, no one kills anyone.
Yeah, nothing really happens, but I have to say, really good start for the side of Mid Avenue Gaming. Already, they're correcting for the mistakes in game number 1, and they're making sure he has a good time. Viper versus Queen of Pain. This is life. This is, you know, why the Queen of Pain facet was named Masochist. It's not really because, you know, it deals more damage and leg damage and all of that nonsense. It's because anybody who picks Queen of Pain into a Viper must really enjoy pain.
Yeah. And hats off to Anya for going poison attack at level 1 and not taking Nether Toxin. Like, he's come to crush the Viper in the lane. Actually, FEZ is also got to be careful.
Oh, what on earth?
The Lul, he's managed to zone out Ghost. Now, even if Ghost doesn't die, Floki, just look at where he is on the map. This is a major waste of time.
Disruption.
This is as bad as being on the cliff when you're out easy. This is the equivalent of that as Ghost.
Oh no,
he's being hounded by mud golems. These mud golems have gone rogue. Ghost trying to make his way back to base.
Everybody wants to be a part of the Asia Pacific Predator League, even the neutrals.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They want to hang around for the music performance afterwards too, but nobody's invited them.
Yeah. Well, he survives. He did end up having to take a small tour around the world, but he's back in the bottom lane. However, coming back to the mid lane, this is a bit of a dumpster fire. The Viper just absolutely owning the Queen of Pain. You're going to be relying a lot on your support to be able to come back, and it's actually Varish who ends up finding the Muerta up top as they lose her, but he will get a return kill in the end.
Yeah,
well,
that
not bad for the
good for Reconix. They get first blood. I mean, Weaver gets the EXP as well, and so does the Jakiro. But my real question is, Loki, what does New Dream do when he loses his lane? Because so far in the tournament, we've been seeing him do okay or even win his lane. This time, he's playing a Queen of Pain versus a Viper. He's the one that's struggling. He's the one that needs the runes. You did mention the runes in game number 1. If this time around, indeed, if this time around, Mag can come and maybe even deny a water rune. Or even better, deny a water rune and secure the power rune. I don't know what New Dream is going to do.
I think he's going to get a nice cup of ice cream and try in the corner.
Uh-oh, down bottom, FEZ is dropping low. He go on Ghost. Once again, Ghost betrayed by his own twin brother, Chucky. He's now running for his dear life. Running away from the Timber Saw. Death to the whirling death. As eventually the trees and FEZ will secure a nifty couple of kills in this off lane.
Yeah, I feel like the ghost of HY is haunting the real ghost here at the event. Sometimes you shouldn't listen to what he had to say in free-to-play. But coming back to the game here, I feel like you mentioned about the mid lane being problematic for the Queen of Pain. And I do think the way you come back in this game is off of the back of your side lanes. Once you get level 6, just add more fuel to the fire. You know, you just make sure that the SF really doesn't end up having a good time, that he's forced to go to the jungle early on. And just by virtue of the SF being behind, your net worth being low is not going to make a huge difference. So up top, they do get some good damage out onto the Beastmaster, but once again, finding a kill is a different thing altogether. This time around, though, the Chikino, he's going to TP in. The Viper might have stepped a bit too far forward, as it's a twin-headed dragon versus a snake. And in the end, it is the Queen and the Dragon who end up winning. Nice dead shot, actually, will end up securing them the kill. onto the Queen of Pain. But up top, it does come at a cost. The Beastmaster sitting on a sliver of HP.
Chucky so ready to match the rotation coming out from the twin-headed dragon. Down bottom, the Lul, he's being hounded. He's dead. Good stuff coming up from both schools on the side of Myth Avenue Gaming as they're finding pickoffs at Maiden in safe lane. But up top, Jikroy, they've taken away his gyrocopter. They've taken away a lot of his heroes.
He's dead!
But he...
The board! He didn't account for that one. The Helm of Fire will actually keeps him alive along with some lucky inmate block procs. Now the Shakiro tries to make a move, but guess what? His buddy is back. The Muerta back from the grave. Makes a deal with the Reaper. Once again, Maurice has to be a bit careful here. Getting some good damage off on the Muerta though, and this is where the lane starts to become a bit problematic for Reckonix. Last game around, Ego Demon or EGXRD Dem XN, however you want to say it. I think he had a much rougher time. This time around, he's actually going to be actively involved. He's gotten a good start, so expect him to be making some more plays. He did go for the Beast Mode Facet, but despite that, he's going to go for the Helm build, so it's going to make life a lot more easier for the Mag cores once this Beastmaster is online.
Yep, we got a crucial timing coming up. It's a 6-minute power rune, and it feels like in your dream, he has to make a base trip or rather just heal up and get back so that he can contest that 6-minute rune. Maybe not give it over to the Viper, because if he can get the 6-minute rune, get his Sonic Wave, because he's also lagging in terms of EXP Floki.
Yeah.
He's quite behind the Viper. This mid lane has definitely gone as per plan for Myth Avenue Gaming, and they're set up for the rune.
6 minutes in, it's the Haste Rune. Viper can do a lot of work with this one. They do see the Shadow Demon. Viper strikes out.
Dalul quick to disrupt him though, but I think he's going to die. The ice shots are a bit off the mark, but the snowball's there. Dalul will be the sacrifice. The question is, what can In Your Dream get off this? The dead shot ensures that Viper gets the kill, and unfortunately, they left Chucky behind. The Viper gets a support kill with the Haste Rune, but In Your Dream is finding gold. He had no business finding Floki.
Yeah, that's a very important kill for the Queen of Pain. Gonna make her life a lot easier in this game. And let's not forget, there's still the Beastmaster you have to worry about. So even though you end up losing Chucky, yes, it's not a big deal. But that Beastmaster, he's coming for you, baby. He's coming for you with the Helm. And he's gonna run your towers down, and you have to be careful.
And it feels as if Reckonix know this, right? They want to address this Beastmaster. They've got Shadow Poison stacks upon him. Can Jikroy and Lalul bring him down? Now, I don't think there's a time lapse available. Not enough mana for the roll. The Shadow Poison is enough. Lalul kills him with 1,000 cuts. I'd love to switch over to net worth now, because I think we can get a better sense of how In Your Dream is doing.
Thank you, Observer.
Thank you. He is actually sitting at the bottom of the net worth amongst the cores.
Yeah, that's not really the place you want to be. Ideally, you want to be somewhere in the top 4. But you know what? It's once again not the end of the world. I would say that, but I feel like given the start FBZ and Jikroy have had, I'm not too convinced that In Your Dream is going to be able to come back as long as Mag keep their head up and make sure that they're not really sleeping at the wheel. Reckonix, on the other hand, they're going to have their work cut out for them. And well, to that end, they're doing just that.
Great stuff coming out from Dalul and Varish. They move to cut across the Viper. In Your Dreams got the Sonic Wave, and Anya is dead. He'll come in with the calling and he'll snipe the twin-headed dragon, but that's about it. I think Reckonix, they're okay with this. Considering how their cores are lagging in terms of net worth, these occasional kills that they're finding for In Your Dream are excellent. The real question is, what are Myth Avenue Gaming doing on the map about now? They're going to use the road up top onto the Weaver, and with the dead shot, they'll get a kill onto Jikroy. Can they convert this to a tower though?
I think they can. They've got the 2 boars. They can kill the wave. Maybe. Actually, I don't think the boar's leveled up enough. I think he went for the wild axes. Yeah, so not really going to be able to take down that tier 1 super quickly.
Yeah.
Although this is not a lane you want to come back to if you're Jikroy, and this is where things get a little bit weird. If you're a Weaver, you want to be able to have some rotation potential to your side lanes, but the bottom lane
they're
all
keeping in Floki. Disruption to start. Ice Part to follow. What's there after this? There's Jikroy on the Weaver with the swamp. Moving through. The snowball, it's cute. Keeps the Beastmaster alive, but there comes FPZ with the Twisted Chakra, just cutting down the Beastmaster and his summons. That's the push halted. That's Dalul finding a killing spree, and that's Reckonix holding on to that tower.
Yeah, great rotations coming in from the side of Reckonix, making sure that the Myth Avenue Gaming have to play on their toes. Really important kill, but once again, Viper completely
Dire's
free farming in the
bottom
mid
tower
lane.
is under
At the
attack.
same time, you bought multiple
Radiant's
heroes, so
top
that
tower is
releases some
under
pressure
attack.
you had down on the bottom lane. Now, you could look to rotate back there, but this is where Myth Avenue Gaming are scary. It's going to be power time again, and looks like
He knows about the ward, Floki, but I think he's done his bit here. It was a good move coming out from Dalul. He's been
Radiant's bottom
all
tower
over
is
the
under
map in
attack.
Game 1 and Game 2, and he's going to get a free D ward. This is going to
Radiant
definitely
structures
halt
are
Mag's
fortified.
aggression in the mid game.
I don't know if he saw him place a ward, but I do think he should have an idea.
He suspects it for sure.
Yeah. 10-minute power rune though, that's the biggest thing to worry about at the moment.
Radiant's bottom
See
tower is
which
under
one ends up
attack.
being. The Queen of Fate did find an AM damage rune and unfortunately could not do much with it. There is still a lot of solid runes remaining as Barish down bottom.
Barish a bit too far forward. Feared, caught by the snowball. He's going to end up falling. You know, sometimes, Loki, as a twin-headed dragon, you just want to go and drop that liquid fire on the towers, and he got a bit too carried away with that.
Yeah, it really is a comfort feeling. You know,
It is.
Shakira was one of my first heroes, so life felt good when you could just liquid fire towers and nobody ever rotated.
It's very satisfying.
Yeah, early days in the 20 MMR bracket.
Yep.
Anyway,
down ball. EGX is in all sorts of trouble. The demonic purge is there. Not looking to TP out. He'll drop the roar on the Shadow Demon, but the real problem is this Weaver. The cockroach that refuses to die and insists on killing you is one big problem that Mag have answers for. Let's see if it comes together in the mid game. Down bottom, Ghost. Got friends in the area. He's pushing. Technics are actually defending, or they're trying to. FBC's there.
He has
Wants
to
to
be a bit
deal with the
careful
siege
here.
creep.
They could go for him once the star was dead. He needs to back off. He's going to do just that.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
And he actually TP'd down bottom. So this opens up the map for Myth Avenue Gaming. They can look to make a rotation elsewhere. The mid lane would be the perfect place to do so. Unfortunately, you're running a bit low on stuns. Your only stun these games are, you know, the dead shot, maybe the fear from the Muerta, the tusk with the snowball and the punch, and the Beastmaster with the roar. So it's not really the type of catch that's good against Queen of Fate, but let's see if it is going to fare perfectly. Blink, not there in time. Turn rate is a thing in Dota. This is why this is a superior game, and they will find the Queen of Fate and the Shadow Demon to boot. The mid tier 1 tower in jeopardy now. As Reckonix, they lose 2 in the mid lane.
Yeah, I don't think Reckonix were ready for this. I mean, they kind of were, right? As soon as Mag took the enemy offlane tower, they moved through the triangle. Dalul had some sense or some inkling of this, but he wasn't close enough to get the disruption. Now the laning phase has started to, you know, crumble and generally devolve into the mid game. We're looking at India Dream Floki. He doesn't have too much in terms of items. And despite not having much, they're going to try and defend and fight mid. The Demonic Purge committed. Viper is just going for the TP, knowing that the disruptions are on cooldown. FPZ still wants to pursue, drops the Chakra, but it's not really enough.
Yeah, I mean, this was hopeful at best. They tried to go on the Viper of all heroes. Up top, well, that looks like a much more likely kill. The Beastmaster drops the rod, tries to run away, but there is no real way he was going to get out of that. He had bugs on him, so the Weaver ends up getting the kill. Chikroy is going to start to feel a little bit good after that. A bit of a blunder in the laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that is happening across the side lane is that the Beastmaster keeps dying, but I have to hold on to that because the calling is perfect. They've controlled the Weaver, stunned him with the Walrus Punch and brought him down as Jikroy. Well, we'll have to watch this one from the fountain.
Yep. I hope Icy out there somewhere taking notes in the ether because that's how you casters curse someone. Well, unfortunate. The Weaver ends up falling, but Reckonix, we'll see if they can continue to put up the pressure here. They've got another Sonic Wave at the ready. Yes, the Queen of Pain has not really had a good time, but seems about the right time to start making some moves, combined with the Beast, combined with
In your dream, he actually wants to defend this. I mean, Jikroy is here as well. That snowball means that Chucky's going to die. No Blink Dagger, nothing to keep him alive. He's going to snowball into ward and get killed and sent right back home.
Yeah, very unfortunate there for Chucky. Has to be the sacrificial lamb or the sacrificial walrus this game. But Reckonix, they're still not getting too much out of this. If you look at the net worth, it's still very much in Myth Avenue Gaming's favor. The Shadow Fiends begin complete free farm.
Yeah, it's completely coming from the mid lane and the safe lane, right? The Shadow Fiend and the Viper, they both excelled in the lanes, and
Dire's top tower has
this
fallen.
is the one lane where Reckonix have been finding a little bit of success, where Jikroy, with help, has been getting these kills. 14-minute Wisdom Shrines.
Yep, Jikroy managed to steal one, so really good for him, and that's the raw down as well. Reckonix are going to utilize this timing and try and make a move onto Ghost. Well, that's going to be Costa's curse number 2 as the Shadow Fiend is in trouble. The Timbersaw is there. They've got more than enough damage to take down Ghost, and down he goes. Mid lane, attempting a bit of a return kill here, but that Viper strike does diddly. Squad the Sonic Wave pushes back the Viper. Jikroy shows up, but you're not going to be finding any return kills on this Viper. He's just going to go back to the jungle, the mighty jungle.
That play coming out from FBZ and side of Reckonix was so good. Jikroy, take your eyes off him, and the man is either killing someone or dying. I mean, we saw this in game 1 as well, right? He died so many times on his gyrocopter, but still managed to have a lot of impact. Does he have the same luxury in this game, Cloaky?
I don't know. I'm not too sure. I don't think he should have died there. That's a little bit concerning. Well, Ego Demon, or EGXR, he's going for this Aghanim Scepter build with the Beast Mode afterwards. So he'll see if he actually gets to put that drum to use, or if it's not going to be that effective. I do like this little change, but I do feel like you need to have a very good start for this build to really bear fruit. We'll see though if that's the case or not. For now, looks like Mag, they want to make a move up top here. It is about 15 minutes. If they find a huge go kill, they could move into the Rosh Pit and get themselves the Aegis. They did use Sonic Wave early on Reckonix, so now would be the perfect time to find a kill and move straight into the Rosh Pit, as they're going to try to just that. Dead shot of the mark though, and that's the end of that.
Yeah, Mid Avenue Gaming, they've revealed their hand, they revealed their play, and Reckonix will try and make the most of this as they go the Viper in the mid lane. The Ice Path's there, the Viper Strike will not bother In Your Dream too much, and Reckonix, they can actually chase for more. They see Chucky, they won this task. Have they got any control? No, FBC doesn't hit the Chakra. Is this enough for Reckonix to actually get that mid-tier 1 tower?
Maybe. I mean, I feel like they can. It's probably not something you want to defend now that your Viper's not here. And I mean, it doesn't really matter as much, because Mid Avenue Gaming, they did take the enemy tier 1. They had to give it up at some point. Might as well be now when your Viper dies, but they're going to try and find something to this.
They're going to try and go on FPC. The punch is there onto Vanish. Good defensive disruption. The Lul, he has the back of the Jakiro, and with that they'll turn. They bring down Chucky. Sure, they've lost the Jakiro. Can they find more on the side of Mid Avenue Gaming? Roll, Requiem, it might be enough. FPC dead. His killing spree taken away. In Your Dream can only watch from the sidelines, as he doesn't have much to offer. Yeah, goes forward with the Atos, but they don't feel like committing onto the Shadow Demon. When the dust settles though, Reckonix, they got the tower that they were looking for. And In Your Dream, jeez, finds 4?
Yeah, it's like, I think it's 5 bounties, wasn't it? He bottled 1 too, so you have to remember that one. Well, that can make up for a lot. That actually just gave them a 1k net worth swing back in their favor, just those bounty runes. Well, Reckonix coming back to the game, though, the problem for them is that even with the Queen of Fate, they don't have enough damage courtesy of a laning phase. And if you want damage, you're going to have to bring the Weaver, but the Weaver's afraid because there's Muerta with the Atos and the Revenants and the Deadshot. So, a really awkward situation for Reckonix. They have to be very clever about which fights they take, and they need to be aware of where heroes are on the map before they make any aggressive moves.
Game's a bit tricky, though, for the side of Reckonix. For now, though, it looks as if they might just find Chucky. They've got enough Shadow Poison stacks, the dead shots there, but who cares? In Your Dream, he'll join the fight just in case. Now, there are a couple of issues as we're heading into this mid-game that I'm seeing for the side of Reckonix Floki. One, they need to build armor to just survive the Shadow Fiend. Then they need to build some sort of magic resistance. Then you also got the Beastmaster who's building towards the Ags, so you need magic resistance.
You would also like a Lotus.
Yeah, the pressure on it. Yeah, you need a Lincoln Sphere or a Lotus. The pressure on FEZ and Weaver to itemize for this game in a correct fashion is so high. It's going to be so hard for them. They need so many things.
Yeah, and I feel like this is the problem with their lineup, right? Like, this is a lineup you can play really well from ahead if the Timbersaw has a good start. But if he has a mediocre start or a weak start, then he's not really going to be applying that same amount of pressure. Now, granted, FBZ is still doing well on the network department. He's second on the network charts, but it's not enough to really catapult this Timbersaw into the enemy's part of the map and really force out some rotations and some inefficient movement from the side of Myth Avenue Gaming.
Yep. He's also got to build a BKB, right? Because you got the events, the break coming out from the Viper. I'm concerned for Reckonex. There's so many mixed sources of damage. Nonetheless, Myth Avenue Gaming, they know that they're stronger. They move towards the Rosh Pit. Are Reckonex going to contest? In your dream, he sees Chucky going on the task. Not the wisest of ideas, as Reckonex know that they're a bit too late to this party. They're going to give up Roshan. They're going to try and keep farming as much as they can.
Yeah, I feel like this is starting to get a little worse as time goes on for Reckonex. Remember, you are playing against Tempo. There's a Shadow Fiend in the mix. There's a Viper who's going to get stronger. Speaking of which,
Viper on the high ground. He's not the man with the Aegis. It's the Beastmaster. And I think Anya is dead. I'm not quite sure what the thought was. I'm not quite sure if there was a thought, but that's Viper dead. Now, FPZ is looking for more. He sees Chucky. Chucky snowballs in. Drops the Walrus Punch, but there's the defensive disruption. Such a good play coming out from Dalul. The Sonic Wave clips through, Ghost and Chucky push back. Chucky will end up falling. Jikro is dropping early. No, he'll die in the calling. In Your Dream gets a double kill as he does manage to find another. But when the dust settles, it's Reckonex losing members after members. Now, do know Chucky did buy back to jump into this, and the Aegis from the Beastmaster didn't get taken away.
Yeah, really good outcome for the side of Myth Avenue Gaming. Coase gets involved in the kill, so he gets a couple of presents of the Dark Lord armor reduction stacks, meaning that the next fight they take, he's going to be doing even more damage if they take it early, but it's also going to be really helpful against the Tormentor for now. Yeah, I mean, Reckonex overstepping their boundaries. That could have gone a whole lot worse for them. In fact, I feel like they're lucky that they caught out with at least Queen of Pain alive, because she could have also potentially died there. Really nice roar coming out from Ego Demon. Yes, there's a Shadow Demon, but when you have the Aegis, you know you're not going to die. Forcing out a spell can be really, really good because it enables everyone else to come in and do what they want to do in the fight. Well, there's a replay.
Yeah, FPC did manage to Timber Chain and kill the Muerta, but unfortunately the Weaver was silenced and Ghost with the Requiem and then a couple of auto attacks had enough to bring down Jikroy. So, yeah, Jikroy, I think he needs his BKB desperately because Balul was there with the save. I think his defensive disruption was spot on. We're waiting for Jikroy to find his timings, and it's going to come after the Mjolnir. He's prioritizing damage, and then he's going to start building maybe towards the defensive item.
Yeah, I feel like that's the biggest issue for this Weaver here, the fact that he had to go for this Maelstrom into shot. If he just farmed early on, got himself the Mjolnir, he would have been able to do a lot more in these fights. The problem still persists, like you cannot really fight into this Muerta with the HR's dead shot in the calling. So until he gets his BKB, he's going to be in trouble, as we see Marie is dropping somewhere on the map. It was the bottom lane, I believe.
Anya, he's going to nosedive into them, but In Your Dream knows this. He's just going to give up Talul and get out of there. So, sure, Reckonex lose 2 supports. The good news, if you're a Reckonex supporter, is that the cores haven't died. The bad news is the cores are behind, though. I feel like In Your Dream, as well as Jikroy, they need another couple of items. So it seems as if In Your Dream was itemizing towards armor. It's going for the Shiva's Guard. You like this?
I like the idea. I feel like this is the correct build to go for, especially against so much physical damage. There's still a threat of the Viper, the magic damage, the Requiem and whatnot, but you can only do so much. So you fix what you can and you pick up that Shiva's Guard. Yeah, really good this game. Amps up all the damage from the Timbersaw, the Jakiro, and the SD.
Absolutely, especially good versus the Shadow Fiend. That aura really helps. The armor also helps. Now, what I wanted to ask you is, who's going to be building the Lincoln skills? Because I don't think Reckonex can be so assured that Dalul is going to be able to get off a defensive disruption that's pitch perfect every fight.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, the Lincolns is a bit of a hard ask here. You might as well just hope for a support to pick up something like a Lotus Orb, and that's your best bet of winning these fights. I don't think committing for the Lincoln Sphere is going to help you win the game, because Mag are going to have damage for days. I mean, it's not going to be the Viper Strike or the Roar that gets you. It's going to be the Shadow Fiend right-clicking your face.
Okay. Reckonex, they've read Myth Avenue Gaming perfectly across the map. They're moving into the jungle. There's the dust, pierce the whale, as well as the calling coming out from the Muerta FPZ. He's got his BKB, but I don't think it's enough. Broken He's been forced to dimage in a way as Jigcroy gets dealt with. The rope from Beastmaster took care of the Weaver. The Requiem being channeled in your dream fear, but the defensive disruption there. The Lul make sure that the Queen of Pain stays alive as in your dream is forced to blink away and run for dear life as FBZ and the others on the side of Reckonix try to make a play. They end up losing the Weaver and they get nothing for it.
Yeah, I mean, that is really bad for Reckonix and Mag. Once again, I mean, showing that they understand what went wrong in game number 1. They've picked up the stronger lanes here. You can see the benefits. FBZ, yes, he's been farming. Yes, he's been getting his items. But this game's hard for him to really put on his back and carry. He's not the Axe who can set up fights. He's not playing there's some type of underlord hero where he can pressure and always be there on the map to assist his teammates. No, he's playing a Timbersaw. People need to play around him. They need to set him up for success. But that's not happening. And that's courtesy of all the tempo Mag has been able to find in that early Aegis. Now in your dream, he does have a lot of responsibility on his shoulders, and granted, if Mag don't play this game correctly, there's still a chance that Reckonix could come back. It's just going to take one bad fight or one bad decision from Mag for it to all snowball in Reckonix's favor. But with that said, I don't think Mag are going to throw this lead away.
Yeah, I mean, if this lead gets thrown away, it's going to happen around the next Roshan. And that next Roshan is so crucial for both teams. But before we get there, you want to make sure that you've got items on your Weaver and on your Queen of Pain. It just feels like FEC is the only one that can go in and, you know, really deal some damage. But the others aren't getting to play the fight. And now the Beastmaster is a problem. Jigcroy shows and gets brought down in a matter of moments by the Beastmaster, who's got his Blink, BKB, Ag Scepter. Jeez. I mean, this position 3 is completely taken care of and accounting for the Weaver. And it might just happen again. Jigcroy shows down for him, and he's been killed yet again. Uh-oh, the tips are coming. They're feeling themselves on the side of Myth Avenue Gaming. As for the first time in a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are in complete control of this game. This is their game to lose from.
Yeah, the Queen of Pain also not being able to find impact because of the same reason. This Huerta hero has actually been a really slick pickup coming in from Myth Avenue Gaming. So, you know, it's really good against the Queen of Pain. It's really good against the Weaver. It's also really good against the Timbersaw. Really, all three cores have big issues with this Huerta hero in this game. So until they buy BKBs or Dispels, you're not really going to be able to fight. And even then, if you pick up a Yule Scepter, that might not be the Dispel you're looking for. You probably need something like a Lotus. Well, none of these heroes do build that item, so...
Well, Reckonix, they're not going to go down without a fight, Loki. They're actually going to go on with the Viper in the mid lane. Ane has got his BKB and the nosedive, and he's been forced to use his BKB to survive that.
He's still alive on the Viper?
Yep.
He actually lived. That is crazy.
Elsewhere, goes to the others on the side of Myth Avenue Gaming. They're pushing out top. There's the control on In Your Dream. He's been brought down. FBC's got his BKB, but the wall response will control him. The physical damage might just be a bit too much. The defensive disruption is there. FBC dodges the Requiem in a sense, but he can't dodge the Beastmaster, as this Beastmaster is too big of an issue for the side of Reckonix. Give that man a triple kill and give your friend with dyslexia a test to actually try and spell his name, because goddamn it's hard.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the X's are just, you know, taking place of the O, so it's Ego Demon,
okay,
or Igor Demon.
Yeah, but
maybe
it's still good to mess around with the dyslexic friend. True.
It's like I mess around with you all the time. Anyway, back in the Dire base, the Shadow Demon has been found, punched, sent up to heaven, and falling back down to earth in about 37 seconds. Although the Raxes, they're not coming back. Not even God can fix broken structures in this game. Yikes.
The real problem is, this gives the side of Myth Avenue Gaming complete control for the next Roshan, right? Like, there's no way Reckonix can come close to contesting it, and even if they do, it's going to be a little forced. Like, I don't know how they're going to get there, because Jigcroy, he knows he needs his BKB. He's been a non-factor in these fights. And if you look over at the side of Myth Avenue Gaming, they've got their BKBs, they've got their key timings. The Beastmaster, Ego Demon, he's got his Blink and his BKB and his Axe. Yeah, I mean, this is go time for the side of Myth Avenue Gaming after Roshan. The real question is, can Reckonix get there and contest it in any fashion?
Yeah. Goodness gracious. Look at that.
Got a refresher as well.
Yeah, double BKB, double roar, double well, no double stacks the drones, but you get to prolong how long the drum stacks stay. That's big in Rosh number 2, so this one's also going to give you the banner. It's going to make life even harder for the side of Reckonix. And I feel like it's starting to reach that point where Reckonix, they might be thinking about what they want to do for game 2, because now that Roshan has been taken, I don't see how you fight back into the side of Mag.
Oh, jeez. Jikro was trying to cut the
Refresh
wave, but
roar,
Ego
roar
is
again.
ready for this. He's got double the number of rows. And 2 is a good amount of rows to bring down a position 1 Weaver if you think about it.
Oh yeah, it's a number gaming can actually count, so completely appropriate.
Reckonix. I mean, they've got to cut waves, right? That's the only way they hold on. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, that's the... It's like, even if you do, though, like, you're not really going to change the
Chucky
outcome.
in the enemy jungle, this could be costly. He's got the bunch of the snowballs. He knows that his friends are coming, but he's given up his life already. Dalul, with the disruption, will hold him back. Now the Beastmaster doesn't have the road. Psychic Headband that's going to push back the Beastmaster, and In Your Dream manages to disengage. For a couple of moments, they've got a numbers advantage, or an equilibrium of sorts, rather. And will this be enough to stop Myth Avenue Gaming from pushing? Doesn't seem to be.
Yeah, Myth Avenue Gaming are just going to keep going on undeterred. Even if they do manage to cut the creep waves on the side of Reckonix, doesn't really matter. But, like, what are you really buying time for?
Reckonix have smoked up, though.
Oh,
they're trying to get back into their own triangle. Unfortunately, the Viper was there to pop the smoke. So the jig's up. Myth Avenue Gaming know exactly what Reckonix are up to. But all said and done with Chucky dead, it feels like Reckonix have bought themselves a couple of seconds on the map. In Your Dream wants to deal with the summons. Beastmaster didn't press the roll though. He held on to it. Did have it when he blinked on top of In Your Dream, but didn't commit it.
Yeah. I mean, he just feels like it's better to save it for this push. They can use the raw, but then, you know, you're just opening things up for disaster here. Instead, they're just going to drop the banner and just try and get this second set of Raxes and tier 3 towers. But really, in all honesty, if all Reckonix can really do at this point is hope that Mag mess up. That's the only way they're going to be able to come back in this game. I see very few ways that they do come back otherwise. Maybe if they time a fight around the Aegis expiring perfectly, they could. But that's also a stretch.
It's hard. I think they have to forfeit these racks. There's not much that they can do. Chucky looking for a cheeky snowball play there. Doesn't quite find it. FPC not in the front, but the problem for Reckonix, and they know this, is they have to deal with the Beastmaster and they have to somehow deal with Viper Shadow King. It's hard. It's going to require some sort of a miracle, and it's not like they have some insane team fight, right? Like, there's no Tide Hunter or there's no Black Hole or there's no Invoker that can easily deal with multiple goals. So it's all got to be like a long round fight with multiple disruptions where the Queen of Pain and Weaver are pumping in damage. It's a hard ask.
It really is, and I feel like at this point you might as well just you know, put all your chips into one idea. Be like, okay guys, let's smoke, let's see who we can kill, let's hope for the best. And well, they run into the Viper. It's about the worst case scenario.
Disruption, Ghost throwing his body forward. The Beastmaster blinks in, doesn't get a target to row. Eventually goes for FPC. I'm not quite sure if this is going to work. Elsewhere, Anya is working away on the Shadow Demon. FPC is also dropping. 2 heroes dead. A buyback coming out from Reckonix. Chucky dead. He'll also buy back. Everyone's buying back from the side of Reckonix. They want round 2 ASAP. The real question is, will Ghost and Myth Avenue Gaming oblige? They'll turn, roll the Weaver, bring him down. That's a triple kill for Ghost, and the one hero on the side of Reckonix that doesn't have buyback is the Weaver. The win condition is so clear for the side of Myth Avenue Gaming. Heck, I honestly don't think they even have to kill anyone. They can just walk up and hit away at the towers and the barracks.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, nothing really gonna
Chucky, he's found FPZ. They've got him mid-timber chain. The disruption, perfect. You couldn't ask for more from your Shadow Demon, but I don't think it matters. Silenced by the calling. He's going to be brought down. In Your Dream, forced to run, peered outside his own fountain as Anya will take revenge for game number 1. Bring down the Queen of Pain. GG, well played is called as Myth Avenue Gaming level the series here. Floki, I see, boy, are we going to a game 3. What a start to day 1 here. And the first series of the day.
Lovely, absolutely lovely.
This is insane. seems to me we will have ourselves a game tree right from the get-go, and the caster's curse somehow made it work. Not going to be taking credit where credit is due. Both teams played their hearts out, but now one game decides the fate of who is going to be our first grand finalist after this series. But, of course, with Myth Avenue Gaming making a little bit of a comeback here, the rivalry between both Malaysia and Indonesia is insane right now because a little bit mix-ups in terms of drafts, but who would have thought we have a completely different game itself. It felt like, Myth Avenue Gaming in Game 1 felt like they just didn't know how to play the game. But now, after game number 2, it feels like, oh wait, they feel a little bit more warmed up now. So, what do you guys think?
I mean, Myth Avenue Gaming, they certainly have warmed up, right? First game around, not so much, very cold performance. But this one, they look at their mistakes, they prioritize the laning phase, and they make sure that FBZ is not getting the heroes he wants. So, they pick up this Timbersaw for him. It was really good in theory, right? Like, you see the Tusk, you see the Beastmaster, this Timbersaw makes sense. But they didn't draft around it. They didn't really pick heroes that would supplement it. I wanted to see more stunts. I wanted to see more lockdown. I wanted to see more disable coming out from the side of Reckoning. So really, if they could remedy that, I feel like they could have made the Timbersaw work.
It really felt like the transition from the early to the mid game really worked well here for Myth Avenue Gaming, right? The idea of having, the Viper to deal with the Timbersaw later on, we had the Beastmaster to deal with the Weaver later on, with the Primal Raw, and then getting a very quick refresher here was something that I wasn't expecting this early into the game here, considering that I was like, oh, okay, usually you would expect alternatives to actually deal with the Lincolns or anything here. To deal with the Weaver, which again never really got to that stage here. So this is my first time seeing Jikro getting completely shut down as well from the side of Reckonix. But all in all, the transition I'm talking about was that they have this aura strategy with the presence of Dark Lord from Shadowfiend.
Yeah.
You've got a decent stack clearing hero, which is Shadowfiend, which we saw again time and time again. Reckonings do have the tendency to triple stacks their usual camps here, but the early small little details that they invaded with the Shadowfiend here caused Reckonings to kind of panic whether or not should they focus on protecting their stacks or should they focus on protecting Jikro and the Weaver here, which small little difference opened up a small hole or window or opportunity of defense, which allowed Myth Avenue to kind of get more control than needed. So it was a very interesting switch up on mind games between when to attack and when to defense as well. And there were a couple of moments as well. I think you guys actually called it out as well. Did they see that small little ward that the Tusk put it up? Yes, they did. Reckoning saw that. Instantly, they pinged it here. That small little moment was they actually bought a sentry, focused to try and de-ward. That small timing window, Myth Avenue actually TP'd down bottom to set up a gang, and there was no way Reckonings could have responded. So those small little window interactions was very, very cool to watch coming from Myth Avenue Gaming in terms of predicting where your enemies may or may not be.
Yeah, but I feel like to piggyback off of what you said about Jikroy, I feel like it's not just the supports, but I feel like Jikroy also is part of the responsibility here. I don't think he's absolved of blame. That one individual play that he made up top, diving that Beastmaster, really turned that lane around. Because you're trying to dive a Beastmaster under his tower with a helm, with a magic stick, and you try to get off right clicks on him. You're thinking maybe if you can find the skill, you're going to win the game. But that's the type of greed that costs you. He had no reason to do it. That Beastmaster is done with that lane. At that HP, he's not approaching creeps. Sure, the wave is in the tower at the moment, but you can pull the wave back and you can farm it a bit slower. But going for that aggressive play and then it not working out and then you also dying, you just gave Ego Demon or EGX or Dem XN whatever, the free shit to do whatever he wanted in that lane from that point on.
Yeah, I feel more than like lane-specific matchups, what I want to talk about is that there were just too many problems that Reckonix had to deal with. And this man on our screens was one of the biggest of all the problems that Reckonix had to deal with. Boy, this is a singular performance that has actually ensured that Myth Avenue Gaming continue to play in the upper bracket. What a showing from Ego Demon on the Beastmaster.
Yeah, I did bring this up as well, right? Beastmaster was not really popular during the group stages as well, but off-stream Myth Avenue did bring it up. And for Reckonix to first phase ban the Beastmaster in game number 1, force Ego Demon to play something else was awkward. But the moment it was opened up in game number 2, instant first pick, well, yeah, we saw what happened. That's pretty much it, right? It was just stomping his way through, just completely dominating, which I felt like there was a couple of very tiny details which was left out, which was Eager Demon clutching out. It was kind of like a 1v1 situation in early phase here, narrowly surviving with 1 HP but still outplaying Jeeproy. So there was small little details that kind of snowballed, it kind of built up over time, became a huge problem for Reckonings to actually deal with, because this Beastmaster was just so far ahead, and I really like how Eager Demon was able to transition really well and take advantage of this small little details.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that MVP is well deserved, especially after that previous game, where I feel like he wasn't really able to have the impact. He wasn't really able to show what he's capable of here. I think that kind of match just puts you back in the right mental state. You need a game like that to shake off that bad game that you had, the first one at the very least. But coming back to what's going on, I don't know how the next one's going to go, because if I do believe they're going to toss for first pick and last pick. And based on who gets last pick, I feel like they're going to have an edge here, because this game, it was Mag who had last pick. And once again, they were the ones who were able to find the right matchup in the mid lane. And, only so much you can
Let's
do.
dumb it down a little bit more here. 100% win rate on the Radiant side, as of yet, based off 2 games here in the semi-finals.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, Radiant is considered to have an advantage overall on the map. So it completely makes sense that Radiant would be winning most of their games in a competitive tournament.
Well, I'm curious to see how it is going to be happening here. But before we continue on how Game 3 is going to go here, we're going to be taking a little bit of short break here. And right after this, we'll be back with Game 3 to find out who is going to be our first grand finalist here for the Asia Predator League 2026 itself. So see you guys right after this.
Varun, assignment?
Of course, sir. All done.
Hi Varun.
Sir, आप?
Flipkart पे high performance Intel laptops at lowest prices. तेरा secret? Secret नहीं है noob.
Get the best deals on Intel laptops only on Flipkart. यहाँ कुछ भी हो सकता है.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026 Dota Upper Bracket Finals right now. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me on the desk to commentate your games here, we have Floki as well as Vivek to take you through the journeys of these upcoming games. But now, this is going to be the decider match between both these giants here. Myth Avenue Gaming, the defending champions of last year's Predator League 2025, and also Reckonix and top tier stacked lobby team all the way from Indonesia looking to try and push themselves in towards the grand finals itself. One more game is all it takes. And what's at stake here is going to be a very, very long journey because, again, both these teams have a second shot at life. And whoever loses this has to immediately play another game in the lower bracket finals against Interactive Philippines here. So that means whoever loses this series has to play more games to make their way back into the grand final. So more games, more energy, more stamina review. Who do you think is going to go down and meet them?
Ooh, I mean, that's always rough, right? Without seeing the draft, especially after both teams have taken game number one. Off the bat, if I didn't know anything about these teams, I would probably say Myth Avenue Gaming. But seeing In Your Dream perform here, that game 2, lackluster. We don't talk about that. Co-op into Viper, not really a game. But yeah, I mean, coming back, I do feel like I kind of feel like MAG have the better chances. Just looking at the books, just looking at the numbers, they probably are the ones who are going to be doing better. Even though In Your Dream is playing
okay,
out
I see Vivek's face immediately change here. You're feeling a little bit skeptical. What's going on?
No, I'm feeling a bit skeptical because Floki is basing his information on what you heard in the bus.
Okay. We can't share that at all.
Yeah,
Inside info.
But my real question and my problem with Reckonix right now is that it feels like if you ban out all of Jikroy's heroes, the game is a little hard for the side of Reckonix. And I think we saw that in game number 2, right? Like, Jikroy had the Weaver, didn't really have much he could contribute with. In Your Dream got shut down in lane. And I feel that we will see this again in game number 3, where we'll see Gyrocopter as well as the Cares being banned out. The real question is, how do Reckonix want to respond? What are they going to do to address this? Do they ban out the Beastmaster? So a lot of mind games going into this game 3. And the other thing that both teams will want to keep in mind is that they'll want to save a couple of strats for the grand final.
Fair enough.
Because it's very possible that this could be a rematch, so you don't want to give away too much right now.
I agree. And at the same time as well, let's talk about game 1 and game 2 in particular as well. Game 1, there was a lot of targeted bans coming from Reckonix in particular towards Myth Avenue Gaming. We saw the Beastmaster being banned and then forcing them into towards very, very awkward heroes. And of course, the Storm Spirit from In Your Dream and the Axe coming from FVC was just phenomenal in game number 1. Game 2, however, we saw adaptations coming from Myth Avenue Gaming, where they actually banned off most of Reckoning's heroes, including the Storm and also the Axe. So, now, Game 3, will Reckonix actually respect the Beastmaster, where the Myth Avenue Gaming actually did pretty well here, especially coming from Egar Demon? Or you force him to play something else, because Game 1 wasn't really that good for him.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's the motto I think Max should live by. So if the Beastmaster did well, and if there's opportunity to pick it up early and play around it, by all means, they should go ahead and do that. And Beastmaster is just one of those heroes that has been around in Dota for so long, and so many strats have been invented around it, that I feel like it just makes sense to pick that hero up. You know, there's so many different things you can do with it. You can pick a lot of versatile position foes. You can pair him up with the Skywrath Mage. You can pair him up with the Shadow Demon. You can pair him up with all of these different position foes who, like, he can assist him in different ways. He's good with a lot of support. So picking up that hero early, I feel like it doesn't really reveal all that much. At the same time, though, what I am concerned about is that this time around, if they let the Timbersaw through, I think the side of Reckonix are going to know what to do, because they saw the flaws in the second game where they couldn't play around the Timbersaw as much, and as a result, the Weaver, he was forced to make some awkward plays, and the game didn't really pan out in terms of tempo the way Reckonix were hoping it would.
Now, speaking of an unorthodox pick here coming from Myth Avenue Gaming, they brought in the support Murta, which wasn't shown on stream at all throughout the group stages. Off stream, I was able to catch a couple games. Again, do you think the Murta made a significant impact here? Because it felt like he was getting a lot more solo kills on towards Jikro, which didn't exactly explain to me how does that work.
Yeah, I feel like the Mueta was picked before the Weaver.
Yeah.
Actually, the Weaver made the Mueta look good more than anything. Like,
Yeah.
because, the calling looks so good versus the Weaver. And, you know, I really question the Weaver pick. Like, I can understand the Weaver as a comfort pick, but I don't agree with the Weaver as the pick that their team needed. They needed somebody that could win their lane. And sure, they killed the Beastmaster a couple of times early on, but it wasn't enough. Anyway, I really hope that Reckonix give FVZ a better supporting cast, because it really felt like FVZ was the only one that could do damage this game by and by.
But anyways, without further ado, let's not speculate more things here, as we are going to be jumping straight in towards the game here. Game 3's draft on its way, and this is going to be the decider match, and winner will be our first grand finalist here for the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026. And right from the get-go, we are seeing respect bans coming from Reckonix as well. We see the Clinks, we see the Beastmaster, and also we see the Centaur Runner band coming in from them. But Myth Avenue still following in their footsteps in the second game here. Disruptor, Gyrocopter, and also the Cass once more.
Yeah, I mean, I really like some of these bans coming out from the side of Reckonix. They are recognizing potentially what sort of archetype is this Ego Demon guy, and they're like, okay, he's good on these control-based heroes, he seems good on these zoo-based heroes. Let's just ban those traditional off-laners and see what they pick up for him. And they go back to the tried and tested, the Jakiro. I don't feel like this hero ever really has been a problem for any team that picks it up. I think this is a good hero to pick. It's never going to be this hero. It's going to be what you pick with it that ends up really being the more questionable decision. So very standard, straightforward first pick. Win your lane, make sure your carry has a good time.
Now, question here is, Shadow Demon was picked from Reckonings from game number 2 as well. It wasn't kind of like a priority. Do you think it's going to be a denial? No, guess not. Myth Avenue Gaming, they do prioritize on the Tusk instead. Did the Tusk make a significant impact based on game number 2?
He did. Within what he had to do in game number 2, I think he was on point. There were moments in the lane where he did have a couple of rough moments early on, but I think Chucky was pretty much on point on the Tusk. He did provide that extra lockdown on the Tusk that was required. And yeah, Shadow Demon can still be picked in the next phase if
they still went for the aura strategy as well, right? For game 2, we've got tag team aura, we've got the Beastmaster's attack speed, we've got the SF as well. But this time without the Beastmaster, who do you think is a good off-lane replacement for that kind of conversation if Myth Avenue Gaming decides to go for this?
Ideally,
yeah, a couple of options. Now, Pangolier has been getting a lot of play, and the fun fact is they've been skipping Shield Crash and going just Lucky Shot and Swashbuckle. Yeah, so that's a effective, like, physical damage kind of thing that makes advantage of tag team. I think rather more simpler option would be the Axe.
Yeah,
it's a very strong lane. So Axe is in the pool. The real question is, will Myth Avenue Gaming deny it from FEC?
I think it makes a lot more sense for Myth Avenue Gaming to pick up, something else. I feel like the Axe, the Axe has been dealt with. You've picked up the Tusk, so you safe from the Axe call in a way. If you pick up the Axe now, you're going to be playing it into a Jakiro. So you pick up something else, and that, to me, is perfect. Like, this Muerta hero was a big problem for Reckonix, and it's a big problem for all the types of heroes that, in your dream wants to play. Your Queen of Pains, your Storm Spirits, your Earth Spirits, your Spirits in general. And then also, you're playing something like the Invoker. Having an ATOS catch is actually really good, because Invoker doesn't build BKB until later, until after he has an Ags or, plus one more item.
Yeah, BKB doesn't add a lot of value to mage casting heroes in general, right? Especially in terms of stats department as well. But I wanted to bring up the Trend Protector as well. But considering that it was banned from Reckonings for game number 2 alongside with the Beastmaster, they wanted some sort of vision control. And this time, because the Beastmaster is not available, do you think Myth Avenue may bring it? But seeing how that this may be a support monitor, I highly doubt what's happening here.
It's looking a little unlikely.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a comfort pick for Myth Avenue, though.
Yeah, it is a comfort pick, as we have seen in the group stages. But I don't think they're going to be able to pick it up now. There is a possibility Reckonings pick it, but I just feel that Shadow Demon is also so much value. especially because of the demonic purge, and then him eventually getting a shot,
10 seconds
which is a
remaining.
handy dispel to have. So yeah, they're
5
okay
seconds
though on the
remaining.
side of Reckonix to reveal the Ember this early. Now the good news for Reckonix is that Viper's not in the pool, so at least in your dream won't have to lane against a Viper if this is an
Dire
Ember that's
team
going
pick.
mid. And yeah, this is a bit of a flex, but I think it's going to be his support Batrider.
And it's a good idea as well, right? Like, even in the offlane, this hero can be really, really good because if you're playing into a Muerta and a Tusk, they're all going to want to fight into you.
10
Batrider
seconds
loves to
remaining.
be fought into. He doesn't like it when he has to chase too much, although he can do that.
5
But if you're
seconds
playing against
remaining.
slippery heroes with Lasso, he's just the perfect hero to just play into a Tusk and Muerta. Tusk will snowball into you. The Muerta will try and catch you out with a dead shot, but you've got Firefly, so you can, just path around certain cliffs and be completely okay from that kind of disable coming through. You can cut through trees. So I like this. I mean, this makes a lot of sense. Also, you can't snowball save against the Lasso unless you pick up the Academ Sept, in which case you can kick the bat back and he'll carry the Lasso target with him.
It's interesting as well, considering that Reckonix has played the Bat Rider before against a Zoo composition against Atlantis 2.0 during the round stages here before making their way into his upper brackets as well. They went for a very early invade to a point that, heroes like PL, heroes for any kind of multiple units as well, even the Beastmaster, rather early as well. Because of those sticky napalms, they were able to clear the Fireflies very, very quickly and even invade stacks as well. So I'm not sure if they're anticipating Myth Avenue Gaming to go for maybe a Brood or maybe something with a lot of summons here. So I think that's the general idea here, but of course, it's still not set in stone here. And I think now with the Earth Spirit and Abaddon in play here, our draft seems to be, my prediction seems to be far away from what I'm anticipating right now.
Yeah, so the Abaddon is Ghost. He's going to be playing the position 1 Abaddon. That generally is how...
The most boring position 1 roll out there, yeah.
Absolutely, but it's good versus the Batrider because you got the Aphotic Shield. You can always dispel the sticky napalm. It's nice to have in lane if you're going up versus the Batrider. You can always, just dispel, a free dispel, a cheap dispel. They see the Ember Spirit, they're okay with responding with the Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit versus Ember Spirit, in terms of a matchup, yeah, I mean, Floki and I might disagree on this, but...
Really, an Earth Spirit mid?
Yeah, it is a mid-Earth Spirit.
I've talked about it just now. Didn't really do well in round stages. I didn't like it. They lost the game, and this you really think this is going to be a mid Earth Spirit?
Yeah, pretty much so. Because one of the big reasons why you pick Earth Spirit in the mid lane is the fact that he actually gets a lot of base damage nowadays. They changed the hero to get more damage based on the number of stone remnants you have. And against an Ember Spirit, if you're sitting at 70, 72 damage, Ember can only get up to like 60, 61 damage at most. So he really struggles at, finding creeps or last hits against heroes who have high base damage. Earth Spirit, on top of that, he's got a stun, he's got a silence, he's got a slow. All stuff that if it clips the Ember, he really doesn't have a fun time. So from that perspective, I like the Earth Spirit. Who's the better scaling hero? I think it's the Ember. So on that front, there's a point to be made. But yeah, I do feel like Earth Spirit is also the right archetype of hero to play for Myth Avenue Gaming.
Now, I've got a lot of questions here as well because it seems like Reckoning's game number 2, they were struggling with stack camps in particular. Because Myth Avenue had this Shadow Fiend, they've got this Beastmaster invade, etc. and yada. But this time, Myth Avenue Gaming, they don't really have an answer for this because if Reckonings decide to go for a stack camp, you've got this Swen who has a natural Battle Fury in his innate. We've got Bat Rider who clears really, really well. Ember Spirit, not necessarily the greatest, but once he goes for either Maelstrom, maybe even a Battle Fury, which I haven't seen in a very, very long time, can deal with camps as well. But how will Myth Avenue Gaming do something about this if they decide to do it invades? Because,
well,
how will they clear stacks?
5 seconds remaining.
That's a good point. I mean, like, I feel if you just look at the drafts as of now, it seems like the Batrider can set up stacks a lot easier and Swen will be farming stacks. They're limited in terms of how they contest those stacks. The one thing that's on both teams' minds right now is the Timbersaw, right? Timbersaw is so good versus Earth Spirit and the Abaddon. He's also really good versus the Swen and the Ember. I mean, you got 2 Melicos on either side, so
Radiant team pick.
yeah, there you go.
Okay.
It had to be banned because Reckonix had the next pick. So Myth Avenue Gaming, they're going to take away the Timbersaw. And if you look at Reckonix and their last 2 bans, they ban out the Axe, which is a bit surprising, and they ban out the Ursa, which is also a bit unusual. So they're looking at something in their off lane, which is melee, which can lane well versus the Ursa.
Magnus, maybe?
I haven't seen an FEC Magnus in a long time, and I actually wanted to ask you this. When Reckonix picked Batrider in the groups, was it a support Batrider or did
No,
FPC?
it was an off-lane Batrider.
Okay, so FPC does play it. I know historically he does.
Oh, okay, never mind. It's a support Batrider now.
Okay.
Or is it a support Darkseer?
No, it's a support Batrider. So you give him the Ion Shell, and with the Stoked Facet, he's got a lot of movement speed, can be an absolute nuisance to deal with. So personally, Ghost and Chucky, they have their work cut out for them in the safe lane.
5 seconds
What are Myth Avenue Gaming looking for? Okay.
You may now select your heroes.
Straight up Bristleback.
What do you think?
Ego Demon, I mean, that's quite the hero to pick up here, but classically it is one of the few heroes that can do really well against Swen. Swen, big burst damage hero. If you manage to turn your back to him and, you know, just stand there and not get caught out by that Stormhammer, can do a lot of work. He is gonna... Okay, never mind. He switches up the facet. So, the thing about Bristleback as a hero is he hits his power spike far earlier than Swen, and he can kick the Swen out of lane. Not that the Swen has any problem with it, but it does mean that Jikrai's game is going to be kept humble, and Ego Demon can pick up the Crimson Guard. He can pick up the Pipe of Insight. He can build the auras to sort of match what FBZ is going to be doing on the Darkseer. However, the big problem is, are you going to be able to enable your other cores the same way FBZ is going to be able to? Because you're going to have a surged Swen, you're going to have a surged Ember Spirit, even a surged Batrider that could be very, very problematic for Myth Avenue Gaming. Granted, you've got Ghost on the Abaddon with the Aphotic Shield, but he can only dispel so many people. He's going to have to worry about Lasso, he has to worry about Chains, he has to worry about Jakiro. There's also the Swen. I mean, really, Myth Avenue Gaming have got their work cut out for them. They need to play well in lanes for this draft to really shine.
Okay, quick predictions here. Who do you think has a better draft? Vivek.
Are we doing any cursing business?
No cursing.
Okay. I think Reckonix.
I also think Reckonix. How about you?
I like Reckonix's draft. I think we are all in agreement, gentlemen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here, without further ado, we are going to be jumping in towards the decider match here to decide who is going to be making it towards the grand finals as well. Is it going to be Myth Avenue Gaming, or is it going to be Reckonix? Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much, IC, as we jump into game number 3 between Reckonix and Myth Avenue Gaming. One of these teams will be going on to the grand finale of the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026. One of these teams will be securing themselves one of these teams will be securing themselves $20,000 at the very least, and one of these teams will have to go down to the lower bracket where Interactive Philippines are waiting, watching, learning, and ready to pounce. It's time for game number 3 with Mama and Floki. Floki, I think we both have very strong takes on the draft. We both feel like Reckonix have much more to work with. What does Myth Avenue Gaming really need to do? I feel like win their safe lane, but that's hard.
So here's the thing. I do feel like on the side lanes they're actually doing better compared to the side of Reckonix. The Jakiro Swen lane can go both ways, but really the Darkseer Batrider lane is something that the Abaddon's going to be feeling quite all right against. He can protect his support against the Batrider. He can sort of just deal with the wave pushing in with the Iron Shell. He can sort of run at the Darkseer as well with the Aphotic Shield and really pose some really hard questions for the Darkseer in the early laning phase. Now the question is, ultimately, is this lineup going to be enough? Is the synergy enough to overcome the deficits that they will have in the laning phases? That's one way to deal with a Swen lineup. They can block their camps to prevent any stacks from coming through. But yeah, I mean, in the name of the game for MAG really is going to be an immaculate laning phase. If they are able to get off to a decent start in the lanes, there's a chance that this Reckonix lineup never even gets off the ground. And well, that is the one way to start it. They're going to find first blood here for the Huerta. Aya draws it by killing Dalul. In the mid lane, you're going to have Venya Dream playing the Ember against the Earth Spirit. A matchup that the Earth Spirit does a lot better in nowadays compared to before.
Yeah, he's got more physical damage to work with. And as long as you're not trading when the Flame Guard is on, you can always just keep securing CS with the Boulder Smash. You should be fine. I'm very curious to see how Batrider Darkseer does, because Jikroy is actually struggling at level 1. Both Jikroy as well as Varish have lost more than half their HP. And this lane, Reckonix, they're going to have to chew through a lot of consumables. Now, folks, you want to remember that shared tangos do not offer that much regen anymore. It's, well, some would advise it's quite wise to start with a headrest in your lane. Shared regen via an headrest is actually kind of useful. So, especially in a lane versus the bristleback, sure, you want your sticks, but then at some point, you want to ensure that the Sven gets farmed, because right now, Jikroy is struggling, Flo.
Yeah, Jikroy is not really doing that well, and that's the power of this bristleback lane that I spoke about. You might not look at it as one of the heroes who beats out Sven, but there's just a bit too much damage coming out from bristleback early on. He also received a couple of base armor nerfs, I believe, on the Sven, so he's not as tanky as he once used to be. Mid lane, the Ember Spirit's doing working quite the number on the Earth Spirit. Anya's not really having that good of a start. But as time goes on, he does do better in that lane. Up top though, FBZ steps a bit too far forward, caught out by the Dusk, and there's another Fortic shield here. Dalul might be in some trouble. The shield is going to pop, and Dalul is also going to be run down by the Abaddon. This is what we spoke about earlier as the salve comes through for Chucky. He's looking towards the courier. Oh, wait a second. Dalul still alive for the time being. Another snowball, another tag team. One more right click will do it. They try to vacuum him away, but Chucky will fall for this, or will he not? Well, he walks away. Okay then.
Huge wins for Myth Avenue Gaming across both their side lanes. They get 2 kills up top. They've zoned out Jikroy. I mean, Jikroy is sitting at the bottom of the CS shots. Both him and FPC are really struggling, Floki. And you know, this could very quickly devolve into a game where Myth Avenue Gaming are completely pushing the side of Reckonix out of their lanes. Jikroy dies in the safe lane. This is a horrible start for the side of Reckonix across all their lanes except mid. Thankfully, the Lul does manage to catch Chucky up top.
Yeah, I mean, Chucky is still a valuable kill to be found at this point, because he did get a lot. He did set up a lot of aggression early on. Now, the thing is, FBZ, if he is just able to limit his deaths, he could end up, you know, just still coming back in the game and being super relevant. And it seems like that Chucky and Ghost are both aware of this, so they're playing aggressive. They're not letting the Darkseer get away with anything for free. He actually went for a point in the vacuum, so if he could just click over the Darkseer, you'll see he doesn't have the maxed out Iron Shell just yet, so he's not going to be able to farm as efficiently as he wants to.
Yeah, he doesn't have level 2 Iron Shell because he and the Lul kind of have a read on this lane that they're not getting a kill. Ghost is always there with the Aphotic Shield, and the problems continue for Reckonix, right?
Yeah.
Floki? They're bleeding on this safe lane. I mean, look at this Sven, he can't approach the wave, Floki.
Yeah, I mean, He Demon is really putting up a clinic here. 15-4 compared to 9-1 as the Muerta with the dead shot actually survives here. Oh boy, yeah, he will eventually end up dropping here, but again, it's a hard-earned kill for the Sven, and they're going to try and do some work on the Bristleback here. But a wise man once said that you should not hit Bristleback from behind. But I think that's just common sense. Porcupines, they're prickly creatures. Back towards the mid lane though. The Earth Spirit, surprisingly, not doing as well as the Ember. India Dream really putting up a clinic, Vivek.
He's doing well, but the Earth Spirit is a hero that can do a lot with less, right? Like, you get your urn, you're good to go, you can start fighting across the map. Top lane, Ghost, gotta be careful, the Euphoric Shield has worn out. Chucky is actually going to swing back in. He's got the tag team, he might have just overextended and overplayed his advantage. Chucky dies, Ghost gets vacuumed, did have another Euphoric Shield, so it's going to be okay for now.
Yeah, I mean, have to say, if a hero dies, then Abaddon gets his shield up quicker. I don't know if it works on allied heroes, but if it did, I imagine he would have probably killed the Darkseer there. Sadly, no such luck. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, seems like finally Ego Demon is, you know, been forced to just sort of drag the wave and not really fight the Sven head-on. So Sven's going to get some farm, but again, this is going to be the Bristleback who picks up a Perseverance early on, I imagine. So lane should be pretty easy for him once he's got that item. He can be left alone.
Yeah, what is the build nowadays on Bristleback? I mean,
you go Lotus Orb first. Right? Yeah, you typically go Lotus Orb first in most games because it's just too valuable an item to pass up. Although, gonna have to hold that thought.
Dalil, he's okay, but the problems are elsewhere. In your dream.
Is that a solo kill? I think it is. I don't see any supporters around.
Appears to be most certainly a solo kill while down bottom. It's the Sven solo who's dying. TPs are coming in. The Batrider is here, but the dead shot pushes Dalil off to his left. Eventually, though, the Jakiro cuts in from the west and Varish Dalil, for the first time in a long time, killed his Bristleback.
Yeah, a very valuable kill to find for the supports, but the Sven died, so probably not worth it, yeah. And also forced out a TP from the Batrider, so that's going to be a little unfortunate. Leaves FBZ alone up top, and FBZ, he was doing okay for a while in lane, but he didn't have a good start, and looks like now he's going to be zoned out again by Coast, as in the mid lane.
Yeah, this rotation from the support pairs is a little costly, right? Because the FPZ is all by himself, and you've got the 7-minute Wisdom Shrine coming up. They hold on to the snowball. Chucky takes his brother along for a ride, and they're straight on top of FPZ. They've got the damage amongst the two of them. What's really concerning is that top Wisdom Shrine, Floki. Are the side of Reckoning's going to let it go? Because Anya is cutting across. They want this Wisdom Shrine. With Avenue Gaming wanted, what are Reckoning's going to do?
Yeah, in your dream, he's rotated here, but I think he might be too late unless he drops a Fire Remnant. He's going to try and do so, but he's a bit too late. And it's going to be the double Wisdom Shrines for Myth Avenue Gaming. It is completely okay to lose your Muerta. Sure, it's a TP scroll wasted, but that is so much XP going their way.
This is so costly for Reckonings. Both the supports are going to take even longer to come online. But regardless, Reckonings, they have devolved this game into a non-stop brawl as they're showing 4 heroes down bottom. TPs are coming in. Chucky there with the defensive snowball, but that just sets up for the ice path, and eventually the damage is enough. Jikroy gets the kill with the cleave, and Dalul will manage to clean up and get himself a killing spree. Tips are coming through, and yeah, lovely. You know, friendly tips that land in decide a game of a best of 3. You know what those are. The Oath Spirit, though, he's going to zip in. Magnetize is there, but a good ice path from Varish means that Anya cannot commit any further.
Yeah, doesn't even have the earn charges because he doesn't have a single assist or a kill. Wasn't around when a hero died, so no charges for him. And well, FBZ, in the meantime, he has got some, you know, quiet time up top. Yes, he brought multiple heroes down bottom. He got a couple of kills, but his Ghost was still free farming. And at the same time, you know, I mean, I don't think Igor Demon really cares. He's just going to be farming away. There's going to be stacks for him in the near future, so he's going to get up to speed just fine. The real problem is going to be this Ember Spirit that it doesn't seem like they've done a good job of shutting down just yet.
Hey, you know what's really interesting? I just checked hero levels and took a quick look at net worth as well. So in terms of hero levels, I mean, all the supports are level 5. So despite losing both Wisdom Shrines, Reckonings aren't doing too shabby. And in terms of net worth, yeah, this one, he's up there. He's keeping up with the Abaddon. It's FPZ that's having a bit of a rough game, and so is the Bristleback. Chucky, though, looking to make the game even worse for FPZ. Nice rotation coming out from him as well as Ayad on the Muerta as they kill FPZ yet again. And yeah, I think there were some stacks prepared for FPZ. Got caught farming.
Yeah, I mean, that's just sort of the snowball effect of having to take that back. He tried to take that to find the Tusk earlier when he was diving the Bat, or rather chasing the Batrider, and it didn't work. It's down bottom.
He got even. Please don't tip him after this. Actually, he's not dying. TPs are coming through. Anya is here. Goes forward with the rolling boulder, straight on top of Varish, kills him, and the boulder smash, I think it nearly clipped Dalul. Dalul runs north. And yeah, Anya did see the trail of fire, so he knows where the Batrider is. And Jikroy is now sitting in the enemy.
Yeah, that's a weird position to be in for the Sven. Anyway,
it works though. Anya with the rotation to the top lane. They want to kill FVC yet again, but FVC has had enough. He just moved back into his jungle. The problem though is that he's farming under a dire observer ward. So Chucky knows he's there and he's going to try and punish his snowball bonus punch. They caught the darks here. That triangle is warded. I think FPC should know this by now.
Yeah, they found 2 kills off of that singular observer ward. Sadly, doesn't seem like it has been dewarded just yet. And FPZ, well, this is his job this game. He is going to be Mag's favorite punching bag until Jikroy comes online. Yeah, as the Darkseer, I mean, that's just going to be life for him. Sven, up to the Mask of Madness. Chucky, is he stacking? Or what
He's trying to steal FPZ stacks. Like
That's ambitious.
Yeah, Anya did steal a couple of
Dire's
stacks,
bottom tower is under attack.
but that's about it.
Clean that room is interesting. Okay, there you go. The Earth Spirit's about to finish up the Vessel duel, so you can expect the side of Mag to start, increasing the tempo of this game. As, I mean, I have to say, Jikra he keeps dropping low on that top little health bar thingy, and I'm always concerned, like, wait, what's going on? But he's just farming. Anyway, seems like
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
wants to pressure the tier 1 with the help of that siege tree. The Lil's going to do his best to drag the wave away, and he's going to succeed for the most part. Siege tree gets off a few shots, but not the end of the world. And this really matters because now FBZ is going to get more time to recover up top, time which he desperately needs.
Yeah, FEC is going to get the time to recover mainly because the side of Reckonings took the mid tier 1 as well as the safe lane tier 1. So they have more on the map, and this is going to make a big difference when the Radiant want to go Roshan, right? We mentioned, I have to hold on to that because Shocky, he's gone in, he sees the Lul, he kills the Lul, but In Your Dream is here, he's wrapped around the ice paths there. The Pierce the Whale means that In Your Dream won't be doing too much to the Moeta just yet. They'll have to rely on the magic damage, but the magic damage, well, it's coming up from Anya. With the Magnetize and the Rolling Boulder, he's straight on top of In Your Dream. His spirit's slow to a crawl. In Your Dream has nowhere to go and vanish. He's going to be brought down as well. FBZ shows in the lane, regrets it immediately, has been blocked off by the shards. He's got nowhere to go. The red shot's there. Silence, control, silence yet again. He'll TP out, but barely so as Reckonings lose 3 in the top lane.
Man, what a rough fight coming out for the side of Reckonings. Once again, just starting off in the worst way imaginable. They're going to try and find a return kill on Igor Demon. They commit the last one, but the Sven doesn't have the God strength. Although Igor Demon, he will finally be burnt to a crisp. It's not fried chicken, it's fried porcupine.
And nobody likes it.
Exactly. Not even the Mag players. I don't think even
mid lane, the
likes
chains? Jeez, I mean, you got to remember, you are invulnerable during that rolling boulder.
Yeah.
Yeah, after that, whatever, cast time.
Yeah,
so.
After a certain point, it can't be stopped by root, so he will just proceed and get out. You can't cast it while you're rooted, but I do think you can cast it before you get rooted, and it gets completed.
Yep. Well, the good news for Reckonings is that they've got these 2 towers. In Your Dream and Jikroy are farming reasonably well. The concern for Myth Avenue Gaming is that 17-minute Roshan, right?
Yeah.
They haven't got their mid tower to really come and contest it, and this is why IC was talking about this earlier, is that Radiant has a 100% win rate so far today. And Radiant will always have a higher chance of winning, at least in competitive Dota, is mainly because they have access to that Roshan in the top half of the map.
Yeah.
The very crucial Roshan that, is a precursor to the 20-minute Tormentor.
The only exception to that rule is if you happen to pick Night Stalker on Dire, in which case Roshan ends up spawning down bottom.
Oh, yeah? Then you could pick Dawnbreaker. What happens then?
No, Dawnbreaker doesn't turn night into day anymore.
Okay, good.
Like, it doesn't work that way. Instead, she just gets damage and some extra
Doesn't
vision.
Keeper of the Light still do it?
No, Phoenix does it.
Phoenix does it, exactly.
Yeah, and Luna turns it into night until Eclipse is timed out. Anyway, mid lane.
Anya. Well, I think this time he's a goner. They'll commit the lasso. I mean, Chucky can't do much to stop this. They'll take away the Earth Spirit's killing spree. Anya, though, with the Magnetize, manages to get one. And look at the Moeta go! Pounding away on In Your Dream. He's there. Both mid laners fall. The bad news for Reckonings is they've lost not just 1, but nearly 2 supports. Yep, most certainly Aya there with the dead shot. 2 supports as well as In Your Dream trade their lives for an Ember Spirit. I think this is a trade Mag will take any day.
Yeah, and once again, Myth Avenue Gaming is recognizing that the side of Reckonings have stepped a bit too far forward. They're way out of their depth, away from their tier 1 tower, so really good punish. And they also expended kind of everything on the Earth Spirit, right? Magnifier, Lasso. He just had no more firepower remaining to kill off the rest of the heroes. So Muerta is able to hit away freely with no attack speed, with Pierce the Veil and find a kill. And no any ordinary kill, just at that. She found the Ember.
Yeah. Well, you got to replay. There you go. They commit everything on the Earth Spirit. Sure, they get this kill. It's a bit deep, and that's why they're getting punished, right? Ghost is rotated. Chucky's here as well. Look at the Moeta, just free hits on In Your Dream. Did In Your Dream run out of remnants?
I think so. I think he ended up using all of his remnants. He has been very aggressive with his remnant usage. He's not really been conserving there or having too much concern of his own for his own life. So, I mean, it's interesting because he is right in a way, but you also have to be careful with where you step foot because those remnants could be problematic. You could get hit by a straight dead shot or a geomagnetic grip.
Yep.
And yeah, if you don't have a remnant to get out, that could be problematic.
Top, FEC drops the wall. Oh, the Abaddon illusion. One of the worst things to play against as the Abaddon. But they haven't got anything to continue the chase after the borrowed time. As Ghost, well, his Radiance will not be slowed down. Not for now.
Yeah, he's still making really good progress towards it. And even though you see higher net worth on Jikroy, it doesn't really matter because once that Radiance is up, that miss chance is going to be really huge. You're not going to stop any of the magical damage coming out from the Curse as well as the Radiance from this Abaddon. You only get armor from Warcry, but they might still delay him. Doesn't see him.
That was
extremely close.
Extremely
close. Okay.
Up top though, FEC quick to surge, knows that the rolling boulder is coming. He get a little bit of cover to TP out from, but unfortunately the rolling boulders come off. Cooldown FEC, caught by the ADOS, he's dead. While elsewhere, at the same time, Varish and In Your Dream managed to bring down the Bristleback. So both offlaners die at the same time. It's
are scanning.
Yeah, I mean, this has been going on for a while.
It has, and one of the bigger things you need to remember is that even though this Bristleback is strong, like there are only so many things you can dispel. That Lotus Orb, you still have to worry about Napalm, you still have to worry about the Flame Break, there's the Breathe Fire and the Shigiro spells, there's Spirit Vessel and the Chains. You have to pick your poison.
It is hard. I mean, like, he will need a BKB at some point of the game. The question is, does he go for the pipe first? Because the pipe has a lot of value this game.
I feel like he doesn't need to go for a BKB because there isn't a Baron in this game. I think more so
pipe.
they just need to play together once that Radiance that should be enough. Although the pipe is a good idea.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. You've got the Aphotic Shield, which is another dispel, but you definitely do want to get a pipe versus the Jakiro, the Batrider, the Ember, down bottom. Looks like you've got a big fight brewing as both supports, Dalul and Varish, pick on poor old Chucky. Everybody's least favorite childhood doll.
Oh boy. Yeah, close. But go on, who's the least favorite childhood dog?
What? Bobby.
Nothing? Oh, okay. Well, I had a dog, used to kick, scream and bite. Was a Doberman, only listened to my dad. Yeah, we put him up for adoption later. Surprised you knew about that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, it looks as if Reckonings are getting the star, but nope. With Avenue Gaming, they're there to defend, and they're also there to pick up this kill onto the Sven. Jigtroy dead. Anya at the right place at the right time. I mean, this is what you have to be careful about. Back in mid, though, Ego Demon shows he's got that Lotus Orb that you mentioned, but they'll hold on to the chains, they'll drop the wall. FEC's got the vacuum, and he puts it to good use as In Your Dream cleans up on the Bristleback. Now, I'm not a fan of Jikro going to push out that top tower all by himself, especially when you don't have vision. The rolling boulder or the snowball could always come from fog, and you could be caught completely unaware. So he has no business being there, to be honest.
Yeah, and I also feel like the same can be said for the Bristleback. He can be farming away safely in his jungle, approaching way when it's close to his tower.
They found Radish. This is Ghost with his Radiance and his Blink. Okay, Blink's flying out.
It's coming on the courier, but yeah, he's got the money for it. And that's the thing about this Abaddon hero. Once you have the Radiance, the game starts to snowball so quickly. Give over 1 kill, give over 2 kills. Well, too bad. The map's now closed. Please do not venture outside your tower range. If you go to farm neutral camps, we do not guarantee any safety for your life against this hero.
Yeah.
And again, I mean, this is just going to play into the Roshan, it's going to play into the Tormentor. They're going to get themselves very important objectives. And it's really going to it's really going to test the side of Reckonix here today. They've got a very good combo. Darkseer with Ember and Sven. It can do a lot of work. But you have to be aware, you have to understand which spell needs to come out at what time, and who are you going to use that surge on.
FPZ. Chucky has his own Blink Dagger. That surge will not save FPZ. I mean, TPs are coming through though. The Ice Path is nice. He does clip too. Jigsaw is here with the God Strength. He'll bring down Chucky. Ghost prototype does proc, but there's the lasso. The Lul pulling him further and further away from his teammates, but he's just going to blink away from there. Varish is there with the Ice Path, but the Abaddon full of life, stares him in the face and brings him down. And now In Your Dream, caught in the middle of nowhere, has to do some remnant ninjutsu to run, but he can't. Dead by the dead shot. It's now Jigroy who's being kicked out of his gate. No free trip to base. That wall will not protect you. As Mag clean up on Reckonix, the Lul being the only survivor, and now they're tipping Jigroy.
Tips being returned as the message is received loud and clear here. Once again, this was what we were worried about. We spoke about this during the draft awake, that this Abaddon, he can be a big nuisance hero. You don't really have the right heroes to deal with him in lane, so he's going to be free farming, he's going to get to that good timing, and his opponent shield's very good this game. You also have a Dispel or a Lotus Orb rather already on the Bristleback, and because you've got the Abaddon, you can even preemptively throw it out on someone who you might think get lassoed, which would completely turn the fight around right away.
It's hard, right? It's the two heroes that you need to break.
Yeah.
Where does that come from? Like, the Sven it's going to be a while before he gets a Silver Edge.
I feel like Batrider Kanda. And an Orchid. Because you can press it manually still.
Yeah, your post 4 Batrider does everything. But, I mean, here's the replay, right? They try and lasso...
Realistic expectations.
They lasso Ghost after the border time, and he just blinks away. He's fine, and he blinks straight on top of Varish. Varish, surrounded... I mean, rather head-to-head with an Abaddon, has nowhere to go, and In Your Dream, he tried his hardest. Eventually, the dead shot got him.
It's one of those things that, you know, playing against Abaddon, you have to keep track of so many things. You need to keep track of his blink timing and borrow time. You need to keep track of his aquatic shield. You also need to keep track of, you know, how much damage he does and just how farm he is. Because if you end up just, you know, sleeping at the wheel, this hero is going to end up doing so much in fights. You can dispel the Stormhammer, you can dispel the Shakiro stuff. The Lotus Orb can be used however the Bristleback pleases. So, yeah, I mean, it's just too hard. I mean, just too many things to keep track of. Although this is a welcome change, if they can reach him.
He's making space.
Oh, he cancelled the TP.
And the dead shot's there. I mean, I like this. Like, the Lul is trying to make space, but you know, I was just looking very quickly at items. It feels like Reckonix need a couple of defensive items here. I mean, there is that one post up on the Lul, but I feel like if they can kite the Bristleback and the Abaddon, they have better chances of winning these fights.
Yeah.
You got a Dispel on the Darkseer, but they need a lot more. I feel like a Glimmer, a Force, another Force rather. That's what they need rather than to itemize for the Abaddon. Anya, he's gone in, he's found the Sven, Jigroy. You don't want to be tipped after this because you're most certainly dying. And fortunately, they've run out of tips.
Yeah, I want to see one more tip going his way.
They've got voice lines though.
Yeah, they've got voice lines.
When your tips are over, go to the voice lines.
Yeah. If you comp band, you get to do neither.
Yeah.
Anyway, towards the Roche pit we go. And well, with the help of the tag team and the Curse and Werners, it's going to be a very quick Roshan for the side of Reckonix. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Myth Avenue Gaming.
Reckonix.
Reckonix in a heart. But Myth Avenue Gaming on Earth, back on this planet that we call home. He's got himself the Aegis. And well, now life gets a lot more difficult for the side of Reckonix. It's honestly, the only way they can come back in this game is if they make a concentrated effort to take, you know, a fight. They need to commit someone to go die somewhere on the map so they can push it out, they can shove out a wave, and they can take a fight elsewhere with the other 4 heroes. And hopefully that's going to be enough to just give them enough breathing room to take a solid fight up high ground. Because the way things are going now, there's nothing stopping Ghost from marching up high ground and really, much like Martin Luther King, asking some very important questions at the door of Team Reckonix.
Yeah, I didn't pay attention to history. Actually, I didn't even study that part of history. But my real concern is, I mean, these deaths are buying you time. Actually, these deaths are not really doing you any favors. What I'm thinking about is how do Reckonix defend high ground, right? Like, sure, you got the lasso.
There are 2 things that I think that people have, like, we actually sort of missed on the panel. The first one is hopes, and the second one is dreams.
Oh,
of course, the classic, right?
And the third one is memes. Get the memes going, folks. Because Reckonix need all that energy in the upper bracket.
I mean, if they want to defend high ground, it starts with them getting the BKB out of the Sven first. Starts with them getting a crit start.
In Your Dream, I think he's done for you.
Okay, that's a good start.
The vacuum wall is pretty good, but In Your Dream, he's still dead. FPZ, without the wall, has to hope that by the time they come to the tier 3, they've got some new answers, or some new problems rather, to throw the way of Mid Avenue Gaming. Mid Avenue Gaming, as of now, are just owning this map, right? They're not being contested. Jikroy is trying to build his BKB. He's got it complete. I'm not quite sure if it's enough. You know, the other problem I see for the side of Reckonix is, who did the Ember and Swen go on? Like, who do you want to go on? Not the Abaddon, not the Bristleback.
The Tusk, probably, because that's the only hero you can kill. But even then, there's going to be an Aphotic Shield. And he's also tanky. He's got the Solar Crest. He's got a lot of HP to work with. He can even blink dodge the stun if he's quick enough. And yeah.
Oh, they're going.
No
Jikroy with his BKB. He'll go straight on top of the Bristleback, but the defensive snowball is there. Ice Path though will catch both of them. And Jikroy and Ego Demon are there. Talul with the lasso finds the Muerta. She's got the Pierce the Whale, but here comes Anya and Ghosh. And they've got enough damage amongst the three of them. The Magna is doing work. The borrow time, buying time for the Abaddon. Ghosh still has the Aegis. The Muerta there has to watch from the sidelines. Here comes In Your Dream. Remnant forward. There's life number 1 taken away from Ghosh. They're looking for more. They found Anya. This Earth Spirit surrounded, has nowhere to go, nowhere to roam, but the Aphotic Shield will buy Anya time as she looks to roll, but then body block her and bring her down. The Earth Spirit dead is just Ghosh all by himself, like he was at Nigma, the only one doing God's work. Now, with the Spirit Vessel upon him, he's running for dear life, running north, going south, dropping the Aphotic Shield. Where's he gonna go? Nowhere. Back to the fountain, sir, as In Your Dream is not gonna let you go through the upper bracket so easily.
My goodness, what a beautiful fight. This is what I was talking about. You just need to cash in your chips. You need to believe in the Darkseer and the Sven. And that's exactly what they do. Sven's able to blink in, get a very nice stun onto the Bristleback. Chucky a little bit eager, and I feel like the snowball... Ooh, what on earth?
No says no.
Okay, Chucky finds Variz. That's a little... Or Barish, that's a little something going his way. Good for him, but... Again, Mag, they cannot have a repeat of that same encounter. That was a very good fight for Reckonix. Mostly because of the jump that Jikroy was able to find. Yeah, and the snowball, I believe, I do think there were other targets he could have snowballed instead of
he went to save the Bristleback with the snowball, but the problem is if you're snowballing before Ice Path is used, or around the Ice Path area, you got to be careful because you're actually just offering free setup.
Yes, and that's one of those things that, I mean, it's a little bit hard to play into if you're the task as down. Oh, In Your Dream. Actually up top, ends up finding the Muerta, so Reckonix, I mean, really, they started to catch the side of Mag slipping, and Mag, they have to just dot their I's and cross their T's. Ghost is going to be spawning in 5 seconds. It'd be best to not give away any no pickups and just wait until Ghost is back up before you make another move. Roshan is spawning in 3.5 minutes. So you keep taking moves like that, you're going to enable Reckonix to contest Roshan, and that's one way to lose this game if you're Mag.
That's what both teams are keeping their eyes out for. And all their clocks are running around Roshan right now. I think this is a great time to just check out general vision. What are Reckonix working with in terms of vision? Do they see any part of Mid Avenue Gaming's map?
I don't think so. I think all their wards are very defensive. They've basically got zero vision. I don't think they've got a single ward up at the moment. Well, they will probably be remedying that. Okay, there is one in the mid lane that I see.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Are we looking at any new item pickups for either Mid Avenue Gaming or Reckonix?
I think you're going to look for the Bloodthorn now on the Abaddon, right? Because you've got the Orchid already. That Bloodthorn's going to enable you to just kill heroes left and right. I mean, the problem with the Abaddon last fight was that he wasn't doing damage nearly quickly enough. And they were just kind of ignoring him and killing everyone else. So now, once the Bloodthorn's up, he will actually be a threat in these fights, and you're going to have to respect the damage he deals. Well, for now, doesn't seem like there's a lot going on for both sides. Reckonix are just taking it easy for the time being as well. I'm suddenly extremely loud. Hello, everyone. But, yeah, I mean, Mag, they've got their work cut out for them still. Wait for the Bloodthorn, make sure Roshan doesn't go the way of Reckonix, dodge any smoke gangs that might be coming, speaking of which.
Yeah, Reckonix, 4 of them smoked up. Jikroy still got a pretty new BKB to work with. He's got the Crystallis complete. They've also got a pipe on FPC, Ghost, and the others on the low ground. Who do Reckonix want to jump? It's actually Chucky that gets the jump. He's found the torpedo, but elsewhere on the back lines, they found the Earth Spin, the vacuum ball. It's perfect. It's got two of them. Anya pops his BKB and wants to roll out of there. Ghosh's borrow time has already been procced, Floki. This is looking a little rough for Mid Avenue Gaming, but this Bristleback with his Lotus Orb is running straight at them. In your dream, he's got his own BKB, turns with a vessel, and Jikroy connects. They found Anya on the Earth Spin and they brought him down. Ghosh picks in, wants the Sven, will have him. That's the position once Sven dead is in your dream and Barish are looking to run. This Bristleback though is slowing them with all that sticky, yucky goo. And in your dream, he has nowhere to go. He's been brought down and somewhere Dalul drives through a neutral group.
Oh, that's a little unfortunate. But man, what a good fight coming out by Mid Avenue Gaming. Sven forced to pop the BKB early, and that is the recipe for success. If you can get that BKB popped nice and early, it enables the Abaddon to go in once that BKB is down and actually chase down the Sven. In this fight, however, you also saw the Bristleback chasing down the Sven as you don't have BKB. I mean, he can just run you down with Viscous Nasal Goo. There's very little you can do about it. And that's why you need to find the right targets. If you find the Tusk, if you find the Bristleback away from his allies, then you're going to be able to do a lot. But man, look at that. Econ Demon is really feeling himself, doing little twirl, showing off his skills as a ballerina or a part-time ballet dancer. Is it ballet? Yeah, it's ballet. It's similar to ballet. I was like, wait a second, that doesn't sound right.
Well, the real dance that Reckonix have to navigate and maneuver is how do they hold on to these barracks? Because right now it looks like they might just have to forfeit them. In Your Dream doesn't have buyback. It's looking rough for the side of Reckonix. They've lost the lane of barracks, and you know what's next? What's next is Roshan. You got a shot that Wave and Smoke can somehow get there.
Yeah, I mean, this is not going to be a Roshan you're really looking to contest if you're Reckonix. Maybe you actually wait around the periphery, set up some vision, and see if you can catch any stragglers and force the side of Mag into a bad engagement. But fighting Roshan head-on is going to be difficult. You can't jump into the pit, not against these heroes. You won't be getting back out alive. At least once the BKB ends.
I'm a bit puzzled now. Reckoning feel like getting a break is not a priority.
I mean, they don't really have the right heroes to build it on, right? The Sven would much rather get a Daedalus, just get tons of damage. He also needs Satanic for Dispel in this game.
Silver Edge is effective damage in a sense.
It's effective, but the issue is that you can buy that Silver Edge, sure, you're going to break someone, but there's other things to worry about. There's a Lotus Orb, there's a Baden with the Aphotic Shield who can keep people alive, and even if you find the right target, there's always a snowball safe potential. There's always counter initiation with the Earth Spirit, who rips your backline once you blink in. Very hard decisions to make for
Reckonix, they're going to go contest Roshan. There's the Lotus Orb keeping Ghost alive and healthy. The wall, it's okay, it's decent. Ghost, he's fighting an illusion, he's got to be careful. He'll shield himself up, the border time does proc, and there's an axe on FPC. With the normal punch, he'll look for more as they try and bring down Chucky first. Now Jikroy is fighting the Bristleback, surged up, wants to run. Oh, but the Croaker holds him in place. He still managed to disengage. Anya connects with Ghost. Another normal punch. FPZ is just kickboxing this Abaddon and buying enough time for Jikroy to come back into the fight and bring down the Ember. The dead shot, it looks pretty damn good, but it's meaningless as two heroes have fallen from the side of Mid Avenue Gaming. They're kiting this Bristleback while In Your Dream and the others, they're trying to force more out of Mid Avenue Gaming. And now with just the Bristleback all by himself, they can deal with him. Break or no break, they've got a vessel. No, they cannot deal with him. Yeah. It's hard, it's painful. In fact, it feels as if Mid Avenue Gaming want to go back into this fight. Jikroy knows that the ATOS and the dead shot has been used, so he's just going to TP out of there. But Roshan is still for anybody's taking, Floki.
I think you can take it now if you're Maggies. You no longer have the BKB on the Sven. It's going to be hard to fight. Lasso, it's going to be back up soon, but I don't think you've got the firepower. And with the Bloodthorn, this Roshan's going to die rather quickly. Barish also buying back in that fight. Now a win condition opens up for the side of Mid Avenue Gaming. All you really have to do is ensure that you kill the Chikiro, make sure that you're able to kite afterwards, and the game is just going to play itself out. The only way I see Mag potentially losing out a fight, or maybe, the game, is if the Earth Spirit dies first without getting any of his spells off. But that's not going to happen anymore because you've got the Aegis.
I mean, it's still 50-50, right? Any one of these scores die on either side, like, I mean, it could be anybody's game. The Lul looking for a pick-off. You mentioned a win condition, Floki. They smelled it, but that lasso wasn't enough. There
Oh
wasn't
my
any
God,
follow.
the
But
stun!
Jigcroy drops across, stunts through with the Stormhammer. Anya will manage to roll away, and Chucky with the snowball trying to buy time, but time is not enough as Chucky's dead for a good 69 seconds.
Well, that's one BKB charge down on the side of Reckonix. Wonder if this is enough for Ghost to go high ground. I wonder if he pings this and goes like, guys, Swen, no BKB, we go high ground.
I mean,
we don't care about the
that's
other
a
heroes.
BKB down on the Earth Spirit as well. And the problem that Ghost is actually facing is the normal punch. I think FBZ is starting to become an issue now.
Yeah, FBZ really has gotten a lot done, especially after that start. He didn't really have the most amount of gold early on, even forced to take 1 point in the vacuum, or opted to take 1 point in the vacuum, and it's played out the way it did. But now he's very much back in the game. That punch really good at controlling up the Abaddon while he's in his borrowed time. Really good against the Earth Spirit as well. And yeah, I mean, as time goes on, this Darkseer, you're gonna have to respect his presence in the game as the Graph starting to swing back the way of Team Reckonix.
I mean, Myth Avenue Gaming are actually just going to shove down the lane now. The Aegis is on the Earth Spirit. It's not on Ghost. Chucky is an important part of this team. They will want the snowball save if they are pushing high ground. Chucky is connecting with the rest of his team. Squiggly lines being drawn across the map as now Jigcroy on our screens has completed his deadlist.
Oh boy.
He's queued up the... Is that a harpoon along with the Satanic? Did I see that right?
Yeah, it's a I mean, once that, once that Satanic and Harpoon are done, he's going to be feeling much more comfortable going into these fights for the most part because, even though you have your BKBs, on the Swen and if they run out, you're in some trouble, that Satanic, the Dispel is going to be very helpful. You can stand your ground and fight against the Abaddon because the Abaddon can't really go toe-to-toe with you once you hit that Satanic timing and you've got the God Strength. But this I like. They've got the BKBs coming back up. They're going to smoke. They're going to get a head start on that high ground push. They're going to try and find someone in the Radiant jungle. Fortunately for the side of Reckonix, they're not really showing anyone.
Okay, they see the Firefly. Chucky reads it. Goes up onto the high ground, finds FBC. FBC is dead for 75 seconds without buyback, Loki. This is really, really costly. Can Myth Avenue Gaming start hitting buildings on the back of this?
I mean, they can. They certainly can, because they've got the Aegis. They know that the Earth Spirit is in no immediate danger. And with those 2 minutes remaining, if you get yourself this set of frags, you can face the game a little bit more. You can take it easy. You can wait for the side of Reckonix to make mistakes. And mistakes will be made when there is a lane of super creeps walking down the top lane.
I mean, this is really rough. They've got the upgraded banner. I also don't know why FBC had to be caught out like that. That is a very costly death.
Didn't really expect that, to be honest, and it's a little unfair to expect it to know
Jigcroy
that.
is going to go in straight onto the Bristleback. That's a Bristleback with the heart, but he's been pulled away by the geomagnetic grip that kept him alive. Elsewhere, though, it's Ghost. His borrow type does proc. He's trying to bring down the Swen. Swen pops his BKB turns. Everybody on side of Myth Avenue Gaming alive and healthy. In Your Dream is reconnected with Jigcroy. Both of them trying to deal with the Swen, but elsewhere they're bleeding bodies as the Batrider dies. Jigcroy to follow. In Your Dream being pushed back to his base, and here comes the Bristleback. They're straight on top of In Your Dream. They'll play with their food as they punch up the Lul with the Walrus Punch. You can smell it, Victory, and they can Floki. You can smell it, and they can do as Myth Avenue Gaming are on the verge of knocking Reckonix down to the low bracket, but FBZ is fighting. He's trying his darndest. The Glypnir will control him. He's got a pipe to keep him alive and healthy, but the shots are there. He's going nowhere. That's FBZ dead without buyback. GG, well played is the call as Myth Avenue Gaming are your first finalists of the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026.
What a beautiful performance coming out by MAG. I mean, once again, just sticking to the fundamentals. They understand how their lanes are going to work. Sure, it didn't look that good, in the first game, but they keep their heads down. They understand what is it that they want. They understand what the issues are, and they fix them, making sure that they secure a spot in the grand final. So we're definitely going to be seeing MAG, but are we going to be seeing Reckonix? I am not too sure myself.
Well. A surprise entry in towards the grand finals. The reigning defending champions of Predator League once again making their way into the grand finals themselves. Myth Avenue Gaming, what a performance, what a comeback as well. And of course, an upset in the scene as well here as Reckonix has to play from the lower brackets. But my, oh my, what a game we have seen here for the upper bracket semifinals. Myth Avenue Gaming definitely surprised us with this versatility in terms of drafts as well, because game 1 was a complete slowdown here coming from Myth Avenue Gaming, but game 2, game 3, comebacks after comebacks, putting Reckonings towards the test here, and it seems like whatever plan that they've cocked up with, they pretty much made it work.
Yeah, it just felt like Reckonings were really, really slow in that game number 1. It's partly due to the laning phase being so atrocious. Igor even got off to a wonderful start on the bristleback down bottom, and that seemed to be the pain point for the side of Mag. Once they fixed that issue, once they made sure that their offlane wasn't getting completely wrecked by the enemy team, they were just able to put 2 and 2 together and make 4. And in all honesty, Reckonings, I think one of the biggest things that they need to look after this game is, why didn't they start grouping up fast enough? It's not that the heroes, it is true that the heroes need items, but they're also so good with levels. You get a couple of points in Surge, start moving around with the Sven when he's got Godstrike, start moving around with the Ember, try and force some rotations from Myth Avenue Gaming, and just make sure that they are fighting this early timing where they don't feel all that comfortable. I mean, for God's sake, India Dream had such a huge lead in the mid lane. It was just completely blown out of the water with what Myth Avenue Gaming achieved later on. That could have just changed the game.
It's interesting to see that our Caster's Curse are still very, very effective here, because whoever we predict so far has always been in a situation where they tend to lose. But yesterday was all the boom train. Now it seems like we were hyping up Reckonings, and now they have to go all the way down from the lower brackets here. It is going to be a brutal run for them. Of course, lying in wait here is going to be a rematch between both Reckonings as well as Interactive Philippines in the lower bracket finals. They were put down there because of Reckonings, and obviously they are going to be eyeing for vengeance down there itself, which is going to be happening right after this series. But before that, let's tabulate a little bit more on the scoreboard between this game 3 here, because initially all of us were on the same page of how Reckonings is going to be playing this Sven here. It looks good. The Darks here, the Bad Rider, they've got some sort of engagements here. Flash farming was, I would say, farming stacks was a problem from Myth Avenue Gaming. And you can realize that Myth Avenue Gaming realizes this too and decides to say, you know what? Sven can't really do too much to you if I build up a Radiance first. And it feels like Ghost's Radiance was one of the biggest factors which forced Jigroy to be passive farming a lot of times until the first BKB up. And Myth Avenue Gaming kept pushing the metal, kept stepping on the metal, and kept pushing and pushing and pushing to a point that the lead just got so out of hand that Reckonings could not match them.
Yeah, I mean, Ghost is the man to look at, right, in that game, because his lane went really well. You are playing into a Darkseer Batrider lane. Not a very straightforward lane. It's a lane that can also go south. And one of the things you have to remember is that whenever you're playing an Abaddon into these heroes, your Aphotic Shield usage has to be immaculate. You need to be getting value out of each one, because you don't get a lot of those in game. Those Aphotic Shields are expensive. You got to build Null Talismans just to be able to sustain that. And, you know, I mean, credit where credit is due. Reckonix, they had a couple of good ideas. You asked why the Daedalus on the Sven before something like a Silver Edge. Well, you know, the way the crit works is that if you actually land a crit big enough that it puts Abaddon down to 0, borrow time does not proc. So there are chances that you could have just killed the Abaddon once that Daedalus was up without borrow time ever coming through. And I think there was one fight as well where Ghost, he popped his borrow time after realizing, oh shit, I just got crit for like 1.6k damage. I need to pop my borrow time, otherwise I might die. But there's the MVP screen, and it's no surprise to me that it's Ghost. I mean, what about you, Vic? Do you have someone different in mind?
No, but I also feel like Chucky is kind of my second MVP. Because it feels like he's really calling a lot of the map movements. Ghost definitely did do a lot of damage and had a near flawless game. But I'd also like to point out his brother Chucky. It felt like that. I don't think this game is as straightforward as it appears, because there was that one very crucial pick-off on FVC. If FVC didn't die there, and it's a bit unfortunate that Firefly and the Darkseer Surge have this visual trail, so you can like kind of literally read where they are on the map. If they didn't find that pick-off on FVC before pushing for that top tier 3, I think this would be a very different game.
Yeah, I think
it came down towards a game of cat and mouse, right? Who's going to be the ones that praise first, and who is the ones to be the predator? In this case, it feels like the ultimate predator based on this game here is going to be Myth Avenue Gaming, and the idea has been really spot on as well. I talked about it during the draft. where, oh, how are they going to deal with the stack clears here? Bristleback was a mixture of everything as well, because the downside of Abaddon is that it's very somewhat easily kiteable. Once you're on top of Abaddon, Abaddon will literally mow you down so hard to the point that there's nothing really much you can do. You need some sort of escapes, you need some sort of wombo combos, and the Bristleback just adds more salt to the wounds itself. You've got slows, you've got stuff like that, and which made it a little bit of an interesting point between Reckonings here. Who do they actually focus here? Because when we talk about Bad Rider, oh, the lasso looks great. You're going to isolate targets. Do you lasso an Abaddon? Absolutely not. Barrel time comes in. What do? You probably need a refresher. You probably need major items in the game. So all these small little setups that Myth Avenue Gaming has planned for force Reckonings in a situation where we have to play for the ultimate late game. And obviously, within 5 minutes, the first 5 minutes, we are going to be a little bit chill. We are going to be focused. But as the game drags longer and longer, endurance are put to test. People make small little mistakes here. And it feels like Myth Avenue Gaming pushed them to the limit, which was very, very nice.
Yep. I do believe we have got an interview coming up, but just before that, I do want to touch upon the Bristleback that you mentioned. And I think we talked about this. Like, he's just going to buy the first item, Lotus Orb, and there's really very little that Reckonings can do to hurt him. And then on top of that, that Bristleback's got the Aphotic Shield. But you know what? We can break down the game a little bit later. We've got an interview coming up for you on your screens in just a bit. So let's head over to our stage host and see what they've got for us.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here with Chucky from MAG, who went all 3 maps. Malaysian crowds going wild on the floor. Chucky, before we go to the thing, you hear people yelling your name. How do you feel?
Happy, my fans.
Wow, you have like a dedicated fan base. Okay, now let's talk a little bit something a little bit more serious. Let's talk about what you think of Reckonings. Coming into this tournament, Reckonings is a fan favorite, or at least the favorites to win this tournament. Everyone was thinking that they'd make it up on top to the grand finals, and you took them down. What do you think about that?
I believe Reckonings is a really good team. They won a qualifier for a Tier 1 event just before this tournament. So, I mean, we never looked them down. It was tough. So we will prepare for the grand finals later.
Right, now talking about preparation and today as well, map 1 looked so rough, but you guys seem to have pulled yourself together in map 2 and 3. Walk me through what happened there.
I believe we actually, maybe it's just a morning, and then we are a little bit nervous in game 1, but we set ourselves on game 2 and game 3. That's why we won.
Right, now let's talk a little bit about your advantages. You have upper bracket advantage all the way to the grand finals, which is going to happen later tonight. Do you believe that not playing all 3 brackets, having that break would kind of warm you down a little bit more instead of keeping you on top? Or do you think that rest time is an advantage for you?
I think we can watch the lower bracket final. That's an advantage.
Okay, so speaking of advantages, you'll be able to watch the game. Yes. Now we have what? Interactive Philippines versus with Reckonings. Between the two, who do you think will make it out on top?
Both of the teams are good. I want to fight IAP more than Reckonings.
Really? Why?
Because last year I was the champion.
Right.
And then IAP, one of them was my teammate.
Yes, so it's like a battle of rivalry.
Yes.
Okay, now that we're on that battle of rivalry, what do you want to say to him?
IAP, do your best. Hope to see you in finals.
Ooh, and speaking of doing your best and in finals, your fans right there are yelling for you. What do you want to tell them?
Thank you very much.
They're so happy. It must be fun. Can you hear them yelling from the stage when you're playing?
I can hear. Like someone is shouting.
That's it? Oh, that's very exciting. Thank you so much, Shaki, for the interview, and good luck later. And with that, guys, we're going to go for a quick break. After this, the second lower bracket finals coming right at you. We'll be right back.
Swift, Neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop style and glow. Swift Neo, oh. that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo, you feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy on might. Work out, play is just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift Neo. Oh, let it lead, let it grow.
Turn it with every tap and glow.
Swift Neo, that's how we roll.
On stage, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
Varun, assignment?
Of course, sir. All done.
Hi Varun.
Sir, आप
Flipkart पे high performance Intel laptops at lowest prices. तेरा secret? Secret नहीं है noob.
Get the best deals on Intel laptops only on Flipkart. यहाँ कुछ भी हो सकता है.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo,
You feel me?
lightweight game, heavy all night. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On stage, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the APAC Predator League 2026 with our digital partner, Flipkart. We are back with the lower bracket finals, and Tash, this time around, this one's going to be special because these two teams have a little bit of history in them.
Yep, a lot of history coming into both of these teams, and most importantly, we have one team, Reckonix, who just finished a best of 3, now thrown into the lower bracket finals. I had a bit of a chat with one of the players in the backstage, how he feels about playing 2 games back to back, and he said, it is what it is, we gotta try our best.
Some would say it's a benefit as well, but then again, it all comes down to perspective because they would be coming in hot. But the storyline I wanted to touch upon is Interactive Philippines is in the lower bracket waiting for them, but they've played against each other, and IAP was sent to the lower bracket by this very team.
That's right, and I think this could be a revenge match that they really, really want to be able to to come up on top. Again, in the grand finals, Chucky actually had said that he wants to meet up with his ex-teammate again. Chucky already said to try his best. So let's see who exactly makes it to the grand finals later. But for now, let's have a look at the teams coming in today. This is the lower bracket finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear it for our first contenders. Give it up for Team Reckonix!
Delhi, make some noise. Welcome on stage, Team Reckonix.
All right, this team is coming on stage for the second time today. And hopefully second time's the charm for this team. But you know who is actually going to be stopping their dreams.
No doubt about that, but isn't it the third time? I don't think they have a third chance. It is a best of 3 though.
It is a best of 3.
In all honesty, I think they will come in hot.
They will come in hot, but there is going to be an obstacle there. And to that, let's invite Interactive Philippines!
Delhi, make some noise. Welcome on stage, Team Interactive Philippines.
Both these teams stash one step away from the grand finals. One mistake and they'll be on a flight back home. The stakes are high. The same teams. Is history going to repeat itself, or is IAP going to carve it out in their own right?
It's going to be super hyped as well. We have a storyline of rivalries in the grand finals. Granted, Interactive Philippines makes it to the end, but Reckonix, you can tell they're hungry. They are, after all, the favorites to win this tournament. And with that, let's see what our casters think about this take. On to you guys on the desk.
Thank you so much to our amazing hosts. Is history going to repeat itself, or are we going to see a revenge arc here in the lower bracket finals, ladies and gentlemen? One more step before one of these teams move on to the grand finals and meet up with Myth Avenue Gaming. Joining me alongside the desk is the amazing IC Baby 1-2 and also Floki. What do you guys think about this grudge match?
I'm curious, before I talk about the match as well, I'm curious, how did you change your clothes so fast? Because 1 minute ago, I saw you guys, you were down there cheering up with this crowd, and then now you're in a suit. Are you like a magician or something?
Some people call me the Remnant. I'm on the other side, I just whoop whoop, come back.
Anyways, going into this game here, I'm really excited to see how Interactive Philippines is going to be playing as well here, because during the round stages as well, best of one, anything can happen. And just today itself, right from the semifinals, we saw, first game, Myth Avenue, they got completely dumpstered by... And after that, game 2, game 3, they bounced back really, really strong. So I really, really want to see how IAP is going to be able to make that replication here. Have they done their homework here? I feel like he has a different take about this.
I mean, I think that Reckonix are a very good team, no doubt. Yes, Myth Avenue Gaming, they did catch them by the hip in those second and third games, and I think Reckonix are really going to have to put their heads together to figure out what went wrong. But more so than that, I feel like if anyone's who's been overlooked over here, it's been Interactive Philippines, right? Because these guys, they've had a quiet time, they've had a lot of time to discuss, to prepare, and not only to do that, but to also watch and observe. So they've seen these 3 games so far. They know what Reckonix like to do. And if anything, those guys should have an idea of how they want to be approaching this. In fact, the fact that it went the distance, 3 games, means that you've got a lot of data to work with. So I feel like Interactive Philippines, they have an edge there. But Reckonix, you never know. In your dream, he might just wake up from his slumber and decide it's time for him to go to the grand finals.
Yeah, and speaking about data, right? So Chucky did mention that he would like to meet his former teammate, which is Aris, who's currently playing with Interactive Philippines. And being a former teammate, having played with MAG before, he definitely knows the playstyle of MAG. He knows the formula. And obviously, MAG, they won against Reckonix.
Okay.
Do you think the experience of a player like Aris, who has won it before at the Praetor League APAC last season, is going to be valuable for this match?
I think having experience of what to be expect based on the environment or the drafts, the mentality is one thing, but having the chemistry to push together is a different thing here, because a majority of Myth Avenue is still somewhat still together, and he's with a completely different team. So how well he brings his experience and adapt with the new team here has been quite questionable as well, because I would say they had a smooth run, but against Reckonix, it was a very, very shaky one. So again, this time it's just them going for a second round of examination here. So they have to take themselves, did they do enough homework? And based on, like he said, 3 games ago's data, is this whatever homework that we have done good enough to tackle them? Because today, Reckonix brought in a completely different playstyle compared to what they did in round stage. And does it tally or not? It's going to be a completely separate matter.
What's your thought about experience?
Experience, I mean, you know, in your dream has tons of it. And so do everybody else on the side of Reckonix, FPZ included. So I feel like in terms of sheer experience and, you know, being familiar with the stage, being familiar with the venue, being familiar with playing in front of eyes and not being nervous, I think those guys have an edge. But Interactive Philippines, two things are going for them. Firstly, they played a bunch of BO1s. They haven't played BO3, so they have multiple chances to try different things and for them to work. Secondly, Reckonix, they were just done with the game. They were trying to beat a different team, and now they need to try and beat IAP. Did they actually prepare for them? We don't really know. Maybe they did, maybe they did not. And is that preparation going to be enough? Because now IAP have seen what they've done. Well, we can, you know, theory craft all we want, but we do have the prize pool coming up for the MVPs here. The MVP for Dota is going to be taking away $10,000 and everybody else at $2,000 based on their roles.
Yes, and based on the roles is the key point, right? So every role will have a chance of securing this extra moolah here to be part of the Intel MVP. Of course, we'll find that out by the end of today. So who will it be? Could it be Ghost? Could it be Chucky? Could it be Ares? Could it be anyone else? Well, you guys have to stay tuned to find out, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, besides this, we also have a lot more to come. On top of the MVP prize pool, we also have the actual prize pool as well for the teams, which is very, very lucrative. So I'm sure a lot of players or a lot of fans out there will be looking forward to see who will lift the shield this season on top of the prize pool out there. What do you think about this kind of breakdown of a category that every role has a chance to strike a piece of the prize pool?
Hey, it's good, you know. Money is still money, man. Like, obviously, we gotta split the pot. Sometimes MVP is all about the star, but you know who I think the star is? The star is the entire team itself. So that is gonna be a lot of effort coming into them here. But now, I've heard a rumor that our next match is coming up.
Oh yes, our next match is coming up. This is the loser bracket finals, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be played in a best-of-3 series. Interactive Philippines versus Reckonix again. And this is not the first time that they meet each other. They met each other in the upper brackets throughout the group stages, and it was Reckonix that actually put down Interactive Philippines to the lower bracket. Now, first few gut feels before we even look at the draft here. Do you think this will be a revenge arc, Loki?
I think so. I think so, yeah. There's no reason why Reckonix can't. But IAP, Dark Horse, nobody knows what they're going to do.
I think IAP has a little bit more advantage here just because fatigue plays in a factor as well here. Considering that this is kind of brutal for Reckonix in the sense where they just played the first ever full 3 games here in Predator League 2026. Yesterday's games, no games has made it to Game 3, and now Reckonix has to go the distance. They finish this entire series. They have to go in towards round 2, which is right now, which is lower bracket finals. And if they win this as well, going towards the grand finals is literally a marathon coming from Reckonix here. So it is going to be a long journey. I would feel that if Reckonix wants to stand a good shot to mix the shield, they need a clean 2-0 against IAP. If not, going to the grand finals is going to be very, very rough on them.
I agree. I do think you make a fantastic point about fatigue coming in, especially if Reckonix end up winning this. It's 3 games you've played so far, then you're going to go 2-1 again, and then, you know, by the time you reach the grand finals, you've played like 6 games. You're kind of tired already. Like, your brain also needs a break for a while, and I don't think that Reckonix are going to be feeling too good going into that grand finals. But then, at the same time, there are also players who are like, oh yeah, I got to play more Dota today. I got to figure out what was working, what wasn't. It really comes down to, you know, how Reckonix are feeling in the moment. But I do think if they do, it'll certainly be really beneficial for them because, you know, hey, you get to take some time off. And more importantly, you're playing less Dota, so you're less fatigued.
Yeah, and I heard some chatter in the previous game about like, oh, some of them might be saving their strats, knowing that they might go to the grand finals, so you don't want to put all your cards on the upper bracket finals. But if you kind of think about it, Reckonix and MAG is the highlight match, right? You don't want to pull punches between these two teams. So to a certain extent, it could be like the true and tried and tested draft that they have put on the upper bracket finals. Do you think they're still holding back any of their potential drafts yet?
You know, arguably, I would say Reckonix can still say, oh, I might be pulling my punches here. But now, when it comes to the lower bracket finals here, it's hard to pull your punches because whoever loses this series, you're pretty much done and dusted. You are third place. You came all the way towards the playoffs to literally be watched and lost. So that's going to be a little bit of a issue, I would think. You know, we are after all fighting for honor. They are fighting for pride. They are looking to try and win this all the way through. But now I want to talk a little bit more on towards the drafts here, because when it came towards a matchup between Reckonix as well as MIP just now, things was a little bit different as well, because Myth Avenue, their priority drafts are very different from what we are used to during the round stages as well. The most traditional meta bans or meta picks here was completely thrown off the window. We've seen a lot of Beastmaster. Wind Ranger was kind of ignored as well, which is very, very popular in the round stages. Interactive Philippines also tend to lean towards the Wind Ranger combination as well. We did see a couple of Vipers here and there, but so far Dragon Knight has completely skipped the first series, whereas round stages he was very, very popular. So coming towards this year, will Interactive Philippines be sticking to their comfort bands, or are they going to use what Reckonix has shown in the semifinals just now, so the upper brackets just now, and start playing accordingly based on the meta that MAG has pretty much set?
You've been mentioning quite a bit about the Triumph Protector whenever you're on the broadcast, right? So do you think you will ever make a showing again?
I want to see it happen. Like, I believe the core trend may or may not work, but even the core trend, it has been raved in online for quite some time. You know, the changes onto the scepter, blah, blah, yada, yada. MAG is the only team that has played it, but it wasn't played on street. That's the only thing that I'm kind of sad. But it was not played as a core position. It was played as a support as well.
Okay, what's your hero that you're looking forward to then, Floki?
Ooh, I want to see some safe lane Bugna, you know, some super nerdy stuff, like pick up that hero, do some pushing stuff with it. I mean, it's just one of those heroes that I've been seeing some play in the qualifiers, but I would love to see it here. And witness for myself, you know, what's the thought process behind you picking up Pause 1 Bugna? Because so far, I haven't figured it out.
Yeah, I think Bugna is pretty cheesy because it's a very push strat sort of hero, right? But when you pick it, you have to be able to push and put pressure onto your opponents. Now, there's one more hero that has been picked up quite a bit as well. That hero is the Ember Spirit. Yep. What do you think about this pick?
I think Ember Spirit is pretty straightforward here. It just gives you a little bit of mobility, you know, it gives you a little bit of flexibility to work with as well. Most spirits here, you kind of want to go towards a Spirit Vessel build to deal with the quote-unquote healing meta. You know, we haven't seen too much healing meta that much here, especially coming towards the playoffs itself. But we saw a little bit coming from the Abaddon here and there. We saw a little bit of just trying to punish certain supports as well. We saw Greaves build just now coming in from the Darkseer, which was a little bit not my kind of thing, my taste in terms of offlane, but it made a lot of sense because that draft coming from Reckonix was that they wanted to get the Darkseer to create an illusion of an Abaddon where if the Abaddon is busy hitting his own illusions, he won't be on top of you, stun locking you, or in this case, not really stun locking, more like silencing you, slowing you to a point that it's so annoying to deal with. That's the thing about Abaddon right now. It's the most boring position 1, but it's very, very effective.
Yeah, I mean, he's so stable in lane, you can't really harass him out of the lane, that's the first thing. He builds a Radiance, he runs at you, you drop him to like 400 HP and he's like, nope, I play Dota, I get free Aces, bro. What does your ability do? Yeah. So, you know, he's just one of the more straightforward heroes to have in Dota. And I feel like for that purpose, and also for the fact that there were lots of interesting things to dispel in that previous game, they saw the Abaddon as a very fit choice. I personally also think the Abaddon versus Sven matchup is one that Abaddon does a lot better in, because Abaddon comes online quicker and he starts applying pressure as soon as the Radiance is up. For Sven, you need Mask of Madness, you need Echo Saber, you need Blink, you need BKB, you need a lot of prep time before you get to that point. So if you have someone like Darkseer enabling you, that's great, but it seemed like FBZ got ganked a bit too much and therefore couldn't really do all that much in that game. He needed a lot of more help to activate, in my opinion.
Yeah, it felt really weird as well because on the desk as well, we were all siding on towards Reckonings to play a little bit of better draft just because I liked the fallback plan. And the timing window that MAG played with the Abaddon was crucial because they needed the moment, like you said, the moment the Radiance come in, he needs to keep running in your face non-stop. And because of that, it forced Reckonings to make multiple decisions where they need to prioritize on farm, prioritize on DKBs, prioritize on timings. And every single time that happens, they are just stepping. And they chip away so much to a point that there was nothing left much to chip. The tower literally falls here, and Reckonings just could not handle it. But again, if we put it on a different perspective here, if Myth Avenue wasn't playing that aggressive, Reckonings could have dragged this game so long to a point that it became a cat and mouse, which we almost saw it as well because it was one small little mistake that resulted in Reckonings losing that final game. So it all comes down to just stamina, mistakes, and etc. So in this case, Reckonings, can they endure the hustle? It starts here.
Speaking about something that you wish that Reckonings did a little bit better in their last game, right? What do you think is the key learning for Reckonings as they come into this very important matchup?
I've said it 20 times before. I'm going to say it 20 times again. I don't care how often or how boring or how repetitive I sound. Very simple. 5 letters, LANES. Lanes, lanes, lanes. You gotta have a plan for the lanes. You cannot fall behind that early on. You fall behind that early, your backup plan better be strong because you're picking up heroes like Darkseer, you're picking up heroes like Swed. These guys need time to activate. Either pick a lineup that comes together at 15 minutes and regardless of lane poses a very strong threat wherever they go, sort of like the death ball meta that we used to see earlier, or just go for heroes that are very, very good in lanes and build around them. Pick up your Axe, your Skyrats, your Jakiros and whatnot, and then build on top of those.
I think Dalu and Varish from Reckonings has a lot of heavy lifting to do as well, considering the fact that both of them are so used to dominating their safe lanes as well. Especially at the start of the day, we saw Lion pickups, which was really, really nice. But it just didn't really work out after Game 2, Game 3 onwards, because the Muerta support came into play and things went completely south for them. You can see multiple instances where Reckonings, they were a little bit lost, just wondering, how do we deal with this Muerta? Because think about it, how often do we see Muerta support?
Yeah, not very often.
We see it as a cheese pick, a comfort pick, it's kind of like the Schofield Nyx assassin kind of scenario where, wait a minute, why is this Muerta being played as a support? Oftentimes we think like, oh, just because in-game you have this interactive says Muerta is supposed to be playing carry here, who says he can't be played as support? And guess what? His AoEs are pretty annoying to work with.
Yeah. He is. Muerta really is one of the more underrated supports. She did receive quite a few nerfs, to add to your point. The Deadshot duration, the fear duration was nerfed quite a bit in some of these previous patches. So you're no longer as simple as, oh, I come in with a Deadshot, I come in with a Remnant, with the Revenants, and that's it. No, you're weaker early on. Your laning phase isn't that good. So it's no longer a be-all, end-all solution. It's more of like certain games against certain heroes, it can make a lot of sense. Spirit heroes in particular, and I like it against high mobility-based cores. Your Ember Spirits, your Storm Spirits, your Queen of Pains, your Weavers, really good against those types.
Actually, I prefer the Storm Spirit over the Ember Spirit anytime, just because, Storm Spirit, you have that burst potential, whereas Ember Spirit, you are playing a little bit more DOT based on the current meta.
Yeah, but you know what, ladies and gentlemen? We will be jumping into the draft of game number 1, and we'll check out whether some of your heroes that you mentioned will make a showing or not. Okay, here we go. Starting off with the first ban by Interactive BH.
Well, I think they have to go something standard as well. Timbersaw.
They can ban
they want to respect
Hero,
the
Beastmaster, Shadow Demon, anything.
I don't think Beastmaster is going to be banned as well. It's not like a comforting from Reckonings. It was more like a targeted ban towards Myth.
Yeah.
But I think one thing that Interactive Philippines is copying from Myth right now, they're matching the bans here, is going to be the Disruptor and the Gyrocopter. We know for a fact that Chickroy's Gyrocopter flash farms really, really well, and SD and Disruptor is usually their go-to hard support as well.
Yeah, I agree with these first few bans. Just Disruptor, Gyro, Shadow Demon, nothing too out of the ordinary. All of these heroes by themselves, open up lots of possibilities for teams, so I'm glad to see them being banned out. This one, though, feels a bit targeted by Reckonix. Now, the offlane player on the side of Interactive Philippines, which is Wee, he did have a very solid performance on the Mars during the bracket stage, where it was all BO1. So I'm not too surprised to see them ban this out. And they also get rid of the Slada, but Interactive Philippines are drafting quickly. And hey, Icy, you called it. You said Windranger was going to see some play, and now it does.
Yeah, this is going to be a support Windranger coming from Interactive Philippines here. This is something that they're very, very comfortable in. Comfortable doing a lot more. But speaking of the drafts here, Centaur War Runner. This is going to be our first Centaur since from the round stages all the way through. We've seen it ban pick here, but Reckonings, they decide to go for it.
Yep.
So
it almost feels like the Timbersaw has fallen out of favor, especially in this final stage. During the group stages, we either see the Timbersaw getting very early banned or very early picked. But why do you guys think that he has fallen out of favor?
I think there are more potent heroes that you can build a lineup around. Picking up a Timbersaw super early, it really works if you've got someone who's a specialist with the hero. He's really more of like the kind of hero you want to pick when someone on your team plays a lot of Timbersaw. And I don't think that Reckonix or Interactive Philippines really have people who play a ton of Timbersaw. We did see FBZ play it in the series versus Mag, but it didn't look too stellar. It didn't seem like they were really able to enable him to do what he wanted to on the map. Now, are we going to see it this game? I feel like, it's too early to say, but there is a case to be made for the Timbersaw when you see the Centaur. Although, I feel like it's probably going to be banned out in the second phase.
I'm curious to see is Interactive Philippines going to try and set things up for the Tormentor a little bit more here, just because of the fact that if you put this Windranger as a pause 5, in terms of economy or etc. Once you hit those Tormentor timings, you get a free Gale all the way through. And we've seen Interactive Philippines kind of flip the script with scenarios like this during the round stages here. So are they going to replicate, or is Reckonings aware and they're like, I don't really care? Which, again, having a center warner gives you that opportunity to outrun a Wind Ranger, which oftentimes, in this case, the idea that Interactive Philippines wanted was that you can only slow Wind Ranger to a certain point because of its innate ability, right? So slows don't really work on Wind Ranger, but with a Stampede, you outrun a Wind Ranger.
Yeah, and on top of that, just having a Centaur and lane against the Wind Ranger is really nice because of return. You can build Blade Mail, you can essentially make the Wind Ranger kill herself if she presses Focus Fire on you early on. So that's something to think about. And, you know, for those reasons, I feel like it should most certainly be a support Wind Ranger. The question is, what do you pair with this? I mean, support Wind Ranger leaves things pretty open, but she doesn't exactly provide you disable. Like, her nuke's unreliable. Gale Force is great, but you only get it at 20 minutes. And there's no particular item on Wind Ranger that is good or bad. Well, okay, they're just going to pick up the Warlock for now, so looking for some team fight. And that is the standard IAP protocol. They like a lot of team fight in their drafts.
Yeah, they really like those wombo combo strategies as well. We did see a lot of Warlock in the other regions as well. In this particular round, especially when it comes to safe lane healing as well, Gyrocopter with Warlock is a great pairing. But with Gyro being banned from Interactive Philippines, I feel like they want to try and go for a 2-1-2 strategy rather than the what Reckonix is accustomed to for a tri-lane start itself here. So I think it comes to Interactive Philippines, they might look to play a little bit more safer mid to late game scenarios until like they have this wombo combo, which they kind of did win and got themselves here into the lower bracket finals here. That's why you see this Mars ban, right? Think about it. During their state run, they had this Warlock, they had this Mars, they had this.
Team pick.
I think they also had.
They had a mid-Earth Spirit in one of those games.
Yeah, I just can't really recall. It's somewhere along the lines like a Tide Hunter as well.
Yeah, I think so.
With the first 3 picks of Interactive PH, it looks like they're going for a fast-paced game. I mean, you have an Ursa, but you have an Ursa, you know you can go for the Roshan early. You also have a Warlock with the Golem that can push as well, and the Wind Ranger with the Rapid Fire can also take down towers very, very quickly. So do you think that they are looking to end this game like maybe less than 30 minutes?
With the Ursa, you certainly can, right? Because the Ursa allows you to get objectives early on. So you get a quick Aegis, you get a quick Tormentor. You take a bad fight or two and all of a sudden, you're looking at an Ursa and a Wind Ranger walking down your lane potentially. Wind Ranger being on support, I don't think they have to be too concerned. However, if this is a mid-Wind Ranger, things could get interesting.
Okay, I'm going to do a little bit check here. If I believe so, Interactive Philippines did prioritize a lot of Underlord throughout the entire run. That was something, you know, it was like a big question mark for me, but it somehow kind of made it work.
I mean, Underlord has been seeing some play in some international qualifiers, so actually, I wouldn't be too surprised. I mean, it seems like they're keeping up to date with the stuff that's happening, so good on them. But hey, we talked about it in the previous previous matchup where real Dota is the Dota you play against your opponents for your opponents, so you don't care about the meta all that much.
Yeah, I doubt we'll see the Underlord here for Interactive PH since we already have like the Wind Ranger and the Warlock, unless we're talking about something creative, like maybe Ursa, off-lane, Wind Ranger, post one, I don't know. Maybe they might pull off something out of their hat, right? Maybe we might see surprises because these teams, they have played together before. So I'm pretty sure that they want to try to look at something different, something to try to throw off your opponent. Like the Dragon Knight, maybe.
Well, hey, speaking of Dragon Knight, oh, well, look who just woke up. It's Icy.
Okay, so, yeah, DK. No, I'm really liking this coming recordings here a little bit more popular as well. And apologies for that. It seems like the Underlord was actually played by the Mob. But for Interactive Philippines, they did not go for the Tide here. They went for the wombo combo strategy where Warlock Disruptor was paired up with Mars as well. So it was just multiple layers of wombo combo. So with those heroes specifically banned, it seems like there's nothing really much to actually pair with the Warlock Ultimate here. But the Timbersaw comes in play. I like it. Dragon Knight has some sort of answer to deal with it. Viper pretty much banned. I think it's still 50-50. It's not like too bad to deal with against each other.
Oh, Loki, I'm seeing your expression here.
I disagree, man. I think the Timbersaw is really strong this game. Like, you're playing into a DK, a Tusk, a Centaur. All of these heroes just get absolutely demolished by the Timbersaw. Now, is the Timbersaw going to have a good start? That is a different question altogether, because you're playing, I believe, a Wind Ranger Timbersaw lane, at least so far. into a Jakiro Dragon Knight, and that lane might not be all that good for Timbersaw, but provided they stack, provided they play the game a little slowly and they allow time for the Timbersaw to activate, I feel like this game, there's no reason that, that this Timbersaw shouldn't dominate. It's all going to come down to the lanes.
Yeah, I feel like Reckonings might have an option here. I'm curious to see what facet they go on this DK as well. There's two options, right? You go Corrosion Dragon, is the standard build, physical damage, a lot of heal here, but you intentionally switch towards the Frost one, then it is going to be hard countering the healing strategy, which in this case, think about it this way, interactive teams have two very, very annoying heals. Warlock and also Timbersaw, you stack those both together, they are pretty much very difficult to heal. So this is where Spirit Vessel plays a huge factor as well. And based on the bans, we have Viper, done. You don't really have something that can offset, enough damage over time to offset those regenerations as well. So that's going to be something that may affect as well. But I like that Reckonings actually choose to also ban the Huskar, because eventually it forces the Dragon Knight to go for this kind of build. And everybody has to deal with this quote-unquote healing meta, which we are kind of accustomed to prior patch with the Greaves and the Holy Locket, which I think we are kind of bored of that.
Yeah, I don't like, personally, the whole healing meta thing. I mean, I hate Dazzle. I've never played Dazzle for that reason. I do not derive joy out of saving my allies. I derive joy out of frustrating the living crap out of my enemies.
5 seconds.
I'm more of a Shadow Demon guy.
As an Omni Knight main...
Both are opposites, man.
Sorry, man. Yeah, that's why we are sitting on the opposite end.
We'll never be friends. Unfortunate.
No, we could probably play on the same team, though.
Yeah, I could play carry.
I'll keep you alive.
Yeah, that's true. I could play carry. I could switch roles.
Perfect.
Perfect. Hey, give me a Steam ID later.
Let's go. All right, last pick here.
All right, well, hey, who would have thought? Earth Spirit with the Warlock. I mean, classic combo. Magnetize hits everyone. Fatal Bonds hits everyone. You've got a bunch of AoE abilities with the geomagnetic grip as well as the boulder smash, and a Spirit Vessel Builder, something that you were talking about, and something that Interactive Philippines actually picked up.
I'm actually now curious what In Your Dreams is going to play as well. That actually works really well in this situation, because KOP is not going to be the answer if he's going for a little bit more comfort. But what I do know is that all these heroes do lack in terms of mana. I don't think the Invoker is that great. Like, I know there's going to be a nerf on towards his skill so far, but I think it's still viable in this scenario against an Earth Spirit. Or he could just stick to comfort here. Oh wait, Emperor's done. Storm's Void Spirit maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, Storm's banned. I think Queen of Pain's a good pick here.
Not a fan of it personally.
Yeah, I mean, you are playing into an Ursa and a Timbersaw. I feel like there's no real hero who can go toe-to-toe with the Earth Spirit in lane unless you're really going to pick a Monkey King. And I don't think the Monkey King is that great in this game against the Timbersaw and the Ursa. All your damage becomes physical, and it just pigeonholes you into this particular style of playing, and also makes itemization super easy for the enemy team. But I feel like you're on the right track. You're looking for some magic damage. You're looking for some sort of spellcaster. What? Lina, maybe? I mean, if they really want to, if they feel like they can protect it, although I'm not too... I don't like the idea of a Lina into a Ursa, Timbersaw, Earth Spirit lineup.
Oh, and, wow.
Oh, okay, a mid-DK then. Okay.
Is this a mid-DK? Yeah, mid-DK safely throw Warlord. All right, okay.
I feel some level of hesitation from you.
I like it. I like it. A lot of movement speed, a lot of attack speed as well. They are going somewhat of a semi-buff strategy on what MAG did. You know, it synergized really well. You've got the Tusk with the Soul Ball. So basically, once you catch any player from Interactive Philippines, we are sticking around. We're looking to fight. But the one person that you don't really want to challenge head-to-head here is going to be the Ursa. That's about it.
Yeah, the Ursa is going to be a big problem for the side of Reckonix. Personally, if you had to ask me a favorite to win this game, I would go with IAP's draft. So it's Interactive Philippines for me.
I'm going to go for Reckonings just because they knew how to handle Ghost Ursa just now. So this shouldn't be a problem for them.
Wow, okay. So it's a 1-1 at the caster's desk here. So do we have like a Chai on the line here?
I think so. I mean, what is your opinion? Maybe you can tip the scales.
Well, I'm going for IAP for this one, honestly speaking, because the last pick, Throw Warlord, I'm not too sure about that. I felt that Throw Warlord can be duped by the Timbersaw, especially, and they don't really have a strong answer towards the Timbersaw. So I think they'll have a hard time dealing with that.
Well, we shall see here, because it is very, very subjective. It comes down towards a cat and mouse scenario here. But I also want to see how this Wind Ranger is going to be able to perform coming for Interactive Philippines. And of course, DK, you know, very, very safe pick. You are going to be playing towards mid to late stage game. It comes down to whether Varish and Delo is going to be able to set it up for him, for Reckonix.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is going to come down to, you know, who gets those first Roshans and Tormentors. Both sides can do it. Both sides have got the lineup for it. The question is, this Warlock hero, man, it can be deceptive, right? Because the Black Grimoire facet, if you manage to get a couple of kills early on, you can surprise the enemy carry with a golem to his face at minute 6 into the game. Now, if that comes through, then you could be looking at a very, very rough game potentially for the side of Reckonix.
But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, that is us Fury crafting the entire way. What do you think? Put it in the comment section as we pass over the cast to our amazing casters, Icy Baby 1-2 and Floki.
Well, there you have it. This is going to be the lower bracket finals, and we're going to be kicking things off with a pause, of course. But, of course, we want to ensure every player is up and ready, and this is going to be a very, very important run for both teams as well. Their championship tournament is on the line here, and IAP coming in from the lower bracket finals, and, of course, Reckoning is going to be coming down from the semi-final, from the upper brackets itself. And it's going to be interesting as well. Can we see that comeback towards the grand finals, or will we see that rivalry between IAP and MAG?
I mean, I personally feel like IAP have the better draft, like I said earlier. But, you know, Reckonix in your dream and FBZ, man, come on. Like, do I need to say more? These guys have been playing for donkey's years now. These guys are really, really good at what they do. And it's not going to be straightforward. IAP, I think Yona on the mid lane is really going to be tested. I think V is also going to be tested on the Timbersaw. And FBZ, I mean, his game is looking a lot better in this one compared to some of the previous ones he's had. I mean, yes, Ursa into Centaur still sucks for the Centaur, but at least there are things he can do. At least he can cut the wave later. At least he can buy, you know, items that help him eventually. Which actually brings me to my next point. I don't think the Lotus Orb Beddits to pick up in this game, so you're going to be probably seeing a Blade Mail coming out of the Centaur super early.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a tricky situation because I was expecting them, the DK to actually go for maybe the Frost build here. Seems like Corrosive Dragon is going to be safety net here. DOT overtime a lot. That's going to be a lot of physical damage. But again, right now, the biggest concern, like you said, right, you initially mentioned about the magic damage output. They need to kind of figure things out, especially on coming in from the Reckonings here. Seems like they are going to double down on maybe having Dahu's kind of set things up with the tag team, and then, you know, follow up through as well. So they're hoping to try and dominate the off lane a little bit more than actually trying to get a little bit aggressive.
I think so, yeah. I like the switch up where you're putting the Tusk alongside the Troll, because Troll can, you know, hit in range stance and melee stance, so it's very easy to capitalize on the damage that Tusk provides. But more importantly, I feel like what Reckonix really need this game is going to be a pipe of insight, because that Earth Spirit and Warlock are going to rip through you if you give them the chance. And this is where the game becomes a little tricky for the side of Reckonix, because even if you get yourself the pipe, you still have to worry about the Timbersaw. The Timbersaw is all pure damage, so you know, finding answers for the Timbersaw is going to be a bit difficult. But as long as Reckonix as long as Reckonix keep their head leveled and, you know, just keep their nose down, they should be able to cross the finishing line. Now, of course, we're going to be looking at In Your Dream on the Dragon Knight to be making a lot of plays, but I have to say, it doesn't really strike me as an In Your Dream kind of hero.
Well, for all things considered here, all of his signature heroes has been banned, so it makes a lot of sense why
that is true.
He's opted to play for something a little bit more standard as well. But interesting enough, like the switch up between the Tusk going down towards the offlane with the Centaur here, you talked about you favoring it on towards the Troll Warlock side. Seems like they disagree with your opinion, apparently.
Okay. Well, going to the laning phase, let's see what V gets up to here. He's been putting up quite a show on the Mars, but doing it also on the Timbersaw. Whole different story, whole different type of hero. And well, so far, seems like DK has had a good start, but Yuna not doing all that bad either on the Earth Spirit.
Nothing super crazy yet. You know, both teams still going to be playing a little bit of laning phase here. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I'm really surprised that Yona is thinking of out-trading In Your Dream considering that the Worm's Draft does give him a lot of decent regeneration to work with. Bottom lane as well. Lane controls looks pretty good for both sides. So I don't see he's playing a little bit of a, I would say stacks coming in play.
Yeah, same. I mean, I feel like the stacks are going to be very, very important in this game. Yona just dropped a Stone Remnant in the mid lane and getting it down with him, but down bottom, Snowball out onto the Warlock. They hit level 2, the Warlock still level 1, and just like high school, you bully the weak, and that's exactly what Reckonix have done in this bottom lane. Delul finds first blood on Eris.
Yeah, this is a big catch as well coming from Reckonix. They needed that initial push as well. This is the perfect timing, right? Like, set up in a high creep and then you go in for the storm, it's hard to get out. But of course, you know, they have to be a little bit of careful here coming from IAP. This troll coming from Reckonix is starting to get a lot of CS. I was expecting more pressure on towards the troll here coming from IAP.
Yeah, but seems like he's okay for the time being. Yeah. Coming back to the mid lane though, Yona gonna get his hands on the Water Rune and he's in his element playing the Surge Spirit as Enya Dream will deny the flag creep, and down bottom they get Jed, although FBZ dropping low. Ares trying to find one more right click, one more will do it. If he really hits the Tusk, I think he might die, but he will right-click FBZ. He does not die in the Fatal Bonds, times out. He will not be able to find the return kill. And Eris, he's in trouble. In fact, I think he's dead because Zalul got the snowball. The last tag team hit will do it, although Jed's here. And Jed will be able to find Zalul in turn.
That is a very, very nice small little engagements here. Nothing super crazy. But again, the aggression is kind of slowing down the Ursa's farm a little bit more. As you can see, the other lanes are left kind of untouched as well. I think this is the intention that Reckonix is trying to do as well. Just slow down this Ursa as much as they can. Allow this Troll Wallet to have a easier control as well. Because it is kind of pointless for this Troll Water to try and make any attempt on the Timbersaw, right? It's like, you're not going to get a kill on him. Just make sure this Troll is going to be able to get farmed. That's pretty much it. But it seems like they are calling cavalries here to try and make an attempt on this.
Yeah, FBZ's got the not FBZ. FBZ's down there playing center. His Timber Chain cancelled by the Snowball. Get outplayed as Barlow tried to run away now. Will just TP out, no way to cancel that. Maurice does not have the Ice Path just yet. So they will at least help the Wind Ranger live. But elsewhere, they find FBZ in the bottom lane and mid lane too. Yona, nice kick with the help of that Boulder Smash, but it only results in an inevitable death. They're gonna end up finding the Earth Spirit, and down bottom, they got the Centaur. So a couple of kills across the map, but overall, Reckonix are the ones who are, getting the lead early on. 1k net worth lead already, 4 minutes into the game, I see.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, I think what's really surprised me was that, was it luck or was it skill? Jigroy on the melee form actually proc the root on towards the Timber Chains to actually stop that. That was just like, wow, that was very, very lucky, you know. The percentage seems to be a little bit of a question there.
Some say luck is a skill.
It's 20% chance.
Yeah. Well, in your dream, he is doing A-okay now that Yuna has died. 28-8 compared to 18-3. In your dream, really putting up a clinic here. He's dropping a bit low, has to be careful. Although you are gonna need a rotation if you want to kill off this Dragon Knight, because he did get the kill earlier. Although up top, in some trouble. The Troll Wall on the pawn inhibitor for the tag team. Timber Chain away. Jigroy has to be careful. Fatal Bonds, it's problematic as Barlow looking for some more right clicks. Oh, power shot a bit off the mark, and now with the Volley Axis trying to turn it around onto the Wind Ranger, but the Wind Ranger will fall. Eventually, the Troll dies first, so he does not get XP for that one. Maurice is also going to end up falling. It is the goddamn Warlock doing it in the top lane, but doesn't even belong there.
Yeah, very nicely done here coming from Ares as well. He's done his job, and then he's going to be able to get V in time as well. It's still kind of in the early phase here, a little bit of back and forth trading, but once again, very, very big commitments here coming from Reckonix to protect this Troll Warlord here. And it's not the first time now. I was just mentioning as well that he needs some sort of safe farm, but look at this commitment. They had to dive everything and through everything just to kill him, and the big filter bonds connected on them, and it was just so difficult for them to back out as well. They were pretty much took so much utilities or weaponries to actually, turn the fight away, and things just didn't really go through here.
Yeah, coming back to the game at hand though, I mean, coming back to what's actually happening on the streams, in your dream, he's gonna fall, as it's a 1-for-1 for the mid laners, thanks to the Ursa TPing in, but it's not just gonna be that, they're even gonna find Varese here. I feel like Reckonix are getting baited into taking some very taking some very disadvantageous fights. Interesting stuff coming out by Reckonix. The fact that they test that rune and go so far out.
It seems like they're forcing fights, and IAP, they're just quick to react to all these scenarios here. We're not seeing the confidence that you kind of see coming from Reckonings at the start of the day itself here. This is a very different Reckonings that I've seen coming from around stages completely. But all in all, it's not at the end of the world. They still have a lot of equal farms here.
I would actually like to have a look at the net worth at the moment and see how far the Troll Warlord is. Okay, so Ursa is sitting on top of the net worth charts. DK is behind by 500 gold and Troll following closely as well. But V has not had as good of a time. This Troll's actually done his job. Those 2 kills that they found on the Timbersaw, they've really made it so that V has to be careful with how he steps foot in this lane, otherwise he could die. Back towards the mid lane though. Oh, okay, Marie just walks to the right and he's A-okay.
Yeah, seems like timings is going to be very, very important here. Once those 6 are up, things are going to get a little bit spicy here, but in your dream, instantly pops Dragon Form. He's going to try and challenge the towers here. This middle tower is taking some chip damage, but eventually they will respect this and just continue to farm off, because eventually we are going to be expecting FBC to farm the Blink Daggers first, and then, once Jikroy is strong enough, he could actually join him in Stampede. And if anything happens, he can just pop Battle Trance, and there's no way you can run from a melee from with Stampede in play.
Well, Yona, he's looking for the Spirit Vessel in the meantime. V has actually completely given up on the lane and moved over to the jungle, where he knows that if he shows his face, he's going to be found by Delul. Guess what? V has got no idea that there's a Tusk in the vicinity. Jikroy looking to do some work, and well, V steps a bit too far forward. The Tusk is level 6 already, minute 8.5 into the game. That's a very good Fatal Bonds along with the Golden though. However, the Wand will keep the Troll alive for now. Jikroy might be forced to pop the Battle Trance. In fact, is he going to do it? No, he's just going to accept his death. They find 2 in turn. A 1-for-2 exchange, and one that I think IAP are going to be happy with.
Oh no, that's so sad. Jikroy was almost able to somewhat walk out of it, but at the same time, because they got the kill on towards the Tusk, the Fatal Bonds actually killed the Troll as well. So it's a massive win here coming from IAP.
Yeah, very unfortunate. And now, Varese, he's tasked with defending this tier 1 tower, at least until the Jikroy Troll comes back. And his courier died as well. His courier was carrying an item with the cornucopia in there, but seems like Varese is going to be dived as soon as V hits level 6. It's the Timber Chain used like a meat hook, but it does its job anyway. The Chakram's more than enough and they get the kill. As in your dream, comes to the top lane, aura farms like a dragon and then sits around. He's waiting for an opportunity here. Let's see if he finds it.
Seems like opportunity is being presented to themselves here, but at the same time, right now the biggest problem here is going to be Ares, right? MAG, they did call him out, and his Fatal Bonds has been spot on. His timings has been impeccable. They're trying to flip the script for the team. But how are they going to translate to this year? Because we haven't really seen the big wipeout yet, which again, they're trying to crack at it here, because eventually In Your Dream is still finding farm across the map, and he hasn't slowed down for any bit as well.
Top tower is under attack.
Yep. I mean, In Your Dream's doing really, really well. Once he gets to the Blink Dagger, things start opening up for the side of Reckonix. The Earth Spirit, unfortunately, has not seen a lot of action just yet. He would have been loved to be in that top fight, but I don't think he had a TP scroll, or maybe he was running low on mana. As mid lane, well, finally it seems like he's going to be getting some earn charges here as he finds the kill on the Jakiro. He did have one earlier too. I'm sure that was not a kill or his own death. Anyway, the Earth Spirit is going to fall here as Barlow, with the focus fire, really trying to bring down the low power shots there, but it's not enough. The stick keeps the Tusk alive, and now the Stampede looking to find the Wind Ranger. This Wind Ranger's got no help, she's got no friends, and she's sent to the afterlife. However, Ares does find the lull.
Yeah, seems like the Shadow Wall coming from Ares has been picking off here. It seems like the supports are starting to find a lot of kills here. 5 kills on Ares, and it's just finding those crucial shadow wards all the way through. And it's just been annoying in every single scenario here. Theopon's just doing so much work. He's just stacking up shadow wards as well, just bully out the supports. And then who knows, if you link multiple players, that's 3 people with shadow ward damage proc just because of the Theopon itself. Well, not entirely 20, but it's like 21%, but you get the picture.
Yeah. And Jed, he's the man who's gone completely unchecked. The Ursa closing in on the Battle Fury while chaos is all around him. His teammates going around the map, making things happen, but he is peacefully farming down bottom.
Radiant are
The
scanning.
Battle Fury is done. Reckonings do rotate here, but I don't know if Jed reads this. I think Jed has an idea because no one is showing top. The Troll's not there. Mid lane as well. No one's taking the creep wave, so has an idea of what's going on, but he is going to get cut off by the Tusk and Rage buying some time. Does have a stick at a Lotus, but there's the blink coming in from India Dream. They're going to be able to secure the kill on the Ursa, although they do have to commit the Macropire.
Yeah, this is huge. This is very important for them as well if they want to slow down the farm. But at the same time, the response from IAP on top is going to be on Jikroy as well. They are going to try and save him as well. Does he pop the Berserker's Rage? No, they do not. Everyone gets wiped out. This Timbersaw comes in, cleans house, and now the tier 1s are exposed. It seems like Reckonings, they are struggling by a lot right now.
Yeah, Reckonings, that's a bit of a blunder in the mid lane. Losing those 2 heroes like that. I mean, Troll is not the guy who should be dying at this point in the game. It really should be someone else, but he's been making these sorts of plays thinking that his team's going to be backing him up, or perhaps that the enemy team's not there, but fortunately, it just seems like he's been mistaken. Well, Dragon Knight done with the blink, gonna go for the BKB next. Nothing too out of the ordinary, but Reckonix, I feel like at this pace, I see this game is gonna start to go IAP's way because they have the superior team fight.
Yeah, they definitely do as well, because it seems like the biggest problem that Reckonix is facing here is going to be this Warlock's ultimate, and eventually they need those BKBs up as well. It's all about those timings, and it's kind of like same with what happened to them just now against MAG, right? Like, the moment they realize that, oh, wait, how do we deal with these Raidens? You can't necessarily rush a MKB as well, because it kind of leaves you vulnerable to other things, and if you go for BKB, great. Do you do enough effective damage? Not necessarily, but you need it for you to enable yourself to scale a little bit harder, because you have heroes like TK that you need to constantly be on top of somebody. But when will he get those BKB is going to be the question as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably going to be right away after the Battle Fury ends. He's looking to queue up a Yasha, which is ambitious. I mean, if he is able to find a couple of kills, sure, that, Yasha is going to come out quicker. BKB is going to be coming there, but I feel like given the current pace of the game, IAP are going to be the ones getting themselves Roshan and Tormentor as Jed spots out the Jakiro, but the Stampede's there, and that's actually worthwhile for the side of IAP. Just one Earth Shock and you manage to force out a big ultimate. Now you can potentially look to smoke and make a move.
Yeah, this is going to be a problem as well. Effective farming for Ursa is starting to come online as well. The Battle Fury is going okay. And yes, they got a kill here and there, but he's been farming very efficiently. And eventually, Reckonix needs to find a phase where they need to start, when do we start fight? Do we wait for Blink Daggers up on Red Centaur? Or do we wait for BKBs first? They have to make a play somewhere along the line, because eventually, IAP will get away with what they're planning, which is safe farm, get raw economies up, and then push through.
Yeah. I mean, this is where the objectives come into the play, because if you manage to get yourselves the Ace and Tormentor, you're going to be able to push the pace of the game a lot quicker. Reckonix, on the other hand, though, they want to try and put a stop to it. Unfortunately for them, just seems like the early game has not gone their way despite having the better lanes. I think India Dream did really well in this lane, but Interactive Philippines, they've been playing together, they've been making stuff happen. And outside a couple of telegraph moves made by Reckonix, it really doesn't seem like they've been able to do much else. Jed, at this point on the Ursa, just getting all the farm in the world, and no one's really stopping him, so it's going to be a very quick blink dagger coming out from him as well.
It genuinely feels like a really greedy draft here, especially coming from Reckonix, right? Like, they need so many to actually enable, but at the same time, here comes the rush here coming from IAP. They've caught 2, but at the same time, the damage has been done. Yona, he may have underestimated the burst here, forced to back off, and now almost taking Warrior here. Is he going to go down? He's so close. Yes, he is as well. So they magnetize just enough to take him out. But they will be able to save the Central Overrunner somewhat.
Yeah, I mean, it's not exactly worth it. They did pop a smoke and deceit for it, so not the most valuable find, but I think it's okay. As long as your Ursa is still farming, you should be having the superior tempo. Now, the troll is done with his Bat Fury, and this is one of those matchups which on paper might seem very one-sided, but you'd be surprised how often Ursa comes out on top, because even though Troll can survive the burst, he can pop the Battle Trance and whatnot, the big issue is that Ursa is just not killable through Enrage. So Troll is, I mean, unless they get some type of silence or they find him when he doesn't have his Enrage, that Ursa is not going to be going down easy.
I think the biggest difference is also the fact that, you know, Ursa, once you go for Berserker's Rage, you're not really able to control who you're attacking.
Yeah.
And it's just really, really awkward on what you need to do, right?
Yeah. I mean, the Ursa with the Enrage is just super hard to kill too. And well, speaking of the Ursa, he's found the task. It's animal-on-animal violence. Somebody called Peter. Certainly needed here in the building, but for the time being, it's just going to be the task. No more murder shall be committed, or have I spoken too soon? Well, looks like in your dreams, okay for now. The Ursa, I mean, coming back to the to the point of Enrage, I mean, this is a very good game for the Aghanim Scepter too. If you look over to the side of Reckonix, they've got nothing but stuns, no silences, so as long as the Ursa gets his hands on that Axe, he's going to be very hard to kill. And it does seem like he's queuing up the BKB for now, so we'll see if he changes his mind, but kind of feel like the Axe might be the superior choice in this game.
Very early rotation objectives here coming from Ursa, and it's kind of expected as well. If you're in the lead, easy Roshan, this pretty much gives IAP the victory at least 5 minutes in control in their favor, just because of the fact that, you know, Reckonix has no reason to challenge this, especially when they're -1.
Yeah, I feel the same. I mean, it's you can't really challenge this Ursa at this point, and if you did, then you had to see it coming. You didn't need to see it before the Ursa even gets into the pit. You need to be ready for that, and they weren't. Now the question becomes, do you actually contest the 20-minute Tormentor? And Reckonix at this point, I don't feel like they can. They need to wait for a couple of items, like the Blink on the Tusk, as we can see. And perhaps the Troll also needs a BKB before they can see some of these fights. Spear's going to be caught down in the dire jungle, bot low. As they did attempt to save with the snowball, it's something to look at, but in all honesty, it's the case of Sim. Save your body syndrome at its finest. SYBS shot, and that claims 2 in the mid lane.
Well, seems like this is not going too well here coming from Reckonix. Everything is just gone south here. As right now, even then, talk about a gank here. We need to make it a little bit of attempt here. The Ursa is getting caught out, but like you said, Enrage comes to play. Ursa is like, I don't really care. They wanted to pop the Aegis, but they just couldn't do so. And just like that, Jet gets out safely.
Yeah.
And he's going to be fine.
Yeah, backup coming up too, so wise decision by Reckonix. They force out the Enrage, but in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really matter. And now, Reckonix, they kind of... I mean, it's a bit awkward because Duck's just deeply mid. The Timbersaw is standing there, and yeah, I mean, I feel like the Tusk is just dead again. Another Timber Chain.
Oh,
There's the power shot from downtown. It's the Wind Ranger securing the kill. Barlow doing it on the Wind Ranger as Yona completely ignores Jikroy and rolls somewhere else. And now, Barlow looking for an open... I mean, are they... Okay, no, they're just dealing with the creep. They don't even care about Barlow.
It seems like IAP maybe one step closer to actually getting their revenge here. Considering that things have been really, really rough here. But at least for Reckonix in this game 1, in the lower brackets. Well, you can see the spams as well.
Yeah, chat wheel doesn't stop, you know. You gotta win the mental war as well. That also is what matters, yeah?
Yeah. So how would you mental war your opponents?
Drop items, drop mantles, pause the game, all chat. But I'm combat, in Dota for unrelated reasons.
Pretty sure that's exactly why you were combat.
No. I mean, it's just a glitch in the system, man. Come on, it's a mistake. I mean, I've spoken to someone at, well, I contacted support. They said they're gonna fix it. I'm sure it's gonna be fine.
Okay, believe you. Seems like the ENG is still in play. 2 more minutes left. They are gonna hold it all the way to Tormentor. Instantly, the Tormentor comes in, and that is gonna be the Tormentor on the Wind Ranger with the Gale in play. So that means another massive AoE that Reckonings needs to deal for here. And now it's now or never. No BKBs means you ain't gonna win fight. So it is all about dragging time here for at least for Jigroy to have those BKBs, maybe even in your dreams as well, which again, he already has it, but he needs a little bit more.
Mid lane, Mari's in some trouble here. The Chikiro being caught out by Yona. He's gonna be bought low. And well, that's the point of the Gale Force. Really, really good this game. You need to buy a 4-star. You need to have more move speed and to be able to deal with that. One of the more underrated items that I feel like people should think of if they see a Wind Ranger is... I mean, I know it's never going to happen because who the hell wants to counter Gale Force from a Wind Ranger? It's like the least of the priorities. But the Boots of Bearing can be really, really good. I hear a Stampede and a Dragon Dealers in the mid lane. It's the Earth Spirit who's been caught out. Yona, Rolling Boulder is not enough. He doesn't get away. And now the Golem comes as the Dragon Knight is going to try TP out. But there's the Basher coming in from the Ursa. As In Your Dream learns the hard way, the Dragon Knight's going to fall in far low, ends up finding another kill as well. It's going to be the Centaur. 2 dead for Reckonix as Interactive Philippines taking the fight to them.
Yeah, the hesitation there just literally cost them the fight there. Like, great stuff coming from IAP. They were able to catch out the BKBs on DK. That's going to be 1 charge down and even more to come. Because as of now, it seems like Reckoning is, they seem lost here. Like they don't really know what to do. This Troll Warlord pickup is taking a long time to come online. They need Jigroy at some point. But again, could you really blame them? The Ursa forcing a fight. He's got the Aegis Immortal. Finally will expire. But the damage has pretty much been done. 10k lead in favor of IAP now.
Yeah, I mean, Agent's going to expire, like you said, and at this point, you've got no tier 2 in the mid lane. The side lane towers are still up, but you make one big error in a team fight and you will be losing a set of frags. So, Reckonix, they need to be alert. They need to be in caution mode, because if they don't, then you're potentially looking at an Ursa who's going to rip through you, who's already nearly got the BKB. So,
oh my God.
IAP, it's all going to be about them finding a good fight. Reckonix, again, they smoke as the Aegis expires, but I feel like this is rather telegraphed. I mean, you should be able to read this if you're IAP. Also, Stan's going to be tossed out by the Dire. It does not clip the Ursa, so the Ursa actually gets away, and I'm not too sure what the smoke's going to do. Reckonix running around, looking for a target, but there's none to be found. Although, the Warlock does present himself in the mid lane. Forced out there along with the Solar Crest. He's actually surviving. Snowball now actually taking the Troll Warlord forward. He is in such a bad position. Going to be forced to pop the battle trance. I don't think that Snowball actually does a lot. In fact, the entire team is getting baited in. There's a Crimson Guard from Timber's eyes. He takes literally 0 damage. And now the Ursa going in, looking to find the Troll, as they will be able to find, the Troll Warlord. And well, Reckonix, they've only got so much in their tank. Now that the Ursa is dead, Jigroy is gone. In Your Dreams running. But is he going to be able to live? Yeah, looks like he'll be fine. No way to cancel the TP. The Ursa turns his attention towards the creeps, and Reckonix only lose 1, but a valuable one.
Yeah, there's so much they have to go through as well here. Like, yes, they have got BKBs, but at the same time, again, Troll Warlord just left completely unable to do anything here. BKB better free, yeah, what you gonna do? Because as of yet, Ursa is almost very close to the BKB, but he's got a Basher, and he hurts like a truck compared to a Troll Warlord. So you're looking to trying to outbash each other. It might seem towards a situation where you need a little bit of a luck, but the difference is that Ursa has innate high status resistance to begin with because of the ultimate. So it's not easy gonna be for a Troll Warlord to output, or in this case, outbash Ursa if they want to go for trades like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's just not going to be happening, unfortunately. You can see in the mid lane, and it all started off with the snowball, really. They snowball on top of the Warlock, and then Timbersaw comes in, takes the aggro of the Troll with the Battle Trance, pops the Crimson Guard, literally takes 0 damage, and then you can see Jigroy is just dead. Thankfully, they got out with very few casualties after that, but my goodness, that fight could have got a whole lot worse for the side of Reckonix.
Yeah, it could have. But that's what it's all about timings. But it seems to me, IAP, they may have a lot of farm here, but they are getting scouted out by Dalu now. They try to see what they're coming in. He's going to try and set up a couple of gangs here, which, again, I don't know if this is intended, but you see him, the ward scouts him out. Dalu is on top of a cliff, and, well, he's going to go down. Even Barish as well on the other side of the map is going to go down as well.
Man, two
What's going
supports
on?
die. Oh, both in different parts of the map. I mean, this is when you start to know the end times in here. When your supports are trying to go around the map, shoving out waves and getting caught out and dying, that's when you're like, maybe there's not a lot remaining for us to do in this game, but they will try and fight. I think they could at least wait around till Roshan's back up again, as we can see on the graphs. It's just a straight line since quite a while, since the 15-minute mark almost.
It's interesting to see the win probability only at 65%. I was expecting maybe 70%.
I mean, he's going high ground against a Troll and a Jakiro and Centaur, so these are some very good heroes in the high ground defense, and I'm not sure if Dota Plus considers that, but usually that's why. I mean, hey, here's a fun little trivia for you. Whenever Spectre Dota just gives the team picking Spectre like an extra 5-6% win rate just because it's Spectre involved.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, I don't know what it is, but even Dota Plus has its preferences.
Okay.
Hey, we don't judge.
I was about to call out Dota Plus bias, but alright, sure. Fair enough. It is, after all, going to be in play. You do see the second Roshan going to be in play. No contestation once again from Reckonings. It seems like it is going to be a very slow, methodical play. They do have the smoke, but the A-Gaze has been secured here. Looks like they are going to try and force a fight here. Looks like they are going to make a jump here. Instant melts here. They're trying to bait a chaotic offering as well. But the full drop down is here. BKBs has been dropped. Stampede looking to try and disengage this, but they caught them as well. They're trying to out-kite them. Look at this Ursa. He's just hammering away as well. Trollwaller forcing the out challenge to Ursa, but look at this. He's going to get outmatched. He's going to try and make a run for it. He's going to force TP. Does he get out? Yes, he does. How? How do you survive this? Whereas in your dreams, he's going to be looking to try and mow the back lines. He gets the Earth Spirit, but he will lose his life to the Ursa. And the Lord...
excuse me? Dusk?
Why are you still there?
He came back. He bought back for this one. He came there. He stood there for a moment, contemplated his life, and then decided to go back. I don't think that was the right place to do that.
That is a little bit of an unfortunate run here, but the lead just...
I mean, if you want to contemplate, you can do it under a banyan tree like the Buddha. Like, you don't need to be sitting there. We can see in the replay. Again, it all starts off with them going on FBZ, and you know, sure, Troll's doing his job, but with the Enrage, you really can't stand toe-to-toe with the Ursa. There's also the upheaval causing a huge problem, and even if you do kill the Ursa, he's got Aegis, he doesn't care. I mean, if anything, it's a miracle that the Troll Warlord actually survives.
Yeah, like, they actually went for a stat check right there. Like, we knew for a fact that, you know, statistically, you're not supposed to win that fight just because Basher versus Root. Yeah, we have both got BKB. What can we really do about this scenario? And even though they're equally somewhat farm at that scenario, in that situation, it feels like right now, Jinkroy needs one more item to somewhat match this. Yeah. And the minions are gone.
I mean, Jinkroy is, he needs a lot of items to be able to match up to the Ursa. He's 5,000 net worth behind. The Timbersaw's also owning. That's despite them not having a good start. And there's an amp damager in the mid lane. So, I mean, if his Ursa gets his hands on that, then you best believe that they're going to run it down the mid lane. As the banner has been planted down in the bottom lane. So we're going to see a push coming out from IAP here. Reganik, how do they choose to respond to this? Are they just going to give up a set of frags, or do they fight here?
It's going to be tough here. They have to force something. Now Ursa coming in, almost melting Jakiro. Can he save it? Gale Force is there to pull him back. Look at this. Oh no, the perfect setup. They're all going to come back. They are all in the faces of Ursa, and they get completely mowed down. Jet with a double kill. And just like that, oof. That's rough.
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but it doesn't really look like this set of frags is surviving here, I see. Case starting to look bad for Reckoning. Well, hopefully it's just one set of frags and not more, but I highly doubt that IAP are going to stop there. They've got themselves the Aegis. It's up for a while. There's no reason why he couldn't go in again. In fact, Dragon Form is about to run out as well for the Dragon Knights, so this game is not looking like it's going anywhere for Reckoning.
Yep. It's not looking good at all here. This is going to be a free, easy takedown here. It might be just over right here and then. In your dreams with the DK getting completely shredded by the Timbersaw as well. How do you break through this? Is going to be the question.
Dyer's middle
Trying to go for the setup, but they need a wombo combo though. They're trying to buy time in Ice Farm, but looks like they are going to make an attempt as well. They've got them both trapped, but nope. Aegis has been popped. That's going to be nice there. They were testing it.
Yeah.
And now they're going to go for round 2. Instant silence comes in. Ursa looking to try and back out. The Tusk looking to try and catch them, but unfortunately no connection there. But here he goes again, trying to force some sort of reaction. But nope, nothing's happening here. IAP will be able to close out. They will be able to get out safely.
Lovely. I mean, the Tusk just goes in, punches, and then he's like, you know what? Nah, I remember what happened last time.
Radiant are scanning.
Walrus versus Bear. Walrus does not win. Not on land anyway.
Soul versus Bear. Troll does not win as well.
Yeah.
And based on this, I would say.
You've heard of Man versus Wild. Get ready for Troll versus Wild.
What about Dragons versus Bear?
I feel like the Bear still wins.
Well, because dragons are extinct, huh?
Yeah, they don't exist, but bears do. Who do you think won that fight, huh?
Human evolution at its finest. Well, in this case, animal survival.
Yeah. Well, looks like the Rax isn't going to be surviving much longer. The Timbersaw is going to be able to take it down. He's got himself a heart. How the hell do you kill this Timbersaw? Questions, and no answers in sight. Gale Force being dropped. In Your Dream blinks in, but once again the Ursa blinks out. Really quick fingers, and now the Troll in some trouble. Silent Dove has the BKB holding on to it for now. Might be forced to pop it. There's the Battlefront coming through from the Troll Warlord along with the BKB, but the Timbersaw literally taking no damage. That's the power of the heart and the Crimson Guard, and now the Ursa's going to come and swipe down the Troll. He is gone. The champions are coming out, and this just might be game as Reckonix, despite their best efforts, aren't able to match up against IAP, doing their best, although there is no buyback on Troll, no buyback on Centaur. The final set of frags is also going to be falling. Jikroy calls it, it's GG, as IAP take game number 1 against the side of Reckonix.
Wow, what a game it is, man. What a game here.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, game 1 goes to IAP. Well, what did I tell you, right? I mean, when I saw the draft personally, I felt that there was no answer to the Timbersaw, and towards the very end, we can see that Timbersaw just ran havoc right at the back line.
Yeah, I mean, the Timbersaw just went hammer, like you mentioned, like he just completely demolished the enemy team. He didn't have as good of a start as one might think, did die a couple of times. But based off of the stacks, some of the plays IAP were making, they were being dynamic on the map. They weren't really sitting in one place and hitting creeps. Really enabled that Timbersaw. They had some questionable moments as well, but overall, I feel like IAP played that really, really well.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to get some thoughts about the last pick by Reckonix, right? The Troll Warlord. I felt that the Troll Warlord wasn't an effective pick, especially when you have mobility on the other side. If you open your ult, then you just start chasing around randomly. He wouldn't even be able to hit his target.
Yeah.
So what do you guys think about this one?
You know, it really feels that their priorities are all over the place as well, because it feels like the supports are getting picked off left, right, front, and center. They just couldn't really do too much. But you have to give credit towards Aries as well, because he's played a really, really fantastic job with his Warlock. He was able to catch multiple Fatal Links and just completely demolish the top lane and slow down the farm of the Troll Warlord, which kind of, I felt like it was a little bit of a small tilt moment coming in, which resulted in just getting completely disbanded. So well done towards Interactive for the Beans. Their wombo combo setups was great. The timings was, I would say, the most effective timing throughout this entire tournament. The most efficient way to get objectives is, oh, you know what? Let's take Roshan 17 minutes. Why? Because if I take Roshan at 17 minutes, if I hold the Aegis Immortal for the next 5 minutes and the Tormentor comes in play, there's nothing really much you can do about it, because you have to fight in towards the Tormentor clash with an Aegis on top. So that's why you can see that every single time Recognize comes into play, you just can't really do that. So I would say that's the dream start here that IAP has just pulled off.
Yeah, you kind of snowball from that, right? And the composition allows them to snowball because you have the Ursa that kind of guarantees you the early Roshan and the early Aegis, and then you just go from there based on your theory as well. And at some point towards the end, when they have all scaled to a certain level, especially the Timbersaw, we can see that they can't even deal any damage to him.
Yeah, I mean, the Timbersaw with the Crimson Guard was just nearly impossible to kill. And I have to say, you know, I mean, I want to check the stats and see just how much damage the Timbersaw must have received from the Troll Warlord and how much of that was mitigated. Well, we don't have the damage taken stats, but we do have this for you, the scoreboards here. Let's have a look at what In Your Dream has been up to. I mean, individually, stellar performance by him. He was winning the lane, he was doing his job, and, you know, his net worth reflects that. But in all honesty, I feel like you needed a lot more if you wanted to match up against Interactive Philippines, as they really, really brought the fight to them. I'm a little bit surprised that, you know, they went for the Troll Warlord, especially after they had a look at the Acer. I mean, yes, the Dragon Knight matchup kind of sucks, but then you're picking up this Troll Warlord, now you're sending this Dragon Knight mid, and sure, he's got the better matchup, but then Troll isn't exactly that good either in this situation. So I feel like their drafting left a lot to be desired, and in all honesty, I mean, the scoreboard is just a symptom, it's not the problem.
Okay, so I have some damage stats for you as well here. In this game, the entirety of the game, Jake Roy has done 12,612 damage to heroes, whereas V from Timbersaw has tanked 55,595 damage in total. So makes a lot of sense why he's going to be extremely tanky, and I kind of agree as well. I think I brought up the Warlock heals being a factor that resulted in him just being unkillable. But let's talk about the MVP. Obviously, DJ with the Ursa itself is going to be the MVP. He's undeniably just completely shutting down everybody as well. His timing is just on point. I think it's an all-rounder team effort to play around how DJ is going to be able to carry the entire game.
Yeah, I think they have a very good layering, right? So if you talk about like our MVP, DJ, who plays the Ursa, he's like the early to mid sort of hero that can scale really, really fast, and then because of his level of scalability, he allows like the Timbersaw that would do great at the late game, especially if you don't have a direct counter like a Bat Rider or maybe even like a Viper even to try to counter the Timbersaw. So you have that kind of layering, and that allows all your other teammates to do well. Of course, we got to give the credit to our match MVP, our Intel match MVP for this round, which is DJ. If he was not able to control his lane from the beginning and also get the Roshan at the earliest timing possible, then the whole plan would have faltered. So got to give it to the man.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the MVP is definitely well earned. I feel like Dejaj had the most undisturbed game out of everyone. Like we mentioned, you know, we were seeing action in the top lane, we were seeing action in the middle lane, but we never really saw Dejaj dying after that initial kill that they found early on in that lane with the Centaur and the Tusk. And while there were a couple of mishaps here and there, I mean, the Warlock didn't kill the Centaur, then he got chased down by the Tusk, then the Ursa got the return kill and whatnot and yada yada. He was just able to recover still and not let that affect his lane too much, and that's very important. Like, if you're able to control the wave, still able to get the battlefield at a good timing, keep the tempo up, and that's what matters. I mean, this is what the hero is all about. It's all about tempo.
I think Interactive Philippines is very good at min-maxing their builds as well, because when we talk about efficiency, right, getting value on a shard on towards any other heroes here, I feel like Wind Ranger's shard is just so much of a value here. Like 1,400 for a shot. Why not? Let's not spend that money. Let's just get it for free on a support, and it just brings so much value in a team fight.
But you know where we're going to spend more value and our time? Is through a break, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll be taking a short break to allow our players to reset themselves as well, especially for Reckonings. They've been playing a lot of games in a row right now, and it does look like they could use a break. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll take this very short break, and when we're back, it's going to be game number 2 between Interactive PH and also Reckonings. You don't want to miss out on this one. See you guys after this break.
Varun, assignment?
Of course, sir. All done.
Hi Varun.
Sir, आप?
Flipkart पे high performance Intel laptops at lowest prices. तेरा secret? Secret नहीं है noob.
Get the best deals on Intel laptops only on Flipkart. यहाँ कुछ भी हो सकता है.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Asia Pacific Predator League 2020-26 lower bracket finals for Dota. My name is Floki. Joining me on the desk are going to be IC Baby 12 and Sir Cloud. We've got the second best of three for the day between Reckonix and Interactive Philippines. Interactive Philippines already taking game number 1, gentlemen. And I have to say, I am not too convinced by what Reckonix showed us.
Yeah, I wasn't convinced as well. It feels like they are starting to run out of steam as well. Like the drafts may be a little bit shaky here. I like them, but so far I'm on a streak where Caster's Curse is real for me. Whoever I vote kind of loses the game as well.
And it was since yesterday, right?
Yeah, it was since yesterday all the way through.
I see. Well, I have to say though, Sir Cloud, you were having a look at the game. You know, you were watching. You were able to, because you weren't casting. So, like, did you have any particular thoughts about what you think Reckonix did wrong or where they could have improved, perhaps, for this upcoming game?
So I think this is going to be the general rule of thumb moving forward, right? Don't forget about the Timber Saw. Just because, like, the first few bans, you don't see the Timber Saw or you don't see the Timber Saw being picked up in the first few picks, doesn't mean it's not going to show up. And when you show up later, by the time they have locked in, maybe there are 4 heroes or so, it was just too late for them to find a way to counter the Timber Saw. You don't have room to play the Bat Rider, you don't have room to play the Viper and those kind of heroes, and it became a big problem for them.
Yeah, and it didn't really seem like at any point in the game that Interactive Philippines were out of their comfort zone. So this is what I want to ask you, IC. If you're Reckonix at this point, how do you take IAP to those deep waters?
Go to the toilet, wash your face, and then you sink yourself in the tub. Then you'll literally be in deep waters, right? So never mind. Anyways, it's a pretty lame dad joke, but I would say you just need a mental reset because you're 1 game away from being eliminated here. You need a wake-up call, and I think right now is the perfect time to do so. I kind of agree with what Sir Cloud is as well because they're so heavily invested to the point that they completely ignored the Timber Saw. And then realized that, hey, how do we deal with it? It was too late because if you pay attention to the bans coming from Interactive Philippines, especially for Draft 1, it was very targeted to make sure that this Timber Saw is going to be okay. There's no Vipers, and almost every single In Your Dream comfort heroes has been taken out. And that DK felt like, if you wanted to play around this DK being strong, what compensates it? It didn't really work well because everybody was just trying to do their own thing, and then it just completely flopped.
Yeah, the Timber Saw didn't seem all that convincing to me either, but I do feel like there are a couple of things you need to remember, especially when you're playing against a team of Reckonix's caliber. It's that they will learn from their mistakes. Sir Cloud mentioned about the Timber Saw. You also mentioned that the Timber Saw is something you shouldn't forget about. I do think they're going to change that up for game number 2. But more so than that, in terms of their approach, because Interactive Philippines is a team that really likes... They really like their team fight abilities. Is there any way to force them out of that team fighting area? Like, what do you do if you're Reckonix? Do you pick team fight yourself? Do you focus more on the early game? Do you go for a pushing, death volley kind of lineup? Like, what would your approach be?
Ooh, I mean, if you want to force them out of team fights, it's going to be pretty hard, right? Because right now, you have a lot of mobility across the map as well. You can teleport from top to bottom, you can obviously TP to a lot of other places as well, and you can smoke and you can catch opponents on the other side. So to me, there's no way to avoid team fights. That's why all the games that we have seen so far, there's some form of setup for team fights. And how do you set up for team fights is that you get heroes that have AoE capability.
All right, well, I guess the time to theory draft is over, gentlemen, because we've got the draft on our screens right now. Couple of interesting bans coming through. I see. What do we think?
Well, I think they're going to go for something a little bit more standard here for Interactive Philippines here, because whatever MAG kind of drafted in terms of bans here has been very, very targeted on those Reckonings here, the Disruptor, the Gyrocopter, Comfort Mix here. But this time, Reckonings actually still banning the Kling's Viper and also the Huskar. Nothing super crazy, but this time Interactive Philippines, they banned the Wind Ranger instead of picking it up themselves. So I'm surprised considering they have first pick in this, because it's kind of worked on game 1 for them.
I do feel like this Wind Ranger pickup is worthwhile. I mean, perhaps it's because they don't have first pick, they want to ban it, they don't want to play against it. Maybe that could be a reason.
They have first pick, but no, they don't have first pick. Yeah, you're right. Tricky, but Reckonings, they go for the tiny first.
Yeah.
And this feels like a comfort, I guess.
Yeah, I see Sir Cloud's itching to say something. What's up, Sir Cloud?
Yeah, I'm starting to feel worried here, right? Okay, Timbersaw is being ignored in the first base ban.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, and Reckonix did not prioritize the Timbersaw, which is okay. All right, you still have room to play with after this, but I worry there's going to be a deja vu again.
I see.
Well, 3 more bans. Yeah, you're not right. You're not wrong. But Shadow Demon is also in play as well. Comfort picks coming from Reckonix. I think we've seen a couple of Shadow Demons from Interactive Philippines. If
I mean, the Timbersaw is still open.
Yeah. Do they want to just flex it?
Maybe they'll pick it later, you know, because the trend during the group stages is that the Timbersaw have been picked too much at the early stages, so it kind of gets predictable. But what I noticed in this finals is that the Timbersaw has been left for the later part of the draft when they know that you have nothing against my Timbersaw.
Yeah, right on, man. I mean, you predicted it. Shadow Demon pick up here instead, so you've got a couple of bans remaining again. What do you want to see being taken out for Reckonings? Do you think it's worth getting rid of the Timbersaw, maybe?
I think going for a Timbersaw ban isn't too bad, which again is going to happen as well. And Interactive Philippines, it feels like they have to read what Reckoning is doing. They might consider banning off the Axe as well, considering that this was something that FEZ was very comfortable at, especially day number 1 itself. Unless they let him play something else. Which the Bat Rider was also something that Reckonings kind of brought to the table.
I'm glad that they banned out the Timbersaw though. If not, we'll have the same conversation again.
Yeah.
But I think, so here, this has been quite a debate even in the live stream chat, right? Jakiro, is it still good? I mean, yes, it's good in general, but has it been overplayed enough that people don't worry about the Jakiro anymore? If you gotta think about it, Reconnects have played like 3 Jakiros in a row and none of them won.
Do you mean to say that there are perhaps other heroes stronger than Jakiro that teams should be prioritizing, like that Treant Protector?
Nah, I don't think it's happening.
No?
Like, I'm a fan of it, but I don't think they will risk it right now in this scenario.
Okay.
I'm a fan, but it's not happening.
The Ancient Apparition?
Oh, that's actually a good one. Especially if you have heroes. Okay, but it's very depending on the draft, right? If you're going up against a Morphling, then getting an AA is amazing.
Yeah.
Just because of the eye shot.
That's true.
As of now, I think they are going to try debating whether or not they want to take the Warlock away from Interactive Philippines, because Interactive Philippines, especially this entire round, they love those wombo combos. They love those multi-layer setups of big AoEs like Circle mentioned as well. So Tidehunter, already you can see there is a trend, you know. I don't think we're going to see the Ravage into his Catalysm combo yet, but just because we haven't seen too many Invokers, but that is something that is really hard, tough to work with as well. So, Reckonings, do they deny it? No, they are going to stick back to Witch Doctor, so we are going to see that healing Witch Doctor in play. Greaves into his Holy Lifecat.
Yeah, that sounds interesting. Well,
very boring.
Yeah, it is kind of boring though, but I do want to say, it feels like the Witch Doctor does have a lot of potential this game, because Maledict cannot be dispelled. So Tidehunter cannot get rid of it. He can get rid of other spells. He can get rid of Breathe Fire. He can get rid of some Earth Spirit spells. But that Maledict is not going to be taking out. So if they are able to pump in some damage with that Maledict, that Tidehunter could be vulnerable. But with that said, the Invoker, it's still lurking in there. Now the question is, should Reckonix pick it here for themselves, or do you just give it over to Interactive Philippines? I mean, What are your thoughts, gentlemen?
Invoker, I don't know about this one yet. That is right. I do like a little bit more mobility. For me, I was about to say the Ember Spirit, but the Ember Spirit is out. But the Storm Spirit that IC Baby has been bringing up for quite a while now, I think would have been an interesting mix as well. And speaking of mix, I believe this is also the first time we're seeing a Hoodwink.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen a lot of Hoodwinks before. I think it might have been picked once, but I'm not entirely sure myself. I don't remember seeing it on my stream.
Yeah, it was actually one game of Hoodwink I saw, but it's also off stream as well.
Oh, okay.
It was a scenario, but
Well, makes sense then. Any particular reason this Hoodwink's really good this game?
Ooh, okay. At this moment, based on Reckonings, they're kind of squishy. So they have good initiation with the Tiny. I mean, you have the Avalanche toss combo, especially after you get the Blink Dagger. But they don't have like a big beefy guy that can tank as of now. So I'm looking to see how they can be comboed together with the Hoodwink later, because right now, if you look at Interactive Philippines, they are very, very durable.
Yeah.
You have the Tidehunter, you have the Dragon Knight, to a certain extent, Earth Spirit as well. But the big boys, Tidehunter and Dragon Knight, how much will it take for Reckonings to cut through them to at least get those kills in?
I think there's a lot of flexibility coming from Interactive Philippines right now. Like Earth Spirit mid, 3K if you don't want to go mid as well is going to be an option here. So it keeps things kind of out and open for Reckonings. I was very surprised that they actually prioritized on this course first, just because of the fact that I was expecting them to go Warlock, just because of the fact that, oh, maybe we can match the healing from Witch Doctor, maybe we can go for the Wobble combo, which is kind of nice. And now, speaking of healings here, the Juggernaut finally back. I completely ignored the Juggernaut here because Juggernaut is still somewhat prevalent, but the entire round stages, everybody is like, oh, I'm staying away. So I'm really like Reckonings bringing it back here.
Yeah, I like this Juggernaut as well. I feel like this is one of those heroes that has been overlooked for quite a while, especially against the Tidehunter in lane. Isn't this like a classic laning setup, Sir Cloud? You've got a Witch Doctor, there's a Juggernaut in the lane, you can kill whoever shows up. I mean, you've also got a very nice Hoodwink in the mix, so you can maybe break the Tidehunter, you can break the Dragon Knight, you can make the game easier to play for your cores. But yeah, I mean, couple more bans remaining here in the last phase. Any particular heroes that you think Reckonix or IAP should be getting rid of?
Ooh, they definitely need to get rid of something big and something big and juicy. Even if they were to take out the Bristle back, I think it would be okay. Yeah, taking out the Mars is okay as well because he's the big boy that can also initiate and can also tank out the damage. So that kind of category must be considered by
Are we thinking
IAP.
some team fight for Reckonix potentially? Do you want to see them pick up a team fight oriented hero? Do you want to see them pick up a more skirmishy hero? You know, like the Nature's Prophet is still in the pool and we haven't seen a lot of that here.
I think right now Reckonings is a situation where they can actually out-tank whatever Interactive Philippines throws at them. Just because like, oh, you have this Ravage coming to play, but where is the damage going to be coming from, right? Like Earth Spirit's out, great, you got to magnetize. But if I have a healing ward and I have a healing Witch Doctor in place and also a Tiny who's looking to one-shot you and back off, what are you going to do? So that's going to be something that they are taking into consideration where Reckonings wants to prolong fights, whereas Interactive Philippines is looking to try to go for quick bursts in team fights.
Okay.
It's hard, man. I'm thinking of a Slada will be the best pick for Reckonix next.
Oh yeah, Slada's pretty good.
Yeah, Slada with the Corrosive Haze, at least you can kind of deal with the Tidehunter and also Dragon Knight, limiting their potential.
Oh.
But instead they're going to go for the X and its call. Ooh, I don't know about this one, man. I feel that there's too much durability on IAP.
Yeah, I don't know even if I'm feeling the axe, to be honest. Kind of feels a little weird picking it into a Shadow Demon, right? Like you've got the save potential, there's Tidehunter as well. I mean, sure, the call can't be dispelled, but yeah, I mean, what are they thinking of, Circle? It's beyond me.
I mean, you have Disruption by Shadow Demon, right? So that will absolutely cancel out the call. So that's already a direct counter by itself. The moment you see, oh, he blinks in, Disruption, done. And it's all cancelled. And on top of that as well, besides call, like, what else can he do? Nothing much, because if he tries to target the Tidehunter, he's tanky. Tries to target Dragon Knight, he's tanky. You don't want to go for those heroes.
True that.
So I'm worried about the draft.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried as well. Of course, Interactive Philippines is in a situation where they either go all in or they go home on this case, because since they've committed the Tiger Hunter, you're looking for AoE burst, so you might as well just double down on just getting the Warlock, just because of the fact that, hey, you know what, safe lane DK, midnight of Spirit, and then have the Tiger Hunter. Yeah, you are looking for those bursts. You need to win the early phase until the mid game and just stop Reckonings from getting this Witch Doctor and Juggernaut go crazy here. But nope, that's not going to be happening here. It is going to be a support Earth Spirit instead of a mid Earth Spirit this time.
Wow, that's interesting. I haven't seen that one in a while. Earth Spirit position 4.
Position 4, and obviously you have Queen of Pain with mid, and I think it's a really, really good pick. AoE damage, burst damage, and that's the final component that they need, because they already have enough people to tank at the front. They just need that big burst of damage to come from somewhere, and it's going to come from the QOP. And QOP can target to many targets, alright. We're talking about like Hoodwink, Witch Doctor,
Juggernaut potentially.
Even Juggernaut potentially as well. If Juggernaut cannot escape with his Omni Slash, it's going to be very hard.
10 seconds.
Yeah, well, gentlemen, final thoughts?
IAP.
IAP?
IAP plus 5 chais.
Do you want to do you want me to cast a curse?
Hey, when you say it, it doesn't work, man. So like you gotta just do it, you know, without any real intention.
I'm gonna say IAP. This time.
All right. Well, is IC Baby Troll trying to curse IAP? Is he trying to curse Reckonix? Well, we don't know yet, but we are about to find out, ladies and gentlemen, because we are going to step into the game. Once again, Circle Out, IC Baby 12, take it away.
Boy, oh boy, I am looking forward to see how Game 2 is going to go here. The lower bracket finals on how this game is going to go. We might see a potential comeback, but it seems like there are, you know, things that is happening here, because a friend really, like, Circle Out, what do you think? You really like the IAP's Rob?
Yeah.
I feel like Reckonings has a decent shot as well, just because, you know, there's break from Hoodwink, you know, to deal with the Tiger Hunter. You've got so much heals from the Witch Doctor and Juggernaut, which is something that people kind of forget as well. Is, you know, once you get those Greaves and Holy Locket available, which I know is kind of nerfed as well, this Witch Doctor is going to be annoying as well.
Well, just to add on to why I think IAP's draft is better, right? Also because of the Dragon Knight. You have the Dragon Knight, Dragon Form, pushes towers quickly as well. So you have something that can really, really push it through too. So I don't know. I'm scared.
Yeah. But the damage didn't really do too much, right? Like, if you think about it here, you know, they had the DK coming from Reckonings and it just didn't work out, which is kind of unfortunate as well. But yeah, all things considered, if I'm not mistaken, IAP actually win the first game. So this is actually, you know, Reckonings on game 2, 1-0.
Yep. IAP is at match point, and Reckonix, they must win this game. And the next game, they have to win 2 games in a row to ensure their ticket into the grand finals. If not, it's going to be like what Chucky would have wanted, right? He wants to meet IAP and his former teammate Aries. He might just get it.
Yeah, for those of you tuning in here, it is IAP with game 1 and Reckonings on 0. So all IAP needs is pretty much one more game and they will advance into grand finals. And this might be it though. It's going to be close. They're just one step closer as well.
It's going to be real scary. Okay, the start of the game, I think it's going to be pretty neutral. We're not going to see the type of pace like how we saw in the previous match when we had an Ursa and so on and so forth. Teams might take it a little bit chill. Yeah, they might poke each other. Yes, there's a bit of a poking towards G-Croy, but G-Croy should be able to get away.
It's going to be a little bit of a tricky spot here, but some harassment has been made so far. And G-Croy seems like he is going to be having a little bit of a rough time, because as of yet, IAP, they're just setting their focus and trying to cut these creep waves as well, which I think it's not possible. Aggro is at least 30 seconds here. He's going to try and block it and then pull the next one, but it seems like they are going to make a time here. as Witch Doctor getting completely dived on. This tri-lane aggression from IAP. They need to force some sort of reaction here from Reckonings, and there's nothing much they can do. And they even lose a career. What's going on?
Wow.
What is going on?
And even the tango was not delivered. Oh man, IAP.
What is going on here for Reckonings?
It almost feels like it's the confidence level of IAP right now, with the jungle evasion, with the snipe as well. At least Reckonings, they're trying to push them back.
Well, they are going to try and counter pull in this scenario here. The question here is, can they actually do something about this? This is a very unorthodox spot to be farming as a carry, and you can see all this aggression just because IAP wants to pull it this way. Seems like there is going to be a minion loss as well. You can see so much moving here from Jikroy. And they will safely get farm here, at least for the TIE Hunter, just because of this initial pull. I'm surprised this... Well, I'm really surprised that they didn't actually go for the pull here. Seems like the pull may have been blocked here. They actually got the deny on those side camps, especially coming from the Reckonings. It's going to take a while though, before they actually make some sort of a lane control, at least for this Juggernaut for Jikroy.
Yep. I would say Juggernaut needs quite a while for him to farm the items for him to be as effective, because he's also going up against two big tanks. So he definitely need more than his regular items. He might be thinking of even getting a Desolator just to add on as well, just so that he can potentially cut through these tanks better.
It's going to be a tricky spot to be in, but all things considered here, top lane, it was a little bit of a tough call here, at least for our Reckonings. A bottom lane, Interactive Philippines seems to be doing pretty okay. The DK is having a little bit of safe farm. We won't expect FBC to get a little bit aggressive yet, but the Lul is going to try and out-trade Ares on this Shadow Demon. Here comes the Disruption as well. The Illusions are going to be a little bit annoying. He's going to try and poke his way through, but I don't think he's going to do too much in this scenario. Couple of trades back and forth, nothing super crazy.
Well, Leeway at the top is more of a trading between the two at this point. Not too surprised that both sides, they still want to just trade it off. Because even though if you're a tank and you have two tanks on your side, your tanks need to farm up the relevant items as well. So it's down to who can get the best of the lane control. As of now, I would still say that IAP, they clearly will have the better lane control just because they can withstand the lane longer.
I kind of agree for at least for the TIE Hunter, for sure. Like, I'm more curious whether or not is this TIE Hunter going for the offering build into maybe even a Crimson Guard in the regards, or maybe even a pipe here to make sure that the Tiny doesn't one-shot his teammates. So it comes down to options, right? Because eventually, this TIE Hunter, if you drag this was the latest stage game, I was expecting him to go for the Grill Eaters build, but it seems like having the Kraken Swell gives that he is looking to try and survive even longer in these scenarios here. So a lot of what-if moments. Might go for an early blink as well if he wants to go for it.
Look at this, Dragon Knight has already 2 points Dragon's Blood that will give him quicker health regeneration and also more durability overall. So I believe that when he gets his 3rd point, like that's the time when Ares can actually let him go. But looks like they're going to take the aggressive approach right now. Starting off with Dalul, and here comes Barlow. They should be able to get their 2nd blood here soon. Dalul with the next one to fall. FBC tries to trade it back. He should be able to get Ares before he himself might go down.
Well, very, very unfortunate run here for Reckonings at least. It was a very simple takedown. And there's nothing really much you can do about it. Shadow Demon Disruption, once you go in for the setup, you're just pretty much done for as well, especially in pre-4 status. Level 1's Illusions just does so much value damage. It's not the point of damage that he hits a lot, but it's good enough to kind of stack some things here. But here comes the advantage though.
There goes FBC down, nice catch there. by Interactive PH. And the plan to TP to support, unfortunately, didn't work out for Reckonix.
A very, very rough game here for them as they lose the Axe. But here comes the Melodic on top as well. It does connect on towards the Tide here, and the stun comes in. Jigroy, they need to take him out, but will he be able to survive? Yes, they will not. And that is going to be Melodic that takes him. Well, not the Melodic here. The Blade Storm actually gets him as well. So that's going to be a kill in the hands of Jigroy. Small little victories, not the end of the world.
At least that's a sign that the Melodic will be a very strong spell against the tank heroes. Especially it's scalable, when it's scalable towards the late game as well. Like you have the Melodic onto somebody and then they just add on the damage. But speaking about damage, in the middle we're going to get the Avalanche toss onto Yona, and Yona survives with that blink. And now here comes the counter re-engage. Ares catching one, and the rest of them come in. Barlow will lock in the kill.
Yep. And just like that, you know, being very awkward spot here, getting caught in rotation is just, you know, very, very difficult to play. And with the wards coming in, it's just such a difficult spot to be in here, especially being spotted out in scenarios like that. Like, you thought you had the upper hand. Nope. We see the things a little bit clearer here. The hook and sink comes in, and it just takes you out. And there's just nothing really much you can do about it in these scenarios. We've got a lot of back and forth farmings because the mid game is where Reckonix is going to be looking to try and get a little bit more value. Well, looks like we're not going to see the healing Witch Doctor yet anytime soon, so it's going to take some time. But at least maybe what, 20-30 minutes here, hoping to get, you know, FBZ at least up on a blink maybe. But seems like he's going to go for a Vanguard instead, so nothing crazy. XP is going to be not contested for both sides. Pretty respectful round here. I would say passive runs coming from both sides. Maybe a little bit of mid rotations here just for pure roots. Nothing fancy.
Yeah, I guess it's considerably passive, unless when the moment those Reckonix players, they overstep. They overstep, they get punished real quick by IAP. So you gotta respect the fact that IAP can respond very quickly as well to situations.
Well, speaking of farms here, top side, you see a little bit of a harassment here. Oh, the stun. Not connected though, which is a little bit of an awkward spot to be in. It comes down to scenarios where what do you do from the side of IAP? Like, do you force fights? I don't think so, but well, speaking of force fights,
looks like the fight is brought towards them though, but it looks like they immediately retreat, learning the lessons from the previous engagements. Don't overstep, because they know that Interactive Philippines can punish them back.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Nothing much they can do about it, you know. Like, we do see a couple of stacks being set up here, especially for Reckonix as well, with the Witch Doctor. And yeah, they are planning for Jigroy to actually come online. But looks like here comes the setup as well. The Melodic is played, Blitzdorm is there. Trying to chip it away. He tries to go for the TP, and he should be A-okay. And he's gonna get out safely. Whereas for Reckonix, they do go in for a little bit of commitment, but the Lu now is going to go for a massive, massive stack there. On top side, Jigroy, he's going to get dived in once more. Even the Sonic Wave has been committed. Barlow pretty much dominating right now. Barish, no choice but to make a run for it.
Nice counter engage though, because they know that the skills have been used and it's on cooldown. So they don't have much to play with from there, and when you send 3 players from IAP onto the top lane, they make quick work. So that was a really good response by them, taking advantage of the situation. Very good teamwork shown by Interactive PH.
Yeah, very good discipline base, but of course fallback plans are in order. Top side, nothing much. They're still trying to get some farm here. I think, you know, we are going to be expecting a Battle Fury Juggernaut instead of a Maelstrom, which I think logically the Maelstrom does a little bit more damage in terms of opening stash vibes. But Varish getting scouted out. Barlow now on Mega Kill. This Spirit just doing God's work right now. Getting a lot of kills as a support. It seems like the stacks are intended for the axe instead of the Juggernaut to farm. And he's gonna go for the fight. No, he's gonna wait for In Your Dream to actually go for a setup as well. And once the blink is up on In Your Dream, that's where he shines the most.
It'll take a while though because he's prioritizing the pipe. So that's one key item. And then after that, you probably have to go for the Blink Dagger. So it will take quite a while. I worry that they won't have that much time. But speaking about time, not much time for V. He will definitely go down here thanks to the Melodic as well, supporting it. And finally got V after their second attempt with the Melodic.
That's a little bit of an awkward spot to weave in here. But with the ticks coming in, looks like it's going to be a slow start, both sides. He's playing this very, very passively as well. As you see Barlow being one of the ones that is going to be a priority, but this DK is also starting to come up online as well. And it seems like we are going to see the armlet built on this DK.
Radiant's top tower.
Once this armor comes in play, especially on this DK, you know, his Worm's Wrath, I would say his third ability is going to be able to just outscale and offset the damage reduction coming in from the armlet itself. And that's where things are going to get a little bit better. But the question here is he going to go for the armlet? Is going to be the question. He was hovering his way through just now. Oh well.
And the DK is also queuing a Blink Dagger, which is also going to be a key item for him. And I believe that when he gets the Blink Dagger, they're going to start jungle invading the side of Reckonix, because Reckonix, if you kind of think about it, X have been having a good time farming. He was not disrupted at all, and that's why one of the reasons he is the top of the net worth at this moment. In fact, Reckonix have 2 players at the top of the net worth. And if this continues to scale on to the late game, then Reckonix might just make a comeback.
Yeah, he just got his armlet, I would say, but looks like they are going to try and make work onto his tier 1. And you see a couple of shots in as well. The only stash has been used from Jigroy to hunt Yona. And that's going to be the kill in the hands of Reckonix. As they try to go for more, Earth Spirit tries to go for it a little bit more as Barlow looks for a couple of return hits here. But it's not going to happen. But the pushback connects, and even the ult as well. The break is good. Just enough burst for Reckonix to take him out. And that's going to be the counter engagement here. Reckonix finally finds their timing here as they try to return fire, knowing that the DK has TP down bottom. But here comes the stun and the toss as well. Ooh, that is going to be Ares down and out in this scenario. Oh. Ravage.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Catching at least one, and they go on the way to the back line, but a bit of an opposition here. Oh man, what's happening there? Yona can't escape, and Movie taken down. Jikroy gets a double kill to get away the killing spree. Interactive Philippines. Did they just overstep themselves?
Yeah, they definitely overstepped this as well. They weren't expecting this. I'm surprised they actually tried to commit this fight, considering that the DK was all the way down bottom. They did not have the DK at all. And this is what I'm talking about, right? The healing's coming in from Reckoning, starting to get a little bit annoying here. The 3 points in healing ward, they've got heals coming from Witch Doctor. It is starting to reach a point where you need to find a way to deal with this. But let's take a look at the instant replay on how things actually happen as well. This counter engagement case here, they were hoping to kill Jikroy. Look at how the Witch Doctor and the Healing Ward's positioned, right? It's just keeping them alive. They're trying to burst him down. There's nothing very much you can do. They just get completely punished from this. And the thing about Interactive Philippines is that they need to focus on taking down the Healing Ward first, or maybe even taking down the Witch Doctor first before they can do anything about it.
Radiant's top tower is under
You're right on
attack.
the healing there, because they have 2 types of healing that are stacked up to each other, so it's like almost a mobile fountain that they're carrying there.
Radiant structures
So they have to find a way to deal with either one of those, but if you deal with those, then well, obviously it opens up room for the rest of them to counter engage onto you. So to a certain extent, it becomes like a dilemma to them. I believe the priority is still to try to take down those healing ones as quickly as possible.
Has fallen.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom
Same time, bottom lane, here they come. They are going to go for the stun toss available. The blink forward DK is going to get caught out as well. The ability is there. He's getting completely chain stun, and that is no way to go out here. Eventually, the melody comes in, and he is going to go down. The chop comes through to try and secure a stack for this axe. And the timing is finally here. Reckonings, they have been grinding and farming for the longest time, and this is exactly
Dire's
go
top
time for
tower
them.
is under attack.
For this axe and in your dream on this tiny.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, they're about 2,000, 3,000 ahead when it comes to goal of the closest hero at the top of the network at this moment. So Reckonix, they're starting to show themselves, okay, this is only 15 minutes. They obviously still have a lot of time.
Radiant's bottom
and
tower is under attack.
they already have this kind of gap. So it's starting to be a little bit difficult for IAP, but IAP, they just need to get together themselves.
Yeah, BBZ now, they are trying to keep him alive, but the counter ward here, therefore trying to scare him off. Sonic Wave also trying to do a little more. Ravage connects on two, but the heals here from the Witch Doctor trying to keep him alive, but eventually the Magnetize won't be the ones to chip him away. Reckonings, they need to back off, they need to make a run for it here. Varys still buying a lot of time, trying to provide some sort of backup, but eventually IAP, they take all three of them. They needed Juggernaut, they needed In Your Dreams, and they're nowhere to be found. A little bit unfortunate, but a big catch for IAP in that
Dire's
scenario.
bottom tower is under attack.
But still, think about this, Cloud. It took almost everything from IAP just to kill 3 heroes. And it's not even the main course. Look at this, 8,900 damage has been done just to kill 3 heroes, an axe, a hoodwink, and a witch doctor.
Yeah, they're clearly very dependent on the Queen of Pain to come up with the damage output, even from these stats as well. So can you imagine that if the Queen of Pain goes down first, then they'll have trouble. Their secondary would be the Dragon Knight, but that also depends on what kind of build that the Dragon Knight is going for. I'm going to focus on this fight here. It's going to be a 4-on-1 of the Decoy. Decoy with the Omni Slash. Creeps are there as well. Decoy definitely will not be able to get out of this nice and stay, but In Your Dream is there. Looks like the rest of Reckoning there for Rive as well. They want to make this counter attack onto IAP. IAP in trouble. They have to back out. Barlow not able to get out in time and will be taken out. The hunt is going on as well as Ares takes 50% of damage, goes up to the high ground, will be safe for now.
Oh my goodness, what a pick here from Reckonings. Finally, they wake up. They know their tournament lies at stake. They're giving their best here. We might potentially see a game 3. But with them knocking in towards the towers here, and this Juggernaut from Jingroy starting to get a little bit farmed up, things are looking very, very spicy. But the Dagon on towards Queen of Pain, and oh, stolen away from In Your Dream. Quick fingers, very, very quickly. Nicely done. But this DK seems to be a little bit of a trouble here. Does have the armlet available, hoping to see the blink start to make a huge impact. But again, the biggest question here is how do you deal with this walking fountain here? Varys got the Holy Locket very, very soon as well. Oh, actually, he just got it as well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Don't need a walking fountain.
Oh no.
Oh, nice toss there onto beat. Okay, V, he does have the Ravage though. He's gonna pop the Ravage. He has to pop it right now. Looks like his teammate will save it for now at the back line. They have arrived. Here comes the Ravage, catching 2 of them inside of it. But like what just said, the walking fountain. Look at their health. Their health hardly goes down. At the moment they try to take down the Witch Doctor, Varys just walks behind and nobody can catch him because the front line is good enough to punish like Jet. Varys finally goes down, but at what cost? At the cost of Yona, their biggest damage dealer. Not only that, Avalanche catching 2 at the back line. In Your Dream just body blocking them from going up to the high ground. And then a toss, and that's going to be Ares down, Barlow down. Now time to take down 4 towers. But before that, it's just being really, really annoying to the TIE Hunter now.
Oh boy.
And this toss, that's it. He definitely will go down here. He can tag as much as he could right now, but still, nothing will stop Reckonings from getting a team wipeout.
Oh my goodness, we might see the full 3 games right here and right there. The Holy Locket just pretty much saving the day here. Let's take a look at the overall hero damage here. 14k coming in from Reckonix. And I would say it took them a while to chip away in all of them as well, but the damage exchange from the side of IAP is starting to feel kind of wean off as well. 9.7k damage to try and counter these plays. They just could not find those finishers if you think about it, because like you said as well, the Walking Fountain from Witch Doctor, but at the same time the Healing Ward from Juggernaut was used to keep the Hoodwink alive, which in this case was just phenomenal, especially Dowdo was hiding and separating the fight. It feels like IAP weren't be able to focus a specific target and just take down Varish, which resulted in them just a little bit disoriented, disorganized. And would you really blame them considering how far ahead Reckonix is?
Dude, you gotta give it to Reckonix as well. Their farming capability is just off the roof. 12,000 gold ahead, that's one. And look at the current net worth of the Juggernaut. 15,000. Even compared with his own teammates, he's 4,000 ahead.
Yeah. This Hoodwink is also doing a lot of work as well. As shown by our versus now, Hunter's Boomerang just gives so much value into increasing his overall spell damage, which kind of amplifies the Tiny even more in this scenario. But here comes the chat, Break is there, the Tidehunter is getting countered around as well, the Stun Toss comes in, he's taking too much and he is gonna go down. That is gonna be another one that bites the dust.
Ooh. Now we can start to have this conversation of like, what does it take for IAP to make this comeback? I want to say team fight, but we saw what happened when it was a team fight. The Walking Fountain is just too much to handle. So perhaps try to get a pick off is the best way for them.
Yeah, looks like the stun toss comes in. The Argon trying to toss him back. No connection there. May have a misread that. 4-3 for Jet. There was a little bit creeps there. And a missed toss coming in from I Am In Your Dreams. But Ares, however, is going to be looking to be picked off here as FBZ mans up, tries going for a call, and here he comes, the second reset, instant burst, instant shutdown. And even the Lotus Orb as well to stop Queen of Pain.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Every single solution has been thought out for, and this Dragon Knight looking to try and challenge this as well. The Sonic Wave comes in instantly. You can see Jigboy looking for the Omni's dash, and even therefore the Ravage comes in to try and go in for the counter punch. Jigboy, he's trying to make a run for it, but he's so tacky. He's trying to make out. They've lost the Witch Doctor. Reckonix, they've thrown everything at them, and now the counter plays. They need some sort of play here, but in your dreams, he may have missed a combo, but no, they may have messed up. They may have overestimated themselves. IAP, they push back. They go in for the call. They go in for the fight. They finally go in for the chop, but no, it doesn't matter. FBZ with the counter saves. He goes in for the chop. He goes in for the tap. In your dream, double kill all the way through. And now only Sachin remains, and even if he goes down, Farlow out of the equation. Reckonix is completely holding down the fort, kiting them at the maximum level. It feels like a back and throw.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, and I really like how Reckonix, they pay attention to the Queen of Pain, because they know that the moment the Queen of Pain is taken out of the equation, they're no longer painful. That is the main damage dealer for them. Their secondary damage dealer, the Dragon Knight, well, it's not part of the fight. I'm kind of curious to know what kind of items that the Dragon Knight went for, but here on Dragon Knight looks like it's going to be a solo kill. Oh, last hit! Oh, he didn't finish up the job! Oh no! Oh no, what just happened? He couldn't finish up the job! He could have got Varys!
Well, it's Libya.
Let them go!
He's Libya unfortunate as well. They could have just
Dire's top tower
didn't want to overextend, I would say. This is, you know, making sure that.
Oh man, you're too kind, man.
Yeah.
You're too kind. You are too kind. They owe you one try now. But dude, oh man.
Huh?
I'm starting to see a bit of a lack of focus.
Yeah. Caster's Curse is on play.
Oh, here we go.
I hate to admit it, but it seems like
I hate to be part of your prediction, but okay.
Yeah, seems like it has been on.
Oh.
Radiant's top tower.
But now knocking onto the tier 3. As you can see in your dream, trying to make an attempt as well. Ares instantly melted. And his counter starting phase, trying to take him out. The healing ward keeps him up safely as well as they continue to mow down the tier 3s. IAP maybe in a lot of pain here from the Philippines, as they are going to be going towards a tie series right here. So Cloud.
Oh man, I mean we have 21k ahead right now, and Reckonix, they have absolute control. I don't know what else at this point. How is IAP going to make the comeback?
Well, doesn't seem possible here. The heals and sustains from Reckonix a little bit too hard to handle. As they continue to chip away these tier 3s. IAP not making any moves at all. They're just waiting for ultimates to go be on cooldown here. They need the demonic purge. They need a sonic wave available. 40 seconds with no skills here, at least for the 4-up. And this Lily Rex is going to be chopped away here as they try to make an attempt onto his Jigroy. Seems like the real one is on top. They don't really know which is the real Juggernaut here. It's a battle of illusions. Finally, they make an attempt. Here it comes. The Focus Fire is there. The Lotus is there. But the heals keep him alive. They're going for the Sun Toss. They're looking for the counterplay. The Ravage is there. But he's got the BKB. Jigroy, he survives it all. They're going for the counterplay. The Chop is there. They can't burst him down. They are all too tanky, and the GG has been called as IAP will drop game number 2, giving Reckonix a tie now, and we are going towards a game number 3. Oh boy, Sir Cloud.
Man, what a game. I have to say, Reckonix really dished out the hurt in this one. They didn't like losing to IAP in that first game, but man, they turned up for game number 2. And what a way to do it too, right? Completely stomping the side of IAP. That has to restore some morale in the ranks of Reckonix. And, well, still one more game to go, folks. So far, it's been all 3 mappers.
Yeah, seems like it's been very, very close here. It came towards a close call where technically, I hate to say it, but...
Oh, say it, man. Don't worry.
Yeah, don't worry. We're safe behind stage.
Yeah, we get paid to say it, and the players don't know our room numbers.
I think I should stop predicting right now, straight up.
All right. Well, fair enough, fair enough. But I have to say, I mean, what a performance coming out by Reckonix, right? Like, they go for something unorthodox. They pick up the Witch Doctor. They get the FVZ Axe once again. And man, I have to say, he performed. He really showed up today. And he's putting his team on his back. I think at this rate, he might just carry them to the grand finals.
Ooh, okay. I think this draft and this idea, you can probably use it only once.
Okay.
Yeah, because you don't have the proper counter draft, which is related to multiple spirit vessels, for example, to try to counter the walking fountain.
Yeah.
yeah, you don't have like an invoker, for example, right? That naturally brings a spirit vessel. If you have those kind of heroes, then the walking fountain would have been a problem.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the unorthodox build with the Witch Doctor going for the Holy Lock, it really worked out. And it's not something we were expecting to see. Like, when that Witch Doctor came out, we were all like a bit, what? It's like, the Witch Doctor? Is it like 2026? Like, what's going on?
Well, what do you mean? I've been saying it right from the get-go. You just not listen. Like, Holy Locket on the hero with Guardian Greaves is just so darn broken. It just takes a while to actually get there as well. You can see how passive it was, just securing those farms and making them. The moment you hit those timing, especially with Parry Juggernaut, who's so overfarmed, it's just unkillable.
I mean, did he even get to the Guardian Greaves? Because it looked like he
didn't
only
even
had the
need to go to Guardian Greaves.
Need them.
So
like,
the moment he reached there, it was just unkillable.
Yeah.
This is like old meta kind of things as well, but I was hoping that they were trying to match the healing strategy. That's why we see a lot of DKs being coming into play as well. It's like, oh, you want the sustains, just pick up a Warlock, which is something that is earlier compared to the Witch Doctor. Witch Doctor is a little bit later stage here in terms of healing strats.
I mean, I agree, but I feel like, you know, we were talking about how tanky the panel was. We're going to see the scoreboard as well on the screens in a little bit. We're going to find out just exactly what each hero did in that game. But I have to say, we weren't really expecting those 3 tanky heroes to come out. We saw a Tidehunter, we saw a Dragon Knight, and an Earth Spirit. And according to the scoreboard, they don't really perform that well.
Well, speaking about performing well or not well, it looks like your boy in your dream is living on cloud 9 right now.
I said it, man.
KDA 8012, I mean, perfect game for him. In fact, of course, he has been the one that's been setting up the gameplay, going with the Blink and also the Avalanche Toss, so gotta give it to him as well. But for me personally, I think I'll give it to Varish.
There you go, the hard support.
Varish and also Jikroy because of the moving fountain strat that they managed to pull off. But mainly Varish, if I get to pick one, because at some point Jikroy was kind of busy farming, as he should. So a lot of the early game sustain had to come from Varish.
Yeah, and it also didn't seem like Deja really got off to that hot start that he needed on the Dragon Knight to be able to, supply the damage. Jikroy was getting kills left and right. The man was snowballing. He had a butterfly extremely early, and I believe that he even went for the BKB later on, just prioritizing staying alive against the millions of disables that they had on the side of Interactive Philippines. But my question to you folks is, who do you think the MVP of the game is?
Varish!
I think it's
find out.
I think it's going to be in your dream. No, it's Jikroy.
There you go.
Dude,
well,
if you go for stats, right? But if you go for actual contribution, supports could use some love.
Lovely. I like the fact that you mentioned actual contribution, because that is something that eludes every support in my pubs. And well, hopefully those guys are watching some of these games because they could learn a thing or two. Anyway, Jikroy putting up quite the performance like we said earlier. He went for this BKB, not something you see on Juggernaut traditionally, but folks, do you think this game that BKB was justified? Do you think if it worked? Do you think he could have gone for something else?
I think it definitely worked as well because they tried to drop everything on him here. Yeah, you're relying on the fact that, I have a Blade Storm that kind of survives magical damage, right? And there were multiple times that every single time, IAP have realized that we need to take Jikroy out in order to win the game. But by doing so, you have this Witch Doctor that is so annoyingly tanky to heal. And having this BKB means that they're pretty much not going to be killed at all, because IAP's entire composition was designed to win the early phase and just snowball from just winning those wombo combos. And every single time Reckoning was just intentionally not fighting with them and dodging their way through, it just gave Jikroy the timings that he needs, and even the Witch Doctor's timings to get the Holy Locket up. That's where the entire game just could not be close at all.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like, Sir Cloud made a very good point. You guys mentioned the walking fountain strat with the healing ward, the Holy Locket, the Voodoo Restoration, and the whatnot. And even though we were a little bit biased towards the IAP drop, because we saw those 3 tanky heroes, you're like, this makes a lot of sense. They're very hard to kill. But, it's one thing surviving, but it's another thing killing the enemy heroes. The damage just seemed to be lacking, didn't it?
Well, yeah, and also, after having a good look about how they played the game, the Queen of Pain was their only key damage dealer from there. Other than that, the secondary, the Dragon Knight, not as effective. So when they don't have the Queen of Pain with them in a fight, or the Queen of Pain gets taken out early, then they don't have the damage output to fight back.
Well, any closing thoughts, gentlemen?
Game 3.
Game 3. Well, we're going to be going to a Game 3 here, folks, but we're going to be going to a break, and going to be coming back with the final match between Reckonix and IAP to see who is going to be making it to the Grand Finals and who will be eliminated here at the Asia Pacific Predator League 2020-26. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a bit.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
and gentlemen, welcome back to the Asia Pacific Predator League 2020-26 with our digital partner Flipkart. My name is Floki, with me is IC Baby 12 and Sir Cloud, and boy, what a day this has been if you're a Dota fan. All the games so far going to a game number 3. This time around, we've got the lower bracket finals between Reckonix as well as Team Interactive Philippines, and so far it seems like Reckonix, they are starting to run away with this one.
Well, it's a do or die situation for them right now here. Winner takes all, and the loser will be going home on 3rd place. But
oh boy,
whoever wins this series here is going to be meeting MAG in the grand finals itself, and of course have a shot to lift the trophy. So either or, this is going to be all or nothing right now.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about the previous game, right? Because we saw something interesting. A couple of interesting things that happened. Notably, you guys mentioned the healing fountain, the walking fountain strat, excuse me, with the heals coming out from the Juggernaut and the Witch Doctor. I personally also think that the damage was somewhat lacking on the Interactive Philippines side, because they ended up picking these 3 really tanky heroes that are great. I mean, you know, you've got yourself stuns, you've got yourself some good damage reduction abilities, you've got a good overall sounding graph, but the damage was lacking. It had to come from somewhere, and it didn't seem like the supports were really doing enough, were they, Sir Cloud?
Yeah, I think that, well, one thing is the supports, right? But I think it's how it was set up for them as well. I don't think they were prepared for the walking fountain strat, because based on their lineup, they don't really have a good composition that can go for like spirit vessels and all that. So they were just locked out of it.
I see. Well, we're going to be theory crafting all day, but guess what? We don't have to do that anymore because the draft's on our screens right now. And well, not much has changed. Still the same bans, Klings and Viper being taken off here. But folks, what do you want to see done differently from both sides this game? That's what I want to know from the two.
5 seconds remaining.
I think they can just stick with what they're doing here, Interactive Philippines, at least in terms of the opening bans here. They have to respect the Gyrocopter, they have to respect the Jigroid Kess to a certain degree, even though they should. I don't think we should see it. But the Disruptor is definitely something you have to worry about, especially coming from Dalu. His Disruptor has been very, very annoying to work with, especially to play against, especially. So that's going to be something they have to focus here. But when it comes to priority picks, I feel like the Wind Ranger for Interactive Philippines has worked out for them game 1. But now seeing that first pick is in favor of Reckonix, which I feel like has never been a priority for Reckonix. If you watch based on their overall performance before, they have prioritized Shadow Demon a little bit more. They have prioritized even the Tiny from just now as well. So I was very surprised that they were not willing to risk it and say, you know what, I'm going to get second pick Wind Ranger for Interactive Philippines.
And no Timbersaw being prioritized at all during the first phase ban, and also the first 2 picks here, as we can see. Is there still room? Maybe not so for Interactive PH, but Reckonix, they can still go for the Timbersaw later. It also depends on what sort of heroes are still left available. So they've already banned out the Viper, so that's a sign. If somehow the Bat Rider finds no space or is being banned out, then maybe Reckonix can introduce the Timbersaw.
All right, interesting ban coming up here, folks. We talked about the Muerta and how this is a hero that can sometimes catch you off guard. Being banned out this game by the Ember, I feel like it's fully justified. Although, at the same time, I mean, what do you think Reckonix are aiming for here? I mean, they've opened up with the Ember Spirit. It's a pretty open pick, doesn't reveal too much. But what do you want to be banning or picking here to supplement the Ember Spirit with?
It feels like Reckonix is just basing off a trend where, we are going to try the same comp that we played against MAG, but the Murtaugh was a big problem for them. So let's take out all those equations and maybe, you know, retry the strategies that we had before as well. So they might go for something a little bit more comfortable. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Tiny, but never mind. It is pretty much banned already coming from Interactive Philippines. So I think now it's Slada.
I want to see a Mars.
I think they will go for Warlock again.
A Mars.
Radiant team,
Couple of interesting ideas. Mars being thrown in, Warlock. But hey, you know what? We all missed it. We forgot about this hero. It still exists. It's the Jakiro.
They kind of ignored it the entire game too, though.
Oh, okay. Was it not banned or picked either?
It's weird, but okay. Jakiro.
Okay.
Shadow Demon ban is going to be something that Reckonix is looking forward to as well. They can still go for the Hoodwing again if they are looking to try and shut down a potential passive ability. Like you guys said as well, the Tidehunter review from Interactive Philippines was immediately, read by Reckonix.
I personally like this Jakiro pick for a couple of reasons. First being that, you really help secure the safe lane for your team. So from that perspective, it makes sense. But this is the hero I was going to talk about. I really wanted to see teams pick up the Skyrath Mage in response to the Jakiro, because Skyrath actually, with the Shield of the Sign, gets some barriers. So you're not exactly super vulnerable to the Jakiro as long as you stay out of right-click range. Of course, Skyrath doesn't have the most amount of armor. But if you do end up casting a couple of spells, you drop a Mystic, you drop an Arcane Bolt, you drop a Concussive Shot, that barrier comes up and makes you a bit more resilient to the Jakiro. Although, there is a Slardar, and well, when there is a Slardar in the enemy team, I have to say, it is not fun playing Skyrath Mage.
Team pick.
Yeah, seems like a Tidehunter being picked up from Reckonix instead. They are going to try and deny it away from Interactive Philippines, so we have a little bit of mix-up here. But the question remains here. I'm very surprised that Reckonix decided to go for the Skyrath, because if you base off the stats and also every single thread from every single team so far, most teams, they don't pick the Skyrath if they don't... Well, sorry, not most teams. I'm talking about Reckonix. If they don't have the Shadow Demon, they won't go for Skyrath. And multiple times they've done Shadow Demon into a Skyrath during the entire group stages, but coming here, they just ignored it, which is kind of weird.
Interesting. Circular, what are your thoughts so far?
I kind of feel that Skyrath is a bit of a forced pick, because Skyrath has silence, and to counter the Ember Spirit is a silence.
Oh, so you deny picked it.
Correct, exactly, because they, if not, you have to go for items, and items take time for it to come in. But with the Skyrath being picked up by Reckonix, that would deny away the silence potential of the Ember Spirit. So I think it's partly because of that as well.
I'm surprised that the Timbersaw made it through all the way through here as well, considering that Timbersaw was kind of ignored. It was banned. It was banned in game phase as well. So this time they're going in again here. Reckonix is facing the same problem they're facing game 1.
But do you feel a little bit differently about this Timbersaw compared to others? Because, gentlemen, this time around you actually have a Spirit Vessel builder. You've got a Silence that also increases the magic damage the Timbersaw takes. So this is a game where the Timbersaw can actually be quite vulnerable to all the magic damage coming up from Reckonix. Or are we feeling like, nah, doesn't really matter, you can itemize and, there are other ways of dealing with the issues that the Timbersaw has.
I think they're going to force the Hoodwink again. They're going to force the Hoodwink support and then parry it with the Skyrath, and then later on figure out who's gonna be playing the carry here. The Juggernaut is still in the pool as well, so Jikroy still has a lot of options to work with. So I feel like right now forcing the Hoodwink to deal with the passive isn't too bad. But no, they've got this. They bring in the Kaz. It was always banned against Reckonix. They actually snuck through this time.
Yeah, I mean, Kaz is an interesting pickup, not something you see every day. I feel like this Kaz hero does have a few problems this game. You're up laying into a Timbersaw, you're mostly physical damage, but I feel like the lane should be pretty good for the most part for this bird. Huh.
I don't know. I'm still feeling like there's no enough counter to the Timbersaw. You don't have the Viper, it's being banned out, and there's no room for Reckonix to get the Bat Rider. So I don't think they have a true answer to the Timbersaw. However, the Kaz pickup, I believe this could be the first Kaz pickup here in the entire tournament, right? So we don't know how effective it will be in a tournament setting. So that could be the wild card there. How I'm seeing it at this point with this draft is that if Kaz doesn't work out, that's it. If Kaz works out, it surprises everyone, cool. Give them the ticket to the finals.
There was a slight nerf on towards Kaz, right? It was kind of popular before this recent patch and the patch before that as well. And then people were thinking it was like, hey, Kaz walking around with random boosts here, you go for the QQ combos, and then people just melt, right? Supports just melt so fast all by himself. So
I believe
it has been kind of nerfed, but it feels like it's still viable.
I believe they nerfed his tower taking ability because one of his abilities, I believe it was the Falcon Rush, used to work against towers, and then they removed that. So it doesn't have the same pushing power as it once did. Still very good in lane, though.
I think in team fighting it's just still pretty decent as well, which is something that they can actually go for it. But as of yet, this is going to be a big problem for Interactive Philippines. They did not expect this. This is signature coming from Reckonix. They are going to put Jikroy playing the Kaz. But the last pick here is going to be the biggest problem for them. I don't think they're going to go with the healing strat again for Witch Doctor
10
though.
seconds
But the
remaining.
full pick will be nice, but it feels like everything else looks like we are going to try and individually outskill Interactive Philippines on different fronts instead of playing...
yeah, I mean, lots of high-skill heroes being picked up here. You've got yourself the Kez, you've got the Ember, you've got the Tidehunter. The Tidehunter, high skill or not, I mean, that's debatable. But the Kez certainly, and so is the Ember Spirit. So definitely right on that front. It does seem like those guys are comfortable on these heroes. They believe that if they get these heroes, they can potentially win. Although with that said, I do feel like they have a lot of disable this game for the Ember and the Kez. I mean, you've got Shaman, you've got the Slather, you've got some decent damage coming out from the Timbersaw as well, so you can follow up on any of these disables rather easily. And I don't think you're gonna have a particularly fun time against the Kez either. I mean, it's a bit of a weird one because it goes both ways. The Kez can kill all of these heroes, but these heroes can also kill Kez. I guess it comes down to when he gets the BKB and the laning phase and whatnot.
Witch Doctor.
Oh. Okay. Looks like we're going to see the Holy Locket Witch Doctor once again. A little bit more sustained. It was kind of ridiculous as well, considering that, you know, just the Witch Doctor himself was able to do so much. The healing ward coming from Juggernaut was a little bit more. So this time they are going to try to match the Timbersaw as well. So I am a fan of this.
5 seconds
Cloud.
remaining.
Yes, because the Melodic is a anti-tank spell. So that is going to be their next best bet against the Timbersaw, considering that they don't have a lot of the other heroes that we mentioned earlier on. So that's one. I'm not sure if we'll see a Desolator with the Kaz here, just to add on to the potential damage onto Timbersaw, so that he will be shut off of the game completely. So that could be one thing. But now we're also having, we're also having a Slather and Timbersaw.
Yeah. I think you probably put the Slather in the mid lane against the Ember. The Timbersaw goes off lane against the Kez. Which leaves us with the safe lane hero here at last for Interactive Philippines. Dejej, what do you think he's going to be looking at? The Ursa has been banned. The Juggernaut's out of the picture as well. Those are some of the better heroes to pick against the Tidehunter. Abaddon also out of the pool here. So I'm going to be looking for something a bit more classic that deals with this really tanky fish. I feel like the Monkey King a couple of patches ago would have made sense. This game, I'm not certain. I feel like they've got lots of damage and lots of
I wouldn't be
ways
surprised to see a Shadow Fiend here if you decide to go for it.
Shadow Fiend is actually not bad. Yeah, against a Tidehunter makes a lot of sense.
Like you double down on the minus armor from the amplifier itself here. But the question here is, are you mobile enough to actually reach towards this situation?
I feel like if you're strong as 5, you can kind of just go as 5 to places and take objectives. So you not being mobile is not the end of the world.
But
that's a curveball and a half.
Wow.
Didn't see that coming. That was one way to deal with the Tidehunter. So, I mean, hey, guess what? The Tidehunter, he can't press spells if he doesn't have mana.
Actually, this is actually pretty clutch here. I feel like this anti-mage changes the dynamic of the game because Skyraf burns a lot of mana, Witch Doctor burns a lot of mana. Yes, you're having a lot of heals, but if you do not have mana, you're going to get one-shotted by this mana wave. So very, very interesting approach. So I like this.
But you also have an amount of risk here because anti-mage depends a lot on his blink. And if you have a silence on the other side coming out from Sky, then you might get caught. So it's going to be a bit of a risk there.
There's a sounds of the Kez as well, isn't there? And then, you know, you've got the timing issues where depending on which build the Kez goes for, there are 2 major builds, one being the Falcon Blade into the Desolator, which is really, really fast. Another option is the Battle Fury, which allows you to scale. I mean, honestly, I like the pick for the lane, but I don't think it's that good overall because you've got Death Ward with the pure damage that's problematic, the roots coming out from the Ember Spirit, the Tidehunter as well, you know, with his Ravage is always going to be cashing anti-mage out. I don't know if you build BKB, but gentlemen, we are about to jump into the game in just a bit, and I do want your predictions for this one. Who do you think is going to take it?
I'm not going to predict anymore because Castle Curse, man. Like, I don't want to jinx
All right,
one.
Sir Cloud.
Like, I'm going to get bashed for this online, for sure.
I'm going to go for whatever that he has in his head on the opposite side. The opposite of whatever he has in his head.
That's why I'm not predicting.
Yeah, that's why.
All right, well,
whatever that you're thinking, I'm on the other side.
Gentlemen,
Wow.
I wish I knew a brain surgeon here so we could actually, you know, poke into IC's brain and see which team is he supporting here so we could have our predictions. But you know what? Akash doesn't give us any predictions. Hell, it's time for the host to do some heavy lifting. I feel like this is a good game for Reckonix. That's going to be my prediction for this one. And yeah, I do think they have a good shot at taking this one. Well, Ladies and gentlemen, we should be getting into the game very, very shortly. I'm going to leave you with my two experienced commentators in Circloud and Icy Baby 12. Gentlemen, take it away.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here, the decider match of this lower bracket finals. Winner takes all. It's on its way, and that is going to be Reckonix representing from Indonesia and also Interactive Philippines from the Philippines. So things are going to get spicy. Interesting drafts here. We haven't seen some of these drafts since the entire group stages. And to see a Kes as well as an anti-mage, what a sight to behold. It's been a while since I've seen an anti-mage. Sir Cloud?
Oh yeah. I think during the group stages, it was played in one of the Stream B games. I couldn't recall, but like what you said, right? It's not always that we see an anti-mage, because anti-mage is very vulnerable to silencers. Silencers, hexes, if he gets caught, it doesn't last that long as well.
Yeah, the value on the Manta onto his anti-mage takes a little bit of time as well to actually bring in terms of value, right? Like normally you want to get a Manta just because, oh, it gives you a lot of
30
stats.
seconds
Great.
to battle.
What does stats give you for a hero like a anti-mage? Well, not that effective as well. Like, it gives you the Manta dodge ability, but in terms of power spike wise, you would expect like maybe bashers, maybe blinks, or whatever that brings a little bit more value. Maybe with a Skadi for even more stats to get a little bit more tankier. So if you're going for the stat build like anti-mage, it is going to take a long time to actually come online. And in this scenario, he definitely needs it as well, especially there's so many mages to kind of cut through with the mana burn. So I think it's not too bad. It's not too bad. Battle Fury in towards a Manta style.
True. It just makes Manta style a mandatory item. Like you must have it before you can make those engagements. But that also means that on the other side, if you are Interactive Philippines, you want to try to stop the enemy from getting that Manta style as early as possible. Try to run him down maybe in his jungle or in his lane while he still has not have that yet.
Yeah, it's a lot of value, you know, especially on him. But nowadays the meta has kind of shifted as well. We've seen people going for the phylactery builds, etc. It's kind of not what anti-mage usually goes for. We've seen people kind of stray away from that as well. So let's see. Seems like the Kes is doing pretty okay. He's going to be farming pretty decently. Just a couple of harassments coming in from Barlow. As Interactive Philippines, you can try and trade here. Barlow, you can try and channel here to suck his HP up and trade effectively. The Melodic is doing okay, but nothing super crazy, I would say.
Barlow's taking a lot of damage. On the other hand, thanks to Melodic. Of course, that's just to like, let's poke him away. They're still the early stages of the game, so that's okay. But when it comes to the mid stages to the later stages, the Melodic will be prioritized onto the tanks, Slada, and also Timbers Officer.
Yeah. Seems like they do have a mid Slaughter here coming from Yona. We've seen it happen as well before, but Aries with the first blood down bottom here. Great pickoff as they take the Skyrock down. Nothing much the Tide can do in this scenario. That's really unfortunate. And even the top side, Jigroy also getting a trade off top. So it's 1-for-1 between both supports. Did not expect that.
Well, it is game 3 and it's the decider match to go into grand final, so gotta expect the unexpected, right? Just like how it was on game number 2. We didn't really expect like the whole walking fountain to work until it happened inside the game and we see how it's executed. Then yeah, so they kind of threw us a little bit off, at least for me that is. But the anti-mage, kill onto him. Aries looks like he is in trouble as well, and both Jet and Aries will go down. That is the key kill that they're looking for. Stop the anti-mage.
Well, as you can see, the fight continues as well. They try to pick a fight against Jigroy. He's going to sidestep his way through, but the Melodic is doing some serious work on Barlow. As Jigroy now going to be looking to try and make a run for it. The parry is there. Will they get the kill? Yes, they will. That's going to be V that takes them out. Carry goes down, and that's going to be a very unfortunate defense here for Reckonix. But at the same time, bottom lane as well. Pressure is still on. as they try and secure the farms here for this anti-mage, which is really, really good here for Jet at least.
I just want to put it out there, right? That I still think that there is not enough of whatever to deal with, not enough of dealing with for the Timbersaw. I don't think there's enough for them to deal with the Timbersaw. Yeah, I'm trying to, my words are getting mixed up there, but you get what I mean, right? Like, there's no answer or the real answer to the Timbersaw now.
Yeah, it is truly, truly indeed a really of a tough spot to work with, I would say. But again, you know, Timbersaw is great at shutting down strength heroes, right? So obviously, it's against a cast is not that big of a difference because, you know, it goes by percentage strength, so it still does a lot of damage, but just not as effective you expect here. But in your dream, we do see a trade coming in. Both the mid lanes go down. Yona and in your dream gets taken out, but Yona does get the kill onto in your dream first, so that's going to be a little bit of XP advantage in favor of him.
Oh, we'll see what happens. So far, V has not been having a bad time. I mean, a lot of space given to him to farm, and we can see that he's already... Oh, he didn't win up his reactive armor yet. That is how confident he is at the lanes. But when he starts getting his reactive armors, maybe up to 2 points at least, then you start to see Barlow leaving him alone at the lane, and he will just happily farm on his own.
Yeah, it's all about being a little bit passive as well. There's no reason to actually serve this. But at the same time, I was expecting IAP to maybe cut the lane as well, which didn't exactly happen. A little bit of an interesting switch up coming from them. They might have considered denying it as well, but again, you know, the previous matchup was against the Juggernaut, so the threshold is a little bit higher, but it seems like they are going to make a dive onto his Barlow as well. Melodic is there, and that is going to be a dead Shadow Shaman. Nothing much can do as Barry secures the kill.
And that's the good thing about this Skyruff, right? Like, you have the burst damage, and then you have the Melodic on the other side. One Melodic, early burst damage from the Skyruff, and you're almost guaranteed a kill, especially on these kind of supports.
Yeah, great rotations though, coming from them. But because of this rotation up top as well, right now, Jet does have a little bit of relief and pressure to kind of farm his way down the bottom lane here. As you can see, the supports are panicking to try and force some sort of moves coming in. As IAP, they're looking to try and catch the mid-rotation. And here he goes. Slada going for the stun. They do catch the Skyruff. That is going to be Yona that gets the kill as they hunt for more. The heals are coming from Varish to kind of keep him alive. Yona needs to make a run for it as well. The Melodic is there. He's got the bottle, so he's going to be able to reset for a fight a little bit more. The Amplify does give them the vision. They want to try and continue to extend this fight, but doesn't want to risk it as Yona does not have the health to do so. He just got his bottle back up as well. Forced to use the Arcane Rune as well.
Yeah, Yona needs a little bit of time, and he's not in a rush. And plus, they don't want to overcommit into jungle as well. On the other hand, we're starting to see V, even without his reactive armor, just being the boss at the top lane.
Very, very difficult to see how things are actually happening. But it seems like you have a little bit of pause coming in here as they try and figure out what is the game plan, at least, I feel, for them. But it seems like once this Battle Fury is up on anti-mage, Reckonix is going to be in a lot of trouble because this anti-mage is going to be to find stacks all the way through. And now with this kill on towards the Tidehunter, that accelerates his farm as well. As you can see, IAP, they're already setting up stacks for that. But the best question is that there is a huge stack up top, but the wards are being scouted out as well. So they roughly know there is a decent amount of stacks there to actually deal with it. But now the attempt comes through. Melodic's up on the Timbersaw. They try to go for a dive for it. He's going to walk his way through, and that is going to be another kill. The counter push with the Shackle there, not going to be able to do too much here. They're trying to set up, trying to kill this cast, but the cast does have the ultimate available, drops it down low. pokes away but doesn't want to overcommit because the anti-mages flanks from behind, takes the portal, gets a freebie once more as Jet looking to hunt them all down as they make a run for it, and they even catch the Witch Doctor. Just like that, they lose 2.
For a moment there, I was wondering, why did Ares not move? Like, why is he not doing anything? So it was just a bait because when he started moving again, that's where the anti-mage shows up from behind and just sandwiched them all together. So that was a great deceiving tactic, if you ask me, shown by them to win that fight. So that was a good team fight, good coordination shown by IAP. But how often can he repeat that will be the question, because once you do that, Reckonix will recognize it as probably their strat and their way to play. They probably won't make the same mistake again.
Well, top side now. Jigroy forced to pop the out B now. Needs to make a run for it. Melody is there, and here comes Varich as well as he tries to do tick damage. And Zulu will be the ones to secure the kill. Teleports out, and he will make it out there. But they do force massive rotations here coming from Reckonix. And that's going to be only the Timbersaw that goes out.
Oh, MBZ went down as well, so it's a 2v1. How far is Jet away from his Manta Star? He's not really queuing that yet. So he's going to focus on the Battlefield Reapers, which I think is great. So once he gets that, his farming capability will multiply for sure.
Yeah, 9 minutes into the game. I would say it was pretty okay. It was to get it by 12 minutes, which is good. But now here comes the Timbersaw again. B getting completely shut down, getting caught as well. Back-to-back deaths. Again, Reckonix picks them apart. Big win there for Jigroy, but mana is at an all-time low. He needs to figure out to try and conserve this, because against the anti-mage, it is very unforgiving. Eventually, if he gets on top of you. But again, it's still too early in the game. It's still 9 minutes. Let's take a look at the instant replay of what happened as well. Oh no, instantly drops the death ward, drops the stun. There's just nothing much he could have done. And what seems to be a problem with the Timbersaw has now, well, the solution is right in front of them.
Death Ward Melody combo is a strong spell against tanks. And that's where the Timbersaw is expected to get away with the chainsaw. But it also really depends on whether he has it or not, whether it's on cooldown, whether he's on silence, those kind of things as well. But if you like send a Sky against him and it's on cooldown, then, well, that's their best chance for them to just take down the Timbersaw at that moment. And that's an example of how they just did that.
Well, here comes the Hex. They are going to try and make a attempt on In Your Dream as well. Rona does have the damage, but does have the magic shield to survive. Nope, the stack stun is good enough. And that's going to be In Your Dream down and out. But bottom lane, the counter engage from Reckonings as well. They find a support. Not the best trades, but, you know, make do with what you're going to do, you know. Mistakes are mistakes. Sometimes you weren't aware of a surprise gang, and you got to do what you got to do.
Oh, we're starting to see V going through the back line now, pulling the creeps away without a reactive armor. Which I think is okay at this point. He does have 13 charges of his magic wand, so that should be alright for him. And in fact, to take down a Timbersaw, if you kind of think about it, you need like 2 or 3 of them to combine their skills together to take down the Timbersaw. So if he's able to pull out 3 people towards him, buying a lot of time for the other lanes, for me it's already worth it. That's why he's not really focusing on the reactive armor for now.
Really tough call here, but this is going to be an easy tier 1 for Reckonix as IAP not looking to try and risk fighting early as well. And they are going to try and trade up top as well, but seems like Jigroy is going to defend this, so no trades for them. As a Kami, going to be 50-50 still. They're playing it very safe here. They need those timings on both Jigroy as well as Jet there. Yona. Gonna be looking for a gank here. He does have the double damage and the blink.
Radiant structures
May
are
look try to make an attempt here. There is a couple pings in. Even the glyph is available. They may not see it. Here it comes. The jump is there. And the out from Jigroy to get out of jail 3 card right there. But now the counter Mystic Flare. They were waiting. Reckonix, they know what was up. They went in for the counter push. Surprise. They turned the tides. They flipped the tables. They thought they didn't know, but they were prepared.
It was an absolute disaster there. Whatever happened, the idea was there. I like the idea. I like the fact like how they, okay, you know when to jump in, you know when to follow up and all that. But what they didn't take into account is the backup from the side. Okay, nice jumping at the G-Croy, that's okay. But the moment Dalu shows up, Varis shows up, In Your Dream shows up, that's it. It almost felt like an absolute big bait there. But what a good coordination shown by Reckonix. And because of that, they got 2 kills. They saved their teammate at the same time. Perfect execution.
Well, it is going to be a very, very interesting one here, considering the fact that Yona, they really want to try and play around this ladder, but the problem is, you know, who do you focus? Do you focus on the Cass? Do you focus on the Tide Hunter, or do you focus on Ember here? Because most of these fights here has been a game where they focus solely depending on shutting down this Cass to try and scale later on, but you can see that it's very, very difficult to do so, because every single time you are looking to try the push here, he does have a get out of jail free card. But here he comes, the Ravage is in play. And this is going to be a very unorthodox one as they go in for the dive. FBZ going to mow down. He just doesn't have mana. Mana Boy is there, but FBZ, well, this is a Tide Hunter as he gets chipped away and taken out as well.
At least now they are showing that they are able to come back in terms of engagement to get a kill. But how much resources have they burned to get a 1 kill? That's also another question as well. Anyway, we're going to see a smoke from the 2 players of IAP. But they're just cutting across the map. So it might take them some time. Still looking at G-Crow though. They've been trying to get G-Crow for quite a while now. But straight up onto Dalul, an easy target for them. Mystic Flare, counter back, Dalul still survives! Dalul! Survives! But finally goes down to B! Oh man, it took so much to take down his support! And now they are on the chase onto B, but then again B with the Timber Saw should be able to get away to safety. Not going to be a problem for B. Oh, but here comes the random from the side as well. Ah, here we go. 5-on-1 with the man they got to B. In Your Dreams sends V to sleep.
Oh boy, what a big catch as well. But it started strong, but eventually it felt like they just needed some time here to be bought out, because eventually the Death Ward was just such a dominating performance in this kind of skirmishes, right? Like Mystic Flare as well in the early phase here. They need those BKBs up. They need to at least pop it before they can do anything about it here. They're hoping to get a little bit cheeky to try and get a punish here, but the problem here is G-Croy's positioning has been impeccable. You can see everyone's from inside Reckonings here is always within distance to try and cover G-Croy in case anything happens to him.
I don't see the anti-mage going for the Manta style. So it looks like he's going to skip that one. He's going to jump straight into the butterfly. Might be a little bit of a risk there, but I guess they are willing to try to bait out the silence from Dalul.
It's tough. It is really tough. But speaking of which here, massive full walls has been dropped here. Tier 1 still holding on from Reckonings. They're just making sure that everyone just can't push through. They're just making sure to buy as much as they can for this cast, but at the same time, I don't think buying time should be the goal here, at least for Reckonings, as they need to try and hunt the anti-mage instead, but it's so difficult though. They need to smoke up and go for gank, but it seems like it is going to be happening now. It's anti-mage, maybe expecting some sort of company.
Oh, they saw something. Okay, there you go. For the back, here comes the Mystic Flare as well. That's going to be a straightforward kill onto Aris. Easy kill given to rewards in your dream. But more importantly, Jet got away.
A little bit of a tricky spot to be in here. Very, very tricky spot to be in.
Right now, they're looking for pickoffs, which I think is great, especially if you are Reckonix. Having a Sky, it is almost a must for you to go and find pickoffs. And if the Sky is able to get a ATOS, that will be perfect. Because if you're able to get pickoffs, the Mystic Flare maximizes its potential when there's only one hero being hit at one point. So pickoff strats is good for Reckoning now. They found one.
Seems like it is going to be go time here coming from Reckonings. They do have the Holy Locket available for Varys as well. And they're still hoping on Jet to try and make a play here. They still haven't brought him out. They need to take him out as well. He's matching the farm. But this is timing that Reckonings is looking for to get aggressive as well. They've got everything available. Such a tricky spot to be in. They've lost towers. They're looking for trades. Can they find a catch is going to be the question. As Jigroy now going to be dived on here. Here he comes. They do see him. He needs to get out. Goes for the NV. He's going to be A-OK. Get out of jail free card. That's going to be the Ravensfield in play.
Middle tower is under attack.
Just like that.
They've been trying to get Jigro for quite a while now.
Yeah, it's so hard.
I know, right? Like, it has been like, what, for the past 2-3 attempts, and they haven't even got him at all? And that one attempt when they almost got him, they got countered by the entire Reckoning. So, I don't know, man. What does it take for them to get Jigro right now? Jigro is like this cockroach at my house that just doesn't go away.
Okay, but hold that thought for now. But here comes the catch as well. The Mystic Flare might have missed a little bit here. So Iris, he is going to live momentarily, but eventually goes down to In Your Dream. As that's going to make a kill streak for Reckoning. And once again, IAP not able to do too much in this kind of scenarios. Hoping to make a little bit of a counter play as well. But IAP obviously massive one wants to try and deal with the bottom as well. But it seems like the Manta is available on Kaz as well. So you are going to be expecting a lot of burst damage here. Trying to counterplay, but Yona getting kicked off. That's not looking good. Jalul gets the kill once more. Reckonings having full control the moment go time is available. And they've realized they are now ahead.
Quite ahead as well. We're talking about 5K network difference, and out of the top 5, 3 of them from Reckonings are there. So they have it in the bag. And not only that as well, like when it comes to execution, so far so good. I believe that both sides, they have their own respective level of execution. But now that I think about it and put it into perspective, not able to deal with Kaz, and they have wasted enough time and resources trying to get the Kaz, is starting to fight them back.
Well, Tormentors in play. Varish now having even difficult problems to work with as well, as Witch Doctor now has to switch to. That means Healing Fountain on top of an own iframe that just dodges everything. So, correct. Now, as of yet, IAP, they need to figure out how to deal with this Witch Doctor and Kaz. There's just so many layers of defense that need to go on the hunt. And so far, they're just relying on this anti-mage. They need him very soon, but it's taking forever to come online, and you can't really blame them as well. The setup coming in from Slaughter, at least from Yona, like you said, right? Multiple Fatal 10s, they need to find the right targets. But if this double M steering changer connects onto instantly, Ares instantly melted. As Reckonings continues on the pressure, they see the anti-mage, but they are not really afraid of it as well. They're choosing their poisons really, really nicely as well. Like, Reckonings is just picking their fights very, very nicely. Go for one pick off, back off, go for one pick off, and then not go for a hard commitment, knowing that if they overuse all their mana, one big mana void and we're all dead.
And Jigro is just side pushing while all that was happening. It's like, okay, I'll just buy my own thing at the bottom, just push, and now solo-handedly, single-handedly taking down the second tower. Just like that. And every time Interactive Philippines wants to go and catch him, they couldn't. And while they couldn't catch him, now Reckonings is starting to take the fight towards Interactive Philippines. They're roaming around as a 4. Whoever that they catches, especially Ares, has been the victim many, many times now. This will put IAP on full defensive alert mode. And while they are doing that, they're not really responding to the cast at all.
Yeah, seems like they are going to make an attempt right here as well. Melodic on the Timbersaur. Not going to be able to do too much, but they will be able to get a pushback as well, because the Lu gets completely melted here. And now even the Emperor will fall in your dreams. They finally have the anti-mage online. And they catch Reckonings in by surprise. They've lost 2, and now Jigroy almost getting connected as well. Nice little sidestep, but he will be able to dart out of there. So this is finally a small little victory here for IAP as they pick him up. Big win for them.
It's almost a scary one for the cast. But again, okay, cool. IAP, they dealt with the rest of them great, but they're still not able to deal with the cast. So the cast is like now just hacking the wall. Slowly but surely he'll break through. I mean, how many times have we seen like a split push work, right? So this is probably going to be one of those examples where the split push is going to work for Reckonix, and IAP have almost no answer to it except for if they can push it back, put the pressure back onto Reckonix, force the cast to come back. That is probably what IAP has to do right now.
Yeah, it is possible, but with Roshan in play, Reckoning's looking to try and close out this game. It's going to be goal time for them as IAP continues on to push through if they can. But here's the biggest problem right now. Kaz now with the butterfly in play. Can they actually take him down even quicker here? The spells may not be enough considering the amount of raw stats that he has from this. Probably needs an MKB, but I don't think you want to have an MKB up on anti-mage here. Maybe it's something that actually burst him down. It's a big question. But as we get this Tidehunter, does have a lot of armor reduction. He's great and all. Oh! But looks like the jump comes in from Kaz. Jigroy goes for the push. Ares is dead.
Just like that solo kill. All the way up to the high ground. Here comes the rest of the FBC mix is showing as well. Oh, Shackle the FBC, not sure if that's the target that they want. They can easily counter back down with the BKB on to Yona. Yona trying to shoot them away. Here comes the Ravage, catching 3 of them inside. Here comes the rest of Reckonix. They're dealing the damage. First, it's going to be V going down, followed by Barlow. Next, they're going to look for Ares. Ares goes down to the hands of Jigroy. And now, Reckonix have the entire bottom lane for themselves.
Oh my goodness, what a wombo combo. There was just so many layers. Varish also just completely denying them all the way to the back. What an insane catch. Just so much damage and value here from this Witch Doctor ultimate here. He might be over for Philippines. But let's take a look at the overall damage. My goodness, how much damage is that? That is a little bit too much there. Ravens felt pretty much connected on everyone. The grappling core as well, just so much AoE damage.
Yeah, what will give Jigroy the momentum and also the motivation to push in is the fact that he still had the Aegis on the Immortal for the next 3 minutes or so. So as long as this guy still has that Aegis, he can still run ammo, but disciplined gameplay is being shown by them. They pull back together. Instead, they decided to kind of deal with the top lane so they don't allow the anti-mage to be that hero to try to backdoor Reckonings.
Well, speaking of a potential fight, but now with Manta in play for anti-mage, we do see Jet. We do need to find a way to isolate this fight because in team fights, it's just 5v5. This Kess is just gonna put a stack on everybody here. And they say the Psy is going to do so much value in this team fights where it just amplifies bit by bit. It results in just IAP not even doing too much. Like, don't underestimate the power of the Kess, I would say.
It's going to be real tough right now with the fact that they don't have the bottom lane. And IAP's anti-mage is not pushing fast enough to try to put pressure back on the Reckonings. And Reckonings right now can all together at the top, doing exactly what they're doing right now. Take down T2. Probably going to go up to the high ground. They still have the Acer on the Immortal for the next 1 minute and a half. So they will send Jigroy at the forefront just to try to bait them out, and there's nothing that IAP can do for now.
Well, with the tier 3s pretty much exposed, it seems like things are going to be in an awkward spot to be in. But as you can see, they are going to be knocking in as IAP going for the final potential defense as well. They still need Jet, and Jet is still far away from his BKB. They need something on him soon. He's desperately trying to find farm across the map, but with Reckoning's knocking on towards the shrines, knocking on towards the Brax as well. Everything is crumbling pieces bit by bit. The chance of making it to the grand finals one step closer for Reckonings and one step further away from the Philippines.
But here comes the engagement to Jikro though. But Jikro is not really the target that they want. He's still at the Acer of the Immortal. But anyway, Jikro makes a U-turn with the BKB on right now for Yona. Yarish will be taken out by Jet. That's a key hero that they need to take out as quickly as possible. But then again, they will trade him back. But Barlow going down. Barlow, immediate buyback for him. He's going to join on to the fight anytime soon. Hex still on here. Can they finish off Jikro finally? But you got the Ravage! The shooter back up to the high ground. Jet goes away to safety. But V taking the front line right now. But they're going to chase up to the high ground, trying to take down V. But at the same time, Dalung goes down to the hands of Jet. Aris falls as well. And V will go down. Ultra kill to end your dream. Looking for more right now. Yona, you are next because it is a rampage to end your dream.
And no, he's going to make a run for it as well because Jet, he's going to try and take him down. And now they have to back up. The Rampage is great, but they may look to get a little bit more. The counter plays are still available. Timbersaw desperately trying to shut down In Your Dreams. What a comeback it is. The TPs are coming in, but ooh. Jake Roy says hello, and he continues on with the pressure as he gets a dominating streak himself. B is done for now, going for the catch. Yona needs to make a run for it. He's getting bashed left, right, front, and center. Here is trying to save his play, but he's not going to be able to do so. The anti-mage shows himself, but he's not going to do anything at all. The Rags completely expose their house, everything. They still hold on. But Reckonings is just piling on bodies after bodies right now.
And this is also the second Rampage on our broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. We had the first Rampage during the group stages, and now the second one by In Your Dream. This Rampage might just bring their dreams into the grand finals. Yes, here's your highlight man here, ladies and gentlemen. Tormentor is going to be taken by Reckonings, unchallenged at all. And Dalu is going to happily take this one.
Well, the Arcane Bot is going to do a little bit more damage in this scenario. It is a very weird spot to be in, especially for Philippines here. They're still waiting for Jet to come up online, and he's pretty much the win condition for this game. Yes, he may have had to be KB, but he needs to find a way to catch everyone together, and it's just so difficult to do so. Reckonings literally put in spots where they have so many contingency plans. You've got the switcheroo, you've got the Kraken Shell, especially on the Tidehunter. You also have like Ember Spirit's mobility. You also have a lot of escapes to work with, which forces you to commit into a fights where once you commit, it's so hard to kite around with. And it feels like every single fight, Reckonings has been able to out-kite Interactive Philippines, and it is so difficult to play this game.
It's so difficult right now because they also lost like the top lane and also the bottom lane. Now they're only left with the mid lane, and even if they want to send out the anti-mage to go and cut the waves and try to be cheeky, it's going to be quite hard.
Yeah.
Because they would not be able to withstand the push from Reckonings at this point. So IAP, I guess at this moment, they need to deploy the anti-mage as somebody who's able to deal with the backline first in a team fight. Not think too much about trying to split push and all that jazz. But just to try to win team fights overall. I think that should be their objective for now.
Well, it is an interesting spot to be in, considering the fact that there is a lot of consideration that they can have do in all these instances. But again, it comes down to just timings, right? Like anti-mage, once he gets his Cardi, if you get an isolated kill, great. You know, in terms of contributing to the fight, right now he needs to catch the biggest mana void possible, and even then, it's so difficult because you can see, you know, Reckonings, they're always aware, they're always making sure that, hey, if we win the fight, that's great. But without further ado, we're going to be resuming the game here. It seems like we have resolved the technical issues. But yeah, again, look at this. Reckonings, they're always grouping up. And even the win rate right now, this is got to be one of the highest win rate probabilities I've ever seen right here. 92% in favor of Reckonings.
Definitely a huge gap there. And I'm going to add on to the fact that Reckonings, they have a healer in the name of Arish. So to a certain extent, when they push, they're not always forced to turn back.
Very weird spot to be in. But as you can see, they're still trying to hold on, but Iri's getting caught here. Reckonings now looking to try and close out the game. They're just toying with food right now. They're playing it very, very safe. They don't really want to unnecessarily take the risk here as Jigroy slowly pokes away, and this tower forcing some sort of reactions. No reactions again. Tier 3 is exposed. Another Rex that comes to the buys. The counter Ravage comes in. They do catch the anti-mage instead. It don't really matter as well. Yorna also next to fall. Double kill for Jigroy. And now they force the buybacks to come into play. They want to try and turn the tides, but look at this Jet. He fought back, he came in, and he's gonna die back again. And another rampage from Jigroy, and it is over, ladies and gentlemen. Reckonix will be your second grand finalist later on. This is gonna be one of the most historical moments here in the APAC Predator League 2026.
Man, what a game coming out by both of these sides. Reckonix, they reached the grand finals, but it takes them a while. They had to go to the lower bracket, say hi to Interactive Philippines, send them back to the airport, and now they themselves are going to be making their way to the grand finals here to play against Smith Avenue Gaming. Ladies and gentlemen, what a beautiful game coming out. We saw some Tidehunter action coming into play here. Slada wasn't really all that effective, and anti-mage blast make a lot of cool stuff, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. Reckonix, they just did it better, gentlemen.
Yeah, they definitely did, and it's just insane gameplays that are coming from them as well. But, of course, you know, guess what? Reckonix has had one of the longest journeys for the entire Grand Finals itself. They played almost every single game in the playoffs itself. So it has been a long journey, but eventually they're back, and I can't wait to see the rematch here between them. Are we going to see the full 9 games today?
Who knows, but I do want to get your opinion on this, Cloud, because I feel like this game, we did see a Skywrath Mage come out, we did see, you know, Tidehunter being picked up. A lot of these heroes that we didn't really see them touch all that much, especially for FBZ. That guy, he's a powerhouse on the axe, but we weren't expecting this kind of a performance on the Tidehunter, were we?
Yeah, I think that, okay, we did talk about, like, oh, they have no answer to the Timbersaw, right? So if you don't have an answer to the Timbersaw, what do? You don't answer at all.
Okay.
And that's where the Cass comes in. So we did talk about, like, this Cass is a wild card sort of hero. Like, it could go all the way good or it could go all the way bad, because we also have not seen Cass in this tournament, in this current meta as well, with this current patch, and how it will work out with the combination of everything else. With the Cass coming in, they can totally ignore the Timbersaw, because there was almost no answer to the Cass now. They tried to catch the Cass a couple of times. They couldn't. That one moment where they almost caught the Cass, they got countered back. So I guess, to me, the key winner here is the Cass itself.
The Slaughter, it didn't seem like it worked out too well for them, because they picked up that hero thinking, oh, you know, we're going to have Corrosive Haze. It's going to be really, really strong against this Cass. We're going to keep a track of, you know, where he's going to be going. But it didn't seem like the Slaughter did too well, gentlemen. Any particular reason why we didn't see the Slaughter pop off like we have seen some other Slaughters?
I think it came down to just priority targeting, right? Like, so Interactive Philippines, whenever they go in for a gank or a setup as well, they're hoping to punish Jigroy. But you have to give credit where credit due. Jigroy was able to outmaneuver them not once, but multiple times right here, going for a free get out of jail free card with the whale. He's like, oh no, what can I do? Jump onto me, I'm just gonna pop out here. It's not really like a BKB kind of scenario. It's kind of like your innate ability kit of the hero design itself, right? You can always get out of safe safety. And even when that actually happens as well, you also have Varish who's always looking to try and protect him. Yes, we can argue that Witch Doctor is no longer that stronger, but the moment the Holy Locket comes in place, where that makes it even difficult to do so.
And once again, you know, it was the man himself to do it. The guy with the best KDA in the game. It's in your dream. Jikroy also, excuse me,
It wasn't Troll
not the
Warlord, it was the Kez, yeah.
Yeah, it's a very different looking Kez. He did undergo cosmetic surgery recently. They didn't include that in the patch notes. Looks a lot more closer to Troll Warlord now, but yeah, in your dream on the Ember Spirit, man, what a performance coming out from him, getting a rampage on the main stage. Mid lane in a matchup that typically is not considered that good for the Ember, because Slada is all physical damage, and Ember, not so much. I mean, he only gets a magic damage barrier, you know, he can't really step up to the Slada in lane, but it seems like in your dream, this man, just put him on any hero in any scenario, he just always seems to find a way to make it work.
Yeah, it's just insane, right? Like, I was very surprised we actually got the Rampage as well. You know, it might be a little bit of last-hitting moments here, but it's understandable, right? You're looking to go in for a couple of kites. You're looking for a couple of pokes as well. And I think in this scenario, Jikroy did a lot of job just setting this up. It's like you do have this burst, which, again, from back then, it was just like one-shot combo. You can pick off supports. Now it's kind of similar, but it's not as broken as you think it was back then. So
yeah.
After doing the initial burst, In Your Dream goes in for the follow-up was a very interesting strategy, but I don't think that concludes the overall idea of the draft, right? It was just them understanding the timings a little bit better compared to IAP.
I see. Well, Circle, I need to get your opinion on this. Do you agree with the MVP, or do you still think it belongs to the Walking Fountain?
Man's got a rampage, man. Man's got a
Can't argue with
rampage.
that.
You gotta give respect to the rampage. You gotta give respect to the OG himself in your dream with a rampage on one of the most important games in this tournament for the team itself. What better time to come up with a rampage and also the Intel match MVP?
Yeah, I mean, I think his performance really stood out, you know, head and shoulders above the rest. But I have to say, it did seem like IAP were not in their element in the previous game. You know, they picked up this anti-mage, now they've also got this Timbersaw, then there's this Slaughter. It never really feel like their lineup came together like it did for the side of, you know, for the side of Reckonix. It really seemed like they had some good synergy. They had heals for their frontline Tidehunter. They had ways of dealing, you know, with the Slaughter, especially the Kez with the Raven's Veil always managing to get out. And on top of that, I mean, in your dream, that man just put up a clinic. What can anyone even say to that? Sometimes that's just what happens. You know, you discount someone, you believe that, oh, you know, this matchup works out for a mid laner. Well, not against this guy. Not against this guy, because he came here with a vengeance and he absolutely owned the stage and he deservedly got a rampage. I do want to mention, though, I mean, is there anyone that you think went overlooked in that game? Do you think that deserves a bit more appreciation, perhaps?
I think Varish definitely stepped up big time, just because I'm a big Witch Doctor fan. People don't believe in the Holy Locket strategy, and I know SirCloud is very anti that strategy, doesn't believe in it. But it's, yeah, I think he did a fantastic job in making sure the whole team did their job as well. But I think right now, Reckonix is in a situation where they mixed out a lot of things, so I really like what I'm seeing.
Well, let's hear it from the mouth of the man himself. We do have FVZ on stage for an interview, and I do believe our stage hosts are going to be taking over, so lads, take it away.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. They say history has a way of repeating itself, and Reckonix have done exactly just that. A lot of pressure because in this match, the first game was not easy for you folks. And coming down to the lower bracket as well, you were coming in from 2 map losses. Right before that, 3 games in a row. And IAP wanting to prove themselves because they faced a loss against you. How was it coming in after those 3 games? What was the conversation like in the team before the second game?
I think the conversation was to change our draft, the way we draft, yeah, and the way we play. We need to be more calm on the communication, not to rush, like to play in our comfort zone, pretty much, yeah.
They say you have a lot of experience, especially with the international. How does that come to play over here?
For the experience, I think it helps me like play more calm in a high pressure match. Yeah, that's it.
Of course, calming your nerves is one of the most important things. But talking about your picks, you've been playing a lot of Axe. And they say there are a lot of ways to build that, right? How do you choose how to build it?
I think Axis probably like one of the strongest offlane right now, and the way I build it, it depends on what enemy have. Like if enemy have a lot of magic, I buy pipe. If enemy have a lot of physical, I buy crimson. I think that's pretty much it.
Oh yeah? There's one last question before I let you go. You have a little bit of time before the grand finals. How are you planning on using it? Just relax, prepare. What do you want to do?
Yeah, I think we're just gonna relax. We're gonna eat, and yeah, I think we already know what MAG gonna do. Yeah, we're gonna prepare a little bit, and just be relaxed. Yeah.
Thank you so much, FBZ. And it's not going to be easy coming in, having played 2 best-of-3s already, and they have a grand final waiting for them, which is also going to be very taxing. But ladies and gentlemen, we have a short break coming up. Do not go anywhere because we have the cosplay competition on the other side.
Click, sleek, swift, Neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift Neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, Neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift Neo,
You feel me?
lightweight game, heavy all night. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift Neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift Neo, that's how we roll.
On stage, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
Varun, assignment?
Of course, sir. All done.
Hi Varun.
Sir, आप?
Flipkart display high performance Intel laptops at lowest prices. तेरा secret? Secret नहीं है noob.
Get the best deals on Intel laptops only on Flipkart. यहाँ कुछ भी हो सकता है.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work or play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo, you feel me. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work or play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, let it swiftly, let it grow. Turn hands with every tap and blow. Swift Neo, that's how we roll.
On stage, vibes up, you feel me. Swift Neo.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the APAC Predator League 2026. I'm Samina.
And I'm Tash. I'm super excited to be here because we have a brand new session right now.
Exactly, the two of us combating. Great news, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready to see your favorite characters step straight out of screen and onto this stage. From villains to heroes, from fantasy to fandom. This stage is where all your imagination and fantasy come to life.
That's right. So for you guys who don't know, we have a few contestants coming here. You can see them down on the ground already, dressed up as their favorite characters. Now, cosplay is a different thing than dressing up, you know? It's about bringing the character to life, embodying the whole personality, you know, being aggressive as well as proud about that character itself.
Definitely, ladies and gentlemen, I know all of you are waiting for our cosplay contest. So without further ado, let's introduce and welcome our judges. Judging our contest this evening, we have with us Yufi and Nero, Medha and Rohit. Welcome. A big round of applause for the two of them. If your hands are free, please make some noise. Thank you for joining us as the judges today. Do you have a mic on you? Yes? Okay, I'm going to start off with Medha. Medha, I'm a big fan. I saw the magic that you created on stage yesterday as a cosplayer. So as a professional cosplayer, what are you looking for today as a judge?
Well, first of all, I would like to say one thing, that I'm so proud of everyone who came on the stage and have given their best performance. And like I said, cosplay is so subjective. I think everyone puts their great effort. But because it's a competition, there are certain rules that we are citing, the criteria that we are looking forward to. And the first is craftsmanship. Second is accuracy. Third is mobility. And fourth is Rohit.
You need to speak into the mic, Rohit.
So.
They have
you
a
have a
list
mic
going
in
on.
hand, yes.
Technique.
Okay, so as you guys know, cosplay, the word cosplay is made out of costume plus play. So the costume part we've already judged behind the stage.
Behind the stage?
Yeah, we looked at everyone's costumes well in detail. It took 2 hours because there's so much amazing work going on by all these cosplayers. And now it is time for the stage division where we will be looking at the play part of their costumes. So looking forward to some amazing performances on the stage.
Wonderful. All right. Should we go ahead? Now, before we go ahead with the contest, let me tell you that we're going to give away 3 prizes. The second runner-up takes home 1 lakh Indian rupees.
Ooh.
The first runner-up takes home 1,50,000, and our winner of a cosplay contest is going to take home 2,50,000. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's kickstart our contest. Without further ado, let us put our hands together and welcome our first contestant. Can we all hear it for Kuhu Singh Saini?
And he will be cosplaying as Hua Cheng from Heaven Official's Blessings.
Judges, if you have any questions for her, you can go ahead. That's Kuhu Singh Saini for you.
Hi Kuhu, first of all, I'm very happy because I know that this is your first cosplay, so congratulations. You are doing absolutely incredible on this huge platform. Can you explain why you chose this character and what are the materials involved?
I really like this character, that's why I chose it. And like, it's a character from a novel. He has like many forms, and this is the form of the Ghost King. And like, he's a very interesting character. Like, he's a Ghost King and is devoted to his god. So that's what I was trying to portray here as Crimson Rain Soft Flower.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kuhu. You can take your position. Just quickly before we move on to our next contestant, I'd like to inform you what's going to happen. As soon as we announce your name, you can come on stage. You have about 60 seconds for your performance. And after that, you can come to the podium. We'll have a Q&A session, and then you can head to your position. With that, who's coming next?
And that's right. Now, coming onto the stage, we have Samir Shaikh as the Odin from Smite. Take it away.
You ready? You done? Okay.
All right, awesome. This is a very, very cool cosplay. Very big and bulky as well. Judges, do you have anything you want to share about his cosplay?
Hello, Samir. Amazing work again, one of the veterans in our industry, cosplay industry. Would you like to tell us more about your character and how you made your costume?
I'm cosplaying as Odin from Smite, called as the skin called as Eternal Father.
Would you like to tell us how long did it take you to make the costume?
So actually, this cosplay took me about 365 hours something to make, and as you can see, many parts of this cosplay are made out of EVA foam. Most of the parts are made out of EVA foam. And as you can see, there are bit detailing, but like dragons and the brooches and all. This I also made from EVA foam.
Which is your favorite part about the cosplay?
The back one, this one, the hanging part. This one is my favorite part. Because it feels like it's floating in the air.
Thank you, amazing work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amazing stuff. Thank you so much.
Samir, that was absolutely fabulous. But my favorite part of your costume is whatever you call it, that weapon in hand that looks...
The hammer?
Deadly, yes. And up next, ladies and gentlemen, we have Jeet Mulankar. And he is playing the role of Nidus Frake. All right, that's Nidus Frake by Jeet Mulankar. Let's hear it for him. What an insane look this is. if you can just step forward a little. Can you step forward? Where do I hold the mic? I don't know where to hold the mic.
Yeah, I can do it. Hi.
Hello, Jeet. Amazing work. So, for those of you who missed it, apparently on his shoulders there's dozens of eyes that are animated and moving around. Do you want to show those to the crowd? Yeah, as you can see, those eyes are animatronics that move through dozens of motors in there. Do you want to tell the crowd how you made them, Jeet?
Basically, the eyes are animatronic controlled. Each eye is made on an individual servo, which moves 30-degree east and 30-degree west. And that's how they mimic, real eyes. This character is an alien, and it's from Warframe. How many people have played Warframe, by the way? Any cheer for Warframe? Oh, okay, so some guys on the back have played. So this is Nidus, and it's a skin which is called Frike. And this is one of the only Nidus Frikes in the world that has been made. And also, I had gone viral on the Warframe Reddit, which was very appreciated from the Warframe community as well. And I'm glad I could make this, here in our country and give some, importance to the game. And this character is unique because I started this modeling during Corona. I made everything from scratch, including the, eyes and all. And the most delicate part of my costume were the front arms, which were originally 3D printed. But because of this competition, there were some rules that we had to change. So this is completely made handmade, which is irony, the hands are made handmade. Yeah. So that is actually made out of foam and mimicking real human hands, while my two separate hands are your, and very mobile also.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm super impressed. Can we hear it for him? Come on. That's some serious hard work that's gone on into that costume. Thank you so much. Thank you. You can head to your position. With that, it's time to welcome our next contestant.
That's right, because now we have Power Rangers Samurai Shogun mode from Power Rangers Samurai. Give it up for Schlock Mittal! Give it up for Schlock Mittal. This is a really, really cool cosplay. So judges, come on, let's just hang on over here. All right, here, let's hang on around here. Yep. All right, so share with me a little bit about this costume and share with us a little bit to the judges as well.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear?
That's taller than you.
Hello, judges.
Hi, Shlok.
Hello.
I made my Power Ranger. Power Ranger is my favorite show. So I made it from EVA foam, and it's all handmade. I made it in 1 month, and this sword I made it last night. So it's because of the competition.
How does it feel to be a part of this competition?
Amazing.
All right, thank you.
Which Power Ranger series is your favorite?
Samurai and Dino Rangers.
Good choices.
Thank you, judges. Thank you. I'll return this to you. Thank you so much. This is so awesome. I got to touch it for a little bit, so I'm very, very happy about that. Sam, who else do we have next?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, up next we have Aryan Kapoor as Plague Marine from Warhammer 40K. don't mean to rush you, but you have about 20 more seconds for your performance. Wow, that's Aryan Kapoor as Plague Marine, and today will be the last day I complain about my heels. My God, just getting those shoes on took a long time, but judges, questions?
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
So I think I absolutely love your costume. It's very incredible. It's very detailed. I love the tiny details which is happening in your costume. Just tell us the whole, like, why you chose this character and what is your favorite part about the whole crafting and cosplay making.
Sure. So I always wanted to cosplay from Warhammer, but the regular Warhammer armors are very smooth and they have some colors in it. Like the blue Warhammer, Space Marine, Ultramarines and everything. But this Plague Marine, it gave me opportunity to have some textures and some other materials. Like it has some intestine in it, some tongues, and very creative things in it. So yeah, that's why I chose this, because I wanted some challenge and I wanted to try how I can pull this off. So this is how it looks. And the best favorite part about this cosplay, according to me, it's my backpack. I want to show you guys. Take a look.
Oh, it has a tongue on it as well.
All right, thank you so much.
Yeah, so as you can see, there are tongues everywhere, like even on the foot, right down here, in my arms. And so yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aryan Kapoor. Well done, and I'm going to request you to take your position. Wow, that's incredible. I think he's going to take 30 seconds more maybe to walk to
this. It's very heavy steps, it's very heavy.
I think you and I shouldn't be complaining.
Actually, right. And I'm super excited about this next cosplayer because it comes from my favorite anime that I'm in love with right now. And it's from Licha Jinya from Freerun Beyond Journey's End. All right. As mentioned before, I'm really, really excited for this particular cosplay because I love the anime and I'm seeing that she paid homage to Himmel as well. So judges, what do you think? Let's stand over here.
I loved it, and I would like to say that, there are such tiny details going on in her costume. She has hand-stitched every little embroidery, and I can't do something like that, so I have full respect for her work.
Thank you.
So it's incredible.
Thank you.
So the crowd can't really see all the smaller details on your costume. Would you like to elaborate on some of your work?
Sorry?
Would you like to elaborate on some of your work on this costume?
First of all, hello everyone. I'm Kitsune, and I'm cosplaying as Freeren today. She's one of my favorite characters, and I would like to explain a little bit about my costume. So I know you can't really see from far away, and it might seem like a very tiny costume, but there are lots of details going on here. I did lots of hand embroidery, And it took me more than 2 months because while the base might be easy, the embroidery took a really, really long time because everything is hand-stitched. And yeah, so I also used several laces that I accumulated over the years from different states in India. And I put them all together to showcase my love for freehand. And yeah, so these are all handmade and the wig is also made by myself. So yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, and up next, ladies and gentlemen, we have Gargi Mishra as Mother Miranda from Residence Evil Village. Ladies and gentlemen, this definitely calls for a big round of applause. It's an incredible cosplay right there. You look like I'm out of words right now. That's incredible. Judges, if I can request the two of you all to just step to the side, please.
Amazing work. Do you want to tell us more about your character choice? Why did you pick this character?
So I'm a huge Resident Evil fan. I love horror. I remember watching Trigger Insan, the entire stream of it, and PewDiePie, and I was so in love with and mesmerized with the character when it first was shown in the screen. I was like, I can never do that. I could never do that. But one day I was like, why not? Why not? I can do this, and I can make almost 10 wings with this giving me a back pain, but why not giving an incredible performance and an incredible cosplay one day?
I think that's great advice for life too. Anytime you feel you cannot do it, ask yourself why not, and then land up on the biggest stage ever, putting together a great performance. Girl, where do you get your nails done? Those look amazing.
So I assembled those nails. These are store-bought, but then I assembled with like chains and everything so that you can get this look. And I really wanted that. I wanted my cosplay to look like as mesmerizing as I can, with all the wings, with the fuller effect. And even I made my mask so that I can like dramatically, remove it from my face and show how, devilishly she can look.
Mission accomplished. Anything else from the judges?
I know that you have made wings for the first time. So how does it feel, like, doing something out of the box?
So the first time I started cosplaying, I really wanted to make wings. That was my one goal I wanted to do. And I thought 2 wings, like a set of wings is okay. But going with a project which has 10 wings, I really wanted to show that these are crow wings with all the cuts, and like every placement is like a layered placement, and to show that it's crows, basically how crow wings look. So that is what I was going for, and it was incredible making it the entire cosplay.
You look incredible.
Thank
That's
you
amazing.
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to request you to take your position. With that, on to our next contestant.
That was really cool. But we also have another contestant coming up here. Indrakshi Haldar, Cosmo Dragon by Grandmaster. Give it up. and this is such an incredible cosplay. I can see a bit of smoke actually coming up from your head as well. This is really awesome. Let's move to the front of the stage. You know, I love these sessions. I get to hold people's swords, and I feel really, really cool about it. Here, how about we do a trade? I hold your sword, you hold the mic, yeah? So judges, do you have anything you want to say?
Yeah. Yes. Hi, I'm Indrakshi and I'm from Kolkata. I have cosplayed as Cosmo Dragon from Grandmaster, which is, I don't know how many of you have heard or played, but it's very interesting. It's under the card game actually. I'm really into rare characters and rare games, and I collect them a lot. So I have, a bunch of characters in my mind. So why I chose this basically, this looks like a museum, a art. Like a lot of architectural work are going on, and this time I generally cosplay as monstrous characters, but this time I chose something which will look decent on me. And yes, I would like to tell you a few things about my entire costume. I have incorporated multiple things that is going around here. First of all, these roses on my shoulder, the pauldron, these actually move, which I'm not moving right now. I have used motors and all the stuff that we use generally. And then behind my back, there is this cape, which is again, I have stitched with the machine only. And one more thing I would like to highlight, this wig part you are seeing, this is entirely made by hand. I mean, even the threads you are seeing, it's not the wig. It actually is the thread part. This cost me actually 20 rupees. The wig is entirely costed me like 20 rupees. So yeah, this was handmade. And I'm from Bengal, so we call this material as part. And I think it's an incredible alternative for the wig. Even though I think for me, it works really nice. And yeah, a few more things like I have this smoke part, and yeah, I think that's all I would like to highlight, yeah.
All right, judges, do you have anything you want to say?
No, I think that's the beauty of cosplay, you don't have to actually go by the book rules, and there are so many different options and materials that you can always explore. So I love the idea that she chose different fabrics and different threads for wig, and whatever is going on in a costume, tiny little details, it's very nice. Congratulations.
All right, thank you very much. This is super awesome. I'm going to give you your sword back, or you're fine? All right, here we go. Oh, you can't really see, can you? Okay, here we go. All right, head on over there. Now, the next cosplay is actually one of my favorite games of all time. So, Sam.
And he is our last contestant for the day. As Nagigante Alpha Armor from Monster Hunter, we have Vipin.
I cannot believe this. Every time I see a Monster Hunter cosplay, I literally get so giddy. Could I just have you stand over here, please? This is so awesome. It's a Nergigante armor for you guys. Anyways, while this is so cool, do you want me to hold? You know what? I'll hold the mic for you. Is this good?
It's audible? Yeah.
So I'm so happy to see this costume because Monster Hunter World is one of my most played video games. I love the franchise. And I have cosplayed Nargigante myself a couple of years ago. So would you like to tell us more about your build?
So, first like I picked the character. The two factors I picked the character because of the design and the look first. And I love this game. And other point is like for the like costume making. So like it's like how the character is possible to make or not, whether this decision. So yes, it's possible in terms of mobility, accuracy. I can make this. And of course I love those props in the Monster Hunter. So that's one of the reasons I make the costumes. And that is like the gun lens and the shield. Because this is nobody is making that gun lens. And I want like this is challenges for me, the costumes and the props and everything. So this it took me the 50 days to hold the costumes, props and everything. And this is the EVA foam build. Everything is made up of EVA foam. That includes 26 parts. And 1,000 of the spikes and the handmade spikes, the carving and the texturing, everything. Then a paint job, then including the 4 props that have the 1 gun lens, and the slinger on the left hand, and
Excuse me.
so
What do you think was the most complicated part of your costume making?
is a gun lens actually. So what I did is for the gun lens, it's a freehand build. Actually, everything is a freehand. So I took the like printout of the like 9 creative props. Then everything like details I made them according to the pictures. And the whole costumes I made it on the behalf of the pictures only. I don't have like 3D models and everything, the paper and nothing. I just reference following the like, images only. So this is very like big changes for me because everything is like nothing is available on the internet actually. I try to track the reference and everything. So that's like gun lens is the like most difficult part for me. And I proudly feel that like made it the gun lens in the 4 days only.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much. I love your cosplay. And just take your space over there. All right, Sam.
That brings us to the end of our cosplay contest. Just want to let you all know that we had hundreds and hundreds of entries, but these were our absolute finalists, the best from India, right here on stage. Can we give it up for them? Come on, all of you all, if your hands are free. Months and months of hard work, creativity, passion. They get their spotlight finally. I'm going to request each one of you all to step forward to the podium together for a picture. Can all of you all come forward? Take your time. No stress.
Yep, you can take your time.
We're just enjoying this whole moment.
Look at that. This is a very free run moment over there.
Come forward, please. Yes. One next to the other.
Yep.
Three prizes that are going to be presented this evening in our award ceremony. The second runner-up takes home 1 lakh rupees. The first runner-up takes home 1,50,000. And of course, our champion, our winner of the cosplay contest is going to take home 2,50,000. How cool is that? And well-deserved, I must say.
Really, really. All the cosplays look really well designed as well. I couldn't help but just stare at the small little details too.
Letting them have their moment. Can I request Yuffie and Nero to join them on stage as well, quickly for a picture? Yuffie and Nero, please, if you can join us on stage for a quick picture. Okay, they're just adjusting their costumes for just a bit. There you go. Yuffie by Medha and Nero by Rohit. Oh, what a moment this is. I love this.
It's really cool if you think about it as well. You can really see all the effort into every single one of them, especially the moving parts.
And for someone who's relatively new to cosplaying, this is absolutely blowing my mind right now.
And you know what? Because it is so hot in here right now, I think that we should have a moment. So for you guys over at home and also here, we're going to take a quick break. After this, the grand finals of the Dota 2 Acer Predator League 2026
Yes, stay tuned. We will be right back.
Varun, assignment?
Of course, sir. All done.
Hi Varun.
Sir, आप?
Flipkart पे high performance Intel laptops at lowest prices. तेरा secret? Secret नहीं है noob.
Get the best deals on Intel laptops only on Flipkart. यहाँ कुछ भी हो सकता है.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite. With up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display. With a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite, with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen, at the APAC Premier League 2026. Thank you so much to our digital partner, Flipkart, as well, for being together with us. My name is Sir Clark. I'll be your desk host for this round, together with my very handsome, good-looking buddies. We have Floki, we have Vivek as well. How you guys have been doing from the break?
Lovely, man. I mean, I had some lunch in me. You know, I drank some tea. I feel perfectly fine. I am pumped for the grand finals here.
Absolutely. I mean, we've had such a great set of matches in the upper bracket and in the lower bracket. We got a break. We got some time to eat and look over the matches. And most of all, Reckonix really need that break, right? Because they played so many games back to back, and now they have to play for the very title of the Asia Pacific Predator League.
Dude, and you're talking like what, 6 games in a row for Reckonix?
Oh yeah.
I play my own ranked games, I play 3 games, and I'm like, okay guys, I'm done.
After 2 games, I have to take a break because I am mentally done. These guys, I don't know how they do it, man. They've been playing 6 games with like 5-minute breaks. It's absolutely insane. Kudos to Reckonix. But once again, Vivek, it's the same matchup, Sir Cloud, as well. This is the same matchup we had in the winners bracket finals. Reckonix, they just took the longer way, and now they face Myth Avenue Gaming again.
Oh man, again, and this is like what, their second time, that is. They have not met each other during the group stages at all, but it's their second time. Do you think the result will be different?
I sure hope so. I mean, I feel like they've had a chance to learn, right? Like they played these couple of games. Of course, some of them they weren't really as good as they liked. They had a loss against Interactive Philippines. It was a 2-1. They did win the series, but there are a couple of things to be learned, to be gleaned from those games. And I feel like as long as they take those learnings, and more importantly, they understand how Myth Avenue Gaming drafted against them, I think they should be able to make it competitive.
I feel Reckonix, they kind of hid some of their play style away from Myth Avenue Gaming and away from the rest of the teams in this tournament. Throughout their series versus Myth Avenue Gaming, we didn't see them pick up the Hoodwink. I actually made a case for the Hoodwink. And in this patch where you require some sort of a break to deal with the Timber Saws, to deal with the Tide Hunter, you either need FBC to get his axe or you need a Hoodwink. They had both. And like I'm really liking these adjustments coming out from the side of Reckonix. I even really like the Skyrath Mage that they picked up in one game. So there's a lot of draft flexibility that remains within this team. The problem or the concern that I have is Jikroy's hero pool. I'm not entirely sure if he's got more to offer because Myth Avenue Gaming, they've banned all his heroes in the entire first special 3 that we had today. And Jikroy wasn't very convincing with what he had remaining other than the Gyro Cares and so on.
I agree. I mean, we saw the Kez being played out in the previous game. We also saw some Juggernaut coming out from Jikro. I feel like those heroes are his heroes. He's really good on them. But, you know, what happens if it's not a good game for Juggernaut? What happens if it's not a good game for the Kez? What if they just ban 2 or 3 of these heroes? And then, all of a sudden, the draft integrity, which I think is a very important concept in modern Dota. You know, you pick certain heroes, you start with certain heroes, you make sure that your draft remains open and flexible. I think the draft integrity really starts to compromise when teams realize that, oh, this guy, he does not have a big hero pool, maybe we can target him. Now, I do want to add a caveat. There could be that they are saving strats because, you know, it seems a bit intentional to me that Reckonex, especially in their first game against Interactive Philippines, they were like, okay, let's throw some stuff at them. Let's see what works and what doesn't. They're just trying to test the water. So it could be that they still have certain heroes that they have not picked and that we might be seeing here. For example, Varish picked the Witch Doctor. I mean, you know, who knows? Maybe we're going to be seeing some more interesting stuff coming out. Personally, I want to see some Sniper for In Your Dream, an old classic mid laner.
Yeah, I mean, In Your Dream has such a big hero pool. I think people have forgotten about his Arc Warden. Talking about hero pool and draft integrity, guys, we're not going to get to see an Arc Warden. But what we saw from the carry position, Jikra getting the Juggernaut, he looked pretty convincing. Now, Healing Ward has had a nerf in 7.40. Its duration is lesser, but it's still a very strong hero to have in the lane. Some consider it the most perfect carry that you could ask for. Questionable when it comes to Ame, but definitely a
Shots fired. Let's not get there. Let's not get there.
Okay, as an Ame supporter, I'm a big XG fan. But anyways, back to Jikroy's pool. It was great to see the Juggernaut. It was very good to see the Kez. Like Myth Avenue Gaming are probably thinking to themselves that, guys, we have to keep this Kez band out. But he's still got a pool. However, in the series versus Mag, I was not very convinced by what we saw, right? Like, I really didn't feel like Sven or Weaver were really offering much, and I don't think they're really meta. I'm not agreeing with the Sven guys.
You know, gentlemen, this is what we call in the same language that we share between Malaysia and Indonesia. We call it a Cuma Bisa Gyro or Cuma Bisa Kez. That means that, oh, you can only play Gyro, you can only play Kez.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, man. It sounds like you're giving those vibes that, oh, you're kind of worried that Jikroy can only play those very few heroes.
Yeah, I'm not worried. It felt like that in the first series of the day. But I think in the second series, Reckonex have shown that they do have more heroes that can work for Jikroy. In the first series, it felt a bit like Chuma Bisa Gyro, Chuma Bisa Kez. But in the second series, I was a little bit more convinced. I'm trying.
Yeah. You got it spot on.
I mean, I have to agree, right? Like, the Weaver didn't look too good, especially, you know, they picked it into a Muerta, and really a lot of the heroes, they had me scratching my head sometimes. Like, you pick up a Weaver, you know, you want to make sure that that guy has a good lane. He died a couple of times. He ended up diving Igor Demon, as we know how to pronounce it now, by the way. Thank you, production. You know, shout out to them. But I do want to say that there's still a lot of stuff that we haven't seen from Myth Avenue Gaming as well. And if anything, I think Reckonex are really going to have to, you know, toe the fine line between picking what's good, but at the same time, you know, not repeating the same stuff, because Mag now knows how to deal with it. So in all honesty, I want to see them throw a bit of a curveball. Get In Your Dream on some of those late game heroes. You know, pick up the Invoker, pick up the Tide Hunter. We saw FBC play that Tide Hunter. He performed really, really well on it. I want to see some Ravage into Cataclysms. I want to see some, you know, big team fight, you know, heroes coming out from the side of Reckonex. I feel like the Leshrac has also been overlooked so far. Has a lot of potential at this tournament, but we just haven't seen too much of it.
Yeah, we haven't seen the Leshrac, but one of the heroes that's really been overlooked, and I'm willing to bet my day rate on this, it's not much, is the Treant. I think Treant has a place in this Grand Finals, and I think we're definitely going to see some Treant. And I don't think there's any other hero other than Treant that's really been missing from the entirety of this tournament that is meta in the rest of the world, and the rest of the world is playing it. I think we will see some Treant. My real question is, does Mag know what is In Your Dream's hero pool? Because there are a lot of hidden heroes. Like, In Your Dream has taken a break from this game, guys. He's on a break. He's come back. There are a lot of sneaky cheese picks, and what better time to cheese your opponents than the Grand Finals itself?
Maybe the Klings could make a showing. We have not seen that many Klings. I know a lot of it has been banned out and so on. But if it's not banned, maybe the Klings could be a good pick.
I mean, now that you mention it, it brings up an interesting conundrum because from a drafting perspective, I do remember that a lot of times at Meta Avenue Gaming, they've been picking up the Beastmaster quite often, Vivek. So it's one of those things where if if Meta Avenue Gaming sort of ban out the Klings, you have to ban the Beastmaster because there are very few good answers for the bows and for that Beastmaster early on in lane. And I think that's going to be the biggest point of contention for Mag. It's going to be figuring out how to get Igor Demon on the heroes he's comfortable with because he looks really good on his Beastmaster. He looks really good on his Bristleback, but I feel like that Slather performance when he's supposed to be this kind of team fighter-ish kind of hero, he's a bit out of his element. So maybe that's going to be something that Reckonix look to avoid. But more importantly, man, so much on the line, so much money at stake here. And I am very curious to see what sort of heroes are being picked up here. Are we going to see some early game 15 to 20 minute pushes? Are we going to be seeing some team fight? I'm not too sure. But
let's check out the trailer here for the finals, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome back to Asia Pacific Predator League 2026 with our digital partner, Flipkart. After incredible matches, Tash, now it is time for the grand finals.
I am super hyped for this because one of these teams have played 2 best-of-3s today and the other trying to defend their title to make sure that they are still at the top of Asia Pacific.
And let's not forget, they're out for blood. Because it is a rematch, the question is, will history once again repeat itself or are we going to crown a new champion tonight?
That is the question because after all, it was MAG that knocked down Reckonix to the lower brackets. It was because of them that this team had to play 6 games for today already. They did have a bit of a break, but my question is, are they exhausted or are they just hyped?
Well, going up against the defending champions, ladies and gentlemen, in the pink corner, we have Team Reckonix!
Delhi, make some noise. Welcome on stage, Team Reckonix.
For the 3rd time today, this team has come on stage and they are looking to just keep that momentum going.
One team, Tash, is already an Apex Predator because they are the defending champions. The other trying to rewrite history.
That's right, defending champions on the blue side. Everyone give it up for Myth Avenue Gaming!
Delhi, make some noise. Welcome on stage, Team
both these teams vying one shield, Tash. It's not going to be an easy task. A best of 3 grand finals. For one team, it is a third matchup. For one team, it is a moment, it is a chance for them to defend their title.
That's right, and I think what's more important right now is the fact that both these teams right now are currently, I would say, both throwing each other off. It wasn't an easy feat for Mid Avenue Gaming this morning. So, for us, to break it down, I have to toss it over to our storytellers, the desk. On to you guys.
Thank you so much, Mamba and Tash, for that amazing opening. What a series is going to be for this grand finals. We're going to feature again these two amazing teams, MAG and Reckonix. Gentlemen, how are you feeling for this matchup?
Hyped. I think hyped is a very appropriate word, but it's a bit overused, so I would say pleasantly excited.
I'm going to go with hyped because I think this might be the first time that we might have a 2-time Asia Pacific Predator League champion. This might be our first 2-time back-to-back champion if Mid Avenue Gaming can make that happen, or can Reckonix stop them? If Reckonix somehow do manage to claw their way back and win the title, you got to really respect the hustle. They were there, they had to face Mid Avenue Gaming in the morning. They had literally 3 losses back-to-back, 2 against Mid Avenue Gaming, 1 against IAP, and then they came back from the lower bracket into the grand final. They have fought hard for their place, and so are Mid Avenue Gaming. They're fighting hard for their legacy. I'm really, really excited to see how this goes. And guys, it's also Ghost on the main stage. This has been a while. This is a perfect start to 2026. Ghost on the main stage, a new patch, anything can happen, and I couldn't ask for better casters to do this with.
Oh man, thank you so much. But you know, Circloud, what I'm excited about is the fact that we have 3 TI attendees on the stage. This is going to be some top-notch Dota. This is going to be the best of the best, and I'm really curious to see what Ghost brings to the table, what FBZ brings to the table, and how the experience plays out. I mean, some of these players here, they are so storied. And, you know, in your dream, what a storyline it's going to be for him if they manage to win on Reckonix. This guy, coming out of retirement, all of a sudden comes back to Dota, and he is winning lands again. Hello, where are we, 2019?
And Ghost, fun fact as well, Ghost is the brother of Chucky. So if you kind of think about it, right, you know, there's some theories of like, oh, if you're brothers, like you have that kind of like sync, and sometimes you don't need to say something, but you know what the person is going to do. And the fact that they both lane together, maybe there's some sort of a hidden chemistry that they can bring out in this finals as well.
Absolutely. There is a lot of chemistry between both these brothers. We did hear them prepare together on the bus. We've seen them together at the hotel. And what's more interesting is they're twin brothers. In Indian movies, actually, twin brothers have been an old archetype of them fighting for each other, of them coming together and getting stronger. So it's really great to see that play out on the main stage as well. I think so far what we've seen from them, they really know how to play off each other in the lane. I personally also feel, though, that another really underrated aspect of Team MAG is their mid laner. He's been doing pretty well versus In Your Dream. Anya, sure, I mean, the Beastmaster as well as, you know, Igor Demon, whatever heroes he's been playing in the offlane, the Bristleback and the Beastmaster, they look good. But I think Anya has been very respectable in the mid lane. And I'm sure In Your Dream doesn't want to repeat of that Viper versus Queen of Pain matchup.
Oh, man. I agree with that. I feel like the Viper is something you're going to have to look at seriously because, you know, what's to stop you if you can get the Viper on your hands and you can dumpster someone like In Your Dream? Nobody cares what the matchup is. Everyone's going to be like, yeah, he dumpstered In Your Dream. And that has to be feeling good, you know?
I don't think
after
that's
that game,
again.
I don't think that's happening again either. I feel like you ban out the Viper, especially if you're Reckonix. You don't want In Your Dream to have that repeat performance. You want to make the game simple to play. And more importantly, if you believe you are the better team, it's time to pick a scaling lineup. Because there will be mistakes. There will be errors, there will be, you know, some questionable decisions being made, but as long as you've got the right type of draft that can go late, and as long as you don't give up, the fact that you're in the grand finals, I mean, neither of these teams are really going to throw in the towel until their tier 4 or until their thrones are exposed. So really, I want to see them pick those scaling lineups, and this is where the Treant comes in. This is where we're going to see some Invoker potentially. This is where we might even see the Faceless Void. which has been under the radar a little bit here and there. But there are times when we see that Faceless Void come out in conjunction with the Invoker, in conjunction with some solid AoE magic damage heroes such as the Leshrac.
I agree with you on Faceless Void just being overlooked largely. Not just this year, but even towards the end of last year, I was always wondering to myself that, hey, this guy is such a good answer to the Kez. The only thing is you have to, somehow make do with the terrible laning phase, right? He's just very, very weak in the lane. The Chronosphere is a great answer to a lot of heroes, especially with the Cataclysm. It's an auto win, but it's his laning that really struggles. Having said that though, very overlooked position 1 hero. The real question is, Sir Cloud did bring this up earlier, is the Klings. Will we get to see Klings? Because we've seen it getting banned out. Now, I'm pretty sure Jikroy plays it. I'm sure Ghost plays it as well. I think Klings, if it's going to get ignored, if MAG are going to continue with this trend of targeting Jikroy with the first 4 bans, Jikroy plus a Disruptor for some reason, then we might see Klings kind of slip by, and one of these teams will pick it up, and then both these teams will be like, damn, we have to think about Klings now for the rest of the series.
Yeah, and just to give flowers to Interactive Philippines as well, they did get eliminated earlier, but one of the things that they did really well, and I think teams have got onto as well, is that Mars plus Disruptor, right? Because you throw down the arena, you throw the Static Storm in there, all of a sudden you can't run out, you're silenced, and it also allows Disruptor to, be a little bit more easy with the spells. Otherwise, most of the time, you're going to be saving that kinetic field for the Static Storm. You're going to try and make sure you catch multiple heroes. Eventually, you want to get yourself to the Aghanim Scepter so you can just secure team fights by, starting the fight with the Static Storm on some go, making sure you're able to burst him down with your Magic Burst and whatnot. But yeah, I do want to see the Mars making a return. I feel like this is also a hero that we've seen fly under the radar for both Myth Avenue Gaming and Reckonix. I don't think this hero was banned or picked as much by either of these teams.
They don't seem to value it too much. FVZ does play the Mars, but it feels like he wants to be playing the Axe more often than not. Sir Cloud, anything that you'd like to see make a comeback in this best of 3? Any heroes that you're looking for that you'd like to see get picked up?
Well, if I want to put a biased one, I definitely want to see an Omni Knight somewhere. Especially with the recent buffs, the cooldown, the repel and all that. I know it's not tournament ready. It's probably pub ready, it's okay. But then again, if there's a wish list, there'll probably be that. But I also want to put out another point of discussion for you guys gentlemen, right? The Timbersaw.
Yeah.
At this point, has it been overly picked and banned?
I think that's a very good question, especially with the prevalence of some of these spirit-based heroes in the mid lane. You've seen Earth Spirit being picked up, you've seen Ember Spirit being picked up, you've seen Storm Spirit being picked up. All the spirit heroes in general are some of the better answers against the Timbersaw. And I feel like the value of the Timbersaw is, if anything, going to increase here, because if you do want your Tide Hunters, if you do want your Beastmasters, that's a hero you have to consider banning out. And given the way even MAG were playing earlier, they were picking up the Tusk for Chucky. We saw them go back to the Abaddon, a bit of a blast from the past, a hero that occasionally sees some play, but not all the time. I feel like that Timbersaw is going to be very, very valuable.
Well, I think I understand where you're coming from, right? Are we seeing too much Timbersaw? Is Timbersaw really that valuable? Well, he's highly contested. He's been over-contested, and sometimes teams kind of get tunnel-visioned on one hero. One hero that they're forgetting, which is going to be the next Timbersaw, in my opinion, is the Brewmaster. Anyways, folks, it is time. We are about to get going with game number 1 of the grand finale of the Asia Pacific Predator League. Who will be the Predator and who will be the prey? All this and more in the next couple of hours. Very soon, we'll be crowning a champion. For now, it's time for the draft of game number 1 between Myth Avenue Gaming and Team Reckonix.
Oh man, can't wait for this one. Okay, I'm definitely not going to see my Omni Knight somewhere, although I'm a biased Omni Knight Mastery 30 level.
Oh wow, lovely.
Yeah, I've been spamming Omni Knight that much since back in the day, but I'm pretty sure I won't see it. However...
Can I just tell you though, you're not entirely wrong. Omni Knight is actually good, and there's a very highly skilled player in the world who does value it. He's one of a kind though. The man I'm talking about is Pure, but I don't think we might see it in this tournament. He is a pretty good answer to the Klings when you think about it. I mean, Repel is really strong, and Repel affecting buildings.
Thanks for giving me the confidence, my man. I owe you one chai.
I mean, I agree though.
Yeah, got it right.
I agree with the idea. I feel like there's also a couple of heroes that have been overlooked. In particular, a hero that we were seeing often in the BO1s when the brackets were going on was the Winter Y1 as a potential answer to some of those high physical damage heroes, right? Like you pick up a Slada, you pick up a Clinks, I mean, you throw down that the Cold Embrace, and all of a sudden you're immune. And especially Winter Wyvern with a Winterproof facet can even use Cold Embrace on buildings. So if it turns out that they want to leave the Clinks open, which they haven't, by the way, you could potentially go for the Wyvern. But we've got the bans upon our screens. You've got the Kez, the Gyro, and the Disruptor being banned out from Mag. And on the side of Reckonix, Clinks, Beastmaster, Huskar, and Viper being taken out of the picture here. Jakiro still in the pool. I wonder if Myth Avenue Gaming are going to pick it, because Chucky, I feel like his Jakiro was a little bit lacking in that first game he played against Reckonix. Earlier in the winners bracket finals, the first game.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, and they're going to go for the Tusk. Okay, so this means that the Reckonix guys can now pick up the Jakiro, and this makes it interesting because the way Snowball works, you save someone with the Snowball, you have to go and you have to target an enemy creep, and Jakiro can just Ice Path over that Snowball. As soon as you come out of the Snowball, you're going to be stunned, and the only counter to that is to be able to press the BKB while you're in the Snowball. So as soon as you come out of the Snowball, you insta BKB, and that's the only way I believe you can dodge the stun.
Do you think there's a case for like not going Twin Terror versus the Tusk?
You make a good point, but I feel like the laning prowess of Twin Terror is just too valuable to pass up. Ooh. Well, guess what? We've been theory crafting it the entire time. We're all wrong. It's going to be the axe picked up by Reckonix, just valuing that very highly for FPC.
Yeah, if it isn't broke, don't fix it. And if you need to break something, build a phylactery and eventually a Kanda.
I like that. I like that a lot. Must be a very smart man who said that.
What do you guys think about the Tusk though? Because if we were to see the first upper bracket semifinals, the Tusk played by Chucky is very, very good. He's always very on point. And for a Tusk to be effective, your teammates must be able to follow up whatever that you do. Whether you initiate with a snowball or you disposition your opponent with a walrus kick and so on and so forth. And Myth Avenue Gaming, they clearly show that they have very good team coordination. And with the Tusk being given as a pick towards Myth Avenue Gaming, do you not think that this should be a respect ban?
It's a good point you bring up here. And the only reason I'm going to consider Tusk as a respect ban is for two reasons. One, the hero is extremely strong. Like, he's got a save, he's got initiation, all of that. The second thing is, Chucky is leading this team, right? He's calling the shots. He's playing in the safe lane with his brother. If you can't target one brother, then target another. And he's the one who's actually calling fights. And there's such an ease of execution with the Tusk. We saw it in that game 2 and game 3 versus Reconnix. You saw him pick off FBC at will. You know he's the one calling the smokes and calling for those aggressive ganks. And maybe you take out one piece of the puzzle, you make life a little more difficult. But having said that though, it's a little unconventional to just target a support ban. Maybe one way to address this is to deny a support. And this support is one that Mag Gaming have been running a lot as well, Floki, the Muerta.
Yeah, I like this a lot because, you know, this is essentially you securing the offlane. You can still flex the Muerta to position 1. That is always a choice. But I think the value that the calling, possesses with the Revenants flying about, especially against a hero like Tusk, is absolutely understated. Because if you snowball someone and you're trying to save them, but you're still inside the Revenant, you're not really safe. You still have to walk out, potentially get hit by those silences. And now Myth Avenue Gaming are going to play into this. They pick up the Ember into the Muerta, and there's the Ringmaster. So you've got some answers now, potentially, for this Axe. But my biggest concern is that the Muerta is still too much of a problem because Escape Act, you're sure you can put it on a hero, you can put them in a box, but the death shot still hits you even if you are in the box.
Yeah, and the other property of the box is you can use the box, but you do not want to move too many units away. So, yeah. I mean, that is one interaction with the calling that you got to be mindful of as a core. So I like how Myth Avenue Gaming are thinking about this. They've got 2 saves now versus the Muerta and the Axe. What I'd like to see Reconnix eventually respond with is some sort of a spirit hero to contest the Ringmaster. Because if you go on the Ringmaster and you force him to box himself, he's not saving anyone. So Tiny is a great option, if not a spirit hero. Eventually, as the draft progresses, we should see that. For now, though, is there a strong support that Reckonix should be prioritizing, Floki?
I feel like they should be thinking about the mid laner because they already see the Ember Spirit, right? So it might make a lot more sense to pick up a mid laner at this point for In Your Dream and actually let Jikroy have, the last pick, or let Maurice have the last pick, because he's been seen to have that deep hero pool. And you know what? Well, this is another way you can deal potentially with the Spirit Heroes. You pick up the Slardar. Of course, I was thinking more so along the lines of the Earth Spirit. And Reckonix now in a bit of an awkward position. You've now picked 2 Strength Cores. The Timber Saw, by the way, is still left open. And this game is potentially very good, although you do have some answers in the Muerta with the Silence and the Dead Shot.
I think the mid battle is going to be really interesting. Some might say that, okay, Slardar versus Ember Spirit, because Slardar is more of a strength hero.
Physical
he does not have
damage.
too much magical damage. But then again, if you gotta think about it, Slardar is a melee hero. So with the Flame Guard onto Ember Spirit, that's good enough to just slowly poke him and force him away.
Yeah,
I feel though over time the Slardar will start winning this matchup. If this is a mid Slardar, which I know it can be flex, but clearly it's going mid. It's FEZ in the off lane. I don't think they're running safe lane Slardar. So it's Slardar versus Ember in the mid lane, and over time in your dream, I think should stomp this lane, Floki.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like in your dream, especially whenever you play Slardar into Ember, it's always the aspect of you having physical burst damage and the Ember only being saved against magical burst. And hey, Reckonix, this is what I was talking about. I wanted to see some Pugna early on. Now, this is most likely a position 5 Pugna. In particular, though, in this game, I don't know what exactly is it that makes them want to pick this hero.
I feel like they're just going for another save. And the ward is good versus the Ringmaster and the Ember.
Yeah, and another thing that just came to my mind is that it's actually also really good at bolstering your front line because you've got the life drain. So, typically you're going to look at a Wheel of Wonder come out from the Ringmaster. There's going to be an escape act. You're going to toss a couple of knives and a couple of whips his way. If you're able to just save your ally and heal them back up courtesy of that life drain, then it makes it so that your formation it has more integrity, if that makes sense. I know I've been throwing the word integrity around a bit lately, but it's the fact that you can maintain formation, you can make sure that your frontliner does not need to back off, that gives your post 2 and your post 1 the space to find and choose their targets and really make sure that Myth Avenue Gaming are on the pickle. Now, with that said, you have picked up a Pugna into an Ember and a Tusk, and in my opinion, these 2 are some of the best heroes to deal with this support.
So you kind of worried of the Pugna pick now?
I am, because in a way the Tusk can start the fight for his team, the Ember can follow up very, very quickly, and then you're just sort of, forced to play this game of chicken as Reckonix, where do you want to protect the Pugna, or do you want to, make a go of your own on the enemy cores? And those decisions are not always easily made.
I mean, does it feel good committing so much on the Pugna if you don't see the axe, though? Sure, you're an Ember, you can bully the Pugna in fights.
10 seconds
But
remaining.
it's kind of 50-50. I'm going to wait for this whole draft to play out because I understand what you're saying. The Pugna
5
is a bit
remaining.
vulnerable in this game. If he shows, he's probably the easiest pick off out of all the heroes on the side of Reckonix. This Dragon Knight, though, do you like it versus...
It's a bit weird against the Slardar, isn't it? And also against the Decrep because you can save allies and you can heal them back up. Feels like more of a comfort thing, but also feels like a laning thing where they prefer to have the DK against the Axe and lane. DK is one of the few heroes that actually does okay because he can breed fire creeps, he can take off the battle hunger rather easily. And, okay, so Myth Avenue Gaming, interesting ban. They actually ban out the Weaver.
I mean, don't you want to ban out the DA also then, if you're thinking along those lines?
I mean, yeah, the DA also comes to my mind, but what I'm concerned about is if they are reading... a Weaver ban, then they're probably thinking to themselves that, okay, we don't want to be caught in a minus armor situation where all our DK is just losing all of his armor. My bigger concern, though, is the fact that if they just gonna ban out these Weaver and the TAs, I mean, Reckonix don't really have to go all in on that minus armor strat. They can still pick something really, really strong with the Axe. I mean,
5 seconds remaining.
I'm not too sure again about that position 1 Pugna, but I feel like there are still other heroes in the pool that are being overlooked. The Terrorblade again comes to mind.
Oh yeah.
This game they don't have the most amount of AoE magical damage to clear out his illusions, and late game scaling for Reckonix is also going to be better with that hero. Now, the question is for Myth Avenue Gaming, do you want to throw a curveball here, throw the Ember Spirit in a different lane and maybe pick something that's even better against the Slardar? Or do you let Anya play that Ember Spirit in the mid lane into the Slardar?
It felt like they were going to sack this Ember early on. What I'm a bit surprised by is that they're not banning the Bristleback. It feels like they have answers to the Bristleback. And this time, in a sense, they do, right? Because they have the Axe.
They've got the Slada.
Yeah, they've got the Slada. They should be able to deal with the Bristleback, but Bristle and Timbersaw have both gone ignored so far. Timbersaw kind of strong, too many heroes. But instead, they'll go for the Enigma.
That's quite the pick here. So this completely changes the face of the draft because now all of a sudden with the Eidolons, you have very good pushing power.
You're good at pushing downs, but what if you just go carry Silencer? Bear with me.
I mean, hey, you know what? You're not entirely wrong. I see a couple of good things. You've got Glaives, pure damage against the DK armor.
They've updated the Glaives.
The thing is, like, you can't protect the Silencer against the Ember and the Tusk. I mean, in theory, I actually kind of like it, but let's see. Oh, okay. They go for the Bristleback themselves. Another different hero for the Midas Armor strat. It's a position 1 Bristleback here.
Interesting. So it looks like to me that this is a fight fire with fire sort of a draft, right? Like both drafts, they have their own very, very pushy sort of strat that can take down towers really quickly. So I think that they are trying to go for the base race, if you kind of ask me, based on the current draft here. But okay, since we don't have Icy Baby on our desk here, we are safe to do our predictions. Gentlemen, Vivek?
I'm going to go with Myth Avenue Gaming in Game 1.
I'm actually going to go with Reckoning because I like that draft a lot more.
Oh, okay. I'm not going to be put on the spot here, all right? Try to tip it over. I'll be as neutral as possible and see how it turns out because I believe this is going to be a very, very interesting matchup. And because it's game 1 of our grand finals in our best of 3 series, this game will set the tone for the rest of the matches after this. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 1. I'll pass it to our very good-looking casters. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Sir Cloud. It's time to jump into game number 1 of this grand finale. It's Myth Avenue Gaming versus Reckonix. $65,000 on the line, and more importantly, pride and the title of the winner of the Asia Pacific Predator League Grand Finale. My name is Vivek. Joining me on the panel is the only person that was available, Floki.
Thank you so much. I do feel absolutely amazing with that introduction. Like $1 million, as they say, but guess what? Might not be worth $1 million, but there's definitely a lot of money on the line here. 65K, like you mentioned. And Myth Avenue Gaming, they have gone a completely different route. Although, now that I think about it, you know, Igor Demon, he was playing the Beastmaster offense, so it doesn't surprise me that he's picking up another micro-intensive kind of hero, another zoo kind of hero with the Enigma. Now, my biggest concern for Myth Avenue Gaming is that if the lanes don't go well for them, they could just get run over by Reckonix. Because Reckonix, in my opinion, do have the better lanes.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at the lane, shall we, Floki? Let's just look at head-to-head as to what is going to go down in the early laning phase. We're looking at Slada versus Ember. Slada favored, pretty straightforward in my head, but why don't you break it down for our viewers?
I mean, the couple of issues you have as the Ember is that the Sleight of Fist got nerfed quite significantly. It doesn't feel worth maxing Sleight of Fist anymore. You typically want Flame Guard so you can farm and you can scale, and you can get to later stages in the game as the Ember where you're allowed to pick up the Axe, you've got the Sanjan Kaya, you've got Shiva's Guard, all really, really good items when you're trying to poke the backline. Against a Slada, though, the problem is that he's mostly physical damage. More often than not, the creeps end up meeting in the river, so his innate ends up giving him bonus damage, HP reach, and an armor. And those things, they might seem minor, but in the mid lane, they can really tip the scales in your favor. And I feel like Ember is probably the only hero in Dota who has the highest number of bad matchups in the mid lane. Like, I feel like Ember just, more often than not, just sucks against most of what's there on the mid lane.
You know, it's going to take some phenomenal individual skill for the Ember to win the mid lane. I think it's a little unlikely. We're going to touch upon the other lanes in a bit. For now, it seems to be a peaceful start at the bounty runes. You got to remember, there is pressure on both these teams, right? They're going to be a little bit safer, a little bit more defensive. You know, in the upper bracket, we did see Chucky start moving around the lanes and make rotations. I feel that in his lane, with the Dragon Knight, he's not going to be able to do all that much until the Dragon Knight hits 6, really. Maybe once their Elder Dragon form is online, there's a possibility of them doing something. But until then, he has to look to make plays elsewhere.
Yeah, we're going to start off in the mid lane, though, where we're going to have In Your Dream playing the Slada, and Anya is going to have his hands full trying to deal with him. Actually going for the Bash level 1, not something we see very often. Typically, you'd see the Crush being leveled up, but he seems to just value the passive damage that he gets conserving his mana. It makes sense. It's 100 mana at all levels, so you might as well pop it later on once you've got a couple of skill points in it.
Yep, I mean, you do trade regen, but you're also ensuring CS, right? Because you got the bash. You can do the same with the puddle, but he feels he has a better chance of trading regen with the Ember level 1. Up top though, this is a bit of a sore sight if you are a supporter of Myth Avenue Gaming. It's the Enigma versus the Bristleback and the Pugna Floki.
I like it. I mean, they actually picked the Enigma into the Bristleback, which is a bit concerning. It's funny, I actually didn't catch that in the draft, but this Bristleback hero, probably one of the best heroes to have against the Enigma. Quill Spray really good against the Eidolons. It's all physical damage, and it makes sure that you have a good lane. But down bottom, I have to say, this is the one lane where the side of Myth Avenue Gaming have to at least get even, because FPZ farms up a storm on the action. He's been looking so good.
How do they, Floki? It's Muerta versus Tusk Dragon Knight, right? The Muerta's a ranged hero, kind of broken and zoning out either the Tusk or the Dragon Knight. I don't see a lane when coming out from anywhere for the side of Myth Avenue Gaming, Floki.
Yeah.
It's got to be on rotations that they actually kind of break even in the mid game. And then again, the problem with Enigma, slower hero, takes his time to farm.
Yeah.
Sure, later on, there's nothing that stops the Black Hole once he gets his BKB. But that's a bit too much of an ask, really.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there is something. I mean, it's a very small percentage chance of happening, and it's the Axe calling the Enigma outside the Black Hole. Of course, it sounds good in theory, but pulling it off is a different story altogether. However, they have begun to stabilize this bottom lane, and the one thing that the side of MAG have got going for them is that if they get off to an okay start, their pushing power is unmatched, and it's going to be very hard for Reckonix to fight them before Blink Dagger. So a lot of In Your Dreams game is going to come down to that lane timing. As soon as he picks it up, the sooner Reckonix can start activating on their heroes, because you look at their lineup, it's not exactly greedy. You don't need a lot of items on the Bristleback to start rotating and having impact across the map. Same for the Axe.
Yeah. Yeah, Bristleback, technically not a late game hero. FBZ likes to just build his auras. Mama did ask him in the post-game interview, how do you like to itemize on your Axe? And he said, if I see a lot of magic damage, I will pipe. If I see a lot of physical damage, I will Crimson. What do you think he needs to build this game?
This item called Phylactery that eventually becomes a... I'm kidding.
I
think... Of course you agree, Vivek. Of course you do. That's what you do in my games. Oh boy, up top, the Enigma off to a horrible start as the Bristleback ends up finding him. Eidolons multiplying as the Pugna is being run down, but they're not nearly as quick as this little bugger, so just going to be the Nether Ward getting in some gold and some XP. Jigroy has to be careful. The damage from the Eidolons is still a lot.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a gazillion Eidolons, and the problem is the Impalement Arts doesn't do all that much. He's still got to make it work. He tamed the beast is the Pugna is there.
Back to the zoo with him. Don't think we've got exhibitions for skeletons, though.
I don't think the Pugna minds too much, right? It's a reset on him, he comes back. They've got first blood on the Enigma, so it's completely okay with that. How's this mid lane matchup looking? It feels like the Ember is not doing too bad, and this is what I was talking about pre-game, that Anya actually manages to hold his own, and it feels like they want to rectify this around the 4-minute water route.
Oh, nice shot by Chucky.
Perfect by Chucky.
Man, what a beautiful play, actually saving the Ember Spirit's life there. Anya's going to be so pleased about that. And well, good awareness as well coming in from the Reckoning supports, recognizing that the Ember is trying to go for this other rune. He contested Slardar for the top water rune, didn't work out. And just this kind of awareness is what separates some of the better teams here against some of the teams who got eliminated. It's just these small things that really start to add up as we see Paris.
Coming out from the Pugna. I mean, he's kind of sensed that Mag had vision of his rotation, so he gets the D-Ward. The Ember's got to be even more careful. Chucky's getting zoned out. How's his FPZ was
mid lane! He's dead. The Ember's gone.
I mean, sure, they saved him with the shots, but how many times can they do that? And we were talking about this. The Slardar probably laughs at the Flame Guard. He knows that this Ember is free food. He's sitting in a puddle of the only thing that amplifies his strength. Water, folks, that's about it. And he's owning his lane.
Yep. Seems like Fiona has an obsession with heroes who pee themselves and get stronger with the Viper and the Slardar. All have to hold on to that. Thought the Muerta is in some trouble here. Snowball upon him, but once again, standing outside the shots, so Chucky wasn't really able to move forward with the tag team. However, it doesn't matter. They get the kill. However, it does cost them a lot of HP. Everyone dropping really low, and there's very little regen remaining on Chucky.
Oh,
Reese is
there's
coming
a
as
rotation
well.
Coming in. The Pugna is here. He's got a blood grenade, but he has no vision. He just sees Ghost in lane. He's looping around. Small little skeleton warrior. Can he make this play happen? The blood grenade to start? Nope, just the blast and the blood grenade. A battle hunger wouldn't be too bad. They'd slow down Ghost. There's not much Chucky can do other than drop the right shards when required.
Yeah, I mean, he's sticking around here, but he has to be careful. The Pugna is not going to let the DK go. I think he's dead, yeah. Well, they tried throwing the strongman tonic over towards him, but he didn't reach him in time. So that's going to be Ghost falling there, and the support's finally starting to activate as the 6-minute power rune comes in as well. It's a region rune for the Slardar up top.
I mean, you really need to think about that rotation, right? That was Mid Avenue Gaming bringing 3 heroes to the safe lane. They get the kill on the Muerta, but Pugna just swings by the gate and immediately gets a much more valuable kill for the side of Reckonix. And just like that, Ghost is about to lose his star. The Slardar's got a regen rune. If you're a Reckonix supporter, this has been a perfect start to the lanes, Floki.
Yeah, and you know what? Mag aren't exactly at a deep waters yet. It's about to be 7 minutes. The Wisdom Shrines are about to spawn. And we do see the Bristleback starting to move towards there. Igor Demon is going to need some help if Jikroy decides to go for this.
Yeah.
But it seems like help is here, and the Bristleback senses this. Jikroy is like, you know what? This does not feel right. I'm just going to go and keep farming. So it's going to be 1 Wisdom Shrine apiece. Crisis averted for the side of Mag.
Yeah, but if you drop down the net worth, you see the crisis that's incoming. There's a big difference between the Enigma and the Axe. The Axe can do a lot more with a lot less, and the Enigma is the polar opposite. Sure, he can eventually go to the jungle and get new, like auras with his Eidolons, but right now, this Enigma is just a walking corpse, in my opinion.
Yeah, really good ward plays in the mid lane. Sadly, it was spotted under the enemy observer ward, so Chucky, that ward's not going to be surviving. Varish is going to get that D-ward. And again, these vision games matter because if your vision's not staying up, well, okay, well, they do get the return kill on the ward, so something going their way. But again, it's, you know, you want your wards to stay up. So Chucky, he's probably going to be a bit more careful the next time he goes around placing it. He needs to cover his tracks and make sure he doesn't get spotted.
Everybody's movement for this 8-minute power-up rune. It feels like In Your Dream's going to get it. Gets an Arcane Rune. Now the good news, if you are a Mid Avenue Gaming supporter, is that on the side of Reckonix, there are 3 melee cores. As an Enigma player, you couldn't ask for more. As an Ember also, it feels good. One melee core is about to get punished in the mid lane. It's In Your Dream, but he turns with the cross, looks towards Anya. Anya will have to disengage. The calling dropped as well as the nether ward. Chucky wants to deal with the ward first. He's losing a lot of health for this. It's going to be okay.
Well, the Arcane Rune's there for the Slardar, so he's going to try and make a rotation down bottom and Ghost. He is a bit too far out. Vanguard ready for the axe. He's under no threat of dying from the DK, as he will be run down by In Your Dream. Ghost alone, his brother nowhere to be found. He is busy doing something else in the jungle. Unfortunately, Chucky could not help Ghost survive, but he does get a D-ward.
Such heads-up stuff coming out from In Your Dream. Sees 3 heroes mid, knows that they're all there for that power-up rune, gets the power-up rune, forces a reaction made with the help of his supports, and then immediately swings through the puddle with that buffed-up movement speed and punishes Ghost for being out so far ahead in the lane after losing his tier 1 tower. There's nobody that can TP in to help Ghost because he had no tower, he was nowhere close to his tier 2 tower. Good stuff coming out from In Your Dream.
Once again, I mean, you have to remember, this Slardar, he's got a very good start. He killed the Ember once in the mid lane, and for the Slardar, or rather for, you know, other mid heroes, it might not seem like much, but for this hero, it makes a world of difference, especially in this game. He is so close to his Blink Dagger, about 20 gold away. As I hear a Dragon Tail, they will be able to find a little something going the way of Mag. It's a cherry on top, but the Sunday, it's still not here yet.
Absolutely. I feel like these kills on the Muerta don't really mean too much because the real problems are going to start now. In Your Dream nearly has his blink. Unfortunately, the Pugna gets caught a bit too far forward on the wrong side of the river. In Your Dream, low on mana, can't really contest the Ember. The Ember should get the shield rune for himself. Not quite sure what the Pugna was doing there all by himself, Sophie.
Yeah, really big rune for the Ember. The Pugna, of course, and unfortunately in that position. I think he was trying to see if there was any ward place. I do see a sentry there by Varish earlier. But again, I mean, I'm a bit concerned for Chucky. He's level 4.5 on the Tusk, 10.5 minutes in, and this is not really a hero who can kill creep waves, especially given his skill build. He's actually gone for the max stack team and not the max snowball or the max shots, which is very typical of the Tusk, but you really want to see this Tusk hit 6 and start setting things up for the Ember Spirit. Otherwise, the Ember is not going to have a hero to play with.
In Your Dream has his Blink Dagger, but the chains are there. I feel like Anya was just waiting for this. So the gang fought it. It feels as if Myth Avenue Gaming, they've averted disaster and they're buying time, Floki. They're buying time for the Ghost Dragon Knight as well as the Igor Demon Enigma to keep farming. Is this really going to make a difference?
Top tower is under attack.
I'm not too sure. I feel like Igor Demon's got an interesting idea here. He's actually queuing up the shard. He doesn't really want to go for something like Boots of Bearing or any other aura-based items early on. Seems to be happy just contributing with the Malefice or with the Black Hole every couple of seconds and farming otherwise. I wonder if this game he could have gone for a Midas, but in all honesty, given the start that In Your Dream has had, he would have been run over if he did so. So probably needs to buy some of these more active items that help his team out.
Yeah, I think it's respectable to not go for the Midas this game. There's nobody else that's going to make space for you. It's a bit too greedy if you go for a Midas at this stage, 11 minutes in. I like the Blink, but yeah, is he going to start joining his team about now once the Blink flies out there?
I think so. I mean, as of now, he's just been farming away and he's just been a wall up top trying to protect his tower. But, up top, the Bristleback, he's in some trouble. Spirit Vessel upon him. The Ember's here and he is going to fall. Really good awareness coming in from Anya and they get the deny on the tower, adding insult to injury for Jekroy.
Oh, yeah. And I don't think the side of Reckonix know that Igor Demon has his Blink up. So I'm expecting him to start making plays around the map. Elsewhere though, Chucky, he's on the wrong side of the river. He's run into the Slada and the Pugna. He's been punished rightfully so.
Yeah, somebody needs to remind him what the river is called. If you know, you know. But I have to say, Chucky, I mean, this is not looking good. Your Tusk is the main way you get on top of heroes in the backlines. Yes, the Ember can do the same, but you have to be careful because at some point the Axe is going to have a blink, the Slada is going to have a blink, there's going to be the calling to worry about. There's potentially a save with the B-Trap. So, Mag, they really need to make sure that this Tusk starts finding his levels and they need to find some space where he can find...
yeah, that is my main concern for Chucky, right? He is in level 6. He's smoked up with the Igor Demon. Who do they look to go on? The Mueda once again. Blink, Malefice. The Pierce the Veil will come out as a response and there comes In Your Dream with the crush. Chucky dies yet again. His level 6 delayed even further. Effie, she's joined the fight as well. In Your Dream, well, he's not going to pursue for more.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the Vanguard. He just wants to make sure he gets to that Lotus of this game. Once again, a very good game for the same. You can reflect the Dragon Tail, you can dispel the Ember's Chains and the Spirit Vessel, you can dispel the Malefice. Really good uses of the Lotus Orb.
Yep. And now we're seeing FVZ get involved in the game, right? He's won his lane, now he's starting to move around with In Your Dream. In Your Dream on the high ground, he might know that Ghost could be farming this camp, but he's not going to overcommit.
Yeah, he's just going to stay back for the time being, and I like the fact that they're playing it a bit slow here. I mean, if you notice, the side of Reckonix really haven't made a lot of moves, but it's about to be 14 minutes, and it's about time you make a move.
Chucky is still
really
not level 6 Loki. This could be costly. They'll push him out of the shrine with the dead shot. They'll deny the Wisdom Shrine. Chucky is going to die on it. He's going to commit his life to it, but he's still not going to get it. His level 6 denied even further. 14 minutes in, Floki. This is probably one of the rougher starts he's had in the entire tournament.
The Black Hole was also used down bottom. I'm not too sure if that resulted in a kill. Okay, they did find the Slardar off of that, so finally you can see Igor Demon starting to get active, starting to contribute to the team. But with that said, you no longer have the Black Hole for another 140 seconds. And if anything, I mean, I don't think the side of Reckonix really care about cooldowns that much. In fact, they've got 0 long cooldown spells except the Pierce the Veil.
Yep, no Black Hole. Chucky's still not level 6. 2 heroes are basically off the map. Now, you could just run at them for that quick dopamine hit, which is a kill. But he could be a little bit more strategic, look for something more meaningful on the map. And right now, what would be meaningful is to shut down Ghost. But In Your Dream, he'll sell for the Ember. Anya, quick to have the chains, will manage to hold the Slada in place. And with the Impale Menards, they'll slow down In Your Dream. It feels like Chucky is coming to contest this stack. He's still not level 6, he's level 5, but he has friends. They don't have the Black Hole, Floki. This could be risky for Myth Avenue Gaming.
Yeah, I don't know if he was spotted. That's some heavy commitment to the triangle. 2 wards being dropped here. They spot out the axe, and now the axe is going to know. Now they're going to know that there are observer wards in the area.
I don't think anyone can do this stack, though. That's the real joke
Yeah.
of both these teams.
You need the Dragon Knight. That's the only way you're going to clear the stack, but he's sitting at half HP in the bottom lane. In the meantime, in the mid lane, Barish in some trouble. Soon to be a page in history as he gets turned around and hypnotized by the Wheel of Wonder. Uh-oh, Life Drain's dead. No, he's actually healing back up. He's going to survive the axe. He comes in with the touch. He protects his position 5, and this is what we talked about. Making sure that his backline does not fall, and now the Ringmaster turns around, throws the Impalement Arts, but the Stardust in the water. He is extremely fast. No escape back for you, sir. You go straight back to the fountain, courtesy of In Your Dream.
That is so bad to put things in perspective. It's the Ember, the Ringmaster, and one more trying to go on the Pugner. They don't kill the Pugner. Instead, they lose not 2 but 3 heroes as Chucky Floki. He TP'd out of the river, came back to his mid-tier 2, and died nonetheless. He's still not level 6, Floki.
I mean, this is just a common case of supports not really valuing their levels enough. I feel like Chucky, he did his best to make sure the early game went well. Alas, you know, the rubber band effect is now coming back in full force because he was low on levels trying to secure his close lane, and even then the side of Reckonings were able to make sure that Toes didn't have too good of a time as the smoke comes out.
Gotta be careful, they're running straight at him. Jikroy is there, starting him up, going up the dragon, setting up for friends and family to join in on this feast. Both the supports are here, and In Your Dream is being so patient about this. Smoked up, he has vision. Who does he choose to go on? Blinks a bit too far forward. Bristleback and the Pugner will be held with the steering chain. But the Ember walks into the slaughter. The calling is there. The Ember will fall. That's Anya's dead. Yet again, they've got the Spirit Vessel. But do remember, FBC has a Lotus if he wants to turn this around. There is a Black Hole, but look at FBC. He's zoning out the Enigma. The Wheel of Wonder comes through. Both FBC and In Your Dream will try and bully the Enigma. And well, just FBC with the dunk is more than enough as In Your Dream goes for the Circus Freak. The Ringmaster is dead. FBC is unstoppable. It's crumbling for the side of Myth Avenue Gaming, Floki.
All 5 dead once again. Myth Avenue Gaming, they just seem a little bit unsure. The DPs didn't come in quickly enough. They thought that they would leave the DK alone, but no, Jikroy really persistent, make sure that he is not too out of position, forces out DPs, and well, you bait them into fighting a Slather and an Axe. An Axe that's got a Lotus Orb, 17.5 minutes into the game. This Axe is not afraid of dying.
Yeah, I mean, this was so good from In Your Dream, but more importantly, hats off to FBZ. He's zoning out the Enigma all by himself. One calling, one Muerta spell is enough to deal with any Spirit hero. As the Ember, well, I mean, I hate to say this, but does he need a 4-star? I mean, he needs a BKB for sure. And look at FBZ, just zoning out Igor Demon all by himself. And there was no question of the Ringmaster saving him or anybody in this fight.
Yeah, the Ember is now starting to queue up the Suns and Kaya, but I'm still a little bit afraid for him because I feel like he desperately needs armor. Perhaps something like the Veil could have been huge as I mean, there's just so many problems with the Ember Spirit this game, right? Like, he said that it's good against the Pugner, or I said it's good against the Pugner.
He's got the Pugner. Is he good against the Pugner, though? I don't know. There's the Lotus for now coming out from FBC, and FBC just throwing his body forward is enough to push Myth Avenue Gaming from their tier 2 tower back.
Yeah, really good awareness coming in from FBC as well. Instant Lotus to get rid of the chains. If the Pugner spends even like half a second more, there's a potential chance that he get the kill, but no such luck. And I just want my observer to click on the Bristleback so that the audience can see what item he's got. Look at that, Vivek.
Yeah.
That's a hunt. 19 minutes into the game.
Ridiculous. It's a ridiculous amount of HP regen. And sure, you have the Vessel, but there is a Lotus Orb. The good thing is that the Midnight Pulse does help a lot for the Bristleback, but that's a lot to ask of from the Enigma. I mean, I hate games where you have to ask a lot of your Enigma. It's like my mother asking a lot of me. I never deliver.
Lovely, Vivek. Thank you for the random bit of family trivia. I'm sure whatever your issues are, you'll get them fixed one day. But for now, we've got a Dota game on our hands. Aegis picked up by Jikroy as they get themselves, the Aegis in a very timely fashion. It's going to allow them to contest the Tormentor as well, get the Shard. Alas, the Shards are not that good this game. Both the Pugner and the Muerta don't really do all that much. I guess the Muerta can get some spell amp off of the Pierce, the Veil stacks, or whatever that Shard does. but it's not that good in comparison to what the Mid-Avenue Gaming supports get. They would have really loved to get this comment there.
Yeah, the Axe and the Slaughter have a shot that's a lot more healing. Maybe you want your supports to buy out their shots.
I think you already got the shot of Linear being pointed out earlier, so it's going to be Delulu who gets it instead. Regardless though, the fact that you've taken it away from the enemy is huge. And well, 8% spell amp for the Muerta thanks to the Pierce the Veil. Not too sure what exactly is the benefit here, but hey, if the game goes long enough, he can pivot towards something like a Shadow Blade.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, she could definitely get a Shadow Blade, and I mean, if you really need her to do damage versus the Dragon Knight, she could be one of those heroes with the Pierce the Veil. Absolutely. I've seen a Thompson build with Ags and Yashakaya. I mean, I shouldn't be saying this stuff because enough people in Southeast Asia are trying this at home. But yeah, those alternative ways of approaching the Muerta do exist. Black hole up top, cancel in a matter of seconds as the Muerta felt like she was baiting this Enigma. Chucky, he's now level 6, but it makes no difference. The game state is still a bit rough. The crush is perfect. The snowball save, it's there. It's buying a little bit of time for Chucky. He'll have to pay the ultimate price as he falls. Yet again, the Wheel of Wonder is laughable and Ghost doesn't do enough damage to bring down the Axe. And in your dream, meanwhile, he's dealing with the Ringmaster. He's dealt with the Ringmaster and he's running away. And Ghost is like, hey, can somebody stun the Axe for me? Is there anybody to play this game of Dota with me? Well, Chucky's back. He's respawned. Luckily, it's a low death timer. But in your dream says, thank you very much. I'll just go back in. The Walrus Punch is there, but in your dream bashes him and slashes him as they'll run down the Ember. That's 4 dead from the side of Mid-Avenue Gaming. That's Black Hole on cooldown, and that's most likely them losing a tier 2 tower.
I mean, that is so demoralizing if you're Mid-Avenue Gaming. This is the Grand Finals, and let's not forget to make this is a BO3. Every game you get matters. So if the side of Mid-Avenue Gaming don't find an answer, if they end up losing this game and they don't find an answer for this in the next one, they're in some trouble here. 16k net worth lead, 22 minutes in, and what a curveball this Bristleback pick has been, really enabling the side of Reckonix to just go high ground super early on and apply the pressure onto Mid-Avenue Gaming.
Yep, I've seen many a game Rookie rely on an Enigma, and the Enigma, well, he's getting his BKB, he just needs the recipe. But, okay, technically there's nothing that cancels the Black Hole through BKB other than the Slaughter Bash.
There's the call. There's what? There's a call, the Berserker's call.
Yeah, there's a Berserker's call as well. Sorry, I forgot that. I mean, I assumed he was... Okay, put these things out a bit, like, it's stretching it, right?
Yeah, it's a bit
hard
up
to
there.
position yourself to get those off, considering they're many heroes. But yeah, there is still hope for Mid-Avenue Gaming, but I don't know how, and that is unfortunate. He wanted to snowball to the high ground, but Jigcry was hugging the ledge, and Chucky, I mean, it feels like he's played a very sacrificial game.
Radiant's middle tower.
UNESCO, if you're watching this,
Radiant's middle tower.
Close your eyes.
Yeah.
Well, it's not getting any better anytime soon either, because look at what Jigcry is up to. He is once again looking for the tier 3 tower on the enemy's part of the map, and look at that, he's even pulling the bottom wave. Really good awareness, making sure that the enemy team does not get any pressure for 3. Even if they don't get the tower, just the fact that they're locked into base while the rest of his team farms is such a huge room. This network team is going to continue to grow as the Ember Spirit is going to come back. The Dragon Knight, I'm not too sure what he's up to. He just completed his BKB and he needs to come back here. Aegis still has about 15 seconds remaining. The Glyph's going to be popped. And if Mid-Avenue Gaming can hold on to this middle tier 3, it's the dream scenario. It's about as good of a situation as you could ask for. As slowly but surely they are chipping away at Jigcry, but he still has a fair amount of HP. The heart,
he's got the heart and he's got a partner to back him up as well. Now they popped the 4-man smoke. Ghost has gone for the heart. They do not have a break to deal with the Bristleback. The Bristleback still has the Aegis for a bit. So it's going to be really hard for Mid-Avenue Gaming to find a way into this fight. And even if they do, personally, Floki, I feel like they need to go on the Pugna. Like you mentioned in the draft, that's the easiest hero to bring down. But the Pugna is not showing. And I remember TIC, I mean, all too well, where Enigma were complaining that, hey, we can't see Jerax. Well, obviously, he's a professional player. Go find him.
Yeah, the Pugna,
they find him!
They do find him!
This is the perfect opening. They found the Pugna, the healer taken out of the equation. Ghost and BKB is wearing thin. The black hole, well, it's a white ball as we say in India. It's got nothing as Igor Demon. Well, he'll have to park him his BKB and walk around in shame as there's nothing he can do. Ghost taunted, has to accept his fate, as it really felt like after the Pugna kill, Mid Avenue Gaming didn't land a single spell and they've had enough. GG, well played is the call. They have been outplayed and out, Floki. An absolute clinic coming out from Reckonix in game 1.
Once again, I mean, Reckonix, they are just so damn good in these situations. They learn from their mistakes in the winner bracket final. They throw a curveball, they pick up that bristleback, a hero that none of us see coming, and now they are just one game away from taking the Asia Pacific Predator League trophy. So Cloud, what were your thoughts on the game?
Man, it's the fastest game so far in our final day. This game is about like what, 25 minutes or so?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really, really fast, and I kind of felt that the Enigma didn't really have a good time, not only because like his Adelons get cleared up very quickly because of the bristleback, but also some of the black holes weren't really hitting.
That last one particularly didn't hit, and I feel like it comes down to the mid-blink reveal for the Enigma. They saw the Muerta, they dropped the Malefice, but a little known fact, people that sometimes tend to overlook, the Muerta can just dispel the Malefice with the Pierce the Veil. It does apply a dispel.
Yeah, I agree with you. But the last fight couldn't have gone any better.
Yeah, they
than
found
the
the
start
Pugna
that they had for Mid Avenue Gaming. They found the Pugna, but like Sir Cloud said, that black hole and most black holes in general were rather disappointing. I mean, there was that one black hole in the river, which hit absolutely nothing. And there was that one black hole up top where he got silenced in a matter of seconds. So it's a rough day for black holes. And I also feel more than the black holes, like, the side of Mid Avenue Gaming were completely outpaced in this game. It felt like Reckonix were playing a different game of Dota altogether. And also, those deaths on Chucky, they didn't do Mid Avenue Gaming any favors, Flo.
I agree. I feel like Chucky, he just sacrificed his own game a bit too much for the sake of Ghost. And even then, it didn't do Ghost any favors. Ghost still lost his tower super early.
Yep.
He still had to go to the jungle. So if you're going to pick this Dragon Knight, I feel like you need to pair him up with the right kind of hero. This is where, you know, Sir Cloud, a hero that you like, comes into my mind, the Ancient Apparition. They could have paired it up with him. They would have had some decent answers to what Reckonix were throwing their way, especially with the Bristleback. But because they picked up the Tusk and then they committed to the Ringmaster, I feel like they kind of left that option off the table. But we do have the scoreboard coming up on our screens. Let's have a look at exactly how some of these players and these heroes did. In particular, I have to say, Chikroy's performance really, really solid this game. It does feel like it's a hit or a miss with this guy sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, this time it was not a miss.
Smashing hit.
But the real issue is one hero that Sir Cloud alluded to at the beginning of the draft. He said, is Timbersaw overrated? In a game like this, no. I think if you had Timbersaw, you'd have a lot more damage. Also, Ghost is building towards the BKB. Where's the break mechanic coming from? I hate to say this, but I think the break mechanic is a must in these kind of games for either side, Floki.
Hey, I feel like he got him and should have built a Khanda.
I agree. I don't know, somebody had to deal with the axe.
I'm joking about it, but I do feel like a lot of it stems from some of their matchups and the fact that the supports didn't get levels. A lot of things started to snowball their way. That one solo kill that In Your Dream found, Slada is probably one of the worst heroes to give a solo kill too, because the amount of XP he gets, the amount of gold he gets, and the fact that you get your blink just a minute earlier just changes the face of the game so much. Look at how much work In Your Dream was able to get done. And I do hope that he's the MVP, as we're going to be having the MVP come up on our screens. It is FBZ on the axe. What a surprise.
I mean, you cannot fault the guy, right? Just look at his KDA, a clean 708.
Infinite KDA.
And not only that as well, it's besides the stats, in all the team fights, like what you mentioned during the cast rebate, he was zoning out the important heroes, especially the Enigma. So when he zoned out the Enigma, he did not allow the Enigma to have a good black hole. And if you do that, that's a big enough win.
I mean, really good understanding by FBZ as well. He picked up the shot relatively early on. He was tossing out Battle Hungers left and right, and that really messed with Igor Demon because he couldn't blink in and out of fights as he wanted to on the Enigma. He picked up that Blink Dagger. He prioritized it early on instead of picking up something like a Pipe, picking up something like a Crimson, picking up something like a Grease that would have helped his team a lot more. But because Igor Demon went for the blink and it didn't work out, I mean, FBZ, he was just on his case the entire time.
Yeah. Great stuff coming out from FBC. Now, the questions that are going to be playing in both these teams as they head into game number 2 is like, hey guys, we've got to really rethink support picks and support bans because can we give them Muerta?
Yeah.
And the other thing is, how do we generally want to deal with heroes that need to be broken? Like, if there is a Bristleback in the game, if there is a Tidehunter in the game, where's the answer going to come from? One answer is the Ancient Apparition. The other answer in the supporting cast, I feel, is the Hoodwink. And definitely, you cannot pick up something like the Enigma, especially when you're revealing your Ember so early in the draft, right? If you're setting up your mid laner and picking up Enigma, that's okay. But it felt like nobody had a good game on the side of Myth Avenue Gaming.
I agree, and it also felt a lot like that, you know, the Slada, even though he was picked, I feel like he was picked relatively early on. I am just going to double check that.
Slada
Okay,
was
never mind.
second pick.
Second pick.
Oh, right.
They saw the Ember and they take the
Yeah,
Slada.
they picked the Slada. So, I mean, like, you're picking a Ringmaster into it, you're picking this Enigma into it, you're picking this, you know, all of these heroes that are very vulnerable to physical damage into it. I'm not too sure if I like that idea on a conceptual level. Like, sure, you've got your comfort heroes, but at some point, you have to respect the heroes the enemy team are picking. I mean, like Kuroki said, you have to play real Dota, the Dota that is meant to counter your opponents, the Dota that defeats what they do and not exactly what you're comfortable with all the time, because comfort, it's the insidious killer. It kills you slowly. You don't see it coming. And it killed the side of Max slowly this game.
I'm sure Ghost would have heard that lots of times from Kuroki himself.
That's a very good point.
Yeah, but coming into the next game, right, like what are the kind of heroes do you think should be respected as of now? Because they've played so many games today and you can't ban all the heroes.
Okay, I'll tell you. Bristleback, the bans that we've been seeing so far, I'm just going to add, I mean, just to reiterate, if you're just jumping into this series now, Gyrocopter cares, because those are comfort picks for Jikroy. Bristleback in general, because they're comfort picks for Jikroy as well as Ego Demon.
Yeah.
The Beastmaster. And then as far as the meta is concerned,
The
Klings,
Viper and the
Viper,
Klings.
Triad,
Yeah, the Disruptor as well.
Brewmaster. Yeah.
And I have to say, I mean, looking at this lineup that Reckonix put together this game, I feel like they're probably going to want to switch things up, because now Myth Avenue Gaming are going to be more aware of what they're going to do. I don't think you want to, you know, try your luck picking the same lineup again. I think what will really put the fear of God in the side of Myth Avenue Gaming is if you switch things up, you pick up something different for FBZ, you pick up something different from In Your Dream. Perhaps this time around we see the Tidehunter being picked up for FBZ and maybe an Invoker in conjunction. Maybe you just change the face of the game completely. And that is what is needed against you know, a team in the Grand Finals, because they play them in the Winners Bracket Finals. They learned a lot of things. You don't want to be doing the same things over and over again, because the enemy team is going to start developing answers. Already we saw that, you know, the Jakiro was open, we saw the Shadow Demon was also open. Both of those heroes went ignored. They picked up the Tusk instead. Was it worth it? I don't think so, but hopefully they can correct it in game number 2.
Honestly, gentlemen, when it was the last pick for Myth Avenue Gaming, when they needed to pick their off-laner, at the back of my mind, I thought that, hey, a Tidehunter would be kind of nice. But at the end of the day, they went for Enigma, which is like, ooh, we don't know what happened in that last game. I'm sure the team doesn't want to remember the plays. But why do you guys think that they shied away from the Tidehunter?
I feel like the Bristleback, again, is a pain point, right? Like, you can dispel the Viscous Nasal Goo, but the Quill Spray is still problematic. And then Bristleback is hitting you like a truck for tons of damage. Kraken Shell and Tidehunter is all about blocking those smaller instances of damage. He's really good against hard carries early on. But if you pick up something like a Bristleback or something like a strength-based hero, you know, even something like a Chaos Knight, the Nisage, I feel like this Tidehunter would have been in trouble. Really, in all honesty,
I think the response had to be a Timbersaw.
Yeah, it had to be a Timbersaw pick. It had to be something else in the offlane that is a bit more aggressive. Well, Sir Cloud, I mean, I do want to ask you, you know, what do you think they should have done differently on the side of Myth Avenue Gaming? Because you mentioned the Tidehunter, but do you feel like they could have made some changes in the mid lane? Because I feel that's one area that's being a bit overlooked by Myth Avenue Gaming.
Right. Well, maybe we were talking about like the Timbersaw being like one of the overpick heroes at this point, but maybe the Ember Spirit is also one of the overpick heroes. Now, over time in one tournament, once you pick it again and again and again, whether it's your game or whether it's a game played by another team, your opponents tend to try to find ways to work around this hero, right? So it kind of feels like Ember Spirit is starting to fall in that kind of category. Timbersaw, maybe, but like what you said, right? There could be some picks that are comfortable enough and fluent enough to just play the comfort picks.
You know, one hero that comes to mind for me, Sir Cloud, is actually the Earth Spirit. I feel like that hero is not seeing enough play. I feel like that hero has a lot of potential with the way Myth Avenue Gaming like to play. right? Like Chucky, he was roaming around, he was trying to find something to do early on, but he just didn't have it. Like the Ember Spirit typically waits until he picks up his Spirit Vessel before he starts to move around the map. The Earth Spirit can move early. As soon as you unlock the Magnetize, there is so much damage coming out with these Stone Remnants that it's almost like trying to not move over to a side lane and try and attempt to gank. So I do want to see them move away from the Ember a little bit because I think it has been answered very, very well by some of these teams. Instead, look towards the Earth Spirit, look towards the Storm Spirit, pick up maybe something like the Queen of Pain, think about the Invoker. Basically, pick any hero that isn't the Ember because the Ember, the one question you'll always have to ask is it going to get dumpstered in lane? And if it is, then how are you going to make the Ember relevant in this game? And I feel like this game, Myth Avenue Gaming, they didn't have the right answers. They picked up a Ringmaster, they picked up a Tusk. You need to pick some good follow-up for the Searing Chains, in my opinion, for this hero to truly shine. That's where this hero's biggest strength lies in this patch.
All right.
It's also a bit of a drafting approach, right? You're opening with Tusk Ember. You're like mentally already like, we can pick these heroes, they'll work in any draft. I think they have to rethink that. I'm okay with the Tusk, but I'm not a fan of revealing Ember early. I really don't think it does you any favors. I mean, I know like Ember's probably losing most of his lane matchups, but even then, Floki, like, do you really want to give away Ember so early?
I feel like the Ember is a perfect pickup if you see that the enemy team is picking particular backliners that you want to get rid of, because then the Ember has a purpose. In this game, Ember being picked so early on, I do feel like this is one of those heroes that he really needs some help. He kind of needs to make sure that if he has someone who can follow. The Skyrock Mage is a very good example of this. This game, of course, we had the Pugna being picked up. But if the Ember gets himself a Sky, if we see, a Jakiro in there, he can really do a lot of damage. In fact, I feel like one of the combinations that we haven't been seen enough of is the Jakiro with the Ember. You've got chains for the Macropire, you've got chains for the Breathe Fire and the Liquid Frost. All of those are really great abilities. What better hero to set them up than the Ember?
Okay, I want to put this up for a point of discussion as well, right? So prior to starting this match, we talked about like, is Jikroy cuman bisa gyro, is Jikroy cuman bisa this, like he's only limited to hero pose. Now that he has picked up the Bristleback pose 1, what do you guys think? Do you think that he has more than meets the eye? Vivek?
I think he has more. Like I don't think he is as narrow as Myth Avenue Gaming are expecting him to be. I think he's got enough for the remainder of this finals. And yeah, Myth Avenue Gaming, if you do not respect his heroes or his playstyle, I think it's more of a playstyle thing. He's more like a sacrificial one in a certain sense. Like more emphasis is given to In Your Dreams lane, more emphasis is given to FVZ. You see all supports converge for the 4-minute water rune. So Jikroy, he's okay being sacked and he still does really well for himself. While Ghost, on the other hand, is a little bit of a different position one hero, player, excuse me. He does need that little bit of attention early on in the lane, and Chucky's been doing that so far. This time around though, are they still going to continue with the Tusk as an opening, Floki?
I don't like the Tusk opening. I feel like go back to the Jakiro, go back to basics, pick up the strong laners and make sure that you've got a strong foundation to build off of. Like sure, it's a much better if a Jakiro in the game is less relevant later on than a core hero like an Ember, because that's what happens when you pick up those core heroes too early. They tend to get countered, especially a hero like the Ember. In this meta, it's very hard for that Ember to have a purpose if that's picked up super early on. There are ways to play around it, and I think Reckoning showed us just what you can do to deal with that hero.
Well, similar bans, I must say, from the previous round. Nothing much has changed, including the cast. But this time, respect ban to the X.
And the Viper is in the pool. The Jakiro is also in the pool this time around. The Shadow Demon is also available. Lots of good answers, lots of good heroes at the ready for Reckonix. They can have their pick. The question is, what do they go for? And wow, well, that's a curveball and a half. I certainly wasn't expecting the Tiny, but I do see its value as a flex pick.
It is definitely a valuable flex pick, and In Your Dream has played it earlier on in the group stage, so it is a really strong hero to pick up. The one thing that I'd like to point out is that you got to look at it as both teams are one game away from either claiming the title or coming in second for the side of Myth Avenue Gaming. And you can see the priorities in the bans and the picks, right? The side of Reckonix, they respect ban the Abaddon, which is one of Ghost's go-to picks for the entirety of the past year.
Yep.
And Myth Avenue Gaming, they're going to ban out FVZ's Axe. So you really get a sense of what matters in this draft, in this patch, by just looking at the early couple of bans. We see an Ember and a Tusk ban, so Chucky, well, he's not going to have the Tusk this time for sure. What would you like to see from Myth Avenue Gaming or Reckonix?
Well, Circla, why don't you give us your opinion?
Well, firstly, I wanted to point out that as much as you talked about, like, you don't like the Tusk, you don't like the Ember Spirit, but Reckonix, they say that they don't like them as well. So they banned them out, right? But if there's something that I guess I would like to see as well, and it's a hero that's in the current meta, is the Treant Protector. We have not yet seen it in the finals. We did see Myth Avenue Gaming playing that in their first ever game during the group stages, but in the finals, not yet. Why do you think that Treant Protector has fallen out of favor?
I feel like there are a lot of good national answers for the Treant Protector at the moment, especially given the heroes that these teams like to pick. I don't see the value in picking up a Treant unless you're pairing up something specific with it, unless you're picking up something like a Phoenix, unless you're picking a hero that can really make good use of the living armor early on. And this is where I feel like teams have, perhaps been overlooking the Earth Spirit. Like, Slaughter has been a very common ban. Why not open with a Treant Protector and pick up an Earth Spirit to follow it up? It makes the Earth Spirit's game a lot easier. The living armor now actually also provides you damage block against magic damage sources, so it makes the Earth Spirit even tankier and hard to kill. And you know what? Myth Avenue Gaming, they like their green heroes. They follow up the Muerta with the Viper.
You did talk about how good the Viper is, played by Anya, aka Gun. So this is the return of the Viper, and I think it's really strong against, well, especially X, but with the fact that they ban out the X, it's okay. It's still a very strong mid laner. What do you think, Vivet, or the Viper pick?
I think it's a solid hero to pick up. It matches the flex coming out from the Tiny, and Reckonix will definitely be scratching their heads wondering where this Viper is going to go. And what better way to return with the ultimate flex of them all, a Wind Ranger. Could go in the safe lane, could be a support. I mean, in certain cases, one could make a case for it running in the mid lane as well. I like it. It's good. It's got a couple of issues. Obviously, the Muerta and the Viper are going to be problematic, but it's a decent flex for now. And now they can just pick up the support, right? Like maybe a Jakiro, or what other strong supports are remaining in the pool.
I feel like you still want to keep things a bit ambiguous, so picking up a Chiquita would reveal too much because your Tiny is a bit of a flex, your Wind Range is a bit of a flex. I feel like this might be the right time for Reckonix to pick something up for FBZ before the rest of the lot gets banned out. And this is one interesting hero because the Ogre Magi, Vivek, is also, strangely enough, a type of a flex pick. You can play him in the off lane and you can also play him on position 5. But this game, I kind of see it with the Wind Rangers, sort of.
Okay. Yeah, he is a flex. I mean, you can just put him in the off lane and expect him to build auras over time. Go for the Midas, eventually, I don't know, get a Phylactery if you feel like it.
Get a Dagon?
Yeah, get a Dagon. I mean, multicast.
Get an Aethys.
Sure.
I personally am a fan of, like, okay, Aethys onto Ogre Magi because Aethys is cheap. It's cheap, and then you get a multicast together with it.
It is definitely cheap, and, you know, if you need, like, that early cheap initiation and a decent amount of stats, it could feel good. But I think he's going to be in the safe lane. In this patch where, you know, it's so important on how you trade regen, if this guy is, you know, just hitting level 3 after the first wave and a half, and he's spamming that ignite out on you, it's going to be really, really irritating. Where's the sustain going to come from? The sustain could have come from a Treant, but instead, Myth Avenue Gaming, they're going to match aggression with aggression. They're going to pick up the Clockwork and the Timbersaw. They are not messing around, Flip.
Yeah, so Cloud, I think you're feeling really good about this because you've been, you know, just really hammering it home that the Timbersaw is an important hero to pick up or ban. And guess what? They heard you, man. They heard you. They've picked up this Timbersaw here. It's really good against the Tiny. It's really good against the Ogre. The Wind Ranger is a hero that cannot really kill the Timbersaw unless she picks up something like a Mjolnir or to get some more proc-based items. Reckonix, how do they want to respond to this? I feel like the right pick here is probably some magic damage heavy hero. One would think the Leshrac, but then you're playing a Leshrac into a Viper. So your mid matchups are really, really looking not that great at the moment for In Your Dream. The Invoker could still work, And if anything, I want to see the side of Reckonix deal with Viper a little bit differently. Like, bully him level 1, maybe. Show up to his lane this
I think this is where you reveal a support, right, Floki? They could put the Wind Ranger in the safe lane and look at something like an Ancient Apparition. Ogre, it's a weird support duo. You could also look at the Hoodwink. The reason I'm propagating the Ancient Apparition or the Hoodwink is because you then have a means of dealing with the Viper, with the Timbersaw. So I could definitely see a case for either one of those two heroes. And hey, you mentioned magic damage. I think both those heroes do a decent amount of magic damage.
I gotta disagree with you there, Vivek, because I feel like if they pick up the Ancient Apparition here, they're kind of just revealing their hand. And on top of that, you're just, making the game harder for your mid laner. Like, why do you need to pick up the Apparition if you see that there is a Viper already in the mid lane? Why not pick something that's good against it that might get banned out in the next phase? Now, granted that it could just be that such a hero doesn't exist, but, ooh, this is interesting. They are going to pick up the Brewmaster here for Reckonix. That's probably going to be their off-lane hero. And now, this draft starts to take some shape here. Although, with that said, I'm not too convinced by this Brewmaster either, courtesy of the Timbersaw. And the Muerta, by the way, which is really good, because silences are the one thing that Brewmaster really hates to play against.
It is, but then it takes like this concentrated effort of hook shot, calling and burst damage to bring him down. It's not as simple as it looks. And, he only has 3 stances now and 3 types of rulings to work with. But the Void stance just gives him so much movement speed in lane. Floki, I kid you not.
The Wind stance,
yeah, whatever. The Brewmaster was picked 3 games in a row for the side of Mouse yesterday, and Boom has had phenomenal success with this hero. This hero is hot stuff right now. He's running a 60% win rate in the 4K bracket. He's about 50% in the Immortal bracket.
Very important stat.
Yeah, 50% in the Immortal bracket, just strong in pubs. And the Cyclone is so good versus heroes like the Timbersaw or the Viper, right? Like, just toss them in the air and ignore them.
I agree, Vivek, but then again, when push comes to shove, it's very easy for Reckonix to... it's very easy for Myth Avenue Gaming to fight into Reckonix, but Reckonix can't necessarily fight back. You're fighting back into the Calling. You're fighting back into a Viper. You're fighting back into a Clockwork who's going to be a pain in your backside with the Battery Assault and the Power Cogs. So the Brewmaster is going to have his work cut out for him. I do feel like while there are upsides to the Brew, like you mentioned, the Cyclone, of course, being very good against the Viper and the Timbersaw, and also the Fire Panda being a complete nuisance for the Muerta to deal with, I feel like the early laning phase is not going to be too forgiving to this Brewmaster. Unless we're seeing something different, unless we're seeing some type of mid-Brewmaster, although I don't think it would do very, very well against the Viper.
Nah, it's definitely not a mid-Brewmaster. He's going in the off-lane. I don't think they're going to lane the Brewmaster mid. It feels like they're reserving Jekroy's pick for last. This is what it appears to be. I feel like this Wind Ranger is going to go in the support role. Now, coming back to the 1 position, Floki, you've got a couple of picks remaining. I mean, Mag are also looking for the 1 position. Do you feel that there's a chance of either one of these teams getting Huskar?
I think the Huskar is a possibility, but like it's probably something that Myth Avenue Gaming are looking at. But even then, there's a Wind Ranger in the enemy team, there's a Brewmaster. You don't want to be picking the Huskar into these heroes. It's not a very fun time for the Huskar. And more importantly, I feel like there are certain heroes that Reckonix might want to go back to. I'm just trying to think of what's good against Viper. The Tinker comes to mind. This game, the hook shot and the calling is a bit of a problem. The Timbersaw also can be a bit of a nuisance. But if they play defensively, if they just tag, then Tinker is also a hero that can just leave lane against Viper, that can shove it into his face and make sure that he actually has a good time compared to some other heroes that do not do well in lane at all against the Viper. So it's all about the Viper at this point, and you want to pick a hero that is good against it. I can't really place my finger on a particular hero I like.
I mean,
the best
I think of the Lesh track, but like, it doesn't feel like a good Lesh game.
Okay, the Coddle is another way to do it, so...
Okay, guys, it's not so hard. Coddle Tiny, really strong. Reduce cooldown, more magic damage. The slow is also good.
But you're playing mid-Tiny into a
It is
Viper?
mid-Tiny. It is mid-Tiny. They're okay. I mean, they have made the decision as to where this Tiny is going. If they really want to swap things up...
Yo!
Yeah.
Yo, boy, Faceless Void.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, like this ties up their lineup together. And Reckonix, now they're really in a pickle because the Chronosphere, Vivek, you're mentioning the Coddle and, how this is a good pick. It comes together with the Tiny. Now, all of a sudden, there's a faceless void to worry about. Your backline's vulnerable. Jikroy can be caught inside that chrono and can be bought down with the help of a Viper Strike. You've got some good follow-up as well with the Dead Shot. You've got some damage pumping in with the Timbersaw. Lots of questions here for the side of Reckonix. It is going to be Dalul playing the position 4 keeper of the Light and Varish on the position 5 Ogre Magi. But that said, I actually feel like Reckonix do have a timing thing. As long as the mid lane is not a complete disaster, Jikroy on the win range, you can make some really solid moves that could cause some issues for Myth Avenue Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, Jikroy can make moves. The other thing is, if this Brewmaster and the Keeper of the Light like get off to a really good start, you'll just see Ghost trying to play catch-up. And Chronospheres are like black holes. They're just a lot easier to hit and don't get cancelled, but they're meant to have a lot of impact. They're big cooldown spells. So, yeah, if Ghost gets shouted out of his lane very early on, and if FBC can find that same kind of momentum on the Brewmaster like he did on the Axe in game number 1, then you could see Reckonix take the series and take the tournament. All of this best of 3 depends on one hero and one hero only, and that's Ghost on his Faceless Void.
Okay, gentlemen, I guess we're going to get into the game real soon. And Floki, you got your prediction right the last round. Why don't you start it off?
Man, I got to go with my boy Faceless Void, right? I want to see all 3 games. I'm going to go with Mag.
All right. How about you, Vivek?
I'm going to go with Mag. I don't know, the first game we disagreed, I don't even remember what our predictions were exactly.
Your prediction was MAG as well.
Okay.
Well, at least this time we're on the same boat, so we'll fall together if we fall. However, Reckonix, Vivek, they are just 1 game away from securing the title of the champions of the Asia Pacific Predator League. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading into the game. Circle out, I bid you goodbye. Thank you so much for having us on the desk here. And man, this is potentially the final game here of the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're in the arena, make some noise for Team Reckonix and Team MAG!
Really now, you should have seen that coming.
It is time for what could be the last time we see Myth Avenue Gaming on LAN in this edition of the Asia Pacific Predator League. My name is Vivek, with me is Floki. We're going to be taking you through this game as Myth Avenue Gaming are fighting for tournament life, and Reckonix, they're fighting for the title of champions. Level 1 smoke coming out from the side of Myth Avenue Gaming as they invade the enemy triangle. And, well, the neutral creeps are missing.
I mean, this is a good position that they find themselves in, but sadly, I don't think they're going to be getting much here. Dream actually breaks the smoke and manages to run away. He achieves his purpose on the Tiny. The rest of Reckonix, though, they are kind of all over the place. Jikroy is waiting around the top room while FBZ and Dalul are on mission up top. Well, we'll see who ends up getting first blood and multiple runes, but it does seem like it's just going to be 2 apiece. Both sides more than happy to just get their fair share and call it a day. Or are they?
I just really want to point out one thing about this game in terms of tempo. If Reckonix are the ones playing a slower game, it is just going to hurt them all that more, right? I mean, sure, the Wind Ranger can scale infinitely in a sense. Brewmaster can scale as well. But you are playing into the ultimate scaling carry of Dota 2, in my opinion, which is the Void. The only hero that goes up against this used to be the Spectre once upon a time. So if I were a Reckonix supporter, I'd really be praying that FEZ and the Lul get off to a great start in their lanes. They've done this in game number 1 versus Myth Avenue Gaming earlier in the day. Also, another similarity between the earlier series is that In Your Dream is getting the Viper experience.
Oh yeah, In Your Dream is gonna have some PTSD from that previous winner, from the previous winners bracket final game. I feel like this Viper has just been the bane of his existence in this tournament so far, which otherwise has been a very stellar tournament coming in from In Your Dream. Up top though, seems like the Brewmaster and the Kotl are off to an okayish start.
Radiant's courier
doing fine in this lane against the Faceless Void, and really good on the side of Myth Avenue Gaming to recognize that this is a pretty weak lane coming out from the side of Reckonix, so they can abuse this by picking up the Faceless Void, and he will more likely than not have a pretty easy time in the game.
Yep. This mid lane, for now though, In Your Dream is doing okay. I'm personally a bit surprised that he's doing better on the Tiny than he did on the Queen of Pain versus the Viper. But hey, if you're a Reckoning supporter, you're not complaining. Pre-grab, level 1, secure, CS, deny. He's making it look simpler than it sounds, but yeah, so far so good.
Yeah, Anya, he's got his work cut out for him this game. I mean, in the previous game, it was a complete whitewash coming out from him. But he's going to have some help from his allies as well. Notably, in this game, the Timbersaw is also going to share some of that burden of carrying the game, so shouldn't be too hard. But up top, Chucky, he is in some trouble. He is going to fall. It's going to be first blood here for Talul in the grand finals as once again Reckoning start off on a very strong foot, getting themselves that clockwork.
Yeah, we saw this in the very first series of the day. We saw Talul and FBC really dominate the offlane, and I feel like we're seeing this again. And now when you actually look at this lane, Clockwork, strong lane support, I'm not convinced of you.
Yeah, I mean, Clockwork is not really the type of support you want to be pairing up with a Faceless Void. You want someone who can harass, you want someone who can bear the brunt, and Clockwork is neither of those. He is more of a kind of hero who sets up kills for his ranged heroes in lane. Playing with a melee hero is always a bit weird. Down bottom though, this is the lane you're hoping that does well for the side of Mag, and hopefully that makes up for the difference in the Void lane. But the Timbersaw should be having an okay time, but the Ogre has hit level 2 and he now has 3 skill points because for some reason learning curve is a thing in this game.
Yep.
Gotta be thematically accurate.
Now is when this hero gets really broken, right? He will just eventually over time start to zone out the Timbersaw, and the thing is the Ogre with his level 10 talent, I mean he's just doing 200 extra damage for no reason, and he hits it faster than everybody else. That Ignite DPS talent is not a joke.
Yeah. And in the mid lane as well, Anya is finally starting to dominate the lane a bit more. 15 and 7 on the Viper compared to 13 and 4. In Your Dream's going to start to feel the heat here. I do believe we might see some stacks being made in due time by the Keeper of the Light so that this time he can come back. But look at the foresight coming in. Myth Avenue Gaming, they already blocked down the strong camp on the side of Reckonix. Really far-sighted stuff coming out from them.
Yeah, and he's ready for this, right? He's going to get the D ward as well. So both teams, they are bringing their A game here in the grand finale. And what I would really be hoping and praying for, if I was a Myth Avenue Gaming supporter, is that, you know, over time, this Void just gets space.
Yeah.
Like, if FBC just starts to steamroll over this game, kicks Void out of his lane too early, I don't know. It could be really rough for Myth Avenue Gaming. The good news is they have a Timbersaw this time around. So with the Timbersaw and the Viper, they can fight in the mid game a lot more better.
Yeah, and the Faceless Void is one of those heroes that you kind of just want to survive early on, get some XP, let your Chronosphere do the heavy lifting. Yeah. Sure, your lane might go bad, but that big bubble, the big cherry can make up for it, or the blueberry, as we like to say.
Yep, and he's got the Viper and the Timbersaw, right? They can both really take advantage of that Chronosphere and follow up with a lot of good damage.
Not only that, you can also drop the calling inside the Chronosphere, and it's going to get bigger every kill you get, so that just secures the team fight even further. So the better the Chronosphere, the better the calling, and the more likely it is that you're just going to outright win the team fight. So a lot riding, not only just on one man this game, but also on one ability. It's going to be the Chronosphere. Although down bottom, does seem like the Yoga. Yeah, he's found the Puerta. The Keeper of the Light is TP'd over. There's a tree flying with the Puertas. They've written on it. Ayat will be dropping. Barish is going to be able to find that kill. And slowly but surely, it seems like Reckonings, they are setting into a pretty quick pace here, trying to make sure that they let's see some early action and get In Your Dream involved so he can get out of this obnoxious and atrocious Viper lane.
Yep. I mean, if you toggle over to network, you'll see that he's taking quite a bit of a beating. Back down at the same lane though, Jikroy. Uh-oh, he's surrounded. Chucky, he's left his brother Ghost all by himself, swings over to the bottom lane and says, hey, I'm going to give Jikroy some of the treatment you received earlier on. Talul though is just building stacks up. Now, this is actually a crucial part of the game. Are Myth Avenue Gaming going to smell this, and are they going to come contested? Because they've certainly got heroes that can with the Timbersaw and the Viper.
I think the Viper is just going to move into the triangle at some point and see those stacks and clear those out. I mean, you can see In Your Dream, he's not having too good of a time. He's still level 5. He needs to have the level 6 before he can start making some moves, before he can start doing some work, before he can start clearing the street wave. And well, life's not getting any easier for him. They see the fact that he does not have a TP. He does not bother calling for one either. And In Your Dream, a very unfortunate error on his part to be so far out without the downpour scroll. So He's going to end up falling, and a significant chunk of this wave is going to die. Meanwhile,
the problem is that's a Viper with the Siege Creep, right? So the In Your Dream mid tower is actually going to take a lot of damage, and Balul recognizes this. He has to swing over mid. They don't want to pop the glyph for this just yet. Honestly, if you ask me, they should have. They should have popped the glyph as soon as they saw the Viper with the Siege Creep. But Reckonings are going to be a little bit more conservative. Hold on to it for another time in the game. And In Your Dream is going to come back and deal with the lane.
Yeah, the power runes are now going to be the big tipping point for the side of Reckonings. If they get their hands on something like a haste or an amp damage, that could be the ticket back into this game. So all eyes on the mid lane, on the river. And well, this is where Ghost could go unchecked. It's so good FBZ. He could absolutely steamroll this lane without any help whatsoever. So Ghost is really going to have to measure his choices and make sure that he's not caught a bit too far out.
Yeah, I mean, all said and done, Ghost is doing fairly well in the network department. He's going neck to neck to FB versus FBC. Oh, Chalky going on a bit of a fact-finding mission. Bumps into In Your Dream and Dalul. Up to no good in that triangle. The stack's been cleared though. And I think In Your Dream got most of it.
Yep, really good for In Your Dream. He needs to get those early stacks so he can get to a timely blink dagger and start to cause problems for mid-APAC gaming.
Top lane. Chronosphere committed. I feel like Anya's got enough to get the kill, but then again, it's really an Ogre. Do you feel good about this? FEC's got the primal split. He's going to disengage. He'll sacrifice the Void Panda. The Cyclone also did kind of slow down their efforts. But yeah, I think FEC is completely okay with this split committed for Chronosphere. They're keeping the cooldowns kind of in sync, so that's good for Reckonings. But In Your Dream, he swung by the top lane. He's had enough of Chucky. They did bully him a lot in game number 1, and they're looking to dish out some of that treatment in game number 2 as well. The cogs are there, but FEC...
Nice Iron Branch.
Yeah.
He's out of there, Chucky. Really good play by him. Brewmaster could not chase. FBZ gives it up, but again, he don't think he cares too much. Down bottom, though, Timbersaw in some trouble, trying to chain away. The Ignite in the Blood Rain, it's still taking him out. He needs some help. He's got the stake, and he's holding on to it for now. Still level 5 on the Timbersaw, about to hit level 6. Seems like this bottom lane, a lot of XP has been shared between both codes and both supports, so no one's really got their 6 just yet.
Yep.
The Wind Ranger now having the Javelin could level up the Focus Fire and could potentially find the Timbersaw. The Timbersaw is going to have to be very careful. And in fact, I mean, there's 0 points in the reactive armor here for Igor Demon. I'm a bit confused by his skill build.
It's a bit strange when you think about it, right? Versus the Tangled Facet, you maybe want points in the reactive armor. It's so
maybe you want more points, if anything.
Yeah, I'm not in agreement with the skill build. Let me just bring you back to where the skill build originates from. It kind of originates from how people used to lane Timber versus Anti-Mage, right? Because reactive armor didn't really do you any favors versus Anti-Mage. You just wanted to ensure you had a lot of burst damage. And off late, Timbersaw, I mean, more than tanking damage, he's been dishing out damage. And I kind of see the reason for Timber Chain and Whirling Death. And yeah, he's putting that to good use, finds the kill. It's only the Ogre. This time he's going to get tossed back, unfortunately, though. Are you really happy killing an Ogre and then losing your own life? I don't think so.
Yeah, I think that Ogre kill was absolutely not worth it. The Timbersaw dying there for a very measly position 5. And in turn, giving the kill over to Varish, who of all people is the last person you want to be giving kills to. If there's one way this Faceless Void Games gets wrecked is if he's going to get run down by the Wind Ranger inside his own jungle before he's ready to fight, before he's got his big items. In the meantime, in the mid lane, they do end up getting the tier 1 tower in mid, so finally Mag is going to have some breathing room across the map. Perhaps Ghost can farm up as well, but given the way this game is going, they need to make good use of the next Chronosphere for them to be comfortable.
Yeah, they've got certain tools that can take advantage of the Chronosphere, right? Anya's got his Boots of Travel, so he can connect with the Void. And Chucky, he's moving around with this Invis rune. FPZ, does he know?
Oh, wait, no,
I don't think he knows.
Chucky on this fact-finding mission. He's leeching EXP, making up for game 1 of the task.
Okay.
Drops the cogs. Can't do more than that, but he's got friends coming though. There come the Mueta and the Viper. They see the jungle empty, scarce of any real life, and they're going to retreat as they're a bit too late.
Yeah, and again, you're just hoping that this time around Chucky gets his level 6 in a timely fashion. As down bottom, the Timbersaw is dead once again. That's the power of the Javelin. And the Tangle Facet coming in from the Wind Ranger. 0 points in reactive armor again. Wake, I don't know how I feel about this, man. I feel like, if anything, this game actually warranted more points in reactive armor and a Blade Mail.
It definitely did, at least for the laning phase, right? I don't even want to call it a value point. You do need points versus the Wind Ranger that's gone for the Tangle Facet. If she had gone kill shot, I mean, I could make an argument, but I felt like this was the reactive armor lane. And the sad thing is, Mid Avenue Gaming, they're not playing around the Timbersaw in any manner. They're not helping him out. They're not trying to shut down this Wind Ranger. Ghost has died once, but Jikroy, he hasn't died a single time.
Yeah, and I feel like Jikroy might just end up being the bane of Mid Avenue Gaming in this one. He's off to such a good start, farming up a Storm. Maelstrom dump for him. 11, 12 minutes into the game. That is absolutely crazy timings. And Vivek, let's not forget, you talk about the synergy with the Gottle and the Tiny. The synergy with the Gottle and the Wind Range is even more insane. Double Shackle, double power shots, quicker wind run. Yes, sign me up.
Having said that though, it is a Void that you're playing against. One Chronosphere at Roshan. One Chronosphere at the right moment to completely turn the complexion of this game. And again, Mid Avenue Gaming, they relied on one black hole in the previous game. This time they're relying on Ghost. They're placing their bets in the safe lane. Elsewhere, Arne trying to make space as he drops the Viper strike, but it's Chucky who's leading the focus fire. And the Shackles is so good. The Tangle Facet setting up for more, but here comes Igor Demon, stops the Chakram and the Twisted Chakram, and that's enough to find the Ogre. Support for the support. I don't think Reckonix or Mid Avenue Gaming feel too strongly about that exchange.
Yeah, but this is a curious smoke coming out from the Keeper of the Light. In fact, it actually heals the Wind Ranger back up, and they're going to try and make a move up top where Ghost has been left alone. No one's really coming for him. Ghost leads him back up. He senses something, but it's a bit too late. The Avatos is there. The Shackle shot is as well. Can he get the time walk off? No such luck for him. Meteor Dream gets the kill with the tree throw. And that is going to be the demise of the Tier 1 tower as finally Reckonix, after scratching and clawing for 13 minutes, they have a 1K net worth lead. However, this is a sign of things to come that I'm very concerned for Mid Avenue Gaming.
It's still okay, right? You can still play around the Chronosphere. You got to remember though, Primal's Blade is on cooldown. This could be an opportunity for Mid Avenue Gaming to do stuff across the map. Chucky for now is just drawing attention in his direction. He wants it done with a hook shot, but the Centaur Conqueror is going to stand in the way between FBZ and Chucky, and Dalul is there with the Illuminate. The dead shot not really connecting. Ghost wants in on this. He'll drop the Chronosphere. Bit of revenge for what was a rough laning phase. He killed the Brewmaster, and that's feels like first time in a really long time that they get a co-kill on the side of Mid Avenue Gaming.
Yeah, that's actually kind of worth it here. Ghost gets some extra XP and levels. The Viper gets himself a kill. And once again, oh no, the Wind Ranger down bottom. Not like this, not like this. Igor Demon, he's died again. Oh, the tips are starting to come out now. In the previous series, it was them tipping Igor Demon, but Igor Demon had the last laugh. At this rate, though, it doesn't seem like that's going to be happening in this game, Vivek. Once again, you have to remember just one game separating the side of Reckonix from the trophy, from the shield.
Well, they're trying to get revenge for Igor Demon. They're going to set up onto Jikroy in the bottom lane. He'll drop the Shackle. He's got the wind run. He's got one of the cogs. The dead shot misses. This man with his footwork making a case for football in Indonesia. But eventually, the hook shot's there. He's been brought down. His dominating streak taken away as Chucky gets snipped this time by his allies. The toss is there from In Your Dream, but there's no real follow-up. FBZ can't quite connect. One core and one free. And the side of Mid Avenue Gaming will say thank you very much as they clean up on the Ogre. This is a great sequence of events for Mid Avenue Gaming, Floki.
Great response coming out from them. And Timbersaw finally being allowed to activate. His teammates actually rotate to help him out. And finally, he becomes relevant, gets a couple of kills. That was much needed after the start he had, and they're not done yet. They're looking for more. The Keeper of the Light, he's trying to tiptoe around the jungle, but looks like they're not going to be able to find him, so he can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Or have I spoken too soon? There it is. Igor Demon going in with the Chakram as Boo. Okay, and you dream he's actually going to come back, and there's the Avatars finding the kill on the Timbersaw. They have overstayed their welcome here on Mag, and they are going to be sent back to the fountain, courtesy of the Tiny. That was a very cool attempt from Chucky. Unfortunately, too little, too late. He gets sent back to the fountain all the same.
Boy, you got to feel good about that as the Keeper of the Light, right? Of course, Timbersaw goes on you.
Oh no, the
aren't done
line.
yet. The Wind Ranger, she's found the Mueta, bought her down at the Wisdom Shrine, doesn't quite manage to steal the Wisdom Shrine, but still gets a kill. Coming back to that Keeper of the Light play, I mean, you force the Timbersaw to dive you, and you turn it around. Heck, you don't even die. That's one of the best feelings in the world as a Keeper of the Light or as a Crystal Maiden. And FBZ, in the meanwhile, has been farming away in this top lane. And it feels like the Chronosphere is the only answer to the Brewmaster as of now.
Yeah, interesting choice and itemization coming up by Brewmaster, actually queuing up the Aghanim Scepter. What it does is that it just gives you one extra level of the Primal Split. And on top of that, it makes it so that you can cancel the Primal Split early, so you can actually survive if your Panda start to die. As in the mid lane, we see a hook shot.
They've got it once again on the keeper of the line. This time, I think they'll find him. Friends and family aren't coming to bail him out. Hold on, FPC is here. They'll turn this around. The avalanche is there. They'll turn towards Shucky. The toss is decent. Vanish, toss forward for the toss. The Chronosphere is here. Onto Jigro, the illuminated heal. Pretty damn decent. It's not just a heal, it's a kill onto the Muerta. Anya trying his best with the Viper Strike onto In Your Dream, but Ghost has been brought down. In Your Dream, he's done God's work, and then he dies. His killing spree is taken away, but so what? They find Ghost and Jigro with the Shackle, brings down the Viper. He'll take revenge for his mid laner, and FBC Floki, he's still having fun. He's running down this Timbersaw. Boy, this Timbersaw has died time and time again. First the Wind Ranger, now FBC. Heck, even Gandalf is having fun with the Timbersaw. He's been forced to Timber Chain away. It couldn't be a rougher game for Team Mag.
Timbersaw does die.
Elsewhere,
Oh, that was
he's
the
cleaned up
Ignite.
on the Timbersaw.
It was the Ignite that got him. Oh my goodness, that's something you underestimated. You spoke about that, Vivek, but the level 10 talent, he did get the plus 12 Ignite DPS, and the Timbersaw pays a very heavy price here. That's actually full 5-man team buy for the side of Team Myth Avenue Gaming. Well, there you go, that's the replay. Ghost actually messing up a little bit. I mean, I don't even want to say mess up. He was there for that team fight, but it doesn't seem like any of his teammates were ready. The Chronosphere was perfect, but where was the damage? It was nowhere to be found. Myth Avenue Gaming doesn't seem like they're all on the same page with each other. So this game, I mean, it's starting to feel like it's tipping in the favor of Team Reckonix, and it's going to continue to do so until the side of Myth Avenue Gaming get a good Chronosphere where every member is present and they're pumping in the damage. However, it might be too late for that point to make. It's 18.5 minutes into the game. Roshan is up for the taking. You've got Focus Fire on the Wind Ranger with the Mjolnir, with the Bloodlust. So you can get yourself Roshan and you can get yourself the Tormentor soon after.
Yeah, for now, it seems as if Barrett is more than happy to just take away the map. He's building towards a 4-star that's going to be really good versus the Clockwork and his God. Elsewhere, I mean, Myth Avenue Gaming, we've seen this movie many a time before. This time though, Chucky's there to stop it. The hook shot's there. Anya's quick to respond with the Boots of Travel and the Axe Scepter, and they shut down Jigroy for his indiscretions, chasing the Timbersaw at his tier 2 tower. For once, he got Demon. Doesn't die.
Wind Ranger, so a bit of a small goof up there. He actually thought he walked into Watcher Vision, but at night time, Watcher Vision is lower. He ended up backing off. If he was just 2 seconds earlier, that might have been a very dead Timbersaw. But because they saw him, because they figured that the scan connected, the Wind Ranger was in trouble. And these are the small things that start to add up. Up top though, Ghost has to be careful. Spirit Vessel out upon him along with the Cinder Bruise, excuse me. And he's not going to be able to heal back up with the Time Walk. He's forced to Chronosphere. But the Viper, he's got it! The Chronosphere, where's the damage going to come from? They drop the Viper Strike, but the Primal Split's going to come through. The Viper's now in trouble. The Faceless Void is found as well. The Tossback is there. The Tiny succeeds. He finds the Faceless Void as the Viper now being hurled into the air. The Brewmaster controls up the Vipers. The rest of the members come in from the side of Reckonings. The Cottle is here. So is the Ogre Magi. And once again, it's round 2 for the Viper up in the air. Finally, the Timbersaw, he comes in. He's putting an end to the Brewmaster's nonsense. Looking towards the Tiny as well, but look who's
Wind
showing
Ranger
up.
Floki, he's doing so much damage. Igor Demon, a nightmare that doesn't stop as Jigroy finds himself a double kill. They'll clean up on the Muerta as well, who ended up dying to a neutral creep. But I just want to paint a picture of what happened. They went on the Brewmaster with the Chronosphere. The nosedive, unfortunately, got the Viper stuck in the Chronosphere. They didn't have enough burst damage. FBC could get the split off. I feel like the Timbersaw connected a little bit late, and then FBC with the split. And In Your Dream, with the catch there onto the Faceless Void, really helped the side of Reckonix turn this fight around. I mean, you did see FBC fall eventually, but by then it's like Primal Split had nearly worn off. Look at this, they go on the Ogre. I mean, it was a bit of a defensive hook shot in a sense for Chucky to run away. They don't get the Ogre kill, and Jigroy comes in the end and cleans up.
I mean, Reckonix, you have to tip your hat to them, Vivek. Despite having played 6 games of Dota back-to-back today, they are still in peak form. Fatigue was the name of the game, but these guys, they don't seem to care at all. They love this game, and now they're going to get themselves a Tormentor. The shot up for the taking. Which support's going to get it? It's good on both of these heroes this game. You get the Fire Shield or the heal on the Gottle. Sure, you would love for the Gottle to get it, but it actually goes the way of Barish. So the Fire Shield can be very, very helpful in keeping your allies alive inside that Chronosphere. And now they're going to try and gate towards the bottom lane, try and take another fight, try and keep Ghost humble because he was farming under an Observer Ward. He did get spotted, and that's exactly where Reckonix are moving.
Ghost is showing on lane. If they can find the jump, it feels like it's going to be Jikroy with the shackle shot. The hook shot there. Does it really save the Void? Yes, it does. Chucky throws his body forward, but you got to remember the Spirit Vessels up on the Void, and the Void could end up falling. Yes, both brothers end up perishing. One trying to save the other. Both of them dead. Now the mid laner being run at as FBZ commits the Primal Slate. He'll surround the Viper, laugh at his poison, and eventually bring him down. What
Wait a second.
will the side of Myth Avenue Gaming end up finding in this fight? Here comes the Timbersaw.
Oh my
the
god.
control is there, Floki.
Oh my god, he cancelled the chain. He saved the toss for the exact moment. He got Demon getting absolutely outplayed by India Dream. And my goodness, do Reckonix make it look easy? It was close to the chest, but not when India Dream is in town. And Chucky, he's come back. The Muerta was controlled up. Unfortunately, it didn't really matter. They couldn't find that kill, but they did end up getting the Timbersaw. And once again, Team Reckonix. And from this point on, I feel like if they are to lose this game, it's going to be entirely on them and no one else.
Yeah, I feel that Reckonix, they've set them up for a really good commanding position in this mid game and mid to late game. The problem is, there's one certain purple hero that's really good in the Rosh Pit, and that's the Fiercest Void.
Yeah, he's getting closer towards his Mjolnir, and he just needs one good Chronosphere to turn this game around. That's the only saving grace Myth Avenue Gaming have. They cash in all their chips into the
shot, they
Faceless
found the
Void.
Wind Ranger. Can they burst down Jikroy? He doesn't have the
Jikroy?
BKB. He's got a Mother Style, but he's going to die. There were no heals coming through. His killing spree taken away. And Reckonix, I mean, they seem to be in a comfortable position, but then Jikroy goes to the enemy jungle just to check in on the neutral creeps, and he ends up dying. The Timbersaw is chasing for more. I've seen this before. He went on the Keeper of the Light, and Inyu Dream punished him. This time, well, Varish can't quite replicate what Inyu Dream did, and the Viper says, oh, it's an ogre. It's a free kill. Thank you very much. Drops the Viper Strike, gets the kill, and just like that, Myth Avenue Gaming might be converting that into an objective in the top lane.
These are the sorts of deaths you have to be avoiding. Jikroy, they're getting a bit too eager. What was the reason venturing inside that jungle all by himself? Now you've lost a tier 1 tower, you've lost your Wind Ranger, a significant portion of your lead has been cut down. You went down from 11k net worth to 8k now, and then the Yoga ends up dying too in the end, so not at all worth it here for the side of
He's doing this all by himself. The Chronosphere is there. Has Ghost got enough damage? Maybe with Anya outside the Chrono, can they kill all the Brewlings?
He can still cancel the ult.
Running for dear life in your dream. Had an illusion rule, so that's going to help him a little bit. But the Yule Scepter is there. They will control the Tiny, and they will eventually bring him down. What are Reckonix doing, Floki? I'm not quite sure why FBZ and Tiny are forcing these kind of plays. Mid lane, Jikra looking for a shackle, won't find it.
Yeah, I mean, this is starting to become a bit of a problem here for the side of Reckonix. They just need to play it a bit disciplined until all their heroes are back up, and that's when they can look to take a fight. No more Blueberry on the Void, so you can try and make some plays across the map. The Wind Ranger in the meantime is looking for a Hurricane fight. She's already got the Manta Style, so the time dilation is no longer going to be a problem. However, that's not enough. Like you mentioned, they cannot afford to give away so many kills over to the side of Mag. That said though, does seem like the Brewmaster has queued up a Radiance and he is closing in on it, so maybe once he has that, fight start to look different. However, before the side of Myth Avenue Gaming can get into this Rosh Pit, I feel like the Aegis just might end up dropping.
I mean, Chucky's making progress towards the Rosh Pit. Anya smoked up as well. Reckonix, they've got to be careful. Somebody's got to tank a hook shot, tank the damage. It's in your dream. It actually should be FTC throwing his body forward. Avalanche onto the Viper. Hook shot not there. Just for Chucky. finds an opening. He's gone onto the Wind Ranger. They might just be able to snatch the Aegis. The hook shot was perfect. Anya finds the kill. Roshan still alive. Timber gets the Aegis. It's a perfect Aegis steal coming out from Mid Avenue Gaming as they find the kill and the Aegis. The good news though for Reckonix is that the rest of the heroes have disengaged. He got Humid. He's looking. He's hunting. He's found the Keeper of the Light. It's only a Keeper of the Light, but you take what you get. He's still going to be a bit of a problem. Does Indian Dream want to go back in? No.
My goodness, what an amazing hook shot coming up from Chucky. He found the perfect angle, like threading a needle. This man just somehow redeems himself for all of those previous games with that singular play, securing the kill onto the Wind Ranger, who doesn't have a BKB. And sadly, I do understand his reasoning. I mean, you don't want to be picking up that item against the Faceless Void. It's not going to be useful. It's not good against the Clockwork. It's not good against the Viper. But when you die like this, you can't help but feel that, man, maybe if I had the BKB there, that would have been a different fight.
He most certainly needs a BKB. It goes without saying that that item will completely turn the complexion of these fights for the side of Reckonix. And you know, what was once 11,000 net worth advantage came down to an 8,000 net worth advantage, and now it's just sitting at 3K. The game is dead even, and hey, guess who scales better? It's Fiercest Void.
Yeah, Igor Demon, I have to say, you know, this man, he had a bit of a rough start. He died a couple of times to Jikroy solo, but he's managed to come back. And now with that Aegis, there's no better time to apply some pressure. Chronosphere up on the Faceless Void. Once again, he's about 300-ish gold away from his BKB. So once he has that, expect the side of Mag to make some moves. And this is where Reckonix are going to be tested. They've got a net worth advantage. They seem to be doing well. And FBZ is about to finish up the Radiance. If they can get to this item, they could potentially draw the fight long enough for this Brewmaster to be able to clean things up. However, until that point, until the Radiance is completed, this is still very much Mag's game. And Mag, well, they've got the money for the BKB now. The Faceless Void is going to fly down on the courier in a bit. And it seems like FBZ will be able to finish his Radiance before that, as the Wisdom Shrines again going to be one apiece. Mag not want to take any unnecessary risks at this point here, Vivek.
They don't need to. The pressure is on Reckonix. I mean, you have this Aegis. I think you just want to use it to farm on the Timbers and the Void. There's no pressure to do anything on the map. You know you scale better. I mean, sure, this Radiance is going to be a nuisance for the Void. But I think there's no pressure on Mid Avenue Gaming to make unnecessary moves across the map with this first Aegis.
Yeah, they can just sit back and they can farm with it. It's the quote-unquote farming Aegis, which just makes it so that you can take control of the entire map. You can get a huge net worth lead. Although, so far, it still seems like Reckonix are holding on to a 3K net worth lead. And in the mid lane, they do find the Muerta. Do they have a cancel for the TP? Yes, they do. It is a very, very dead Muerta. Well, he's going to get sent to the Reaper. Ayad beats his Maker. As once again, In Your Dream setting things up in the mid lane, looking for his own BKB this game. Looks like he heard you, Awake. Yeah, the time dilation and the Viper is just too big of a nuisance this game to not want picking up that item.
Yeah, I mean, the BKB definitely helps. I think Dispels really help for the side of Reckonix, right? You can see the Ogre, he's also building towards his Glimmer Cape. The Manta style, I mean, it's a bit of a damage item, a bit of a dispel item for the Wind Ranger. Reckonix, though, they've got to calm their nerves. We heard in the post-game interview when Mamba was interviewing FBZ that, hey, in that first series, our communication was getting messy. We're getting a bit too emotional. And there's a famous Filipino quote, control your emotions. And that's what we want to see from them.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be such a shame for Mag to go out on you know, 2-0, especially against a team like Reckonix, who have done really well so far. But, you know, of course, a player of such pedigree, I'm sure he's got high expectations of himself and from this event, and he does not want to lose. So far, though, Reckonix, they've still been keeping a small but significant little lead. The Timbersaw's Ace is about to run out in 40 seconds, but the Wind Ranger has found the target. The Clockwork is dead. Chucky, this time around, stepping a bit too far forward.
Radiant
and this might actually turn out to be really a good thing for Reckonix, because the rest of them are smoked up. You might think that they are a bit slow with their smoke, but no, you walk up this triangle, you are going to be a dead man if you're the Muerta. Ayad has to be careful.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good smoke coming up from Reckonix, but they've got to be careful that if they run into Mag's tier 2 towers, there could be a buyback and they could be punished. So they're not really forcing the issue. Sure, they got the kill on the clockwork, but they do not want to overcommit with this smoke. It's okay if they don't find anything at the triangle. They can just slow down, wait for another hero to show themselves on the map. I mean, and effectively over time, just take away the efficiency of this Aegis. They haven't lost the map, mind you. Like, this Aegis on Myth Avenue Gaming, sure, you want to farm, but you're also somewhat hoping that you take away the map from Reckoning. That's just an extra bonus, but Myth Avenue Gaming, they haven't managed to quite do that. Chucky and Ghost now, both brothers, they can smoke up, connect with the Muerta and try and look for a pick-off. Jikroy shows in the top lane. Well, Jikroy is getting in the top lane, and that's the Timber Saw dead. His BKB, well, Jikroy laughs at it and gets that kill. That's two very important kills for the side of Reckoning. Now, the Brewmaster still has his primal split.
Yeah, Myth Avenue Gaming, they actually might catch the side of Regnix by surprise. Here goes, he's going to go in with the dive walk. BKB's there, but the primal split comes out. And that's going to be an instant TP out from the Faceless Void. This fight has gone south. They're going to cut their loss a shot. And they're going to leave the Viper for dead. Anya crucified for somebody else's sins. As the Faceless Void, he gets away scot-free, but he leaves behind a trail of goo and gunk. That is going to be the Viper. The Tormentor also now going to go the way of Reckonix as they are slowly getting their advantage back.
Great stuff coming out from Reckonix. I mean, this is a problem for Ghost, right? This is a decision he will have to make time and time again, which is, hey, when do I chrono FPC? It always feels bad. It's one of the worst things you have to do in a game of Dota as a Faceless Void. It's equivalent to chronospearing a Wraith King, right? Like, it rarely feels good. You want to chrono FPC before he gets a split off, because those Brewlings, they actually, I mean, I think they are level 3 Brewlings, so each Brewling is 1,500 HP, plus the Radiance. It's not easy, Blue.
It certainly isn't. I mean, especially without the MKB, this Faceless Void is really going to be struggling. But with that said, he's about to close the gap. He's about to, he's nearly got the MKB. In another 900 gold, he will have it. So Ghost will be a single one-man blueberry pumping machine. He's going to be killing heroes inside, left, right, and center. And you're going to have to be very, very careful with the positioning as the Wind Ranger. However, speaking of the Wind Ranger herself, look what she's got. Crystal is done along with the Daedalus recipe. She's about 700 gold away from the Daedalus. And once she has that, these fights are going to be looking much more different. Heroes are going to die a lot quicker, allow the Wind Ranger to reposition and not be caught out by the Chrono.
5-man smoke coming up from Reckonix. They are the ones playing to win. They are not going to take a backseat despite losing the Aegis. They know a pick-off now will just set them up for the next Roshan that much easier. Anya on the low ground, but in your dream, he chooses another target. It's the Muerta. They'll delete the Muerta first. Dead for 48 seconds without buyback. Anya has to fall back. Ghost dives back towards this tier 3 as that phylactery slow is a bit of an issue. Ghost hasn't yet got his MKBs. Very, very close to it. And I feel that Myth Avenue Gaming, they do not want to fight until that MKB.
Oh my god, Reckonix, if they walk into the Rosh pit right now, they're going to be very pleasantly surprised. They got extremely lucky with a super fast Rosh, but doesn't seem like they've scouted this out just yet. Instead, they're going to look to make a move towards the top lane.
Yeah, they're actually swinging top. If they bump into the Viper or the Timbersaw, they do see the Timbersaw. Mind you, there is an Observer. In your dream doesn't quite get the catch, but the Timber Chain. Oh, he got even, he whiffed, and the Yule Scepter is there from In Your Dream. The follow-up is coming through. Do remember, though, this is close to Myth Avenue Gaming's high ground. Ghost is waiting and ready, and the discipline is stellar coming out from FPC. The hook shot is pretty good, but Jikroy doesn't mind. He'll just turn around and eventually win run out of the cogs. Both teams, I mean, playing this game of cat and mouse. Eventually the Chronosphere is there. It's FPC with his BKB stunned up with the Chrono. He's eventually going to fall. That's just the Brewmaster dead. Chronosphere on cooldown. I don't think Mag can fight for more. He'll turn towards the Ogre. His shot is not really keeping him alive. Vanish will fall. I think Jikroy and In Your Dream are more than happy to cut their losses and get out of there. But they want to go back. They want to go on the Timber. The Will of the Wisp makes a surprise guest appearance. And the Keeper of the Light catches Igor Demon off guard. A back and forth, a messy back and forth. But Mag, they're going to be okay with that. The problem is Chronosphere is on cooldown and Roshan is up.
Yeah, Jikroy, he can just go back in again, but none of Chucky fights him first. None of the Faces Void gets on top first. They've got the MKB, the Wind Run. Now Sidley's one as the Tiny desperately trying to save his Wind Ranger will not succeed. Toss back on the Faceless Void as he comes back forward like Shah Rukh Khan. This is deadly at its finest, folks. And once again, Reckonings, they've lost 4. Roshan is at the ready. Mag, they could not have asked for a better fight.
Jikroy didn't need to hang around. Roshan will roll now because the side of Mid Avenue Gaming did get the Roshan and the Aegis the last time around, but I don't feel Reckonings can contest this. No matter how much sound Roshan makes, they are in no position to fight this with the Tiny and the Wind Ranger dead. Indian Dream also doesn't feel like buying back. Mid Avenue Gaming, they're back in this game, and just like that, Floki.
My goodness, I mean, what a play coming out by Kos. He's not at all afraid. He recognizes that, okay, there's no focus fire, there's no threat to my life. I can just go in and Chucky, time and time again, we count this man out. We think that he is a bit too big for his britches, but every single time, he proves that he is not. He lands the perfect hook shot, he sets up the kills, and he keeps Mag in the game. Once again, 4K net worth lead here for the side of Reckonings as they've got themselves the Aegis, they've got themselves the MKB on the Void. It might be a small lead in favor of Reckonings, but it really feels like Mag are controlling the game now.
They are. They most certainly are in the driver's seat, but it's not going to be so straightforward for them to just get objectives. They need to win a fight, and they're not going to force a fight until the Chronosphere is available. It is now, though. Ghost and Chucky, I think they're waiting for one more item before they try and group up, try and take the map away from Reckonings, and take control of this game number 2.
Again, you have to be a bit prudent if you're Reckonings. You can't just go around willy-nilly. This Faceless Void has become a big, scary purple alien. He doesn't like the faces on Reckonings. He wants to bash them in.
Yeah.
Once again, mid lane, the Brewmaster doing his absolute best at this point, but this is where his pandas become rather squishy, especially with the MKB. The Radiance is not going to be doing all that much. And in fact, I don't think the Radiance does anything at all because the burn chance no longer applies a miss. It's really just going to be the Storm Ruling who's going to be vulnerable to the MKB.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Well,
I mean, Ghost does have his MKB, and that's really, really good versus both FBC as well as the Wind Ranger. And there's one thing that's good versus the MKB, and that's the Ghost Scepter. If someone can start building Earth Blades and Ghost Scepters, and by someone I mean Tiny.
Yeah. I mean, it's a bit of a tall ask, especially given the changes to Ethelate. It's a lot more expensive now.
Yep.
With the components now being pushed up.
Oh, Ghost is going to go in. He's got the shot, so he gets a little bit of information. They're going to poke away at FBC, try and force the Primal Split without having to commit the Chronosphere, but it's not that easy. I mean, the dead shots are coming through continuously from the Muerta, but Reckonings, it feels like they want to defend this tier 2 tower. They want to see if Mid Avenue Gaming can really win a head-on 5v5 fight. Fighters like men is what they say. Your team will go in. He'll toss up Ghost. The Shackle is there along with the Will of the Wisp. They're taking the Void down the once. You got to remember the Chronosphere is still online. That's only the Aegis. FEZ runs in with his Brewlings. What does the Storm Brewling manage to do? Well, not quite sure. Ghost slowed to a crawl. The pipe being committed by the side of Mid Avenue Gaming as this uncomfortable realization starts to set in that they cannot take a head-on fight onto Reckonings. They have to find some sort of an opening, some sort of a cheeky inroads into the fight.
They're going to be relying a lot on smokes this game. I mean, if you had a bounty hunter, the Shadow Walk with the shot would have been very, very helpful. But I think right about now, Ghost is also starting to wonder if he needs to itemize a bit differently. Perhaps it's time to get rid of the Mars Commanders. Perhaps it's time to pick up a Shadow Blade, go all in on the initiation. Maybe even think about a refresher orb.
Yep.
Well, he's about to get level 25 with the plus 200 Chronosphere AoE, so that should make things a lot easier for the Faceless Void. I do imagine that's the talent he goes for, although the backtrack chance is also certainly really, really good. Something that cannot be dealt with by the Wind Ranger with any item whatsoever, except maybe the Silver Edge, which disables it entirely for 6 seconds.
He's also feeling like the main issue when it comes to his life and his survivability is his Wind Ranger, so he's building a Lincoln Sphere. I mean, the problem is a lot of things that kind of pop that Lincoln Sphere, the Ogre, the Brewmaster Brewlings, the Tiny even with the Yule Scepter.
They've got answers.
Are you convinced of this?
Not entirely, but I think his rationale is plain and simple. If he can even block the Shackle Shot or, better yet, the Focus Fire, the fight is his.
Top lane, Jikroy. He's been caught unaware. He'll turn for one kill. Is this really worth it though? Will Ghost allow him to get away? He's looking to TP, bash, bash, bash. It is found on the third ace. The Wind Ranger not going anywhere. As Myth Avenue Gaming, they're completely okay with that. They'll give up a Clockwork and take a Wind Ranger.
I don't know what Jikroy was up to up there. He should have figured that maybe the Clockwork's going to have allies. It was very ambitious coming in from him. And Ghost, good awareness on him too. He actually came through the Twin Gate. Not really something that was expected from Jikroy. Jikroy was like, okay, well, I'm going to get that kill. I'm going to get out. I'm level 25 on the Wind Ranger. I've got my Focus Fire kills, advanced cooldowns talent, so I'm going to have double Wind Run. But alas, didn't really account for the Void coming in from the Twin Gate, and can't really blame him for that either.
Yeah, and Ghost knows now that the Wind Ranger's dead. He's still got the Chronos here. So Myth Avenue Gaming, they can look to make plays. They've got great vision on the map. They have an observer deep in the enemy safe lane jungle. Also, where Jikroy died up top, he had vision of Chucky, but he didn't know that he was standing on the Myth Avenue Gaming and their vision. And he got kind of caught off guard. Yep, you can see 2 wards up top. There is a Dire Ward and there was a Radiant Ward. The Radiant Ward has timed out now. But yeah, Myth Avenue Gaming, their vision is allowing them to find avenues to come back. And I mean, they've equalized this game now. The real question is, Floki, is this a 3rd Roshan kind of game? Is this a 4th Roshan kind of game? More than Roshans, I feel like it's the team that makes the first big mistake now really will start to struggle, because as we come closer and closer to the 50-minute mark, your mistakes are just going to be punished so heavily.
I feel like this game is going to come down to who's got more Disable. I feel like Reckonix, it's in their best interest to start building towards a Scythe of Vice. That's the only way you're going to be able to control up the Void. Yes, he's got a BKB, but once that BKB is down, that's the only thing that's going to close the gap and make life very hard. The Brewmaster, he's got himself a Hex sitting in his backpack, but he's not going to be able to use it just yet in the mid lane, though the Clockwork has been caught out, and he's been taken down courtesy of Vineyard Dream. Despite the situation, he's not deterred.
The FPC is one step ahead of all of us. He's already got the Hex complete, and they want to use this Hex to catch Myth Avenue Gaming by surprise. They're on the hunt. No one from the side of Myth Avenue Gaming showing on any of these stars. They'll pop the Glyph. It seems as if Mang do not want to take this fight.
Jikroy's got a Satanic as well, so he's got a lot of Dispels to work with, Vivek. This is not going to be an easy kill on the Wind Ranger. And at the same time, you have to keep in mind, you could still be hurled up in the air if you do not press your BKB on the Faceless Void. Although Jikroy, I'm sure he doesn't feel comfortable going up high ground just yet.
Oh yeah, it's not easy for any one of these teams to just blindly go up high ground. But now though, it looked as if Dalul and Varish, they were trying to find the Timbersaw, catch him off guard. But yeah.
As a kind observer has pointed out, the Coddle also has a Wind Waker, so that's going to be another angle to worry about if you're the Faceless Void. At this point, you might start thinking about nullifiers, you might start thinking about ways of getting rid of that Yule Scepter. But Vivek, one very important change in the previous patch was that you can no longer dispel targets that are already in the air. That nullifier is going to have to be preemptive.
Absolutely. I mean, as soon as you Chronosphere, before the Wind Waker comes into play, you got to commit and use the Nullifier. That is one important interaction with the Nullifier. But Ghost has got a different approach to this. He feels like if he goes for a Refresher off, it's going to help him. And this is where I question, was that Lincoln Sphere really needed? Because I don't know, I feel like he could have had Nullifier one slot earlier. He could have had an answer to this problem one slot earlier.
He could have, but I think I get his approach. He eventually wants to build a Refresher Orb, and you're not going to have the mana for the double Blueberry unless you pick up an item that gives you stats. So it was the Lincoln's the best choice. Could he have maybe gone for a Skadi? All that's up for debate, but the ultimate point is he needs a Refresher Orb, and for that he needs mana, which is why he went for the Lincoln Sphere. Now, the question is he even going to be able to complete this Refresher Orb in due time? And is he going to be able to get those double Blueberries off without being getting caught off guard by the Brewmaster Scythe of Life, which I think it still hasn't been revealed yet, given the way FBZ has been playing. He's been just trying not to show himself anywhere on the map.
I think that's completely okay for Reckonix. I mean, there's nothing to be gained at this stage of the game by showing FBZ, and there's nothing to be gained by showing this Refresher Orb. The Hex or the Refresher Orb. What catches who by surprise? We'll find out soon enough.
Yeah, well, speaking of hexes, there's one on the Timbersaw as well, so even the Wind Ranger has to worry about this now. To get hexed up, you've got some pretty strong Disable to follow up. The Chronosphere, the Void just bashing your face in. the clockwork as well with the hook shot and the cogs. Going to be posing some very difficult questions for Jikroy. However, smokes out from them. Jikroy is going to be the bait here. The Timbersaw thinking about this.
They should know he's got teammates behind him. They're going to try and pop his Lincoln. They did pop it, but that's about it. Jikroy's got the Ogre Shield. He's got also the Keeper of the Light sitting behind him with the Holy Lock-in.
And the Wind Waker.
And the Wind Waker.
Yeah.
So both teams have got tricks up their sleeves. For now, though, it seems it's a Myth Avenue Gaming. They're going to smoke across the river. They'll bump into FEZ. FEZ, well, he's going to keep Chucky distracted. Meanwhile, the Timbersaw wants to go straight on off the Wind Ranger. The Willow with the Wisp is there, and Jikroy, he's going to turn with the Focus Fire. The Timbersaw hypnotized. The Chronosphere coming through from Ghost, but there's the Wind Waker. Ghost has got another Chrono. He committed just for the Wind Ranger. Dead for 100 seconds. Jikroy can only watch as Vanish gets bashed in the head and brought down. Ghost has done enough, but can the Tiny or the Brewmaster find any sort of a response? No, they can't. In your dream, cut in the cogs, doesn't do much without the Wind Ranger around. Ego Demon finds himself a double kill, and FEZ, he committed the Primal Split and couldn't do much, Floki.
I mean, you just can't find the right target at this point. The Brewmaster is no longer about the damage, it's about the control you offer. And given the way Mag was split up in that fight, it was very difficult for FBZ to get much done. And this is why I feel like, you know, whenever you pick up this Faceless Ward, you have to have a plan if you're going to go the late game as, you know, Reckonix or as any other team. Yes, you've got a Wind Waker, but it's not enough. What are you going to do against a double Blueberry? Do you have double Hexes? Do you have multiple Silences? Do you have ways of dealing with the Chronosphere that aren't related to the Wind Waker or the Hex? I mean, this Keeper of the Light could do a lot of work, but the double BKBs honestly prevent his Will-O-Wisp from being useful. So it feels like that lack of answers in the late game is really starting to cause the side of Reckonix this game here, as it's a 7k lead, another Aegis, another cheese, and this time a banner and a refresher shot as well.
I'm not quite sure who has the refresher shot. It doesn't... Okay, it's on the Viper.
Yeah.
So Ghost still has a reasonable cooldown before he can use the Chronosphere again. Jikroy is respawning. This sounds a bit counterintuitive, but you want to fight now when Chronosphere is on cooldown actually, if you're Reckoning.
Yeah, I mean, that is correct, but again, fighting into a cheese is going to be difficult. Although, you say fortune favors the bold, but unfortunately it just does not seem like they've got the space to move out of their base on the side of Reckonix. They are terrified. Well, I might have spoken too soon, because look at Jikroy. He is on a mission out there, looking for a pick. Oh, did he spot the Viper? Don't think he did.
Yeah. I mean, he knows that there's someone in the vicinity, but Myth Avenue Gaming, they're playing with so much discipline. They're not going to overcommit on the Wind Ranger. They're going to wait. They're going to be patient. Chronosphere is coming off cooldown in a couple of seconds. They can go again. Now, the problem is it's not so easy for Myth Avenue Gaming to go high ground.
Yeah.
That's one of the very yucky parts about their draft.
I think they're going to need openings like you mentioned earlier, and those openings are not going to be found until you've got the double Blueberry. So you can see Kostas is farming away. He's like, okay, you know what? I know what this game is going to come down to. I want some type of advantage if this Aegis times out. He's just going to keep farming. He's going to pick up the Skadi. It's going to be really, really good against the Brewmaster, against the Wind Ranger, slowing her down, making sure that she cannot go anywhere once she gets caught. And also really good against... well, basically all the other heroes. I feel like this Eye of Skadi is just, he's getting it for the HP at this point, so he doesn't die in a single shackle shot.
Interesting idea coming out of Myth Avenue Gaming. They're just going to force the high ground here. Ghost is going to time walk forward. The Hex is there on the FPC. I think FPC is okay. No one's really threatening his life as Ghost, as well as the Timbersaw, they're more focused on that tier 3 tower. Reckonix, they don't want to overcommit, they don't want to walk into a Chronosphere, they don't want to make it too easy for Ghost. They want to burst him, take away the Aegis without committing too much. But FPZ, man, these dead shots, they're a complete nuisance.
Yeah, he's been taken down to, you know, 2/3 of his HP, all thanks to those headshots flying out. The time dilation in as well from the Void, keeping the Brewmaster humble, keeping him in check, and the banner keeping the creeps alive. Unless they kill this banner, they're not going to be able to stop this push. And well, Ego Demon, he's seen his shots to go in. The Hex is out, the Primal Split's still there, holding on to it for now. FBZ, calm as a cucumber, nerves of steel. But that is not going to prevent your action falling here as Mag get themselves the first set of frags in this game. And man, they still have the Aegis, they still have the Refresher Orb, they still have the Cheese, and they still have the Chronosphere.
They have both the Chronospheres. The Refresher Orb has ensured that now Ghost has both his Chronospheres available. This fight is going to be so difficult for the side of Reckoning. They're going to try and take it on the cliff. But hey, even RTZ on that cliff would be a hard kill. Ghost, the Lincoln Sphere saves him from the shackle, but the focus fire is there. That is just the Aegis, but a Ghost Scepter. Oh no, the Earthblade coming up from the Viper keeps Ghost alive, but there's an Earthblade from the Keeper of the Light, keeping Ghost disarmed. His Lincoln Sphere buys him time. His spot is there from the Ogre. Second Chronosphere. He wants Shikroy. What are In Your Dream and the others going to do about this? The Wind Waker allows Shikroy to pop his BKB, drop the Gale Force and run. It's the Blue Lynx and the Wind Ranger on the retreat as In Your Dream buys back on the Tiny. Who can he find? The Ogre rooted. Well, then sacrifice Varish.
No focus
but what
fire.
else? The focus fire is not available, like you said. In Your Dream is going to go back in. That Avalanche does a grand total of 0 damage as In Your Dream has to fuel himself up in the air and try and stay alive. You got to remember, he's used his buyback. Shikroy, well, he's throwing out power shots by Ghost. He's found FPC in his gogs. In Chucky's gogs, the Illuminate. Well, it's on cooldown, but the Will of the Wisp is available. It buys a little bit of time for FTC while Shikroy commits the focus fire, doesn't get the Timber Saw. He's trying, but the power shot just doesn't land as Shikroy is gonna die dead for 100 seconds without buyback. I think Myth Avenue Gaming have almost done it. There's just 2 lanes of barracks that they have to get past.
Aegis still remaining for about 30 seconds. Gonna time out and heal the Faceless Void back up to full. But everyone else is low on resources. They need to go back to base. They need to get HP and mana back up. And Chucky, he's just picked up his first massive item of the game. It's gonna be that Aghanim Scepter. So now, those Rocket Flares is gonna be providing all the vision in the world. Make life easier for the Void to land those Chronospheres and even give the Timber Saw a huge sigh of relief because he's gonna have an idea of where the Wind Ranger is in these fights.
Yeah, I feel like this game isn't about Chronospheres. It's about the supporting cast around the Chronospheres. The Viper used his Earthblade, and then you saw, I think, the Keeper of the Light using his Earthblade. There was a big back and forth of Earthblades, one on Shikroy, one on the Faceless Void. But all said and done, it felt like Mag had enough damage. FPC is going to go in, eats the Viper Strike, gets broken, the Will of the Wisp gets dropped. Timber Saw up in the air. I think he's okay, but there comes the Hurt Boulder. He'll control the Timber Saw, they'll toss him back. He'll turn with the BKB, try and bring down these Blue Links, and he'll Timber Chain away to safety. Boy, that level 25 talent sure feels good. The Glyphony there, the Muerta just being an absolute nuisance, and another banner drop, another lane of barracks under siege. 16 seconds, 15 seconds without Shikroy, and they haven't got the primal split. Hex stop in the Chronosphere. FEZ might just end up falling, but he's got buyback, but no split to work with. Does he commit his buyback? Ghost doesn't have another Chronosphere. He'll go towards the Keeper of the Light, dead for 95 seconds without buyback. It's In Your Dream, trying to toss them back into the fountain, while Shikroy with the focus fire turns towards the Muerta. But again, this ethereal form is causing problems for the Wind Ranger. Eventually, she'll bring down Ayad. The Muerta then buys back into this, and Ghost and the others want to fight this for sure. Chucky there, he's going to buy back as well. They're all buying back on the side of Myth Avenue Gaming. Is this an overextension? The Shackle catches too. Ghost is left for 100 seconds. He's got buyback, but you really feel like expending it right now. The Viper's going to nosedive out of the crime scene. All said and done. Myth Avenue Gaming, they got a lane of barracks, but their losses are heavy. The price is a lot. Chucky will hookshot in. This could just be a dieback, Loki. This is going back and forth. The Shikroy being focused, might just die. The Timber Chain doesn't connect. Shikroy stays alive. Ogre's there with the heal, with the sheath. And just like that, Shikroy's escaped. A lot of buybacks coming up on the side of Myth Avenue Gaming. Wasn't really needed. The fight still going on. Muerta's being tossed back. This could be a dieback, Loki. What are Myth Avenue Gaming doing? There's still a lead of barracks mid. Why are they forcing the issue? This could just work when the focus fire is there. The Muerta's there for 100 plus seconds without buyback.
Oh my goodness, I have no idea what that long fight was, but they do find Ghost in the end, and this just might be the opening they're looking for. The Chronosphere is going to be back up in about 40 seconds. Refresher Orb coming up too, but this is where the Wind Ranger gets dangerous. You just need one more Shackle shot, and you can potentially win the game. Focus Fire, one of the best spells in the game to take down the enemy Ancient, and look what Shikroy's
setting up for FBC. They can actually do this. They'll hex him up. They have a break. They've got enough burst damage. No primal split coming through. They killed him, and the Hex as FVZ dead for 125 seconds without buyback.
Oh my goodness, I mean, the Wind Ranger's trying her best to find some sort of pickup. She's coming back towards the jungle. The Viper is around here, but guess who they've got? It's going to be the Timbersaw, courtesy of the Keeper of the Light and the Tiny tossing him up. They break the Timbersaw, but the BKB is there along with the reactive armor. The Timbersaw trying to run away, and he gets the Timber Chain off, courtesy of his level 25 healing back up thanks to the exposure therapy and the level 25 talent. Igor Demon, he is okay. And once again, it's 90 seconds without the Brewmaster, 45 seconds without the Muerta. Mag, they have a window for opportunity, but do they want to wait? Do they want to wait until the Muerta's back up and then try and force the issue? They are up 2 sets of racks. They do not need to make any aggressive maneuvers or take any risks whatsoever.
Well, the minimap says otherwise. A line straight down mid as Myth Avenue Gaming have decided enough is enough. Ghost wants to end this right here, right now. He's got both the Chronospheres to work with. FVZ doesn't have buyback. And Myth Avenue Gaming, they've called their bluff. They know that Reckonix are down a man. And they're going to run down mid and try and equalize the series right here and drag this all the way till a game 3. Ghost on the verge of chipping away at the tier 3. A toss back would be nice for Reckonix to start the fight, but they've got broader issues to deal with. For one, there's an offensive Observer Ward in the top lane. The Shackle's not going to connect. The Will-o'-the-Wisp committed. Ghost, got to be careful. He wants to deal with it. I don't think the side of Reckonix have any way to really capitalize on the Will-o'-the-Wisp, and they're just going to use the Glyph. Well, Ghost is still holding his ground. Time walks forward, time walks back, goes back to the tier 3.
He just wants to get himself the set of fracks here. I feel like the Wind Ranger might just go in with the focus by the starter. There's the Faceless Void. It's a trouble about the E-Blade. Saves the Faceless Void. The BKB is there. Time rolls back up to full HP. And now Mag. This is no open invitation for them to go forward. There's the Chronosphere out onto 2. The Timbersaw and the Tiny in some trouble. The second Chronosphere with the Wind Rangers.
The Wind Waker.
All over it. The Wind Waker's dead. The Wind Ranger survived, but can she survive inside the gods? There's just too much Disable coming out. The Hex is there. The roots come through. The Wind Rod not back up just yet, but she will be kept alive. The rest of the team, though, not so much. Radish is dead without buyback. Idiot Dream is gone, and the set of racks is exposed in the mid lane. Things not looking all that good. They need a miracle here. Team Reckonix doing their absolute best. It's the Wind Ranger putting on a big boy pants, trying to find the Faceless Void, but she's been turned into a pig. She's not even a man, she's an animal at this point. Feared away by the neck shot, and she moves back toward her base as the Timbersaw keeps her occupied, allowing space for Ghost to get the mega creeps.
The damage is done. Ghost and his 2 Chronospheres have done enough. At this point, I mean, all these shackle shots are just window dressing. As Reckonix, they are in a 3v5. They fought well, they fought hard, but I don't think they've got enough teams in the tank as they're being pounded in the fountain. The little Will buyback, I mean, I don't think he's got anything to really stop the Void or the Viper. Heck, anyone on the side of Myth Avenue Gaming aren't taking even an iota of damage from the side of Reckonix. The eventual last Will-o'-the-Wisp of the game, but this is, I mean, this is an extra there that isn't doing Reckonix any favor. Myth Avenue Gaming, they level the series, they'll tie things up at 1-1. Boys, this final is going the distance as we're gonna head into game number 3.
Are you not entertained, ladies and gentlemen? The night is still young. No 2-0s. We're heading on to game number 3. From the shortest game to now the longest game in the grand finals. Gentlemen, what a match this is.
What a day this has been for Dota fans all across Southeast Asia. I think today is absolutely delivering on the Dota front. We're going to a game number 3. This series is going the distance. And in all honesty, I have to say, Team Reckonix, they did their absolute best, but Ghost showing perseverance, showing that he is got the patience, he's got the calm, he's gonna look at the broader picture. He plays for the late game. He makes sure that he doesn't fall too far behind. FPZ does his absolute best to apply pressure, but once the Void gets a couple of good Chronospheres, he gets the space, they get the Roshan, the game flips on its head.
Absolutely, that first Roshan where Chucky managed to get the steal, I think that's where the side of Myth Avenue Gaming started putting this game back to where they wanted it to be. Because the first couple of minutes looked really, really rough, and then Chucky goes in with the hook shot. gets the Aegis, denies it from Jikroy. For a moment, you know, everything felt really, really good for the side of Reckonix until Chucky and Ghost, both these brothers, they double the trouble.
Yeah, totally agree with you, gentlemen. I was here at the seat looking at that Roshan moment, and I had my measuring tape up. It's like, where are you going to find that angle? Where are you going to find that angle? That angle was so slim that he found it, went straight into the Roche pit, and the rest was history. From then onwards, it kind of felt that MAG had that momentum, had that belief that they could do it, and they brought it to the end.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jikroy is going to be questioning perhaps some of his item choices in this game. He went for the Manta style before he did for the BKB. Had he had that BKB, that fight in the pit would have been completely different. I get why he goes for the Manta style here. There's a lot of stuff to worry about. There's the Viper with the Poison Orb. There's Ghost with the time dilation. All spells that are very problematic. But guess what doesn't happen to you in 9 seconds when you buy a 4,000 gold item? It's the BKB. You're immune to all of it. He could have had that. He could have won that pit fight. He could have had the Aegis. But they went for the Manta style. They went for the greedy approach. He wanted to split push perhaps with the help of those illusions. And in the end, what happened? Well, it cost them. A couple of mistakes here, a couple of mistakes there. And that's all Myth Avenue Gaming needed to come back into this game.
Yeah, a couple of mistakes, and I mean, more than mistakes, a really strong individual showing coming out from Ghost, right? This is the end game where he is the strongest. You've seen this time and time again. He has carried so many games in the past. If you let this go to the late game, there's no better guy to place your bets on rather than Ghost. We've got the scoreboard coming up, and I think if you just look at his net worth, it is going to be insane. Boy, look at that. 39,000 gold just on the Faceless Void. I mean, even Igor Demon, he's done rather well for himself in this game, but the real deciding factor in those mid-game and late-game fights had to be Ghost on the Void for me.
Yeah, the Faceless Void really posting up some really solid numbers. I mean, Ghost, he is that guy. He is the redhead anime protagonist. He is the main character. He's the guy who's got the plot armor, and he's going to game number 3. And I have to say, Ghost, like you mentioned, really solid performances, staying calm under pressure, landing those Chronopheres on the Wind Ranger time and time again after each fight, never overcooking things. Always understanding that if he gets the Chrono off on the Wind Ranger, well, there's very little the side of Reckonix could have done to save her. But I do have to say, a couple of fights here and there. We did see some Ethereal Blades come out. We saw some Wind Wakers. The idea was there for Team Reckonix, but at that point it was just too much. All the heroes were too farmed. A late game Timbersaw, late game Viper, late game Faceless Void. And well, the MVP, doesn't surprise me, it is the Timbersaw for the side of Myth Avenue Gaming.
Well, we're probably going to have this debate again about like the whole Timbersaw thing, right? Has it been overly picked before this? Has it been kind of forgotten? Like, now he's back as the MVP with the Timbersaw.
I feel more than the MVP. This is a testament to like Igor Demon and how he's played this game. He had a really rough start, right? You look at the Wind Ranger, she's been killing the Timbersaw throughout the early and mid game, and then Igor Demon really plays with a lot of discipline. At the end of it all, he has better numbers to show than the Wind Ranger. Just look at that hero damage. 67,000 hero damage. It's not often you see a lot of heroes really hit those numbers. And guys, I want to remind you, this was still a sub 60-minute game. He's been pumping out the deeps, and hats off to him. Despite a rough laning phase, we saw him die many times in the lane. I think he did a lot to really come back in this game.
Yeah.
His Gleipnir, all his itemization, his Hex, his Lincoln Sphere, all of that made a big difference for the side of MAG in the late game.
I mean, I have to say though, you know, the true, real MVP who flew under the radar, the persona non grata for the side of Myth Avenue Gaming, it's Chucky. That guy on the clockwork with the hook shot is what turned the game, like you rightly mentioned, Vivek. Without him, this game wouldn't even be here. So I hope Myth Avenue Gaming are giving Chucky their flowers. They're giving him praise for that play because he's going to be needing it going into game number 3. He's had a bit of a few hiccups in some of these games here, be it on the Tusk or be it on the Chikiro. Perhaps he's sometimes not performed at the level he would like to, but hopefully, once we are back from the break, he can put up a show.
Yep, speaking about that, we are going in onto a break. I mean, after having all these matches, amazing games that we see, we got to take a breather, ladies and gentlemen. We got to give the team some time to reset as well, because when we're back from the break, it is going to be the decider match, the one that lifts the Greater League APAC 2026 Shield. Who will it be, ladies and gentlemen? Make sure you stay tuned to find out. Till then, we're going to take a short break and we'll see you guys after this.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo, you feel me. Lightweight game, heavy on might. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn and flip every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On set, vibes up, you feel me.
Swift neo.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026. What a day this has been. If you're a Dota fan across Southeast Asia, across South Asia, this day has been delivering. Time and time again, we have gone to a Game 3 and we are back in the Grand Finals with the final game of the day to determine who's going to be the winner of the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you can see how excited I am because I can't even pronounce the years correctly. On the panel joining me are going to be Icy Baby 12 and Sir Cloud. And man, what a series this has been so far.
You know, I can tell you for a fact that I was on the edge of my seat hoping that maybe this can go into the game tree here because it is super, super exciting. And I gotta say, Malaysia boleh. That's the undeniable factor. Yep. Malaysia boleh.
Malaysia can. That's what that means. And I have to say, the previous game, you know, I don't think we were expecting it to go the way it did, especially with the start. But some really good plays coming out from Chucky, especially in that Rosh pit, turning that game around. Sir Cloud, you were spectating that game throughout from a distance. I'm sure you've got some thoughts you'd like to share with us.
I was going absolutely insane with that move because that move was so important. If he did not land that hook shot into the Roche pit from like 1,000 meters away, the game would have been very different. The fact that he could find an opening, and when he was trying to find an opening, I noticed that the other players of Reckoning, they started to open up, they tried to block all those angles, but somehow he could still find an opening. That was absolutely insane. That was the biggest game changer of the game.
I mean, that's what matters, right? Like, when it really mattered, when it came down to the wire, Chucky delivered. And man, that has to be the most redeeming game I've seen from him all day long. Yes, he had a couple of hiccups here and there. Yes, you know, some of his performances weren't that great. But hey, he still got MAG into the Grand Finals. He still got here. And now we're in game number 3. And man, I want to ask you, Icy, I mean, there have been a couple of interesting pickups here. We weren't expecting the Faceless Void particularly in the previous game. I mean, I did mention it in an offhand comment, but to be honest, I wasn't really expecting to see it here. What do you think we're going to be looking at for game number 3? What heroes do you want to see come through from the side of Reckonix and MAG?
Truth be told, the stage has literally been set here. It is literally the last game of the entire tournament here, officially closing it out. After this game, we are going to be seeing who is going to be the champion. So the stage literally being set, that means that all cards on the table, no more takebacks, no more mistakes, no more saving strategies here. You have to pour your heart and soul. Game 2 was the perfect definition that every single team wants that trophy, they want that shield, they want to push it all the way in towards lifting that shield itself. So I would say in terms of expectations, I think expect the unexpected because truth be told, Myth Avenue, who would have thought our defending champions are looking for the double?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're going to have to reach deep here, both if you're Myth Avenue or if you're Reckonix. We see them pulling out the Ogre. We see the side of MAG responding with something like a Clockwork, the Wind Ranger, you know, heroes that we saw earlier in the tournament, but just sort of fell by the wayside in terms of popularity, weren't really being considered too much here. And now we're here in the final game. Igor Demon, this guy, I mean, you know, he has his moments where you think that he's perhaps a bit clueless as to what he's supposed to do, but then he unexpectedly catches you off guard. All of a sudden, he gets himself a double kill or triple kill, and he's back in the game like the early game never even happened. And personally, I want to see the side of Team Myth Avenue Gaming just continue that same streak. Just make sure that Igor Demon is comfortable on whichever hero he decides to pick up, and the rest will fall into place.
You know, in life, right, sometimes there are a lot of struggles. There's ups, there's downs, people make mistakes. Nobody is perfect. But think about it here. In the end of the day, especially now when the stakes are this high, who is going to cross the finish line first? Because that's what matters the most right now.
Yeah, and once again, I mean, you know, Sir Cloud mentioned this earlier in the day. You were spot on about one thing. That Timbersaw, man, it has been causing some problems left and right for all of these teams here. Occasionally, we see it being picked up. Occasionally, we see it being banned out. This time around, it has been ignored. It is up for the taking, but I doubt we're going to be seeing it in the first phase, gentlemen.
Yeah, but there's one hero that we kind of don't talk too much about. It is the Viper. And the Viper has been given the respect ban. But we're going to see the Gyro being introduced. So is this sort of like a steal away from giving away this hero to G-Croy?
Now, right from the get-go here, all 7 bands on screen right now are pretty much comfort signature heroes that each team has pretty much are very, very accustomed to as well. So I agree with Sir Cloud as well. This gyro pickup is straight up a denial pickup from Reckonix. We know for a fact that every single team that has faced Reckonix up to this point has seen Jigroy's gyrocopter. Why not take it for myself? There's only so much you can ban. It's either you ban it or you pick it. In this case, Myth Avenue Gaming, we often see them prioritize on Shadow Demons, maybe even their usual flex pickups here. Right now, it's a straight up take comfort heroes, take it away, go for it.
Yeah, well, Reckonix, they certainly seem to know what wasn't the problem in the previous game. It was the Wind Ranger, so they're going to go for it again here. However, this is another important part. Now, there are a couple of heroes that I think we might see prioritized. Notably, the Timbersaw might be picked up or banned out here. The Beastmaster was already banned earlier, so he's not going to be getting his hands on that one. However, there are still a couple of heroes that spring to mind. The Bristleback still in the pool. You could still potentially consider something like the Centaur as an answer to the Wind Ranger. There's also the idea that, well, if they're going to go Centaur, then we can pick up the Timbersaw for ourselves. Or if they ban the Timbersaw, we can deny pick the Centaur. Lots of, layers and layers of thinking are being developed here, and both of these sides are like, okay, well, what can we do to screw the enemy team the hardest in the draft?
You know, it comes down to comfort heroes right now here, considering the fact that Myth Avenue has pretty much shifted their focus on just targeting all of In Your Dreams comfort heroes, or I would say heroes that have good success with when he is playing in these past few days so far, especially from round stages all the way towards the semi-finals and then now in the grand finals. Cards has been reviewed. Now it comes down towards a game of, I would say, a battle of attrition, especially coming from Reckonix here. Today, they are the only team thus far that has played all 9 games. So this is going to be, once again, a battle of attrition. And after seeing how Game 2 is, I feel like Myth Avenue Gaming is putting them to the limits, pushing them to the max right now.
Hey, Reckonix is thinking that, hey, you take my gyro, I take your Tusk. So the Tusk is taken away from the hands of Chucky. It is a very good setup hero. But even though with the pickup of Tusk, the Wind Ranger is still a question mark. Is this going to be a carry Wind Ranger, or is this going to be back as a support Wind Ranger?
I think it works well, right? I mean, regardless of what role it is, both these heroes are really good with each other. You've got the Snowball set up for the power shot. Shackle shot can connect a lot easier once you block him with the shards or once you hit him with the Snowball and the punch. The tag team is really, really good with the focus fire, so the Wind Ranger's going to have some damage to work with. And Myth Avenue Gaming, well, they know what Ego Demon wants. They're going to give him what he wants, and it's going to be that Timbersaw.
Now, the biggest question here is, we saw how people were struggling to deal with the Timbersaw, right? Like, you need something to break his reactive armor all the way through. We've seen how Myth Avenue Gaming kind of tackled this situation by picking up the Viper pick, but guess what? The Viper is banned. However, Reckonix has dealt with this solution before, during the lower bracket finals as well. They brought in the Hoodwig. I would say Hoodwig is in a situation where it's a little bit more unorthodox, but you really only want his ultimate to land, and that is going to be to break the passive abilities of this Timbersaw. So I wouldn't be surprised if Reckonix decide to go for it. However, again, there's only so much you can do in this phase as well. Will Myth Avenue Gaming decide to pick something else and then go for the ban, or they just let it through?
I mean, the Hoodwink is definitely a viable choice here for the side of Reckonix if they want to go in that direction. The break, very valuable against the Timbersaw, like you rightly mentioned. But the problem with the Hoodwink this game is sort of that the Wind Ranger wants to have this open, flirtatious idea of being a position 4 or a position 1. You know, she's not committed to either position just yet. So you want to keep those options open. So we might still see a Hoodwink, but we might see it later on in the draft once we see a bit more of what Myth Avenue Gaming are picking up for themselves. Personally, I feel like a direction that has been underexplored has been the Venomancer, and I feel like the Venomancer would be the perfect answer from the side of Reckonix against this Gyro and against this Timbersaw. You throw down the Noxious Plague, you make life incredibly difficult for Gyro and the Timber, but a Dark Willow pickup coming out from Myth Avenue Gaming, not something we've seen too often, and a very good answer for both the Tusk and the Timber and the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, this is one of those picks that we talked about, right? It's like, oh, all cards on the table, nothing left behind at this moment. Dark Willow is one away. And like what you said, Wind Ranger, if she wants to run away, she'll get caught within Dark Willow's skill. So it's a very, very good pick indeed.
I think this is a kind of a substitution to what Myth Avenue Gaming wants to usually play as well. We've seen so much Meritas support coming in from it. Myth Avenue Gaming. And obviously, it is kind of the flex role where you can play it kind of core-ish, kind of support as well, mostly leaning onto a support side here. But obviously, if you play into turbo games, you can kind of play a right-click build on Dark Below, which is kind of feeling in the same shoes as a Murta in particular, right? If you think about it, you go for the Astro, and then immediately you're pretty much immune, right? Only AoEs can hit you. So in this case, it's a very, very good counter towards the focus shot coming from Wind Ranger. If the Tusk tries to punch you, oh no, you can't really touch me.
Yeah, I agree with that. I feel like, you know, you're spot on about that. But again, like, you look at Reckonix's lineup, and I'm looking at Myth Avenues as well. I'm thinking to myself, all of these heroes are weak to one thing, magical gap close damage. And well, while Ancient Apparition isn't really a gap closer, he does pack quite the punch with the Ice Blast. And now, if they really want to pick up a mid hero here, and just looking at what Myth Avenue Gaming have got, if Anya is feeling comfortable, they could potentially go for the Leshrac. It's very good against the Dark Willow. It's very good against the Timbersaw. It's very good against the Gyrocopter. So that Leshrac could end up doing a lot of work if they want to prioritize it this early on. Otherwise, it might be banned in the next phase. Or they could look to pick up FBZ's hero at this point, because there is still Axe in the pool. Yes, against Gyro, it's not the best. Yes, against Timbersaw, it's a little bad. But in all honesty, if that's what FBZ wants, maybe it's time to give him that. Or maybe it's time to pick up something crazy like the Venomancer.
Also with the fact that the AA pickup right now, this just will tell us that the Wind Ranger is going to play post 1.
Okay.
Now we're going to have Void Spirit being picked up as a potential mid here.
Well, fits the bill. It's Gap Close Magic Burst. So it's good against the Timbersaw, it's good against Gyro, it's a natural Spirit Vessel builder as well. Really good against the Dark Willow, because you can't exactly Shadow Realm TP out. The Aether Remnant will cancel that. And yeah, I mean, a good pick overall coming out by Reckonix. Although, with that said, this hero is exploitable in the mid lane.
Yeah, it is definitely exploitable here. But one thing I really like is that, okay, they are bringing the Earth Spirit here. So this is going to be a potential, well, it is still kind of the flex role here, since that we've seen Myth Avenue Gaming kind of put Earth Spirit oftentimes to mid, sometimes to support. So it's still a little bit unpredictable where they want to kind of play this as well.
You can certainly play a position 5 Dark Willow. It wouldn't be the first time someone else has done it, so there is potential for position 4 Earth Spirit. My big question is, like, this Earth Spirit's really good against the Void Spirit as well in the mid lane. So do you want to give in your Dream a better lane, or do you want to have an overall better draft where the Void Spirit, it might pop off because you are not going to ban out you know, mid heroes at this point if you're Reckonix, if you read this as a position 4 Earth Spirit. So decisions to be made. I think Reckonix have their hands full already. They're looking for FBZ's hero, and Myth Avenue Gaming, they're just getting rid of the best ones. Mars banned out already. I wouldn't be too... Okay, the Axe also was banned out, so the Axe was out of the question, excuse me. But yeah, I mean, there are still a fair amount of FBZ heroes in the pool. We did see the Brewmaster picked up earlier. In this game,
yeah, I think right now Reckonix needs a very, very strong AoE crowd control core offlaner here in particular, and I think Brewmaster is something that they will struggle a little bit more, because Gyrocopter takes a little bit of a longer time to come out online in terms of right-click builds, but the Tank Hunter gives you instant value in terms of burst, and I feel like Reckonix right now, based on this composition, when they're going for a Tusk AA, means you are looking to win early games, right? Go for Icy Charge, go for a Cold Feet. It's very unlikely you are going to make it out alive, unless, well, in this case, Timbersaw is pretty much the only one. But if you time it correctly and catch him mid-Timber Chains, that is going to be a huge pickup. Aside from that, almost any supports coming from Myth Avenue Gaming, you get caught by the combo, you're pretty much done and dusted.
Yeah, I mean, Myth Avenue Gaming are just sticking to what they know, right? Circloud, they ban out the Brewmaster. But I have a question I want to pose to the both of you. Circloud and IC, baby, what do you think of the potential Enigma last pick for Reckonix?
Ooh.
I mean, Black Hole against Timbersaw, against Gyrocopter, Earth Spirit, all heroes that like going in, so you're more likely to get those cracking multi-man Black Holes. You've got the follow-up with the White Spirit and the Ancient Apparition. Personally, the more I talk about it, the more I'm setting myself on the idea of it, but I want to get your thoughts.
Okay, personally, I don't really like it. Number one, the Eidolons are really easily dealt with by the Timbersaw, that's one. And in case like you're thinking, okay, let him land a good Black Hole, right? Dark Willow's there. So it's an easy counter to that. So I don't think it's a good pick anyway. But Faceless Boy, your boy is back.
Yeah, I mean, okay, well, it looks like it is going to be a support Gyrocopter then, perhaps. in the hands of, believe it's going to be Hayat. Well,
Hayat.
Yeah, he's going to be playing that
10
gyrocopter with the
seconds
Timbersaw. So, interesting lane. Not the strongest in my
5 seconds
opinion, and
remaining.
I'm a little bit concerned for the side of Myth Avenue Gaming at the moment because Reckonix can really exploit this and pick a hero that just paces on all of them.
You know, I wasn't confident in bringing up the support gyrocopter just because of the fact that, hey, you know what, I think it's a little bit off meta, it's a little bit cheesy as well. But if you play support gyrocopter, means that you're either maxing homing missile to secure your safe lane, where every single time you drop a homing missile, it forces your off lane literally just back the hell out to safety in case getting chain stun. So that's a little bit of a safety net of a gameplay, but Reckonix, they get the Morphling instead. Wow, this is, it's been a while. We've seen Morphling bans specifically to Reckonix here. It seems like both teams, they're pulling out all their aces right now.
Yeah, well, it's certainly a brave choice, but gentlemen, I am going to put you on the spot. Grand Final, $65,000 on the line. Myth Avenue Gaming versus Reckonix. What are your predictions for this one?
Malaysia boleh.
Okay, Malaysia boleh. Sir Cloud, what about you?
Myth Avenue Gaming, purely because of the draft. I worry for the Morphling last pick. It's going to be a 50-50 there, depending on how he's caught in the chrono.
That's 2-0 for Myth Avenue Gaming, folks. Well, we're about to head into the game. Sir Cloud, Icy Baby, I'm going to leave you guys to it. I'm going to leave you in the hands of two very competent casters. Ladies and gentlemen, final game of the day. Make some noise for both of these teams.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, one final game to decide who will be the champion of Asia Pacific Premier League 2026. Will it be Myth Avenue Gaming from Malaysia, or will it be from Reckonix from Indonesia? This is going to be a very, very intense one here. Every single strategy has been popped up. And Sir Cloud, I'm excited to see how this is going to work out here. But truth be told, Reckonix's early game seems very, very scary here, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, but when it comes to the mid-game, when it comes to team fights, Myth Avenue Gaming, they have a very strong team fight, especially with the Chrono. We saw that earlier in the previous game where Faceless Void landed very, very good Chronos. And especially when he got the refresher, double Chronos is scary, man.
Yeah, we are looking for the ultra late game as well here, and where swapping is going to be in play as well. You go for double BKBs if you can, but again, it comes down to how quickly you can get to the stage as well. Heading towards the late game means that you need to stall for time. I agree with you. Myth Avenue Gaming, they do have somewhat of a very greedy lineup, but that's the thing, right? If you're looking for stall for time, what a better way than Dark Willow or maybe even an Earth Spirit as well. These are heroes that can buy so much time into this game. Once you hit those 6, especially Dark Willow here, you go for a Terrorize. Whenever an engagement, especially coming from Reckonix, instant Terrorize, instant counter push, instant, I would say a disengage right from get-go here, because Reckonix, they go in for the dive. It's kind of like a one-hit wonder, right? You have this task snowballing in, going for Acer charge, one Terrorize, the entire fight gets resetted right from the get-go.
Yeah, and you gotta think about it as well, right? Like heroes like Timbersaw, like Earth Spirit, they are very high mobility kind of heroes, right? So they can be everywhere across the map. They can push lanes, they can just be everywhere. And when you're everywhere, your opponents have to a certain extent, kind of chase you. And when they do that, they buy time for like the Faceless Void to farm up, or maybe even like Timbersaw himself to farm up to a certain extent as well.
Yeah, so it all comes down to execution here. Do they have a very solid game plan? It seems like Reckonings, they might send a triple lane down towards to pressure Ghost a little bit more. And it is up to Chucky to try and babysit this as well. Early on, it is going to be very difficult for him to scare him off. But once those homing missiles starts to come in play, it is going to start scaring off one by one. So they would kind of respect this. Or if you go for the Rocket Barrage, which again, also a very, very viable option. And whenever they get close, you just get a free 1 versus 1 trade-offs right from get-go. And it is a melee Tusk after all. So if Tusk gets in, you are going to be trading very efficiently in terms of the overall damage output.
Yep, and arguably the only one that they might need to worry a little bit more is going to be the Ancient Appreciation. At first, I thought like, okay, having the AA wouldn't be such a big impact. But now that we have set all the heroes on it, the Chrono, whoever who's in it, the AA will most likely shoot the Ice Blast, so that's something that they need to be careful of. At the same time, I also kind of wonder, is the AA truly a hero that they want, or it's a force pick for Reckonix because they're going to pick the Morphling at the very end?
It feels like it is a measure to deal with the Timbersaw's reactive armor as well. If you bought the Ice Blast on towards him here, you can't really regeneration as well. But if you hit the Ice Blast onto his Faceless Void, obviously, you know, you are expecting the Ghost to kind of time walk away through. So that kind of stops the regeneration HP from prolonging the fight too much. So but the biggest issue is, can you hit those Ice Blasts consistently? Because the nearer you are to the fight, the smaller the AoE is for the Ice Blast. But if the further you are, that means it's going to be a bigger range, but you are too far away to actually join and set up for maybe Cold Feet and etc. So it is going to be a situation where precision becomes very, very important here, especially coming from Varish.
Yeah, and let's not forget about the fact that the Timbersaw has the chainsaw that can easily escape and can easily move around. Especially if you attempt to shoot from afar, by the time it lands, the Timbersaw might not be even there as well. So that's something to really consider. At first, my thought is that getting the AA just to try to counter the Timbersaw, I find it to be a bad idea. But if it's now to try to overcome the Chrono, I think that will be a better idea to the game plan.
Yeah, and obviously when we talk about damage amplification as well, the tag team coming from Tuz helps a lot as well. The Cold Feet does reduce their overall magic defense as well, which makes it a little bit easier for the power shots to hit connections as well. The waveform from Morphling does hurt a lot, even though people just think like, oh, waveform coming from Morphling is kind of like an escape mechanism. But if you sync it up properly, that waveform does a lot of damage.
Oh yeah, and let's not forget about In Your Dream with the Void Spirit as well, right? This is definitely going to be one of those heroes that move around a lot as well. So overall for Reckonix, they have in a team fight, In Your Dream can move around a lot, G-Croy can move around a lot, FBZ as well. So they will be all across team fights. So looking at the win condition of Myth Avenue Gaming when it comes to team fights is that if ideally for their opponents to group together, I think having this sort of setup for themselves, for Reckonix, they are looking to just divide and conquer, we say.
Yeah, and it seems like obviously when it comes to the Morphling as well, there is a lot of magic damage in play, and again, Void Spirit also kind of contributes in towards that department itself here. You put those Ice Vortexes, you put those tag teams, you know, it's just chain stuns after chain stun. There is a lot of the damage output in play. So it's going to be a little bit of scary play here coming from Myth Avenue Gaming to kind of deal with this. But Reckonix, they do have a little bit of an advantage in the sense that early game just gives them that advantage, I would say. So again, you know, we are going to be taking a little bit of a own sweet time here to try and figure out what is going on, because it seems like there is a little bit of a tech issue that is happening.
Yeah, not too sure. Hopefully we'll be able to get into the game real soon. I'm sure all the marshals are working hard behind the scenes to ensure that we have a fair game. But I have one little concern about Reckonix and their draft, right? So if we look at Reckonix, what they're kind of lacking is durability, if you kind of think about it. Unless they want to put G-Croy as more of the one that absorbs the damage, but then again, it's not G-Croy's role. So this lineup that they have, they are not as damage or skill absorbent as like the previous lineups that we have had before this. But anyway, I'm sure they would have a way on how to overcome it. But then again, like this will be the question that we will need to answer later when we get into the game. On the other hand, of course, MAG, they are very well balanced. They have durability, they have damage output as well, and they have burst damage, they have control. So, well set up, I must say, for MAG and their lineup overall.
I mean, I feel like Reckonix themselves, they've got themselves a very good chance of winning this game. I like the Morphling pickup towards the end because it's really good against the Faceless Void. You can pick up the shard, you can attribute shift inside the Chronosphere. So from that perspective, it makes a lot of sense. The question is, in ultimate late game, you know, who's the real boss? And this is where it's going to come down to what do you prefer. Because if you prefer those early ages, if you prefer playing on tempo, the Morphling's definitely going to give you the edge, especially in terms of going high ground. Morphling is probably one of the best heroes to go high ground with, because you can very easily decimate the tier 3s. You have a lot of agility, you've got a lot of attack speed, a lot of damage, so those Raxus fall quickly, and you're in relatively less danger thanks to attribute shift in waveform. But if you value the ability to win any team fight whatsoever, I think that Faceless Void is going to be the one to look out for, especially if you pick up the Ioskari, which is a very natural build-up for that hero. I think you're in the spot where you're like, okay, well, you know, I'm not too afraid of the Morphling. I can still chrono him because I've got Ioskari. He's not going to be regenning as much HP as as with the help of the eye of Scotty, as if production could just repeat what they said in my ear, that'd be really nice. But yeah, coming back to the drafts like we were discussing, I do want to say that these guys, they've got a lot of firepower. They picked up the Faceless Void, they picked up the Morphling, and in my opinion, I feel like like I said earlier, the Morphling is really good. I do believe the teams are facing some issues at the moment. We're quickly trying to figure out what those are on the production side, so if production could just help me out here, I would like to clue in our audience onto what's happening. We are still waiting for an update from production at the moment, but we should be heading into the game shortly, as we're having some technical issues at the moment, so I think it'd be fair to say that we're going to push to a break. Are we going to do that, production, or...? Okay, well, we're going to talk for some more time. Well, gentlemen, tell me, what do you think of Reckonix's journey so far? Because these guys, they played through the upper bracket. The only team they lost to was MAC in the winners bracket finals. They were knocked down to the lower bracket by Interactive Philippines. And I have to say that Interactive Philippines, they really put on a show, but they couldn't close the series. Do you think there were any particular learnings that they had from those games that they are incorporating into this one? Because in particular, I actually feel like MAG as a team has started draft mode team fight heavy, with them picking up heroes like the Faceless Void and, prioritizing the Timbersaw and the Gyrocopter.
I think it comes down to just a wombo combo, right? I feels like, if they had playing something a little bit more comfortable or in terms of AoE here, there are only a certain set of heroes that you can kind of pick from as well. When it comes to ban phase, obviously, we see the Axe being banned, a little bit of respect bans coming into play. We saw maybe Tide Hunters being brought up, even the Enigma as well earlier today, right? We need to compensate for some sort of AoE. And Myth Avenue Gaming, they are playing towards their strengths right now. We have a Timbersaw who's so mobile. We've got a Gyrocopter cooldown, which I wouldn't say it does a lot, especially as a support role, but it does have some sort of AoE to chip or even slow your opponents to kind of set up for ganks. We have Dark Willow with Terrorize, again, big, massive AoEs. And if they try to group up, you have this Magnetize from Earth Spirit to kind of zone them out. So eventually, there are multiple layers from what Myth Avenue Gaming is bringing to the table. So you have Chronosphere, you have Magnetize, you have Dark Widow Terrorize. So literally what this means, it just forces Reckonix to kind of split off from team fights, which again, the whole composition that Reckonix, the draft is to kind of set themselves in a situation where they want to group up, gank up, and then just completely take it out. That's the whole purpose of bringing the task with the tag team. And also, when you go in for Snowball, that means they are guaranteed grouping up together. So that's just free hits, free skills from Myth Avenue Gaming in general.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time though, like Reckonix, they picked up this Morphling, looking at all of these heroes, knowing full well that in the Chronosphere they are going to get destroyed. So at some level, you do have to think, this is them being confident in the heroes they have, and this is a really good sign in my opinion, because when you're in the spot where you're playing against a Morphling, where there's an issue where, I mean, you get inside the Chronosphere, you've got attributes, sometimes you don't have it. You're just saying that, we're just better than you, and even if we get chronoed, we don't really care all that much. We're going to punish you when the blueberry's down. We're going to make things happen. And yeah, I mean, I do feel like Reckonix have a pretty good shot here, but with all of that said, we're still trying to figure out some of those technical hitches. I mean, it seems like we've run into some issue on the back end. We are currently doing our very best to fix it, so if you stay tuned in, we will give you some further updates in some time. But yeah, for the time being, I mean, gentlemen, let's talk about the event. Let's talk about something non-Dota related. How's your day been so far? What you guys eat for lunch? Did you go for the Pan-Asian dinner? Did you go for the Indian dinner? Sorry, the Indian lunch, excuse me.
Oh, did we have an option?
We did?
Oh, I was just there and just like, okay, here's yours. That was the Pan-Asian one.
Oh, I see.
I don't know. Maybe it's like, by default, They look at me as like, okay, this is probably yours.
Yeah, I like the Pan-Asian one as well. The one thing that I enjoyed the most was the dry chicken. For some reason, I cannot have the one with the black sauce. What's with the black sauce and the chicken? Like, it's sweet? Does it include soy sauce? Like, what's the deal with that? What's it called?
I think it's just soy sauce.
Yeah, it's just soy sauce.
It's just soy sauce. There's just nothing much to say about it, right?
With some nice fried rice at the side as well. I think it goes well together. You have a little bit of moist onto the fried rice. It goes well.
Do you guys
perfect.
like having sweet chicken like as a main course, or like do you prefer to have sweet things as dessert? Because as Indians, I myself, I prefer to leave the sweet dish for last. You know, like I'm not really used to having, you know, sweet things in the main course unless you're in a very specific part of India.
Oh, is there like a sweet dish as a main course?
In certain parts of India, I mean specifically a state called Gujarat, they do have this habit of adding jaggery or sugar to certain things. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think you'd care too much about our conversations about cuisines and Indian food and Pan-Asian food. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to spare you the trouble. We're going to get back to the game. We've just got word from our production that the issues have been resolved. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be going back into the game. ICBB and Circloud, take it away.
Well, thank you so much. Without further ado, we're going to be starting off the decider match of this grand finals. Who is going to be lifting the shield by the end of today, and who will be walking away as the champion of the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026. It happens right here, right now.
One game, one last game to decide it all, ladies and gentlemen. And it could be anyone's game. I mean, it has been a tough fight between these two teams. None of the games have been like truly one-sided. It has been like a whole back and forth the entire day.
Exactly, first time in the history as well. Every single match has gone down towards the one final game itself here. It seems like Reckonix from from Dire side here is going to be looking for a potential gank here. It seems like they are going to be engaging each other on the top side. It seems like the high ground is on Reckonix. They see this, and they are going to try and group up and go in for the fight as well. First blood in the hands of Dalo, but it is an all-out brawl. Trades after trades. Chucky looking to go for the backlines to try and kill off Barrick as well, but he may have overcommitted. The rocket barrage is doing a lot of damage, but is not able to get confirmation on Varish. And just like that, Myth Avenue, they may have overextended their stay here. They were hoping to get trades after trades, but instead they lose 3-1. Just like that. And only Anya was able to get out alive.
And one of the reasons is that Jikra was able to change his attribute shift to strength. And because of that, he was able to absorb all that damage, saving his teammates from behind. I get the idea that, okay, you are still level 1 and then you just want to run in it, and Gyrocopter generally at the first level can be pretty strong. That's why you try to go there. But then again, you forgot about the strength attribute shift, and that's how he absorbed all that damage, saving all his teammates behind.
He was a little unfortunate as well. Chucky was hoping to take advantage of the rocket barrage and do some damage, but it was spread evenly between everyone from the side of Reckonings here. But bottom lane, we do see the Shackle coming in, and Chucky getting caught out once more as Reckonings gets another kill in the bag. Not looking good for the Malaysian squad as of yet.
Okay, I guess right now Chucky might want to take a chill, considering that, okay, he has been like 2 deaths in like the first couple of minutes. So I believe that he will play a little bit safer this time.
It's barely even a minute, my friend. It's barely been a minute. We've got 4 kills in the board for Reckonings, which is kind of scary here. Seems like there has been a little bit of a mix-up here, but okay, fair enough. But the game continues on here. We do see a couple of trades coming in. Obviously, In Your Dream putting on the Void Spirit, going up against the Earth Spirit here. The Spirit battles are in play. It seems like Anya may be able to have a little bit of advantage here as the lane is in favor. He is going to try and chip away at In Your Dream. But again, all-out brawl. You can see Agar Demon trying to get a little bit aggressive here to try and threaten Jigroy from getting too comfortable. And obviously, as a morph lane, you want to shift onto agility for the damage to last hit properly. But it puts you in a threshold where your HP is going to be relatively low. As you can see, Ayat is always prepared to try and make a jump of it, where if and only if he makes one small little mistake to overextend. But again, same can be said for Chucky. He is a little bit low. It's kind of scary as well.
And with the fact that he gave away 2 kills, it's a little bit scary to be in that position. But then again, of course, he knows his threshold there. On the other hand as well, if we were to talk about the top lane, Jaeger Damon, in the previous Timbersaw that he used, he did not prioritize the reactive armor, but this time he's starting to prioritize it, so I guess that he wants to be in the solo lane as early as possible as compared to like the previous round.
Yep, it's CS with Harmon as well. They are trading pretty okay here. You're going to be farming a little bit more. And I'm really surprised that, you know, things are looking pretty okay, but as you can see, Reckonings, they are finally getting a little bit of a zero pressure farm. But what's surprising me right now is that Chucky is only level 1. It seems like he's intentionally letting the lane 4 goes to soak up XP, but now he's gonna get caught out. He's right next to the tree. The shackle hits him, and they are gonna try and take him down just because he is under level. The snowball is there to disengage, so no diving potential from Reckonings. As Myth Avenue Gaming, they were trying to bait them under tower to take a kill against them. But oh my goodness, Anchor Demon, this is what I'm talking about as well. You get your health too low, I am gonna shred you to pieces.
And he caught J-Croy just at the right timing when he was at his lowest ability. He didn't have the time to switch to his strength, so that was the opportunity taken. So at least they pull one back at the top.
Yep, small little recoveries is good, but Morphling right now is currently at 384 max HP, pure agility, just to get some CS. But mid lane here, Anya in a little bit of trouble. He needs to roll away, and he was blocked. And in your dream, he's gonna make an attempt, and he gets a kill down towards the middle lane. That's gonna be a solo kill for Reckonix.
In the middle, one solo kill, so at least they pull one back. But then again, if we were to look at, okay, our biggest suspect here has to be the Faceless Void. He needs to be given a lot of space to farm. At this moment, we are still at the laning phase. I wouldn't say that he has the most comfortable of farming setting yet.
Yep, and of course, trades are coming in. We do see a little bit of overextension here from Dalo. The creeps are still being pushed back as well under turret. They're pretty okay, but now Chucky, he's going to try and take a jab onto his Dalo as well. The snowball is there. He's going to run onto his goal. The creeps there. They're going to try and take him down. He's got no snowball. They're going to make a attempt. Here comes the snow. And now the magic stick is there, but Ghost, he may have overextended. He's taking a little bit too much damage, but Chucky is going to chip away. Does he get the trade first? Yes, he will. Now one last hit from FBZ will take him as well. So a core for a support here. Little bit unorthodox trade, but still an attempt has been made.
Yeah, it's definitely more worth it for Reckoning in that sense. However, at this stage, if you're like 1k behind, you kind of like take anything that you can get on the laning phase. Now, Anya isn't having a good time against In Your Dream as well. It's being pushed back at the same time.
It's such a difficult brawl here. Every single run has been just skirmishes after skirmishes, and currently from the side of Myth Avenue Gaming, only the Timbersaw is doing pretty okay. But again, a Timbersaw versus a Morphling in an early game is to be expected, right? Like Reckonings, they are doing a pretty okay job. And for Myth, they're also looking to buy a little bit more time here. But bottom lane, here comes the snowball. They're going to make a attempt into this Chucky. They're going to dive on him, and Shackle Shot actually connects as well, but they're looking for those confirmation. The wind run is going to be enough to slowly run them down. And Chucky, they lost vision. They should be okay. But are they going to try and make an attempt for this? He is so low, and he doesn't have a TP. He escapes, but he doesn't have a TP. It's a long way back